need a financial transaction tax at a global level where even countries like Kenya pay. We do not want anything for free. You will pay more eventually because you have a bigger economy. We will pay commensurate to our economy. And we want those resources controlled not by IMF and World Bank. Because IMF and World Bank, you have the final say. We don't have no say. We want another organization of equals, where you have as much say because you pay, as much as we do because we also pay. That's the organization we are looking for. And that is why we are saying we need a new financial architecture where governance, where power is not on the hands of a few people. We can agree on the governance of the institution. We can agree on the sharing of power so that all of us have access to resources that go to making sure, number one, renewable energy. We invest in decarbonization. Number two, adaptation, mitigation, smart agriculture. Number three, restoring our planet, restoring our biodiversity, and making sure our carbon sinks work. This is what we are saying, and we would appreciate a little understanding. We want to be, we are talking the normal. If we continue talking the normal, Emmanuel, we will never solve this problem. Things are not going forward, they're going backwards. Tokenism, installment will not solve this problem. We have a much bigger problem than the installment we are discussing here will solve.
Hello, it's 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Kampala, Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. How does Peter Obi's camp view President Bola Tinubu's political moves in the last 30 days? And what changes has Peter Obi brought to Nigeria's political space? Our guest today was embedded with the Labour Party's presidential campaign during the 2023 presidential election. He has been at the Presidential Election Tribunal from the beginning. No Nigerian journalist has had more close-up encounters with Peter Obi than he. Mazi Ezeoke of Njenje Media will join us today to update us on the tribunal and how the Obi-Datti campaign views President Tinubu's moves, and talk about what has changed in the Nigerian political space because of Peter Obi. Please join me as we welcome to the show Mazi Ezeoke. Mazi Ezeoke, welcome. Mazi Ezeoke.
Rudolph, I'm there.
Oh, okay. How are you today?
I'm all right. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being on your show, Rudolph. Thank you.
Thank you so much for making the time. We can't see you. Okay. I can see you here, but I can see you in the other one. All right. nice to have you. I'm not sure what's going on today. Nice to have you. Let's begin with what has been going on across Africa. We normally start this show, 90 Minutes Africa, with what has been going on across Africa. I played a video a little while ago of the president of Kenya speaking at the Paris conference. And I don't know if you've had a chance to watch that video.
Indeed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Obviously, I did watch that video. I've watched it before. But something just comes to my mind whenever I view that video. It's the lamentation of African leaders. I mean, it's a place where we keep talking the West should do this for us. The West should do this for, they should give us this concession. But in doing that, the tragedy of the whole thing is that that was taking place in France. Now, anyone who followed me for long would know I am not a fan of France-African relationship, China-African, whatever. So it's like they lump a whole continent, and you look at nations coming in to say, let's come, you come, we'll have a dialogue about Africa. The question is, why don't we invite these people and have this dialogue in our own homes? Why must we keep doing this? Well, it is a wake-up call. Compare that to the one that, some argue that is being imposed on them as their leader, who on that day was nowhere to be found. At least the Kenyans could go home with some of succor that at least he spoke. The world could hear him, But, the end thing here is that Africa must really rise up. And I believe that before the world takes us that serious, we must, on our own, begin to speak to ourselves. Let us begin to make it much easier for us to trade within Africa before we even go anywhere else. But again, the event has happened. They are there already. Kudos for him to speak up, but I think beyond those speeches, they must come home and begin to do the fixtures. But it appears also that in the last couple of elections within the African continent, that some individuals have emerged that probably gives Africa a new hope, and that many would also believe that if at the end of the day, the leader Nigerians elected comes into power, that eventually Nigeria will no longer be that giant that walks on mosquito limb.
All right, thank you so much. I was looking at the lead stories in the papers today in Nigeria. One of them was from Tinubu's official Twitter account, and story out of that saying, "My administration will reestablish Nigeria's status as giant of Africa." So I didn't know you were going to take the answer to Tinubu, but I was thinking, considering what happened in Paris and how with that this promise, how is that going to happen under this administration?
Well, there was a video, about 2 minutes video that trended about 2 weeks ago. The young man in that video began to actually question, had Nigeria at any point be the giant of Africa? And he has his points. Many people will disagree with him, but the points are, how could you then say you are the giant of Africa? You generate, the previous government handed you over 7,000 megawatts, and after 8 years of disaster, you handed over about 4,000 megawatts as a giant for over 200 million people. Whereas you have countries within the same continent that are about 60 million people and are generating over 3/4 of their population when you convert that into megawatts. And here we are barely scratching, 20, basically, well, we are not even 10%, 0.4, 0.5% is what we are scratching. Or sorry, 4%, sorry, not 0.4, 4% is what we are scratching at the moment. So for someone to say that he was, he's going to make Nigeria the giant of Africa, please, let us even start from making Nigerians giant in their homes before we even go out to the mother continent.
All right. Another headline in today's newspaper says that in 30 days, Tinubu's presidency in 30 days increased hardship rising hopes. That's from Vanguard. They went on the streets, they talked to people, they talked about household prices of things and businesses under pressure due to inflation and the naira depreciating, energy crisis, and all those things. Being that you are close to people in the P2B's campaign, what are they thinking about the last 30 days?
Well, Rudolph, I am more close to the people on the street, you know, and that is my constituency. But, you know, I wouldn't speak for, you know, for the P2B campaign, but I can tell you, having worked as a presidential campaign council person and worked within the media, and haven't been on ground in the last, you know, back to back, put it that way. I mean, we are on ground, but having been here back to back in the last 5 months, I can tell you that the hardship Nigerians faced within the last 30 days is unprecedented. When you speak to some people now, you will hear that people no longer go to work. For the first time, the reason why people can't go to work is that they cannot afford their transportation. Before now, you know, if areas you can use 800 for Uber is climbed to 2,500. Come on, you just want to go to market. You spend 2,500 in, 2,500 out. How much goods or how much food stuff did you buy? Are you going to walk to the market, buy food? So the tragedy here is that in the hastiness of the government, that is very scandalous and is also, very scamish in nature, where you hear a former president tell you that the reason why he didn't remove fuel subsidy was just to allow his party win election, means that he and they understood exactly how Nigerians will feel if they do this without any form of palliative to cushion the effect of what they went ahead to do. Compare that to Peter Obi, who also said he would do the same thing, but he wouldn't just do it, just going ahead and remove that he will first of all look at those oil subsidy thieves. Today, you will be shocked to know that there is not going to be enough, even the savings that they expected to be accruing from the oil subsidy is not going to be there, because the quantity of oil that he once asked us if we did drink the oil, he will want to know who drinks this oil. Then those are our neighboring countries who drank our oil. Now we are here and we cannot even get those monies that we were expecting to get, then we're already in trouble. So I can tell you the views of the P2B camp is not different from the views of every average Nigerian, because these are average and low cadre of the society. People like you and I, people who feels the pulse. Now, you know, everything is increasing like mad. Things places you could go with 100 naira before, you are not talking about quadruple, triple the price. I tell you, we are seeing what happening in France. It's not a threat to anybody, but it's when you hold the populace down for a while and for a long time, even goats can bite when they see no other ways that they can escape.
Now, you mentioned France, and let's actually go there. Charlie Boy said something or tweeted something out about France and saying that Nigerians should. I wanted to show that tweet, but I will show that as we speak. But the reaction he got was for Bayo Nanuga, who is one of the media people around Bola Tinubu, to demand that the security agencies should arrest him. What is your take on that?
You know, Rudolph, my brother, sometimes there are things for want of words that one will say necessarily don't need to speak about. This is arrant nonsense. Are we talking about the same Bayo Ononuga who incited people during the presidential and gubernatorial election in Lagos? Has the police arrested him? Are you talking about the same people, the same camp who in national TV and on your phones and smartphones, people saw them with AK-47 threatening certain people that they were going to make them slaves and they're going to sell them as slaves the way their forefathers sold them as slaves? Are we talking about the same camp that before and during the election threatened to stop certain set of people from voting? And many of us, myself included, reported those videos and tweets, yet the Nigerian security agents all formed deaf and dumb. But there is one man who in Lagos calls himself one Ezendibo somewhere, I can't remember which part of Lagos, who out of disgust said that if the police will not protect him, he was going to go back to the southeast and get his own people to protect him. Has he come out of the police detention? You see, sometimes the nation is a very crazy place where things doesn't make sense. And over time, it hasn't made sense. What we were fighting for is to restore the dignity of man, that each and every one of us will have their respect, that when you cross the line, you answer the questions. Charlie Boy did say, look at France, what is happening in France, that Nigeria should be very careful. Listen, when the EndSARS happened, it wasn't planned. Nobody knew that it will happen. Nobody knew how it will end. But you can't keep, beating up people every single day. We saw a video in, was it Auchi, where the police used an old Sienna to run over a man because they said he had no plate numbers, and that warrant you handcuffing an individual and using a car to run him over. These are the things that built the anger of the people. In France that you referenced now, what was the issue? A young man was stopped. He had no papers, according to the report, and he failed to stop. And this is not America, for Christ's sake. France is not a place, Europe is not a place where the police carry on, anyhow. And that individual was shot. The police has been arrested. But that alone, the day, if Emmanuel Macron woke up and they told him that his country was going to be in such chaos because someone was shot in that manner, he will not believe it. But these are angers coming from certain section of the country. Many argue that these are from the Africans and the North African Arabs that have over time felt disenchanted, felt that the society hasn't assimilated them enough, felt that they do not have equal opportunities within France, and they saw an opportunity to extract their own pound of flesh. Why do you think someone will begin to destroy properties if that person in any way, shape, or form owned any? But hey, this is here. You can see then what Bayo Ononuga is basically saying. Actually saying that Charlie Boy is 73. Again, that is at his level. He does not actually know the actual age of Charlie Boy. But it's not my job here to tell the audience how old Charlie Boy is. But when you look at this, you begin to, if you go back, sadly, time will not permit us to do that now. But if you just oppose what Bayo or what Charlie Boy has said in his tweet, just oppose that to what Femi Fani-Kayode, Bayo Onanuga, and a couple of others, what they said during the elections, you would actually probably confer area father Charlie Boy sainthood when it comes to written words and what they could do to the emotions of the people.
So, so Nigeria now is quite tense, and people are the section of the country that they're just waiting for what the tribunal will rule. You were there. How do you see the process? Let's start from there.
Well, so far, the in fairness to the judiciary, so far the process has gone so far so good. The PDP and the Labour Party had in the last 3 to 4 weeks presented their evidences. Starting from tomorrow is going to be the time of the respondents, that is the APC, Bola Tinubu, and the Shetima, to begin to bring forth their defense. Those things these parties have raised, they will begin to respond to them, and this is going to run till August 2023. So far, and in many cases, I must tell you that being always present in the court, that we can see that sometimes they will raise objection for no obvious reason. And it gladdens that once they raise these objections, the court, that is the Presidential Election Petition Court, some would say Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, either way, the nomenclature remains same, that they would say they overrule that objection. So it hasn't, with the exception of 1 or 2 times that, that an objection was sustained. It has always been that objection was, basically stepped down and rejected, and allowed the Labour Party to bring in these evidences. And the highlight and the key element of the evidence provided in court are in 2 folds. One is the invitation and attendance of someone from the Amazon Web Services. Obviously, the IREV or the Inec portal is hosted by the Amazon. So all the audit trails, all the technicalities, the technical stuff that happened, were argued in court. Second is the evidence that Labour Party was able to tender 18,088 blood pooling unit to result. Then ask yourself, if you translate that 18,088 polling unit result, that gives you about 2.4 million votes. If Mahmoud is anything, if integrity is anywhere near his street, his home, or his hometown, then you begin to question and wonder why with that level of unclarity, with that level of, what many people will say, intentional manipulation, that a final result was declared. Yet, let's see people, when the result was declared, say you can go to court. And individuals, a very peaceful person that you have said he can go to court or they can go to court, have gone to court. Next thing is, oh, why are they going to court? They want to burn Nigeria. Nobody say make we go court. Now court today, breeze don't blow, nyash foul don't they open small.
Thank you. Talking about the process and the courts, there are people who were reading when the tribunal, when they accept something in evidence. What does that mean for those who may not know? There are people who are saying that they agree that this is an important evidence, and that means that they are most likely going to rule in favor of a particular petitioner. What is the actual take of how should people read that?
No, when something is accepted in evidence, that means the court and the judges have considered it a weighty allegation that they should take into cognizance when delivering their judgment. However, it is something that if they take that into, they take that particular evidence in, that means it will now form the basis for the respondents to say, okay, actually, when we talk about, let's take, for instance, the evidences that were brought, taking, for instance, the 18,888, sorry, 18,088, not 800, 18,088 blood, from ECAs. What it then means is that the respondents at that point, when they will then start making their defense, These are areas and points that they have to and they must address. And in addressing that, then it's left for the court. The judges tend to say, okay, based on this, based on law, this is our then judgment. So these are the, basically the key highlights of what they must be the areas that they say, these are areas you must respond to. Or in a case where if you don't respond to it, they can now make their judgment based on that.
Now, we saw Inec's Festus Okoye. He went on Channels TV and he answered several questions. One of the things he said, and I want to get your response, was when he was asked about IRAVE and the fact that up to now, most of the results are not there. He said, why is that important? Why is it that the political parties are not using the documents that their agents brought back? What do you make of that answer?
It's sad. If I knew you would have asked this question, I would have shared a video of him and what he said before the election, that the usage of IREV and the usage of beavers is sacrosanct and must happen. Now he is the same person questioning and saying what you've just read out. The question that I would then ask is, we spent 350, some say 300 billion, but eventually some extra funds were requested. So 350 or 55 billion to do this macabre dance. Don't we know that we had agents before we talked about electronic transmission? Should we have waited for the agents to have returned their copies of their Form EC8As before result was announced? Do you understand? This is an independent body. So that question he asked, actually, without sounding to be offensive to him, is nonsense. The parties keep that for their own evidence, not to conduct and announce results for you. Their job was to have presented the original authentic result. What then it's very disturbing is how come 3 elections happened in one day? And this is one thing that I saw him a couple of days ago with Seun Okimbaloye on Channels TV. The question that he has not still, even after that program, been able to satisfactorily answer to every single Nigerian with gray matters in between their skull is 3 elections happened. The Senate and the National Assembly, that was the results where the voting happened simultaneously. 2 of them went successful. 1 went successful until about 1:30 when the results started coming in. When they now saw what was happening and the content of that result, suddenly things began to malfunction. You see, one thing, on a personal note, and this is my assertion, and this is my belief, I take full responsibility for the following. At the end of the day, if someone is not punished for wasting Nigerians' time and money in the manner the election was conducted, then that means this nonsense will keep happening. The question that INEC must answer, and Nigerians must not fail to keep demanding this, is very simple. Who authorized that upload be stopped? Who authorized that? Whoever was behind that should be punished. Because this is, they are taking Nigerians for, honestly, they're taking Nigerians for a ride.
Now, in that interview, he said that it was caused by glitches. He couldn't explain. He said that he's not a technical person, that he was just a lawyer or something, that he would not be able to explain what the glitches were. Were you satisfied with that answer?
No, I mean, obviously I wasn't. I I was expecting them to get, because you see the issue is when you have many Nigerian volunteers, people who are not even obedient, but these are people who are concerned Nigerians, people who their day-to-day job is in this field. So what they've then been asking, and everyone, myself included, is asking is, let them come and tell us with hard evidence what happened. From the testimony of the Amazon Web Services witness, that glitch, so to say, that happened, it's something that they must explain why it happened, because from Amazon point of or from Amazon data center, that glitch was not from them. It was from the end user side. And who is the end user? Inec.
All right. Last week also we saw EU. They published their final results, and it wasn't very good in terms of how they viewed INEC and their performance. Were you surprised?
No, I was. I mean, come on. EU provided the bulk of the money for the election. They provided. Do you understand? So, if you had done an investment and you had hoped by whatever the man said. I mean, I was at the Chatham House 2 days after Peter Obi was in the Chatham House. I was there when Mahmoud was talking. Many Nigerians took him serious. He came back, he continued the same thing. So for EU now to eventually, took them time 3 months later, now to say and bring out this result. So it tells you this is a result that has actually been watered down. It's a result, but even at that, it's still damning, because if they now say that EU is trying to take side, there is a proverb in our place. When the blind man finishes licking the dollar, that is the local apple, he must go back to the same dollar tree and see if he can pluck one again to eat. You cannot, you have to mind your language, because these were people you convinced, they brought the fund, they ran. Most of the advert, if you still go on today, if you just type on Google INEC EU, you see the videos there. The videos they promoted, they helped, they brought the fund, and even to help us from some of these technologies. So we can't then, when they now write their report saying, from the conversations we have had before now, from the things that has happened, from the reports we had, this election fell short of our expectation. But again, as Nigeria, rather than address the real issue, what they will always do is to get angry.
Okay. Now, there are people, including some members of the Labour Party, they are now saying that Nigerians should move on, that Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar should stop their challenge of Bola Tinubu's election. What do you think about that?
I do not think there is any member of the Labour Party that is saying that. What you have are those, my good friend Kenneth Okonkwo will refer to the Apampa camp, or Mr. Pampa's camp, So those are people, because they were never part of the movement to ensure that things happen differently in Nigeria. But again, I do not also get angry on those who say Nigerians should move on. We've been here before. Recall that in 2003, His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi contested the election under APGA and won. What happened? That election was stolen. There were at times that reverend fathers, bishops, even cardinals called him to please step down, that Ngige has started doing some roads in Anambra, and that things are now, those things he wanted to come and do, that Ngige has started doing them. His response still stands today and can be brought into this conversation. And he responded by, if someone comes into your garage, steals your car, goes out, repents it, pimps it, and probably takes care of your car more than you could have, Does that mean then you should leave him to keep your car? If the answer is yes, then that means we can all go home.
Okay. So you said that the people saying this are people from Apapa's camp. But even if they are not Labour Party members, some people have said that just what you said now, that Peter Obi was able to say, I'm going to continue to demand for my mandate in Anambra State. But that in one of the things that happened in Anambra State during that period was that Ngige, because he was under pressure to perform, that he tried to do good, that Tinubu might follow the same script and try to do good in such a way that people will eventually feel, if this drags on, after the tribunal, you go to the Supreme Court. That
Well, of course, Rudolph, yes. That is not even that it's not even that it might, it's already happening. Some populist decisions are being taken. You can see that. But there is one thing that we refer to as the Ngige paradox. Ngige paradox, in this sense, that in all that he was trying to do to be good, even doing the things that ordinarily he shouldn't do. But again, my dear, it does not remove the fact that if a crime is established to have occurred, that should now be buried, that this crime did not occur. That is the point that I'm making. People have their rights. I mean, I begrudge no one. It is individual, individuals have their rights, groups have their rights to make demands. But is that the right demand to do? You see, one painful thing that we all forget in this, is very painful, is that had INEC conducted this election the way they ought to have conducted it, whoever had won this election would have, every other person would have congratulated them. You saw in Anambra State, Valentine Ozigbo contested against Professor Chukwuma Soludo. When the results came out, it was visible and audible to the deaf and visible to the blind. What did he do? Within 24 hours of INEC announcing that result, Valentine Ozigbo called Professor Chukwuma Soludo and congratulated him. That is the way you do an election. But if that election was manipulated, whether he lost or not, he would at some point be thinking, okay, he won. INEC is the one putting every Nigerian under stress and putting all of us where we are today. People would have moved on if INEC had done what they had promised Nigerians, that they were going to conduct a free, credible election. Question remains, why did the National Assembly and Senate election go without any glitch? And only the presidential election went on with glitch. And again, because I was on ground, there were so many tactics that they used. Election was supposed to start by 8 o'clock. On my own polling unit, 11:45, there was no sight of materials. In Idemili, 3 o'clock, there was no sight of materials. So there were places that they wanted ab initio to disenfranchise Nigerians. But even at that, on that day, Nigerians was able to tell them that, no, this is about them. It is about their life and about the future of their children, and Nigerians on that day stayed. Someone like Chike Chukwu Merija, the poet, he said he was in the polling unit up till 5 a.m. the next day, because everybody turned their telephone into torchlight to make sure that the votes and the numbers were tallied correctly, only for everyone to go home and the results now come out. Different results were all amended, and it's not what they counted at the polling unit.
So now, so whatever happens, the tribunal will rule, and most likely all the sides will go to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court rules for or against Peter Obi, what will be the reaction from Peter Obi?
I wish I can speak for him. I'm not him, but it's normal. The same reaction that would have happened when the court ruled in 2006 that he should come and take over from Ngige with immediate effect. So in this case, if if the tribunal rules that that he won the election, obviously it is expected that the respondent go back to, or the APC, Tinubu and Shetima will go to the Supreme Court. Whenever the Supreme Court rules, whatever it's if the Supreme Court says he did not win election and the reasons must be given, then we go home. But if they say that the election was won and they uphold whatever the outcome of the tribunal has, the verdict of the tribunal, then he will go on with governance. He has a manifesto and he will begin to implement those things promised in the manifesto. But you will see the difference, that governance will change and you will see a governance with empathy.
Now, let's talk about those differences. Some people are trying to say that one example is the convoy that Tinubu used in Lagos when he came into Lagos from Paris. The number of vehicles that followed him, that Nigerians were not happy about that it was as a result of some of the things that Peter Obi has been saying or said during the campaign about reducing the size of the government that we run, so that already that there are impacts of his campaign even in this administration. What do you say to that?
If I'm being frank, I think there is too much hula baloo about the convoy. Why is we are made to understand that there are other people, national security advisor, the governor, whatever. So let's say 5, 6 VIPs in the Nigerian parlance. The question is that I ask people when they want to play this down is, those VIPs, if each of them came with 20 vehicles, did they fuel the cars with their money? Since yesterday, they've been trying to share a video when he visited, I believe, Abia State or Akwa Ibom. I can't remember which of the state, but one of the old eastern states. And you can see about 4 SUVs that belong to him, that is him and the security and probably the press. Then every other vehicle are obedient, who on their own bought their own fuel, have their own passengers, and drove themselves. And when you see a people begin to make such comparison, you know that they are losing it. The bottom line is, Nigerians are hurting. We are selling fuel, 550, with the rumor that by tomorrow being the 3rd, that fuel is going to go to 700, which I do not know, how true that is. If Nigerians are hurting, I think it smacks of irresponsibility to begin to show that level of convoy. Because at the end of the day, these are the same people that fuel these cars. It's wrong in all ramifications. But again, I think, we'll basically stick to real governance issues. And, for me, this is a distraction. And some are even arguing that, okay, because it's the first time the city boy is coming back to his base, that's why there is that number. Some are saying, well, they are, but I'm asking, if they are saying that the NSA and his own office and paraphernalia were the people also there, then the question is, does the NSA have an office in Lagos? Isn't his office in Abuja? Must the Lagos state government go there with, for argument's sake, because, I counted the car myself. I think I counted 98. But some are saying it's over 120. I do not know. Maybe when the video stopped, some people, came that I didn't see. But it's madness. And some will begin to say, do you know in America that they have Joe Biden have so many cars. And so, what is the GDP of America? Person will never chop, they talk of convoy. It's just like you want to go to America to borrow fund and you're going with your private jets. You want to go to England to borrow fund and you're going with your private jet, yet the British Prime Minister flies into Nigeria using British Airways. The day the British people will see him on a private jet, wallahi, the riot you see for France will be a child's play. But here we are. You can only clap for them because they have long array of convoys. Shame, really. Shame.
All right. So people are now waiting to see what the Tinubu presidency would do with the money saved from oil subsidy. I know that Peter Obi also promised to remove subsidy. Did Peter Obi talk about what he will have done as president after removing the subsidy so that people will not be hurt the way they are currently?
Well, he made a general term of, these funds will be plowed into palliatives to help ease the pains and the sufferings of the people. I can only hazard a guess. I honestly will not tell you, and I can't tell you the clearer details of line items he would have done, but clearly I believe that one thing that he has said consistently is that even before the removal of subsidy, we must first of all deal with the thieves and those that drink those oil, and that is what we are not seeing. We have seen MFLO now. You see, that is Nigeria has a way of making thieves look clean. You see the way MFLO has been taken now. Suddenly, if MFLO in the next couple of weeks, months, all of us will begin to campaign for him to come out because you're violating his fundamental right. You haven't taken him to court. So that is, sometimes it's really sickening, really. 1 month now, all we say, this has happened, this has happened. Have you ever had one single person that is going to be charged or with intention? They will remain the same. We will remain the same things were happening with no changes at all in any way, shape, or form.
All right. In about 9 minutes, we're going to let the audience in so that they can have the chance to ask your question. Let me take you to Anambra State. I know you are from that state. And how is the governor, Charles Soludo, how is he doing?
Dear, tough terrain. Well, for those who know me, I am not in the business of making friends. I say it the way I see it. To the charging and to the surprise of many, I would say that Soludo, with the exception of security, that he, I personally think he could have done more than what he's doing now. Soludo, to the surprise of many, is doing a lot at the same time. In April, after Easter, I think a week after Easter, I was invited to a traditional marriage in Udi. I'm telling this story to make a point. I was invited to a traditional marriage in Udi, and I was in the village. And I drove past Ekulobia, and I drove through Ufuma. Somewhat, the navigation took me, and I said, well, if he said it's going to be the easiest place, and I followed like sacrificial lamb. I came to a community called Ishiago. As an adult, it's in my state. I haven't been there. I didn't even know the community exists. And after Ishiago, I saw a massive 4-lane virgin road being constructed. And I stopped. I asked those working on the road, who is doing this road? Is it federal government? They said this is being done by Anambra State government. Now, many of you now may have seen the video trending that you see in Ekulobia, where people have been calling names, and some people have sought my opinion. And my candid and honest opinion is, we want development. And I ask, can we make omelets without breaking eggs. Yes, buildings and structures are being demolished. But the question is, shouldn't we do that if we want development? I think what should keep us and what must keep us busy is to ensure that those that loses their houses in that process of doing and making that place better, that compensation should be that is accruable to them, or if it means relocation of businesses and the compensating private residents or even commercial residents, or that should happen. So to the summary of this, I will implore everyone to go to Njenje Media TV and look at my second video on Anambra. I went to Okpoko 1 year after Professor Soludo promised to do or start his work in Okpoko. And to my surprise, when I went to the street to ask people, the people of Okpoko doesn't have the elitist thinking that you and I may have, because he spoke and made some silly comments against Peter Obi. Therefore, that then deters him. And some school of thought has it that because he made those comments and the backlash he had from that, everybody was now expecting him to fail. That as a result of that, he is now doing and working day and night. I said, well, good for us. However the child comes to earth, a child is a child. So however, whatever we do to make him to sit up, to work, let him do. But there is one thing, if you're listening now, I said it in that video and I must say it here. The people that I spoke to in Anambra a couple of weeks ago are complaining of two things. One, they talk about high level of tax or multi-level of taxing. Two, on refuse disposal, that the ANSEPA that they pay fees for them to come and collect refuge are not doing that. So if you're listening, if you go in Oka, there are some places in Oka that the refuge dumps and heaps are beginning to climb. Before you know it now, we might be comparing ourselves to Abia State under the last man, Ikpeazu, Onyeikpeazu. So we might get to that point. But, aside this, I think in terms of governance, not entirely doing bad, but, there are room for improvement.
Okay. Now, this on today's papers, if you look at the newspapers today, there were the stories about what's going on in Anambra State, and in Premium Times and other newspapers, there was this commissioner in the state who was telling the Anambra people to stop criticizing the government on social media. Essentially, I think they were reacting to a video of one on-air personality who was telling people in Anambra State, who are in Lagos and other parts of the country, not to come back home because there are problems that are not yet fixed. So it says social media attacks. You are demarketing Anambra, Soludo's government tells critics. What do you make of this? For someone who felt it was okay to criticize Peter Obi during the campaign, and it appears as if they can't take criticism from people.
Well, Rudolph, the social media has brought the real democracy. People would always tell you here in Nigeria, they buy data for me. So na my subscription, na me go use and do what I want. Sorry for Professor. People would always say what they want. You don't buy data for them, right? Now, on the issue of security in Anambra as well, I was in Anambra for 3 weeks and 4 days. I drove myself around Anambra, and I think when we talk about security, it is all exaggerated, especially those in the diaspora that always say, oh, at every single thing. Yes, of course, crime does happen everywhere, not even in America. In America, you see people die. There are criminals everywhere. But the level and the magnitude that would think, oh, you come into Anambra, oh, you are killed, you are kidnapped. I drove myself. From there, I went to Abia State. I drove myself multiple times to Abia, to Umuahia, to Aba, multiple times to Owerri, driving through Akokwo, Kigo, multiple times to Ebonyi. When I covered the Ebonyi International Airport, multiple times to Enugu, both on private business, on, you know, I mean, crime is everywhere. But to say that nobody should come to Anambra, if you come, listen, I don't believe that. I saw the video in question and I responded that this is not good. Anyway, but allow the individual in question, because you don't buy him data, he has his own opinion. What the government ought then and must do at that point is to respond appropriately to provide what they've been doing. But in terms of security, I myself, having been in Anambra for 3 weeks plus, there was even a day I had to do live video where I was, you know, eating my mango, drinking my palm wine, and you know, and collecting the bitter leaves, which I, you know, dried up for my kids and all the, you know. So the whole thing is, I don't know, but I think the security, and it's only one thing I can ask us, those in the diaspora, please endeavor to come home. I will say this in Igbo. Imanan as no na abu ngwele nokalia n'uju ọbụla agho. Ọ dị nke ọ na-abụ onye nokalia obodo oyibo too much na emero nnata. Everything was, oh, they want to, oh, you know, ya na-atụ ụjọ. Mana biko ka anyị welu na ya nwayọ.
But what you're saying, give me an example. Soludo tried to stop the sit at home Mondays. He failed. The governor of the new governor of Enugu State tried to do the same thing and failed. What do you think about that, and how does that fit into the way you're talking about people being afraid to come back home?
No, they didn't fail. If you ask me, Soludo didn't fail in stopping sit at home. Neither did Frank Mba fail. We, the people, have refused to stop sit at home. It's as simple as that. Who are those enforcing? If you come out on a Monday, who is going to hurt you? Someone from Medugri or someone from Bauchi? It's someone that speaks your language. Someone that has the same red cap as you are. Someone that ties the same hairstyle that our mothers do. So it's an internal issue. I will tell you this, many people will disagree, but hey, who cares? But that's the truth. Many people, especially government workers, have become lazy on Mondays. They see it as an extra public holiday. So they want to stick at home. If we, honestly, want to begin to come out on Monday, understanding how much we'll lose on Mondays, we will begin and we must stop it ourselves. Because it is a creation of the people that they say, if XYZ doesn't happen and they're going to, I mean, when are you going to stop? When? For what reason? Have you ever seen, and I keep giving this analogy, you go to the kinsmen meeting, you have an argument with other kinsmen, and because you do not like the language that they spoke with you, then you go home and you lock up your family members and throw away the key and say they must have. Yet the perpetrators and sponsors of these sit in their various homes outside the great Igbo nation, and most times in diaspora, go to work on Monday to earn money, and now go on Mondays and tell their parents that they must sit and die of hunger. That is not wisdom, if you ask me.
Now, you mentioned the people who enforce this. Some of them are claiming that what you just said, which is totally a new idea out there, that the people are the ones who are refusing to go out and go to work. So some of them are saying that it's a proof that the government of Nigeria has no influence within the eastern states, that they have the people on their side. Is that the same thing?
The government of Nigeria doesn't have control. How?
Yeah, they're saying that they are the ones that if there is a referendum today, that people will support Biafra moving out of Nigeria, that they prove it every Monday by people staying at home, and nobody could stop that from happening.
People sit at home, you know, forget internet conjunctures. When you sit with people and you sit with them on Mondays, you have 1 or 2 drinks with them, you ask them, because this is what I do. Why do we even sit at home on this? And many will tell you, neighbor, that doesn't sound like someone who is sitting at home because of any conviction. Just fear. Fear. And those that we fear are known to the communities. Hence, going back to say, the day we say this is enough, then it stops.
We can't hear you anymore.
Can you hear? Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I said the day the people would want to stop it, they would actually stop it. But that's my own. So, like I said, the governors obviously have tried their best, but I think it's something that took a while before he again, put it this way. I think at some point, truth be said, actually, because of the sit at home, a lot of criminal activities is now laced around that sit at home, right? And because there is this belief by certain quarters within the Southeast that, oh, because you have Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in detention, then that is the reason why that is happening. The question that I think Barrister Aloye Jimako posed about 3 or 4 days ago is, he was speaking to Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu as something that is noble to do, not as
Mercy.
As a mercy, exactly, something like that. Now the question is, I can also bet you the criminality that I have seen laced around sit at home would continue even after Nnamdi Kanu has come out. And that stoppage of that criminality will still be by the people when they say, because then let us save this video. Nnamdi Kanu will come out. But we will come back to this particular thing and understand that there is a lot of criminality that has been, ring-fenced around the notion of sit at home. And that criminality would still continue even when you release Nnamdi Kanu today. And I pray that happens sooner than later.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our people and give them the chance to weigh in. Please, when you come in, we allow you to just think of the best question you have, and then you ask that question. Just the question, not comments, so that we give other people a chance. We have a lot of people who are lined up and interested in talking to Mazi Ezeoke. So I will start with Nick, Prince Nick, as in one you are first.
Mazi Ezeoke, thank you for coming on to share your views. My question is 2 prongs. One has to do with the security issue, and the other one has to do with the violence meted out to...
Ezenwa, we can't hear you, but I can see your lips moving.
Oh, I can hear him.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay,
I said thank you, Mazi Ezeoke, for coming on board and share your views about the issues we have in Nigeria. My question is, one borders on the security that you talked about in Anambra State, where I also come from. I'm from Isiachina in Agwata Orumba local government, and we have a lot of security challenges over there. Even as I talk to you today, we have been raising money to deal with the challenges. And based on what you have said and your assessment, But with Soludo, I still think enough has not been done with security in Anambra State. The reason why I'm saying that is because of what is even happening in my own local government. Ekulobia being one of them, and Achina, where I come from, we also have those challenges. So is there any help that or any plans that you could advise people like Soludo to put in place if the situations where if they think that they could not do anything on the state level, is there anything that could be put in place where they will have the local governments and the towns put in some ideas going forward, and then the state government can help? Right now, we are doing it as a community, and the state is not partaking in it. Right now, we are raising money to put some security architectures in place. So is there anything you can come up with to help talk to Soludo in terms of other ways to help the communities be able to tackle these issues? Because it's a community-oriented issue.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you so much. Mazi is okay.
So thank you very Nick. One ata na amata otu ọhụrụ dịka ọdịnala ọbịa my guy can also. So you know, I think Soludo has a security committee. I don't think we'll lack ideas. Actually, we know what to do. During the campaign, he campaigned as a man who understood the problem, who knows the problem, who has solutions to the problem. However, the complexities in bringing forth the problem is, is not something sometimes I am very reluctant to engage in this, mostly because it is something that is most times being misconstrued. I'll give you an example. You know the way Nigerian security forces operate. If someone in Achina is misbehaving and that person is a person of interest to the security agents, in most cases, when they wade in, the individual is likely to lose his or her lives. And because that, the kinetic nature of what they do to sometimes move with force to say, okay, let's deal with this thing once and for all. Casualties everywhere. And I believe that also hinders. There is this governor in the Southeast who believed that he could use force to stop some of these things happening. And I speak and I make reference to the governor of Imo State. But there is no single day that you don't hear news. Oh, so person shot dead. So person shot dead in Imo. These are human beings. These are our brothers and sisters. And sadly, when you unveil the mask, when you unveil the masquerade, you find out that the person carrying the masquerade is someone you know. So it becomes not such an easy thing to do. However, my advice to the government, and the only thing I can drop is, if anybody, you see what Nnewi people are doing, Alo and Nobi, some of them have now gone technology-wise, now, putting CCTV some places, and, and many people have CCTVs in their house, in their front gates, that when a car drives by, or, at least they know who goes where, and probably find a way to tackle that. But one thing I must say is that the security challenges we have in the Southeast, especially in Anambra State, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Prince, another Prince, Akwachi. Prince, welcome to the show. Question for Mazi.
Good good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Mazi Ezeoke. I wanted to ask onwe apa na-etugi, especially n'Igbo.
My other title name is Aneriaku, and my chieftaincy title is Njenje, Onye Njenje ka onye isi awa ihe.
Okay,
Aneriaku.
okay. I guess I like it from here. My question is pretty much aligning myself with the facts that you talked about the case in court. Now, my own is people who are asking for the court, for the court case to be withdrawn. Why are we in a haste? Something was done, and when the person complained, you told the person to go to court. Allow the court processes to finish. And some people will say, "Oh, what about America and other stuff?" You know, between Biden and Trump instituted about 69 lawsuits, and it was handled before inauguration. It was handled, of which every one of them was found to be frivolous, and I don't know. But each time you see Nigerians, they keep comparing themselves with America. They can't even stand. They can't even withstand one of the processes. So in a nutshell, so what I'm saying is I'm solidly in support of Peter Obi, still in court. If I have a way of reaching out to him, I will tell him stay in court as long as it goes. And then peddling names, they've started peddling names now. I saw somewhere yesterday they've started peddling names of Ozigo, Pat Tommy, being coming, being considered to be a minister. And I'm saying, wow, that is surprising. So I don't know what your view on that.
Sorry, just disregard that. That is fake news. If you go to Valentine Mozibo's Twitter page, or if you go to Njenje Media, I think it's been published there as well. That is fake news from Peter Fell. The same thing applies to Professor Pato Tumi. Also debunked that long ago. But again, we become a nation of people who want to dwell and like fake news. Now, to your comments regarding people asking for that election to be withdrawn. Again, we are in a democratic society. Allow people to talk now. So people will say withdraw now. They say go to court. We've gone to court. So we'll leave it at that. But there is something that I must also tell us. During the inauguration of the 10th Senate, or when they were before their inauguration, they had induction sections, and within that time, I spoke to a couple of seasoned senators who also agreed with me that it will be wise and it will be good for them in this 10th Assembly to begin to look at how, within the space of these 3 months before inauguration, because this is a thing of, this is about legality, how they can begin to bring up bills to address that. So it is also the duty of you and I to ensure that once the government, whichever government is settled, that we must begin to hold those we have yielded our powers to in form of allowing them to go there to represent us, to say, these are things we would want you to propose as bills, and we must support you to ensure that these things eventually see the light of day as laws for the nation. So I agree with you, because Nigeria, we practice a democracy that allows over 90 days, that is 3 months, for a president to sit in between and answer president-elect. It will be wise. But bear in mind, this is not only at the federal level. It must also happen at the state level. By now, you see people won election and they are still in court. Even the Adeleke of a thing that has even won, and I had someone talked about whether he's going to go to another level of, jurisprudence. I don't know. But, we are evolving. And when we see things like this, just like we have seen mistakes, we have seen stuff that happened with Beavers and Inec, this electoral law that we have, you can take this to the bank, will be tinkered with. By the year 2027, the elections that will happen will be definitely different from the elections that happened in 2023. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Christian. Christian, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mazi. Okay. I've been actually, sometimes I follow you, but I do follow your programs a lot. I will start by saying, Shakespeare says, in put word in should say as to mouth. I say, none that I know will be, but more that I fear may chance. I do believe that nobody can beat a magician in his own card. And what Obi has done actually is to try to beat a magician in his own card. It's now obvious that the northern elites who claim to own Nigeria and the British establishments are more interested in stability in Nigeria or conquest by the northerners. Now, my question is, if by any chance, Obi, your principal said that Nigeria is a car with a knocked engine, Rudolph Okonkwo will testify to that. Pat Utomi, which you just mentioned a while ago, also said that Nigeria, his colleagues in outside Nigeria told him that, or whispered to him that Nigeria is a failed strategy. So my question is this: if at the end of this selection that they have done, that Obi ends up legitimizing the process that that brought Tinubu to power, what next? What next for him? And what are the chances that in 2017 they will not perfect it? How to rig this election?
Well, I thank you very much for that question. But again, as I know, that that's a dibia. I will also not, I can't take medicine prepared for another person. So the question you have asked now was perfectly directed to Peter Obi, what he would do next. And on that note, I will leave it because I don't know what he will do next. But anytime Rudolph invites him, I would like to join the panel, and I want to know also what he will do next.
Thank you very much. But let me just say that we've had an open invitation for him. Oh, Mazi, it's okay. We're not hearing you. I think you were speaking. We're not hearing you.
No, I have finished speaking now.
Oh, okay. We got that. Okay, I thought you were still saying something. So I wanted to remind you that we have an open invitation.
No, but he didn't answer the second question. He didn't answer the second question, that they will perfect the rigging election in 2027, because he said that it will be different. How will it be different?
So, sorry. Okay. Again, what is only when you know the outcome of this. So you can't talk about perfection in 2027 without knowing the outcome, because you said it yourself. It is the outcome of this that will now know how perfect or non-perfecting 2027 will be. I think, that's fair.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Ezeoke. I'm not a panelist. You made two statements, and I'm going to kind of wrap it together so that I don't drag it too long. I stand to be corrected if I'm quoting you wrong. The first statement is you said when you hold the populace on the ground. Am I correct in that you made that statement?
In what context?
You talked in terms of comparison between Nigeria and France. When the populace are held to the ground, they can revolt.
Yes, I made that statement. Yes.
Okay. And the second statement you made is, if someone is not punished, this you are referring to the issue of Inec in the present situation. If someone is not punished for the alleged rigging of the election, would that be correct?
I said if whoever switches off or whoever switched off or whoever tampered with the transmission of that election, if we do not punish whoever that was involved for that, yes, that it portends a great danger for future elections.
Okay. You will agree with me that nobody has ever been held accountable or punished for anything in that country. Will you agree with me on that?
Well, that's the reason why we are making the demands. That, you know, if it's not been happening at some point, it has to start happening.
Okay. We don't know who is going to do it, but in Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State for 8 years. He campaigned, and for the record, so that you don't take my word out of context, I voted for him. He campaigned on the basis of transparency, accountability, and good governance. To the best of your knowledge, do you know if you refer anyone to the public prosecutor to be punished?
I'm not, well, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think I knew of that. But again,
Okay.
you see, hold on. That's where, you see, the thing is, when you talk about punishment, it mustn't necessarily come from the executive, right? Because we have institutions saddled with such powers. We have the judiciary there to do their job. So, you know, if when we talk about if someone has broken the law by not or by stopping the onward transmission of this, it will be, I think it will be foolhardy for anyone to expect that the benefactor of such would be the person to punish. But that is where I believe that the judiciary and you and I, because by the time this tribunal finishes and it is established that the individual or there are a group of people who were behind that, then it behoves on you and I to take this matter further to the judiciary and to demand that the individual be punished.
Okay, thank you for that. But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? The people are not being held, the populace are not being held on the ground as you claim. That is incorrect. It is the populace that are holding themselves on the ground, not the government. That is an argument for another day.
Well, I agree. Listen, it's neither here nor there. The question is, if some decisions from the government are taken that inadvertently affects the public, they are being held on ground. We have someone earning 30,000 a month to feed a family. Now he doesn't have electricity. He doesn't have the resources to put solar panel on in his house, but he must buy 4 liters every single day. Where is he going to get the money? Is that individual not being held on the ground?
Okay. Finally, not to take much time. Finally, you can see my nickname is Electricity. People know why. Who know why my nickname is Electricity. But the truth of the matter is, okay, we are only going in circles. Okay, I'm going to ask you. It's a personal question. Okay, what constituency did you come from? Do you belong to in Nigeria? Do you know your constituency?
You mean my electoral constituency?
Yes, please.
That is Ezedibe Ward 2.
And do you know the name of the legislator?
The person representing me.
Yes.
Yes, I do, because when and I do engage him as well, because this issue, I know where you're headed to, because this issue is government is local, and this is where we, not only him, everyone within the vicinity. There are times, and I have done this consistently, where the moment the budget is approved, I look at the projects that affect my constituency, and I print this out. Go to the traditional rulers, share it to them, highlight the one in their community, ask them to help in speaking to their sons. Because these people will still come to them. And when they come to them, all he needs to do is, he cannot say that he doesn't have it, is to use this paper, put it on the table and say, where is this project and what is happening? Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you very much. That is where our problem lies. And nothing will solve the problem of Nigeria until we start to address what you just highlighted. Regardless of the court case, regardless of the outcome of the court case, the legislators are our problem. Nothing else is our problem again. And it's up to the people to rise up against these legislators. Then our problem will be solved. Beside that, I stated for the record, today, the 2nd of June, 2023, Nigerian problem will remain the same. Tinubu will be there for 8 years. What's this guy's name? Will be the next Inec chairman. This Lagos guy, what's his name again? What's his name again? That guy that disturbed the Lagos state election.
Oluomo
will be the next Inec chairman.
I'm going
to the market.
No, I can bet. Sorry, I can bet you on that. Let's bet 100,000 naira on that. It's not going to happen.
Okay, I'll take you on that. It's on record.
And Rudolph Okonkwo and CM are witnesses. I need my money.
Henry, no, not Henry. Electricity. Didn't you forget something?
All right. Thank you very much, and have a lovely day.
No, electricity. Didn't you forget something?
Can you please remind me?
Section 68.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for bringing that up. It's still in the same line. I appreciate it. Thank you. Since Rudolph has given me the floor, I will continue.
No, your time is up. You must yield.
Well, the moderator allows me. I know it's just to highlight the point you are making. It's Section 68 and 69110 of the Constitution, which gives the people power to recall their legislators. Just like you highlighted, this project, you have failed us as our legislator representing us there. Therefore, we have to recall you, and this happens within the 4-year cycle of 4-year cycle of
has anybody
in
America been successfully recalled?
Well, let's be realistic here. This guy is facing what's his name? This guy in America is facing. He's facing. He'll be being caught soon. It's a difficult thing to do, but for crying out loud, we have not attempted. So why do we now get discouraged over something that we've not even attempted? We've not tried it. Where has it been tried?
No, it has been tried with Dino Melaye now.
Dino Melaye was an in-house fight. We all know what's going on. He stepped on toes. And Dino Melaye said 150-something thousand people voted, but Inec came up with 181,000 people. Dead bodies, names of dead bodies were routed. It's not his constituency that wrote that letter. For crying out loud.
Electricity. See.
Mr. Olumide,
from Nigeria, you see?
Mr. Olumide, will you please respect people and allow?
You know why?
I really don't know where this man came from.
You said Jews.
Olumide, this is
honestly, your behavior is not attractive. I was thinking of you a few times. The last time we were, if you left, hold on one second.
I want to engage you one-on-one.
No, just if your behavior is so unattractive, if he left the studio because of this same guy, no woman I don't know which woman will even you find attractive with this your smelly behavior. I don't understand where that man came from.
Time out. It's enough now. Time out.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Electricity, for that comment.
Electricity and women.
All right. So
No,
for your information, everybody, this is not Tavia Say. This is 90 Minutes Africa. So please, it's a different
his statement is boring.
Yeah, it's a different structure. All right.
His statement is not attractive. God is will.
Our guest is not you guys.
And I guess he's tired of electricity with this attractive language. Huh?
All right. So let's when
I thought you said it's only one question, Mr. Rudolph. I thought you said question direct, but you take about 4 questions, your personal assistant. So ring it down there everywhere now. Ring it down there everywhere.
All right. So Henry, you're next. Just one question.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Ezeoke. If I don't pronounce it, don't pardon me, please. So what I want to say, we are waiting. Tomorrow is Monday. Is Inec is coming? I mean, the Yakubu or what they call him, okay, is coming to court tomorrow. I don't know if it's allowed. If it's coming to court tomorrow to give its own side of the story, because they ring our elections. And secondly, who are those people killing? I mean, who's doing this this crime in the southeast? Are they from the same southeast, or they are missionaries? If they are from the same southeast, why they cannot fish them out? I mean, let it be things of the past, because they are making things making southeast unrest for their own people too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for tomorrow, the court proceedings resumes. Now it is time for the 3 respondents, in this case, the APC, Bola Tinubu, and Shetima, to begin to defend the presentations made by both parties. That is the APC, the PDP and Labour Party. So who and how that is going to happen, I do not know. Is Festus Okoye coming to the court tomorrow? I do not know. But I can only tell us that we can stay tuned on Njenje Media for updates. So until we head to court tomorrow, we wouldn't know what is the witnesses or what is planned for. Honestly, that detail I don't have. Now, as to who is causing trouble in the southeast, criminals. And criminals are everywhere. It is the duty of elected government and the duty of community leaders, you and I, to help the government to ensure that those who have decided that we are not going to sleep with our 2 eyes closed, that they fish them out and that they deal with them decisively. So that's my honest and candid opinion on this.
Okay. All right. Professor, hold on.
Rudolph, you tend to be jumping me. I'm in transit, and I could come in and then move on.
All right. Professor Nebulos, let's go to Igbo Basics. I'll come back to you. Igbo Basics, go ahead.
All right. I'm in the biggest city of the world at the backyard of Rudolph Okonkwo. Anyway, today is my daughter's, Nkasi's 20th birthday, my last daughter. So the family hijacked me to New York. So I'm not in I'm in an abnormal station, not in my normal station. Mazi is okay. Thank you so very much for representing a lot of us. I don't have much of questions for you, but I once called you Onyebu Enyi. This time I dare add to it. Enyi Kunazo. We followed your activities. We are truly very, very proud of you and what you have represented. You have represented the likes of me and a whole lot of others. I extend that also to Manuel Ogebe of Benue, who has out there have been consistent in this quest for Peter Obi's to reclaim our mandate. Our mandate, I call it, the mandate of the people. So to this effect, I wanted to commend you for moving your headquarters from Njenje Media to Anambra, I believe anyway. So congratulations for that. I would try to follow suit in trying to move the Nigerian office of Igbo Basics Media Works to Aba as soon as possible. Having said that, from all indications, the only question I have for today is this: those on the ground, because now you know both sides of the coin. You wear the coin, you wear the shoe of being from England, and you also wear the shoe of being in Nigeria. So you know exactly what is at play. My observation is that the people at home, sometimes they feel like we have come to take something away from them instead of adding something to them. What has been your experience as far as that is concerned, all the way from both the big tent and all the people that you have encountered during this particular period? And what do you advise those of us who tend to come back there in full force, or whatever it may be worth? What do you advise from your current experience and the steps we should take so that we don't go back and forth, back and forth? For me, when I come back this time around, that's going to be it. Instead, what do you advise for us in the diaspora?
Thank you. Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you, my brother. He said, I have elephant in my back. If I carry elephant, I don't get backache now. So, but on a lighter note. But you see what I'm saying, for those of you who want to come back, say you want to come back in full force, therein lies the problem. There is no force, talk less of full. So, you know, I will start like this. Test the waters. Come to Nigeria. Stay with us. Not for 1 week and not for 2 weeks. Stay. Move around. You know, feel the people. And sometimes, especially, I've said it before and I'll repeat again for the umpteenth times. Those, and I believe Henry alluded to something like who are causing the problem in the Southeast. Sadly, the problem in the Southeast, the diaspora cannot wash away their hands. Inadvertently, they, you know, they, for the quote unquote love of their motherland, they engage in activities that the political and the criminal elite have taken, somewhat hijacked, and using it more to hurt the people. What I would always advise and what I tell people is, when you stay, and I said it before in Igbo, but not many people understood that. When someone stays out of his enclave for so long, everybody on the street, when you come back home, becomes a suspect. Or you might think, oh, they are looking at me because of some dollars or whatever. By the time you calculate it, you find out even those at home are much well-to-do than your little tachere pounds or dollars or euros you think you're coming home with. But hey, finally, don't wait for too long. Just make the move. Make the move. And you want to move your office to Enugu, to anywhere, make the move. I think it's time to engage in more action than to speak long grammars. Thank you very much, Igbo Basics.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Let's go back to Professor Nebulous.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And I thank you so much, our dear host. I met you first when you hosted Ninas and those who are fighting to actualize Biafra. I don't know the appropriate name for it, so that I don't make mistakes. Is it the same as IPOB or, you know? So I met you on that platform, and which you discussed at length with the Ninas group. My question is, because I once asked my colleague here too, who is an Igbo guy, I said, if Obi won the presidency, would there still be agitation for the actualization of Biafra? Okay. When the hope was very high that Obi was going to win or he was going to declare, to be declared as president, it's like the tempo of the fight for the actualization, it kind of died down, as if that was all that matters now. I now ask him a question again. What about if this whole process does not favor Peter Obi? Would there be a resurgence or a kind of revival of the agitation?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, because I, for one, I was so much in solidarity with Ninas, because I thought that process was actually going somewhere. Because I'm one of those who believe strongly that until we push that agitation to logical conclusion, that everybody goes its own, so that we can competitively, relate to one another, whichever way the something went at that time. I believe so much in that, because until we go our own separate way, there will be really no even development in the geographical space we call Nigeria today. So, and again, whoever gets there, whether Tinubu or Peter Obi now, in as much as we cannot, apart from what the court will say or do, we cannot say, okay, because we are agitating for Yoruba nation, the Igbo nation, and all these things, no, we will not take whatever is coming and all that. I don't think that is expedient now. But what I'm saying is that if whoever gets there does not, take us to true federalism, as in real true federalism, alias resource control, as far as I'm concerned, that person has not achieved anything. That is my belief.
Thank you very much. I think,
what was the essence of Bola Tinubu?
Sorry. I think I've now understood where you're coming from. If you pardon me, let me address your question with due respect.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Now,
no problem.
I need to make this. I need to make the following clarification. One, NINAS is not IPOB. NINAS stands for Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance, right? I think for self-determination or whatever. And their secretary that time, and is still, I believe, Secretary General is Mr. Tony Nadi. Now, as following, I have a platform in Njenje Media TV. What I do on that platform and what we do is to bring diverse opinion to speak, because I am a person who believes in Georgia as opposed to war. To your second question, that you felt that the Biafra agitation died down before the election. Now that's your feeling. Did the Yoruba Nation agitation die down before the election? I don't know. The question here is, what is always the reason why people agitate? When they feel a sense of injustice, they agitate, right? Why was IPOB and Yoruba Nation, why were they agitating? We must begin to unpick these things. Whoever becomes eventually the real president of Federal Republic of Nigeria must address the reasons that make these various groups, do not limit it to one, these various groups. Recall that in 2017, 2018, I think that was Oyegun, 2016, I think 2017, Oyegun was the chairman of APC. They thought wise at that point to bring a group of people led by Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State, to look at how best to, what they call, fix the nation. And they had that report. the APC restructuring document. Therein, the propositions included but not limited to referendum and other things. So because at that point, APC realized that, yes, there are sections of Nigeria that were, crying out foul. And how did they think they could fix it? Some of that report pick it back to the 2014 National Confab report, which sadly, again, was not implemented. That report is now kept at the back burner. So the question is, why are these people who are agitating, why are they agitating? Until government, now, today, tomorrow, must begin to listen to the people why they are agitating. And are their agitations fair? If yes, can you engage them and address some of these issues? On my platform, Professor Akintoye, even from Benin Republic and from Nigeria, joined Nina's conversations sometimes that I hosted and I questioned. When he said it's Yoruba nation or nothing, I said, sir, Professor is still on YouTube here. What do you mean by that? Are you going to break Nigeria if no one gives you Yoruba nation? That question he couldn't answer. Last week, the same professor that was saying that it is only Yoruba nation or nothing issues a statement that Tinubu is the best that's happened to Nigeria, that he is going to fix Nigeria. Will it then be fair, Professor, to accuse Professor Akintoye that he has abandoned his followers in the Yoruba nation struggle? I'm only a way house or a clearing house where ideas are nurtured and prohibited for the world and viewers to consume. So what I'm not saying is we look at this thing dispassionately. If on the occasion that Peter Obi becomes the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria and he does not do justice for everyone and he begins to oppress and do injustice to certain parts of this Nigeria, yes, the agitations can come out from anywhere and the people can begin to fight back. But I do not see that happening because, in fairness, if one is a man of fairness, a man who believes in equal rights and equal opportunity. Let me give us as an example. When Buhari was the president, he made the first appointment, second appointment, third appointment, fourth appointment. There was nobody from the Southeast in that appointment. I authored a press release as president of Ibe then. And one of my arguments is either if I have a father, I have 6 sons, and I have items to share to them. Maybe 30 items to give them. I come in the first round, I jump one of my son. Second, I jump one of my son, the same son. Third, I jump one of my son. And I wait till that son to tell me, Dad, why are you ignoring me? Or to say, bang on the table, what's that? What nonsense are you doing? Before I'll begin to look his side. It portrays me as a father without feeling and as a bad parent. So in essence here, what I'm saying, your question is very hypothetical. If Peter Obi is declared president, if the agitation in the Southeast will stop, then I ask and I push that question back to you, believing that you are from the Southwest, to say, if Tinubu eventually is declared president, would the Yoruba nation agitation stop? Unless if that agitation is not anchored on realism of fighting for something that people genuinely believe that something is not right. Thank you very much, Prof.
All right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate. Can I just chip in one word, Dr. Damidi, please, just to respond? Yeah. If Tinubu is legitimized as the president and he does what the people want, including the Southeast, which I believe is restructuring of this country or actually giving us true federalism that will give sense of belonging to all the geopolitical regions as against what Buhari did. Okay, because the main reason why I feel the Yoruba people were agitated is because things are so lopsided. We are not operating federalism the way it should be. If real federalism is inaugurated, that gives the Southeast a sense of belonging, the ability to be able to do what they want with their resources and all that free hand, appointment, everything, and it goes around the whole country. I do not think that there will be so much agitation from the Yoruba nation or Igbo nation or whatever. That's the way I feel. Because the
Thank you,
major reason
Professor.
why
And I
all these
believe you.
things are coming up are because
Thank you,
of that.
Professor. I don't think we need to go back and forth on this because I believe you've also answered your own question. Again,
right.
if fairness is on the table, everyone will feel happy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to CM. You're next. CM.
I don't think CM has paid for his internet services.
What is it about UK's internet and
Are you sure he's in UK? He doesn't behave like internet.
I think he's new, church. Check your microphone, please.
CM.
I think he's moved to France where they are burning internet.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our usual gathering. Mazi, Ezeoke, Nwanna. Let's bring it home. Ekechanama, Ebrunava Obi. My question is really about Anambra State. You know, because in the end, as a Njenje, Emecha, all those things, the thing my question is, do you think that Soludo, with his noble idea, what he's doing, and then is it not the flashback or whatever fight back he's getting, is due to the fact that those he removed from their means of livelihood, talking of the Agberus, they are the people all over the internet and social media fighting back, even concocting stories. Some of them, when you read it, you just start to laugh. Concocting stories. So do you think that Soludo is a victim of the war he declared on the touts in Anambra State to get rid of them and then replace them with the normal the use of technology to collect internally generated revenue? That's just my question. And then how does it benefit me and you? Thank you.
CM, you know why I'm laughing? You called the Agberos, you said it out. So I've never known that Agberos can now issue well-crafted press release. And you said he removed the Agberos. You know, it's funny because you removed them and brought them back. So why would they? It's the same constituency. You removed the Agberos and brought them back. And you are here, sitting down here, CM, telling us that we are using technology to pay tax. In which state? Anambra? I have not seen where we are using technology to pay tax. I think what is happening in Anambra is there are two faults here. There are two things that honestly I think happened in Anambra. One is that the uncalled for comments that he made, which is now come to hurt him real hard, because he said, nah, he can't even win 2 states. Well, we now know how many states that he won that got the whole nation jittery. So that's alone on that he's eating his words. But again, those comments and the fallout of those comments only exist within the elite. Only exist within the elite. If you go back, I went to Okoko. I said it before. The video is there. In fact, I might have actually, as we progress, I might go look for that video and share it in the comment section. The people in Okoko are telling you dirty refuge littered everywhere. That is their concern. That he said that Peter Obi won't win, or it doesn't concern them. They are telling you go to Ede Road, go to Ndidawel, where he's building roads. You and I, people will come, people who travel out of Nigeria, is this road? For them, for the past 20-something years, that road was not fixed. So for them, anything where they talk is their God. If you even talk anyhow, say, somebody who can slap you from the back. So we must understand this thing, that sometimes within the internet that there is this demarcation, that when you go down to the nitty-gritties of on the street, and I tell us, write this down. By the year 2024 December, I foresee when those structures, the buildings that's been knocked down now, when the structures are beginning to come up, the feelings that people had at the beginning will begin to change. I'm not his spokesperson, I'm not in his party, but again, truth at all times must be said, irrespective of who is taught. I do not think, as you are alluding, that the reason why we had some noise from Anambra State is that those touts you removed are the ones writing all sorts of things. I don't know when Agberos and Tout has gone to universities to begin to pen such wonderful essays. And secondly and lastly, I don't think that touts were removed. I think that's more like media abracadabra, because they were removed and they were called back. Today, if you go to Oyuga that you know, if you want to buy bread and leave your car 5 seconds at that Oyuga, your 4 tires will be chained. Yourself, if you come down from that motor, you'll be chained as well. That is the level we are in now.
What about Afonobi? Because that is usually the Afonobi.
There is no magic there.
There's some wishing you are in between them. So you mind what you say. You are in between them.
Don't worry. Afonobi is as jam-packed. If you're going from Afonobi to Oketiti, he says the gridlock there appears to have been Vaselined and
has built there. I don't know why they trade on the main road. Why can't he build the market for them? If that just to help.
Rudolph can attend to that. Anyway.
All right, thank you so much, CM. Let's go to
Thank you.
AY, you're next.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Mazi, Ezeoke, thank you for you make really beautiful submission. That also I'm here to actually ask a question. Before I have a comment. You compare the Biafra agitation.
Who is talking?
AY.
You compare the Biafra agitation with the Yoruba nation agitation. To be honest with you, I personally don't believe the Yoruba nation agitation was real. I think the real agitation we have in Nigeria that is real is the Biafra agitation. However, you also make a statement that even if Nnamdi Kanu is released, the sit at home in the Southeast is not going to stop, right? So if I start to be corrected anyway, so if that is correct, now my question is, what will stop the agitation, the crisis in the Southeast, including the sit at home, the agitation itself, and the other thing is, if Nnamdi Kanu is released, how will it change the situation? And the last one is, I don't personally believe that, Nnamdi Kanu might agitate, but I don't really believe he's speaking for the whole Igbo nation. I believe that Igbo nation is more sophisticated than anybody. It's bigger than any one individual. If there is any way the government want to resolve this issue, they should call the leaders in the Southeast. I don't know how the leaders are going to be chosen in the first state and sit on the round table to have discussion about Biafra. I don't think they should negotiate Biafra with one single individual. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Mazi.
Your question are multi-pronged. Your assertion that Yoruba Nation agitation was fake. I don't want to be quoted. I cannot say. All I know is that, they were agitating. But bear in mind, let's not lose sight. Why did Yoruba Nation actually agitation eventually, and a man called Sunday Boho became the face of it? Why did it happen? It appears we all forget easily. There was a time in the Southwest when the daughter of Fasoranti was killed, when in some places in Oyo, some strange individuals who we were told were not Nigerians, but they had brothers in Nigeria of certain ethnic stock who occupied the forests, and they were harming the inhabitants in those areas. As a result of that, it gave rise to one man saying, okay, if you support me, I'm going to do this. Just oppose that to the Southeast as well. At some point, in as much as there was, quote unquote, what many perceive that political exclusion, which is entirely, in my view, a game of the elites. Because if a minister is going to be given, not you and I, not someone from the street, is still among the elite, that a minister will be picked. And if you understand that it was more of an elitist fight, but it has to trickle down to the downtrodden. And in understanding that it now came down to the downtrodden, the question is, were the agitations right? If those agitations were right, why did government not engage? Must everything, because you have a hammer, look to you like nail that you must hammer on it? And finally, as I said regarding the sit at home and the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and I repeat for the umpteenth time, that I do honestly believe that the sit at home you see happening in the Southeast is, or rather has been ring fenced and has a lot to do with, criminality, that people are afraid to come out. Now, sometimes, and that is what sometimes the government and the elite will not tell you, and I will say it, that the people committing the crimes are known. They won't tell you, but I will say this. They are known. And because they wear the same hair tie as our mothers, and they wear the same red cap as myself, so because they are known, it means that in trying to alienate these individuals, like Professor Soludo will say sometimes, that this criminal element will hide under agitation to perpetrate their crime. When he went ahead to say, should Buhari release Nnamdi Kanu, it will be easier for them to deal with the criminal element. What does that quote tell you? That quote tells you that he knows and they know the people committing the crime, but they do not have what it takes for them to really bring down the sledgehammer, because in that they may hurt someone whom they probably will think, or they cannot differentiate between a criminal and someone who is agitating. Therefore, he then argues and goes on arguing, that's Professor Chukwumachal Soludo now, that if Nnamdi Kanu is released, then anyone who engages in this crime, now it becomes easier for them to deal with that individual, knowing fully well that that can no longer be hidden under the the umbrella of agitation. I believe that has done justice to that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. I want us to take a little break, maybe 3 minutes, while we watch your story on Oboko, your second visit to Oboko. So let's take a break, just 2 minutes, and then we will be right back. All right.
Updates of activities as regards to projects by the government of Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, who promised to start his governance in Oboko as he took over from Obiano in 2022. And here am I, the promise is about to be fulfilled. Here, I am only on a fact-finding mission for the world to see. If Soludo is doing anything, we will see it, not only on camera. We would also speak to people who are residents here, people who sleep here for more than 300 days every year. They wake up in Oboko and they sleep in Oboko. For those of you who are new to this platform and haven't watched the 2022 video, please like, share, subscribe to Njenje Media TV. Check the description of this video. You will see the link to the part 1 made in 2022, the original version. And by all means, share this video with all your family, your friends, your enemy, if you have any. Do not forget to subscribe, like, and share. This is the current status of Obodupu Road in Oboko.
If you have US dollars in your bank account, pay close attention because we could be days away from the biggest change to our financial system in 52 years. As a former vice president of a major US investment bank, I feel
You can hit
it's
skip,
my
hit
duty
the
to
skip,
prepare
hit the
for
skip,
what I
hit
believe
the
is
skip on
coming.
the side so you can
I'm
skip
Tika
it.
Tawari.
Rudolph, if you can move suggest to to anyone 20 who minutes, is pregnant, that would be helpful. not 20 to use minutes. keke on this road
21
if you want
minutes.
to avoid miscarriage. However, towards the end of that road heading to Ata, you have some sections that are not bad, exactly where we are now. But at the beginning of it, near the relief market, that was a terrible, terrible place. Again, I learned in this video by speaking to the people who are resident in Oboko that there are areas the government of Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo is really doing some great works. What we are going to do in this video is to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. We will start by going back to the Sakamori. According to my keke driver, this place was briefly cleared when Professor Soludo took over, but now it's returned back to the status quo. Dirt has taken over the place once more. Pigs are back. It's like the way it was in 2022. We are riding into Oboko through Oguagu Street, a popular street in Oboko. Many of you who have visited this area would know. Again, walking down, or rather driving down this street a year after, there is absolutely no change in these areas. Maybe the government would eventually come and do something at these areas. Again, some would even question, what could government do aside from roads? Obuagu Street. This is a very bad portion in that street that has failed totally. But my keke driver has a way of maneuvering these small islands of water. At this point, I asked him to park because I've noticed something that appears to be a work being done recently. You know, the Sakamori Quarter, constructed in the late 90s or mid 90s, had its water channel towards the Idemiri River and the River Niger. On your right, you can see the huge refuge dump that I had to climb in order to get a better view. This water channel goes to GMO, Iowa, or Dekman. One will believe that the water channel that is being constructed here will lead directly into the Sakamori Gota, and where you have this water collection would eventually be filled in to have or to create, or rather to recreate the old road that led to Nketako, or as some will say, GMO. Well, for argument's sake, let us argue that the government is doing something that will keep us coming back. That means we'll have an appointment already for the year 2024.
All right, let's stop here and get back to the conversation. Oh, by the way, Mazi, thank you so much for the work you're doing. These are important things. When we talk about holding the government accountable, someone has to go out there, get these pictures and these videos, and maybe by showing it, people in authorities, political positions and stuff like that will be able to do something. All right. So, Mazi, do you want to say something before we continue with the questions from the audience? Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it seems as if it just went up.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
I just want to make sure it's not.
I can hear you.
Okay, I think he's out for now. We will reconnect with him. Okay, he's trying to reconnect. All right. This is important. I think sometimes we talk, what we say is important too, but going on the ground there and getting the images and pictures is something that is vital. Sometimes when people see these pictures, okay, welcome back, Mazi.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, can you hear me now, Rudolph?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You know, sorry, at the moment I wanted to talk, my internet started playing Karo Karo. We have a lady who is upside down. Is she from the moon?
If yeah, people have been making that comment.
Oh, okay.
I think
I nearly bent my neck because okay. So you know, thanks for playing that. I think the issue is that part of holding government to account, and that will bring to you now, Rudolph. We are now looking for grants to do more. Make una begin arrange grants for us. So you see, the thing is, these things are at great risks and also at great cost to go out there to ensure that these things are done. You can only do it if you're passionate about them. And obviously governments don't like them. But one good thing I would tell us, if you're any one of us, if whatever you can do, at the end of the day, they do watch them and they listen. I know sometimes the feedback, you know, they will come out and tell you, oh, you're hitting hard as if you're quarreling with them. I say, well, the moment you are elected is nothing personal. You know, we have to hold you to account. And what I have done and what Njenje Media has done with this video is to say, this is how Oboko looked in the year 2022. 1 year later, this is how it looks. Next year, it will never stop. We'll go back 2024. This is how. So in the end, we'll have 4 years to say in one split, the way all of us are here now, we'll have 4 split screen, the same street, the same area that we've mapped out. This is how. So if there were any changes, I wouldn't be here, you know, you can't accuse me of getting paid as PR and now I'm blowing government vuvuzela. No. If there are changes, you will see it. If there are none, not my mouth and I go here say somebody shit for inside church.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me go to Mr. Scribe before I continue. Mr. Scribe, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph. Awesome, Ekadem. So you know, your brother said you were in the middle of two noble people. Now I'm in the middle of two people. And your brother, when he took the question to Obi, Achom Kampuama, my question is it's going to be centered on Nigeria from a very neoclassical standpoint. If you would indulge me a little bit there. You know the whole concept about one Nigeria. Does this concept of one Nigeria, does it align more with neocolonialism? And I say this, you know, considering the historical exploitation, pre and post colonialism, you know, also tied with transatlantic slave trade. And this whole idea of one Nigeria, is it just, you know, a concept, you know, what is it really? And is it, I see it more what I think it's just something, an offshoot of neocolonialism structures, rather than it being a genuinely, or rather than it being, you know, genuinely promoting nationalism and well-being of the Nigerian people. And I ask you this question within the context of, you know, your observations of the Peter Obi campaign because, you know, without you making that video of the day in the life of Peter Obi, I think that, in my opinion, based on analytics, if anybody wants to take me on that, that's where the trajectory started. So you observed all these things, and how do you think this has hampered, or has it, in my opinion, it has exposed a little bit more about where we are as a nation, as a people? What do you think? Do you think I'm right that this is, we have, as Al Mustafa will put it, unseen hands, neocolonialism setups that are impeding us in a way?
I think you know the answer to the question you asked, but probably want me to reaffirm or to disagree with you on this. The construct of Nigeria as one entity takes us back to the history of the emergence of Nigeria as a nation. Recall the pre-independence conferences that was held in England, Lancaster and Co. Recall the disagreements by those various leaders, and eventually the eventual agreement to come together for the convenience of the convener, in this case, the British. And for us to, over time, build mutual understanding, respect, and cement and bond together. It would not be fair to say that Nigeria hasn't made progress since that time. Of course, Nigeria has. In the context that, you know, when we say the ideas of our founding fathers, I say sometimes jokingly, this idea is no clear for our eye, because we don't even understand that idea again. You know, because those things, ideas or ideal, as we progress, we find out that the subsequent leaders were not able to manage the ethnic diversity. And sometimes some Nigerians appear to be more Nigerian than the other. They are more receptive to say, okay, I can move from point A to point B. I want to be part of this community. They build, they settle down, they live, and they believe this place is their home. Whereas there are some other Nigerians who, at the back of their mind, that they can move from point A to point B. Thinking I'm actually not part of this place. This is, I'm still a foreigner here, and let me limit whatever I'm going to do. Observing these facts, believe that was what gave rise to the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, eventually to build these bonds. Okay, let's do this thing for the next generation. And it worked to some extent. It worked. That people began to have, from nationalistic point of view, move from point A to point B, where they will not usually want to move into, or an area they will not necessarily want to visit. My candid opinion, move between 1990s and now. We made progress, but suddenly where we ought to even leapfrog, it appears that the leaders thwarted the moment we jumped, they cut the belt and we landed where we landed. Not that the individual Nigerians are not willing and ready to make that leapfrog. Let's understand this distinction here. If you recall, it is very sad, honestly, very sad, that in 2023, most times Nigerians were,
All right.
We can't hear you. Sorry.
He muted himself. Tell him to unmute. He's muted.
Okay.
He muted
He's
himself.
muted. You're muted. Good observation. Yeah.
All right. I hope he can hear us. Mazi, okay, we can hear you.
Yeah. Tell him to mute. Hit your mute button. Unmute speakerphone. The speaker on your phone. Unmute. Hit it so you can unmute.
Mazi, okay, you muted yourself.
He muted himself.
Let me send him a private message. All right.
Sorry, Rudolph, I hear everything. I didn't mute myself. You see, the challenge here is when the internet drops, when it tries to reconnect, it mutes you, so it has to wait until it stabilizes before you come back. Okay? So now, without losing my train of thought, what I'm trying to say is, in the year 1993, nobody cried foul that two Muslims were contesting the election. From what we had in 1993, we were supposed to have improved on it. But suddenly, because of what the leaders have done in the last 10 years, we had gone backwards. Because of what the leaders, now, not the Nigerian people. If we take, for instance, that many people don't want to speak about, you come in 2023 in Lagos, suddenly you're reminded that, hey, if you look certain way, we think we know where you're going to vote. And you ask yourself, it doesn't matter how I look. The two individuals or three individuals contesting in the three main political parties, and none of them wears my red cap. Why is it then a problem for someone to make a choice? It is not the people of Lagos, and I must emphasize this. It is not the people of Lagos that said and acted on those things. It is the leadership that engineered the people to think in certain ways. In 2019, you were asked that if you do not, was it 2015, that if you do not vote in certain way, that you are going to be lagooned. As the person who made that comment, was he ever invited? Was a law enforcement officer himself? Now a paramount ruler. Has he in any way, shape, or form been invited? No. And that trajectory continued. Even when the people know who their neighbors are. I was in England a couple of weeks ago where Charlie Boy had a birthday. And there, Charlie Boy is from Oguta in Imo State. And there, a testimony was given of a man from Ekiti State who told the world to hear that he is a man from Ekiti State. But Charlie Boy from Oguta never met him, doesn't know him, doesn't know his parents, but saw him as a newspaper vendor. Today, the young man, Charlie Boy, paid his university first degree, paid his second degree, and the young man is now doing a third degree in the United Kingdom, in Edinburgh to be precise. Humanity at play. We have allowed ourselves. So that construct you're talking about, it is a new colonialism concept that we could have managed ourselves because our diversity could be an asset. But the way the leaders have made this diversity to work today has actually, it has become a threat. In the 60s, there was a time, I mean, do you know, and when people, when we talk about this Igbo Yoruba thing, I say, come on, guys. The Yorubas are not bigots. When they voted for Dr. Nanda Azikiwe as their premier, they weren't bigots. Bigots don't just vote for someone else. They were looking at competence. The Yorubas weren't bigots. When they voted Dr. Nyanwodo to become the SU president in their territory, the Igbos were not bigots when they allowed a Fulani man in 1953 to be a mayor in the city of Enugu. However, when politicians fail in getting that which they wish and which they want, they fall back to their ethnic inclination. Now, social engineering comes in. They engineer the minds of the people. In 2023, suddenly you begin to hear, oh, Yoruba Renu, an Igbo man or someone from the Niger Delta that have lived with you, the AJ, that is the Ajegule, is the home of the Niger Delta. They own it. The numbers there beat the Igbos, beat the Yorubas, they own it. But suddenly, in AJ City, someone now, a place 2-3 generations, we are born there, they are raised there, begins to tell you this place is not your home. And you begin to question that construct of Nigerianness. And there is a whole lot of work to be done. Be it anyone who eventually has this government, has a lot of work put out for that individual to do. Where is our National Orientation Agency? Like I said before, when I alluded to the issue of Inec, there must be consequences on this. There is no reason why this will not repeat itself in 2027 if those who have done it in 2023 are not seen to be punished openly and transparently. It will continue. If you look at, there is no reason why another EndSARS will not happen, and the worst will happen again. I bet you. Why? Because those that took part in the events that that led to Nigerian youths saying no, enough is enough. Those that took part, those that killed Nigerians, those that killed people covering themselves with their national flag, unarmed, with live bullets, until they are brought to book. A greater one. It can only take a while. What has happened now is gone under, but the anger is still boiling. But for some people to even begin to regionalize this smacks of irresponsibility of the leadership, because Nigerians, if you cut me, if you cut you, all of us, any black person that you cut open, we have the same blood running in us. Let's not eventually get to the point where Rwanda becomes our case. because that is how we started. You know, people, listen, it hurts me. It hurts me to listen to. I watched a video, not a reverend, one of these apostles saying within the next 100 days how he was going to relocate from here to the other side. Yet the same person hosted the governorship candidate of APC during the last election. Did he know that something like that will happen? We must, as a people, keep speaking about this. I think sometimes it really hurts that instead of us to condemn evil, like I made an allusion before, why did Igboho become an issue? Because when it was pertinent for a sitting president to stamp his foot and say, whoever comes out of Nigeria, a foreigner, kills a Nigerian, must and should and must be punished. But the moment you fail to punish that individual, what does he do? He gives the impetus. Who cares if a man dies in Oshobo and he's killed by somebody from Niger? Does he make the death any less than a death? Or he's killed by somebody from Anambra State, or somebody from Bama Namuda, from somebody from Ugwash? It doesn't matter. Until we begin to punish criminals and crime, call them by their names without ethnic inclination. What happened in Lagos should not have happened. What happened in Lagos, it's something that should, if we want genuine reconciliation, go back and look at it. If not, the construct, as you alluded to, my good friend Scribe, would be, would still be a thing of, it will only be something hanging in the air. Because people will tell you, how can it be that today, if a child is born in, I don't know, for sake of whatever, if a child is born in Anambra, and he wants to contest governorship in Anambra, they will now begin to tell him, oh, your father is not from this state. We have to decide if we want to be a nation or not. That child that is born in Anambra, pays tax in Anambra, has as the same right as Mazi Ezeoke to contest for the governorship of Anambra State, and let him be voted for. That is a place he calls home. The same thing happens to someone who is bettered in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Kaduna, in Kano. There was an idea floated by Pastor Tunde Bakari when he ran with President Buhari in 2011. The idea was to replace state of origin with place of state of residence. If you move from anywhere and live in Imo State for 10 years and pay your tax, for Christ's sake, this is your home. That is where you live. That is where you pay your tax. The day Rudolph will find the money that I'm looking to give for him, he can run the mayor. He can run for the mayor of.
I would disagree with that one, but let's continue.
Rudolph can run for the mayor of New York, and I see the way I look at him, by the mere look of his glasses, Rudolph has the potential to win the election. Yet I know the day Rudolph moved to New York from Nigerian world. So what are we saying? This construct, I mean, let's get serious here, people. This concept is a concept that if we want it to work, it will work. But if not, if we continue in this trajectory from what we have seen from this election, sadly, we are going back instead of, coming forward to integrate Nigeria the more. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. Okay.
Thank you so much for, I want to give you kudos for making sure that you married it to three things: liberty, equality, and fraternity. You did a brilliant job. And, you kind of understood my question very well. But, that question is owing to the fact of I actually played tribute to your work. Because if you remember when you started, the kind of videos you were uploading at the time, you could clearly see that, if you compare it to where you are now, you could clearly see that you started with, probably I want to allege that you were educating yourself on the history of Biafra. You were part of those first people who put Ojukwu speeches online and everything. And at a certain point, you started that dual voice Hausa thing, and then gradually you metamorphosed. So mostly my question was surrounding around your journey, and to kind of see if how I understand you is it. And I want to say, like, thank you so much for hitting the nail on the head. Listening to you was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Scribe. Let's go to Austin. You're next.
So I just wanted to ask a question, a simple question. Do you feel that I don't know if I ask you, I know that you're an obedient, you supported Obi in the last election. Do you think that if Obi could have come from maybe the west or from the north, it could have been different? And secondly, is there anything that the rest of Nigeria is so afraid of those from the east? I don't know if I want to just make random sampling. I may be tempted to say that the average Igbo man is more richer, maybe when it comes to money, compared to some of the other ethnic. Do you feel that some people are a little bit afraid that since you have the money, it will be very bad to have the political power? I don't know. What do you have? What's your take on that?
I don't know who counted the money to say that the Igbos are richer, but I think what happened in the last election is beyond just Peter Obi being Igbo. It is a clear indication that Nigeria is afraid of competence. I said this, and it brings me back, and I stay squarely within APC. Why did Professor Yomi Osibanjo not get the ticket? Had Professor Yomi Osibanjo gotten the ticket, do you think that Obi's momentum will be as loud as it is? These are open questions. So if you view it from this trajectory, if you view it from this realm, you would understand that it is beyond Peter Obi being Igbo. Because honestly, I do not want to dwell within that realm of just limiting the conversation to that ethnic narrative. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Austin. Olumide, you're next.
Hello, Rudolph. Hello, panelists. And hello, Mazi Ezeoke. Thank you for giving me the floor. I just want to say, Mazi Ezeoke, you've been doing a very wonderful job. I've been watching you all this while from your days in NINAS, working with the different ethnic groups within NINAS to collaborate together to bring change to the country. And I appreciate everything you've been doing. You are an erudite journalist. You've made the best use of the online platform to bring information to the people and knowledge. And again, I just want to apologize again for the initial bus stop before Rudolph put me backstage. But you know what? For somebody like me, it is very difficult for me to see someone like Electricity talk some things and not challenge it. You know, he says so many things that are out of line and he thinks he's right, you know, and he needs to be challenged. And then he has come to see me as a threat. I mean, to see me as somebody who, I don't know, but that's his own cup of tea. As far as he continues to say things like that, he will be challenged. Because you were saying.
No, hold on, Olumide, hold on. So, yeah. Olumide, like I said, I don't know if you understand, if you understood what I said before. It's not about, this is not have your say 247. This is 90 Minutes Africa. So it's a different show. So we have a guest. So we're talking.
Oh, no. I'm referring to what Electricity said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't be referring to what he said.
Okay,
that we
no.
had.
I was only trying to have him correct himself.
No.
Because
You are
you know
speaking
why?
the
You
same
know
thing.
why, Rudolph? Listen.
No.
You know why? He
Yeah.
said on the record, June 2nd. This is July 2nd, not June 2nd. So I was only trying to let him know that he's no different. He's no different from
Olumide, follow
1999.
the format of the guy that owns this channel. The
That's
man
okay.
wants to follow his
Rudolph,
format.
leave him, let him talk. Rudolph, you people should leave him, let him talk.
Wait.
He's
He's not different from the 1999
Let
constitution
him
that said
talk.
we the people. You're not different from them.
I don't want to mute you. We have a
Okay.
We have a
Mazi.
test.
Mazi
Your job is to ask
Mazi Ezeoke, that's fine. Let me
You have
ask
to
you a
unmute
question.
yourself.
There will be a chance for have our say, and I will come for you real hard. Don't worry. You okay? I will be coming after you. So watch your back. Mazi Ezeoke, I have a question for you. So some of us we were following Ninas. Some of us were following Ninas, and obviously majority of the people that we looked up to carry this campaign by Ninas. People like in the Yoruba side, people like Akitoye, people like you in the Biafran side, and we had the Middle Belt side, we had the South side. And as the election approached, some things happened, and we were beginning to see some of those people as people who betrayed the intention of some of us abroad, who thought, you know what, this would have been an opportunity to bring that constitution down, bring the country down, and force a negotiation by the then Buhari government. But things went haywire. So, but I began to understand. I began to really understand why. I mean, I don't blame you for championing someone like Peter Obi in the Labour Party to campaign to. You campaign for him, if I'm right, for him to be elected president. But I just wanted to look into to see some of you that were insiders of the Nina's campaign. What exactly happened? Why did it fail?
Okay. Now, thank you very much. I corrected this impression before, and I'm going to correct it again. I am not, and I have never been, a member of any of the organization you so mentioned.
Okay.
I run a media company, and I offered my platforms for conversations.
Okay.
And I host these conversations. When Seun Okinbaloye interviewed someone consistently from the APC, that doesn't make Seun Okinbaloye an APC member. Or when Rufai Oseni and Ruben Abati interview someone from Labour Party or whoever, that doesn't make them belong to that party. When the status quo did not want to hear, this is information that I don't need to make public, but when the status quo did not want to hear the ideas espoused by Tony Nadi and co, yes, I had a platform and I offered them to stream and to present these ideas to the public. I believe in ideas because ideas rule the world. When there was an issue during the EndSARS and the life of my people was in danger, with the help of Nzuko Munna, Professor Patu Tumi, I brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on this, my platform, to also apologize to the Yoruba nation based on certain utterances he made. So does that make me an IPOB member? No. My job remains to keep bridging the gap. If today I have access to speaking to whoever is within the Boko Haram and they kill people, I want to get into their brains to understand why they do what they do. But would that then make me that I am now a member of Boko Haram? I brought Professor Akintoye here, Tony Nadi, Igboho, and so many of them when they want to issue their press releases and press conferences. You know, the other journalists come in, but I anchor it because I want Nigeria. You see, and that's why I have problem when we as Nigerians talk. We say, "Oh, it's either Yoruba nation or this is the only solution." I say, no, it is only one solution. Oh, Biafra or nothing is only solution. I say, no, it is one solution. Oh, one Nigeria or everybody. Is a no, it is part of the, is only one. There are multiple solutions to this. But what I have tried within the COVID and now to do is to aggregate these ideas so that we find a middle ground. You disagree with me, I disagree with you, but if we begin to talk, can we force the leadership to begin to listen? And can the leadership then say, this is where we are headed to? Right? And it's not the same as when you say, okay, for instance, we have the Ninas, we have the IPOP, we have the Yoruba Nation, you have so many, you have the Samba, that is the Southern and Middle Belt Alliance, and you have other groups. But in looking at them, myself, made a conscious decision to say, if we go through an election, because understanding what every other person was proposing, to some people might seem utopic. Some might look impossible. But the question is, what offers us the lesser evil? Because at the end of the day, irrespective of what you and I want, you still have a system that you need to go through. If somebody say, yeah, we must bring the constitution down, I say, okay, go and bring it down now. Now me go bring them. Oh, no, we must end Nigeria now. Go end them now. Give us Yoruba nation now. Where your hand there, go take them. So, but there are other ways I believe you can, because sadly we have come to a place where, Nigerians are afraid of each other. They are afraid of this, they're afraid of that. So it's something that takes time to actually begin to explain all these things. When we talk about constitution, everybody, hey, if you give us constitution, if you do this, I can tell you, even the same constitution we operate. If the states do the things they have to do, we won't be where we are. But they are telling you, we don't have the right. They haven't given us two federalism, blah, 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 nonsense. You cannot, they tell you, oh, you can't build bridge. Niger has Delta and Anambra started fourth Niger bridge, and federal government come and stop them. Has Anambra built railway, stopping it at Amansi, Enugu, federal government to come and uproot all the rails? But they will tell you, oh, it's the concurrent risk. He is this. Until you listen, it's just that we keep giving excuses. Today, every state governor has become a contractor. Oh, we are constructing road. We know the shame. We will just go. We want to cut ribbon. Why? We spend money. The amount we spend in commissioning of road can actually build 10 other roads. Now, tell me what the local government chairmans are doing. What are they doing? They are there. Governor has become the constructor, the council, one person. Yet the same people under Buhari, they want local government autonomy. The state voted against it. Aren't we the greatest enemy of ourselves? Why we demand more? But the question is, the ones that were even given to ourselves. Tell me which state in Nigeria, since they moved electricity, train, and some items into the concurrent list. How many states in Nigeria has built, is even talking about building their own state electricity? How many of them has master plan to build rail? Lagos that started this is Stami Morolia. We have seen it now. We did the train will run. They will be pushing it. People will come down and push the train to go. Listen, my brother, the complexity of what we're saying, it's neither here nor there. I want us, sometimes when we watch videos, when we watch presentations, that we understand the thinking behind it. That people anchor stuff, that people try to harmonize and bring people together to speak, doesn't necessarily make them that now they are now part of the organization in question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Rudolph. Can I just ask one follow-up question?
No, not even one. Hold on. Okay. If we have a chance, let's see how things are going. We'll get to you again. For those who are in the studio, if your camera is not on, we are not going to bring you in. So if you don't want to ask a question, you can actually watch on YouTube so that we have room for people who are interested in coming in. Now, let's go to, I'll skip the people who have had a chance to say something. Let me go to Fix. Fix is joining us from Abuja. Fix, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Ludo.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Fine. Mazi Ezeoke. Thank you. As I'm going to speak, God will strengthen you. I saw when you went to my hometown, Hosa, Uburu precisely.
No, if you are Ezeoke.
You are speaking the language of my brothers. Mazi Ezeoke, please. When next you go there, though Umai is out of the seat now. When next you go there, I would have loved as you cover the hospitals and the international airport to ask him what happened that over 20 years now in his hometown there is no electricity, and the old old lines that we are enjoying the small NEPA is no longer there. You know.
Okay, thank you. I would try as much as possible to do that, but you also remember that we buy fuel, and when next I will go, I'll be telling you so that you tell your people to arrange some palm wine for me. That is what I take.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Ludo, I don't have this. I all agree with what Mazi Ezeoke is saying. You know, it's just how to move the country forward. Then let's beginning tomorrow we'll be following up. Mazi Ezeoke will be following up on all the updates. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Rudolph, you are muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, it's because of you. You called me and I had to mute myself to answer you. You're next.
I apologize for that.
Yes.
Mazi Ezeoke, thank you very much for your job. I have not really watched your. Thank you very much for your job. I'm sorry for going forward before you answer, before you respond. So I hope everything is going well.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, I haven't really watched your channel. I have not watched your channel, but I'm going to go watch it. But what I'm going to say mostly is commentary instead of question. And my commentary is going to be based on what you said and your video. What I'm going to say is this. Nigeria has a very unique problem that we believe is unique. But to me, it's not unique. It's in every country. But our response is more damaging to our institution as a country. Before the British, we Africans didn't have boundaries, and we all lived in harmony. We traded from Kanu to Uyo, from Lagos to Canton, all the way to Congo, down to Zanzibar and Mogadishu. And there was no problem. We traded. But as soon as country boundaries were drawn, problems started. You see, as soon as country boundaries were drawn, problems started. But the problem wasn't there when before 1960, in the middle 1950s when independence started coming. The problem was there. So, what I'm saying in essence is this. We manufactured this problem in Nigeria. Most of the problems in Nigeria today are manufactured, just like you said, Mazi, by the greedy ones. The ones that want to divide and rule. the ones that want to do whatever they can to keep us divided, from Yoruba to Hausa to Igbo. And one thing that I know is that it's not even up to 1% of Nigerians that do this damage to the entire 99%. It's not even up to 1% that hold the 99% hostage. But what it tells you is that there are more fools in our country than brilliant ones. Meaning that, how can 1% be intelligent and the 99% are fools? We have to go back and reassess ourselves and fish out the problem in our community, move our country forward. The thing about us today is that we don't know how to persevere in the midst of hula baloo, in the midst of problem, in the midst of calamity. We can't focus, and we need to focus. When somebody is building something, and people are all over you saying that, oh, this thing cannot happen, this thing cannot progress, this thing is not supposed to be here. All you have to do is just wave those noise off and focus. You see what I'm saying? Focus and keep doing what you're doing. And I got to tell you, 2 years from now, people are going to be like, wow. The same people that are telling you that is not possible will be like, oh, you did it. Whenever a project starts, there are people that will try to stop that project even before it was announced. The project Nigeria is a successful project. But the problem is the noisemakers and certain people are not allowing the rest that want to do the job. But they are talking, they're not stopping. Like you said, the fourth mainland bridge can be built. The third mainland bridge can be built in Nigeria by the two neighboring states, without the federal government ever interfering. But criminals will tell you, oh, it's the federal government that is stopping them. The federal government doesn't stop you from nothing. Obiano told us that is never the case. You know why? Obiano built an international airport in Anambra State. Was he ever stopped by the federal government? No, he was not. You can do what we can do. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to stop you because we want to get to other people. We don't really give room for just comments for long, but we appreciate your contribution to the conversation. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to number 6 field. Your question, please.
Thank you so much. You're welcome, Mazi. And thank you, Dr. Damages, for this platform that sustains national debate. My question is not a question, it's just a poser to you, like a discourse. Because I've listened to you speak and you are very well-rounded. I want to go to development. And please answer my question not from a historical perspective, but from futuristic optimism, hope, and forward-looking idealism. Now, my poser is this. Could you please provide a discussion on the possibility of a South-South, Southeast economic bloc with a focus on integrative regional economic development? Thank you.
Is that for Rudolph? Rudolph, I think they said that's
no. You are the guest. It's for you.
It's for you, sir.
Well, it will interest you to know that when Jonathan left, before Jonathan left office, that we already had such. If you go today, I think we still have about over 15,000 or 20,000 people on Facebook under that organization. It's called SESNet, Southeast South-South Network. That organization, which I was also a co-founder, was aimed at a regional integration between these two regions. Today, the rest is history. Why? Because there is limit what individuals can do.
Mazi, we lost you again. There was someone that was here. I had to remove him because he was eating. Part of our rules is that you don't eat on air. So,
okay, sorry, I'm back. When the
Yeah.
internet does this magic, you know.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I think Inec is trying to bring me to their level of disruption. But I got the way they drink now, beer, been waiting. Anyway, what I was saying is, to your question, of course, that is a possibility. And efforts were made to make that happen. But also bear in mind, which we were also involved in, there was something that happened between the southeast and the southwest called handshake across the Niger, under the leadership of Dr. John Nyanwodo as the Ohanese president. And they ilked some section of Nigeria that they had to make efforts to insist that it should be extended to say handshake across Nigeria. But the original idea behind it was to recognize the linkage between the southwest and southeast, bearing in mind how Ironsi died in the house of his host, who did not allow him to be taken away without first getting to him. The rest is history. Fast forward today. In all those events that were planned, those ideas, regional integrations, handshake, where were those in the light of the 2023 election, when it was needed that these two regions are actually, as the Oni of Ife will say, brothers and not enemies? If I move back again to the Niger Delta, as you alluded to, or rather the South-South, and under CESNET, that you say these are brothers and sisters who, by the mere demarcation of Nigeria, has departed in different directions. And in 2011, they gave their unalloyed support to President Goodluck Jonathan. And in 2015, they gave more than Jonathan and his people collectively. When it matters then to pay back in the same coin, isn't it then history how we saw Wike and suddenly how Jonathan was mute in all the things that happened? So, my brother, it's not the lack of ideas of individuals to champion such which you are suggesting. But sometimes and most times where those fail is the lack of political leadership to take this and run. Because there is limit to what you can't talk about regional integration. You can always conduct symposium. I know how much of my own personal resources we put to even get everyone that matter to come to our den to have these and spend those money. I mean, we're happy spending the monies if results are there, but the political class, then if these ideas are generated now, given to them to run, because they do not have any interest in seeing that such ideas blossom and get basically grow, because there is no financial gain, so to say, that will accrue from it, would always let it die. And that is the tragedy. And that's where we'll find ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do now is the two people.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, number 6, Phil. Two people who are here to speak, we get a chance to speak. And then, depending on our guest, if he wants to stay a little longer, we can get second rounds of questions from CM and other people who are here. But let's go to Tim Z. UNS. You are in Uele, I believe, in Nigeria. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, thank you very much. And also, I greet the house. I'm very sorry for coming and going. I don't know, the rain has been frustrating my network. But what I have to say, let me also appreciate Mazi for your time and also answering to questions, which are very, very much important and vital to us all that are here in this platform. You know, Nigeria is something we cannot run away from because we have already come into it, and what we need to do is to find a way to see how we can make things work positively for us and our children, also for our family. So I wonder, my question is, why is most of the governors, I wonder why they don't concentrate on making their own state look unique. And I wonder why most of it, they always complain about the federal government. And most of the states, they always receive huge allocation. But these allocations are not used for what it was allocated for. So I believe Nigeria can work positively when these governors, and other people who are working in the executive sector puts their mind into working for the people. Sometimes I'm very surprised that a country like Nigeria, they don't even have their own personal tractors, they don't have machines, equipment to do roads, to do other infrastructure. A country like Nigeria still depend on contracts, giving themselves contracts, enriching their family, enriching their friends, enriching their neighbor. It's very wrong. A country, because if Nigeria as a country have about 1 million tractors and other equipment, imagine the numbers of people that they will employ. And imagine if these people that are concentrating on this job are putting that energy in doing this work. You will see that most of these places that we already are, we are seeing the bad roads and other places would have been, because there are people who they have employed. But it's so sad that we are in a country where even the leaders, they already know that the people are suffering. They don't care. You know, they don't care. Look at the fuel issue. People keep saying this and that, but the country, they really don't care. They are only after what they can get. So my question and what I want to know is, why is the government, the governors especially, why do they always like to, after their tenure, they will lie that the federal government did this, did that, do that, why them themselves? Even some states personally can also have tractors and also electricity to power their own states. But because of wickedness, and we know that the country we are is one when nobody shook hand for black man.
All right.
So
thank you, Tim Z.
Yes.
Tim Z, incidentally, you answered your own question. So I don't know what else to answer there. You know, why the governors are, when they leave office, they suddenly realize, I mean, because the effigy of office is no longer there. So suddenly they are buying petrol. There was a former governor of Imo State that is now going around telling people that there is that if in the last election, that if they had re-elected him, he would dredge one river, I can't remember the river in Imo State, to the sea, you know, and, you know, it was buzzing. I say, why did he discover that? This is a man who knew about that before the election. But he was there for 4 years. He never did that. So afterwards, he suddenly realizes. But in my own commentary, I will tell him, let him consult Google Earth, because it is easy this time around for people to be brandishing all manner of unverified information. So to your question, I mean, the governors, sadly, sometimes the effigy of office, seriously on that, kind of takes away their thinking, and they believe that this office probably will never end. And sometimes, it's a shock to them that it's actually come to an end, and those things that they think they should have done, they haven't done it. We know a governor, I believe, a governor in Cross River, who was crying on a national TV that he felt the people that this is not what he wanted to do. I said, okay, nobody took the key away from you. You still had the key, But he cried that he failed his people. And he's not alone, but he's the only one that cried. But I believe others are also crying privately that they have failed the people, that they didn't do what they were elected to do. So, reason why they do that, I can only hazard a guess. I'm not yet a governor, so I probably wouldn't know if there is water in the government house. If they drink it, it will wipe their brain. I don't know. So, just pardon me on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to X0, I believe.
Yes, good evening, House. Good evening, Dr. Mazi Ezeoke. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph.
Please, no add doctor, I beg. I'm not dispensing any drug.
I thought you have been promoted. I thought you have been promoted.
No, I beg. Don't address me in a borrowed robe. It's only Mazi Ezeoke.
Okay, Mazi. As this the topic of this discussion states, what changes has Peter Obi brought to Nigeria's politics? I think one of the changes that he brought was you, because before the election, you were kind of on the alternative media. I would say the alternative news, where we get direct news and direct information. But then he brought you to the mainstream, where everybody now saw and we're listening to you live and direct from everywhere, every location. So I think you are one of those changes. Now, down to my question. There's a lot of things that we discussed after the election. We saw a lot of problems. We saw a lot of things that were capable of, bringing a sane nation to cataclysm, to a total stop and rethink and overhaul. We've had a similar incident during the NSAS, but we didn't get the right kind of, reaction from the international community. And that, from what I see, is because there are a lot of, stakeholders who wouldn't want Nigeria to break up. So in this kind of solutions you proffer, like you made mention of the CESNET and the others, I don't know who are I believe they are big heavyweights in those groups. How do you impute the effect of international intelligence involved in, because every solution you bring, they find another way of shutting it down because they see all the discussions. So do you put this in mind when you are, finding solutions in these different groups, knowing fully where they're watching and they are ready to, any action you bring, they're ready to face you with a different reaction, equal reaction?
All right, thank you.
I am one person. I've lived in a couple of the Western world, in a couple of their countries. Having studied in Germany and the Netherlands and lived in the United Kingdom and still have some affiliations there. I can tell you that I believe we are the ones feeling ourselves. It is, in my view, lazy man thinking to say that if we want to, develop our place, somebody will come and stop us. It's just excuses that we give because we haven't really made any good inroad in doing that. Imagine in your village, you want to, make water to work. What we had in the 1940s. Is somebody's going to fly in from Germany or UK to make that not to happen? And you want to use local technology to fix your roads, and somebody will come, maybe when you finish that road at night, to come and dig it up. But we'll keep, before we even go far, where we even get them involved, the basics that shows that we are human, that we can do for ourselves and for ourselves alone, we haven't. Are the Western world stopping us? Or did the Western world tell Buhari to be an incompetent minister of petroleum for 8 years? Are they stopping him from making the refineries work? Did they stop him from making decisions that will make every Nigeria feel that they are part of Nigeria? So be it at that national level or at a regional level, or the insecurity that plague the various regions in Nigeria by the locals themselves, the international community, communities, as it whichever nomenclature we choose, are they the ones doing that? I think we are honestly, I think we aren't doing enough for ourselves, and therefore this constant blame. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not ignorant of international relations and things that can come from other places, but I think the moment we start and we are ready to pick our pieces, we can get somewhere. That's honestly my honest take. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Forefathers. Forefathers, Eunice.
Yeah, and thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, chat, and the viewers, and a special greetings to Mazi, Ezeoke. I've been listening to you, and you sound like a very, very, I think, one of the most intelligent distinguished guests I've seen on this panel. Regarding the issues that we are facing, from my point of view, there has to be a sense of urgency, given the challenges that we are facing. And in terms of fixing these issues, from what you just said just now, it's not, I think we tend to have this conversation about, it's not foreigner, it's us. Most things are based on feedback loop. Even our leadership is based on feedback loop. We contribute to the leadership contributes rubbish to us. And the question is, how do you break that chain? Because this is why we keep going round in circles. We try to fix stuff, nothing ever works. For me, I have my own solutions. I've said it all the time that we never took care of what needed to be done. And I will ask you for this, okay, I don't want to give you my own reasons because maybe you've heard me and a lot of people know where my stand is. If you wanted to fix Nigeria, and you know full well, we have 5-10 years to reach a point of no return where we will never reclaim our destiny again, what would be the path you would choose? Because I heard what Electricity was saying earlier on, and I think he's on the right track. Because if somebody is trying to hold National Assembly members peacefully accountable, we have to lean forward to try to do something about that. If the process is difficult, we have to get better at that process to get things actually done. This is what Peter Obi is doing right now. He is doing it peacefully in a way that we can do it without doing ourselves harm in the process. So do you have any other means that we can use, any solutions that you have that can resolve these issues that we have? Our countries can look better, our education system can get better, life expectancy move from 53 to 70, something like other nations are. How do you get to that point? I saw the video you played about, in the town. Look at this, the state we live in. We live like animals. Our people, our standard is so low and we've accepted it. How do you get us out of that mindset? Do you have any means to do it within the next 10 years, at least that gets us so that we avoid that point of no return?
Now, you see, what you've just asked now was what people were expecting that the previous government under President Muhammad Buhari would have done. And what we would do and need to do is a state where we begin to take ownership. We need a couple of individuals who are committed to take lead in certain areas. Key point here, people who are committed, right? Nigeria, we are lucky that Nigeria is still a virgin land. If you say you want to build an airport now in Nigeria, I mean, it's like you go build an airport. Say you want to come on to extend a runway in places like England, 10 years, you are still in court. You haven't even gone anywhere. But when you look at what did the Chinese do, what did they do that within the shortest period of time? There was one thing Peter Obi normally said when you talk about the MDG goals, Millennium Development Goals. As of that time, these are key things that you say, okay, in 1 year, we want to make sure that every primary school in every community has minimum two toilets. It's not skyrocket science. 2, water system toilets. However you extract the water, that a child can go, you, a visitor, you come from America, you're able to go there without being, feeling messy or whatever. One thing at a time. We want to fix our roads. Who says we must all use asphalt? Can we begin to fix our roads? If you go to Marina, for instance, you see, what's it called? Paving stones, 6 mm, rough, being used on the roads. They are cheaper to do as opposed to using the asphalt, right? So the primary thing here is having that leadership that is committed, having that leadership that is able to take people to account. Oga, you are to do XYZ. Like you said, you mentioned primary school. To do this within 10 months. And after 10 months, we are not entertaining any stories. You must do it because we have a timeline. Not what we have today. After 10 months, the ground alone is not cleared because the person that's supposed to approve the initial uptake fund is dragging 50, 40%, not even 5 or 10, 50, 40% with you. Now, eventually you get the money. You go on site. Because it's collected 50, 40% upfront. You take the other one, buy SUVs, oppress every other person on the road. No consequences. How are you going to progress? So even if we freeze, even if, as a believer, even if we freeze Nigeria with this constitution, the way it is today, the 2nd of July, 2020, if we freeze it today, and we really want to get things done, yes, I believe we can make tremendous progress. Sometimes we get caught up in the web. Oh, is the constitution? Oh, is this? Oh, is this? But because the little things, when we started this program, we talked about the 2023 election and the madness that happened in some places in Nigeria. Why has no one been punished? We talked about that, Inec has 3 channels of upload. 2 functioned. 1 was switched off. And no one is actually getting angry and wanting to know who was behind stopping it. But all we were told within the week, not this week, that Tinubu went to London to meet Buhari. And Buhari told him, don't call me if you want to probe anybody. So who is he? If we are serious, Buhari should be questioned now. But as long as we are not ready to begin to take these hard steps, our redemption is very, very, very far away from us. But we can make, and you can even leapfrog, if we have committed, keyword again, committed leadership that is willing to sacrifice, that understands where we need to be. Some would always argue, oh, Rwanda, you people keep making reference to Rwanda as a small state. Of course, it's small. Smaller, but yet some states in Nigeria that claim to be heaven and earth have more resources to them. But yet you cannot compare the output of what that small nation is doing to what those states are doing. We have states in Nigeria today from oil revenue alone. We talk about rivers, Akwa Ibom, Delta. Yet, if you go to these states, you basically think, are we human at all? But if we had committed leadership that can take a back seat and say, guys, the party is over. We must work, and these are the plans of what we have to do. I agree that within 10 years, we may not be there, but we will see tremendous leapfrog. How do you explain this to a child that we had 8 years? We had NMPC. We were paying people salaries, yet we are not refining any oil. They tell us we pay subsidy. The person that is paying the subsidy is the same person that told you that top subsidy is a scam. Yet he paid the same subsidy for 8 years. Yet what we engage in is crude swap. How?
I agree with all the suggestions you've made in terms of it's a kind of prescription of leadership. In a way, that is in terms of the mechanism of how you actually do it on a day-to-day basis. That is what someone like electricity is talking about. There are people on the ground that are actually looking to do things on the ground. So in terms of changing the trajectory, because people have to hold leaders accountable to set good standards. Otherwise, you highlighted it yourself. You check up on them and say, why have you not delivered in the time that you are meant to deliver? How do we enforce those things? What mechanisms are there that you can recommend, that we can put in place to enforce those accountability measures? Because in the end, we in the diaspora, the so-called self-exiled, a lot of us want to assist if we can to enable this mechanism to be put in place so that our country can start experiencing the transformation that has been long coming. It needs to happen, and we don't have that much time.
All right, forefathers, thank you. We are running out of time. Let me make sure that we get to all the people who are here. Placid and Pansat. So Placid first, and then Pansat. He will take the two questions together. Then because I want to give electricity chance to say something. Go ahead.
Hello, Rudolph. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Okay, awesome. Greetings. You have been awesome in all of your showings and your leadership. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, I am not a politician, but I do pay attention to what goes on. Now, when I look at Peter Obi, I see a man who is willing to sacrifice. That said, I have seen a lot of different government methods in Nigeria, whereby things are not really done to help.
Your line is not very good. I don't know if our guests can hear you very well. It's cutting in and out. I don't know.
Okay. Can anybody, can you hear me better?
Okay. Try again. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have seen different governorship methods in Nigeria, both in Imo, Lagos, even the FCT, Abia, and Port Harcourt, every other parts of Nigeria. Now, my concern is that I don't believe that most of these governors and also at the presidential level are doing things against the livelihood of the Nigerian. Now, I believe solidly in one Nigeria, but given the way things are being done by the people, I am concerned whether Nigeria is headed in the right way. Now, for one, I am willing, as a Nigerian, born Nigerian, so I reside in the diaspora, to sacrifice for Nigeria. I could work and bring my expertise to Nigeria free of charge without accepting any pay. Now, when I see the kinds of analysis, education, and insight into the Nigeria, Peter Obi has. If Peter Obi was Fulani, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Efik, you name it, and I had the power to vote for him, I would have done so. Now, that said, do you think, in your honest opinion, that Nigeria, that includes both those in government and the populace are willing and are ready to accept democracy and practice it.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Pansat, you can ask your question, so he will take the two together.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ezeoke, Mazi.
Greetings.
Let me first begin by thanking you for the sacrifice you've made, particularly in this past election. I know you dedicated your platform and your channel to making Africa, the world better, as a matter of fact, prior to the election. That you really did up your game in this election. You went home. I saw you protesting. And sometimes I wonder how your safety is guaranteed. And I saw the misery in the country. But I know in order for me to really make sense, I will need a lot of time to talk to you, but we don't have that kind of time on this. Only a 6-hour show. Let me say to you, typically, as you see on this show right now, you're all over the map. They're asking you questions from all over the map. Whereas there's priority. We had an election. The process is ongoing. There's a tribunal sitting there. And there's a disrespectful stealing of the election, the people's mandate. That there was a lot of effort in that election. So to make my question short, it's going to be a little longer, but it's going to be short. We've tried everything. We had all kinds of people come, try to make that country a union, to come together and do the right thing. It's not working. I've spent my time listening to all kinds of reasonable people, the least of which is not Obi, Peter Obi. How are you going to get anybody better ever in that country, especially at this time? But he's made progress. I give a lot of credit for getting out of their mode and supporting him from all country. But I mean, I was a saint. When are you going to find somebody else like that? Eji onye isi zọtara n'ụkwụ ya sị ya gacha ya pụta ya tụtụrụ dị eju. Olee otu nne ya ga-ezi eju ya when he comes back? So what I'm trying to say, all these questions you have from Yoruba people, Efik people, Fulani people on this show, talking nonsense, asking you stupid questions that they know the answer. Whereas we have a problem right now, hot. You stole our mandate from a leader that can lead the entire world, as a matter of fact. An impeccable character. A gentleman for the country. So there's nothing else to talk about. And it's not a small project. We have to get that mandate back. Now, if the people who stole it are mediocre, they can do the job. Fine. We'll take the insult. But we can't survive this. So my point is, no need to come here solving all the problems. The vicissitudes of life itself is difficult. We're in danger by people we can defeat. I sat back and I was looking. I saw Tony Blair, Tony Kabaka, descending Abuja. These people are capable of wiping us out. Asari Dokubo, this election and the result is Buhari. It has nothing to do with So what I'm saying is that this discussion, we have to deal with people we can deal with, especially people that come to a platform like this talking nonsense, distraction. And you are there to provide them the answer for their little nonsense chat, right?
Thank you very
So I'm
much,
saying
my.
we get a deal.
Thank you very much, my brother. I must start by saying that I think we should be tolerant enough to take diverse opinion. You know, one of the things that I have learned in Nigeria in the last election is that my views about certain things have changed. You know, when we want to blame, say, this region hates you, this one hates you, I think it's too much generalization, because going through Nigeria, understanding us better during the campaign, that whatever people are suffering in the southeast or south, if you go to the northwest, it's times 3 or times 4. So it's not like, oh yeah, these people are enjoying and we are here suffering. No. The only thing sometimes is that we maybe have more access to information technology. In the middle belt, there are days you wake up, you hear 60, 70 people killed in one day. But if one individual is shot down in Oba or Anambra or in Oka, or the internet will be saturated with the picture and the videos, right? So one is, I think I will appeal to us that we respect, no matter how silly we think somebody's view or opinion is, that we respect that view. But to take our time to educate the individual, because sometimes, I mean, somebody can ask a question that is a landmine that is being said. Of course, you know that. But I call that should be addressed properly. You know? Now, to the questions you talked about, I mean, the first and second question, I lumped them into one now. No, to talk about that, you know, we say stolen mandate, it shall be recovered. I agree. Because there is no template. When we saw the results, many of us, myself included, I was accredited in the collation center at the ICC Abuja. My media company, Njenje Media TV, had official accreditation, and we were streaming in there. We were told it is time to go home now. They'll finish for the day. We'd all convert back again by 8 o'clock in the morning. Only for the results, people who have told us to go home. And I left. Now, to only wake up to go and do a wee around 4:30. And because I slept the television being on, and I'm seeing that the election has been declared. You know, in utter confusion. You see, like, how? But you were asked to go home. So it meant that it was something planned, orchestrated. And when you now want to mobilize Nigerians to say, guys, this is not right. I mean, let's speak up. It doesn't matter, because if something is stolen, you consider it stolen. And you are now looking at it, you're understanding that Nigerians appears to have been beaten down, that people are also on their own tired. The rest is history. There were options.
Could I let me interject you there for a minute?
Hold on, sir.
Just hold on, please, please. What I'm saying is that, you see, like, this long answer you're giving me, you've made a lot of assertions, like the rest is history. The rest is not history. We're not gonna do this by being a gentleman or might. It's right, or because we can't do anything. You just said it. The election was not stolen in a manner that you don't know about it. That sometimes you rig an election, yeah. But okay, so no way by another. right? It's blatant. It's disrespectful. They get away with this. We're done. That what I'm saying is that your answer on any platform should snappy, short, pithy, on little things. Address my main issue. There is no hierarchy created by you. You're a guest, and we respect you. We like you.
So in that case, may I respectfully ask you, what is the main issue? That the election was, that you consider the election stolen, therefore you should not agree. What do you do?
Right, let me answer it. If it's not rhetorical, right? Said it. You practically with me that the election was not just rigged; it was a blatant disrespect to the country. They're doing it.
I
while
agree
you're looking at
now. I agree with you. In this case, what do you then do?
Yeah. Fine. Now, that may take a long time. I can answer it if you have the time. First of all, we have to reject it. What's called
How do you reject
put
it?
in that category just by breathing. As you're here, you're rejecting it. You're not talking about anything else because it's a process. It's not done. It's not a done deal.
But you know that someone
Aside
who
from
has
the
gone, someone who has gone to court. Now, let me, if you know that everything is not fight, you know, someone who has gone to court has rejected that election. In all this thing we've been saying here for the past 3 hours, 40 minutes, no one here has referred to Tinubu as president. It's rejection, right? So, we need to converse in a way that our audience would understand, because you see, that's also one of the challenges I have with my brothers. When we make some certain categorical statement, sometimes if you're not careful, you are making those maybe on ground doing other things as if they are idiots. Oh, they should reject it. Of course, people have rejected it. If not, why did we for 21 good days non-stop? I was in the street of Abuja protesting for more than 8 hours. Isn't that rejection? But when you now know that there are some certain security risk based on certain security reports that you get to your life, you see who is alive that is going to fight tomorrow. So the man that has spearheaded this movement has gone to court and is bringing out every evidence to prove that the election did not go the way it was promised. And that is called rejection. You might not be happy with his manner, that he's been peaceful, but the reason why we aren't losing lives today, which now brings me back to what I wanted to say before you interjected, was as a peaceful person who has taken the legal option and has saved Nigerians thousands of deaths and implosion, had he at the heat of that moment, when he was consistently tweeting saying everyone should calm down, he's going to go to court, has he said, yes, let's go to the street and we must reclaim our mandate? What is happening in France now might be a child's play. But he spared us that. There are many ways to play around.
Can I please
So,
let me come in again,
and that is, lumping the two questions. That's what I'm saying, that you talked about the stolen mandate. I said this, yes, he is in court. There are processes until the appeal court gives their verdict. When the verdict is not in tandem with the expectations, then Supreme Court is still there too. Until those processes are then finished, we will now know what next to do. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Francis.
Say this before I leave. Let me say one thing before I leave, please, Rudolph, because the things, unfortunately, nobody knows it all. Nobody's inerrant. Mr. Ezeoke, who I have the same respect that I have for Rudolph and so many others. My friend, okay, you said some things that I agree with. Number one, there's a process going on. Number two, Obi is a peaceful man and he's pursuing it legally, right? Then we have to wait, conduct us in tandem without waiting. If you're gonna be on a show like this, it should be shown in the furrow of your eyebrow that we're in a process, something in a category which is unacceptable. We're not here to solve every Nigeria's problem, clannishness, and all that bullshit, right? We're here to reclaim our mandate, and we're going to do it peacefully. I agree with that. To say that the France situation is a foregone conclusion that we're not going to be in it, well, that's a presumption. You don't know. You have no. You cannot guarantee Nigerian state that the people will not resort to that kind of violence to reclaim their mandate, because we can't get it wrong this time. Like I said to you before, no matter how anybody else in that continent, in this world, try, they cannot be like Peter Obi. He's an excellent human being. Loves the country. He's a patriot. He's a Democrat. Hard worker, and he followed the law. So what I'm saying is that if nobody has nothing to say, shut your mouth. Stay away. Don't talk. We got something to reclaim here. We don't want gentlemen. It's enough. Enough of I want to get along. What do I care if a Yoruba person like me or not? I don't give a rat's ass about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
They go to school. You come out here and we present such a candidate for the country, and then you're gonna take that mandate in front of us. What else are you talking about? What else you have to talk about?
Pansa, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, like I said, I have a lot of respect for you, and I agree with you on 99% of the times. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, if you give me a couple of minutes, let me finish my thought, if you don't mind.
Who is speaking?
This is Placid.
Okay, Placid. Okay.
So, yes, I have been listening to all the discussions today, and everybody's got a valid point. And like Matt said, we have to be able to accommodate others. I love my Nigerian brothers and sisters, regardless of our religion, our ethnicity, our education, our background, etc. But what I would like to encourage, and what I would like to see, is what Mazi is talking about, calling truth to power, speaking truth, walking. And I don't believe there is reconciliation without accountability. And that's something that Nigerians, we all need to strive for. Now, Mazi, you have talked a lot about this area, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. But what do you see? I also believe in a can-do attitude. What do you see we can do to make this happen? Not what we cannot do to make it happen, but what can we do to make it happen? That we have a unified Nigeria, a peaceful Nigeria, that we can have politics with that.
Thank you.
You know, I don't know if it's only me. Your connection was breaking. If I tell you that I had entirely everything you said, then I must be a big liar. So it was cutting off, intermittently. But if I can piece together from what I think you were trying to say, is to say the summary is, what do I think that we could collectively do to make things to work?
Correct.
That is I don't know when you joined and where you started listening, but that's what we've been discussing from the onset. How do we make it work? First, that we must be in a position to punish those that err. In the electoral processes, if people engaged in xenophobic attack against certain individuals and group of people, that should be addressed. And if election of 3 elections happen in the same day, 2 went well, and the other was intentionally stopped to allow manipulations to go on, then that should also be looked into, and whoever is responsible for that should be brought to book. And again, finally, then here, to all of us as Nigerians, that I believe if we show more respect and begin to, speak to one another in a matured and a sensible way, that over time, it's not something that is going to change overnight, but over time, we will begin. I mean, and that brings me when it's not a sign of weakness that you're speaking to another to a fellow human in a sensible and in a respectable manner while you are insisting on your rights. For instance, if you are a Nigerian, you have the right to reside anywhere you want. Nigerians, irrespective of where they come from, must be accorded that respect to live and to thrive according to the Constitution of the Federal Republic anywhere they want. However, if a crime is committed that any individual, irrespective of tribe, must, whoever is involved, be prosecuted. And no exception should be made because of certain ethnicity or certain bloodlines or certain, any form of connotation. So these are things that I believe that as long as we do it, especially from the leadership, we will begin to see better results. Sadly, in the last 8 years, that really took a flight. The doors and the windows were basically open ajar. That crimes began, to have ethnic connotations. Why? Because those that ought to punish the individuals that have committed those crimes did not do it. Then, when victims began to cry, you then lose the right to tell them how to open their mouth, whether they need to close it or open it ajar when they cry. Whatever they spew at that moment of anger, you may have to then live with it. But it behoves the leadership to actually set the path that this nation has to go. And it is for you and I to hold them to account, starting as electricity would always want to argue, from the lowest cadre of government, that we must hold him to account. Many people, there was a time, I tell us this story, there was when Enugu International Airport was closed because of the runway, which I have also held the former minister to account. The runway now has patches. The runway has potholes. And I've tormented him through his Twitter account. He's only short of now blocking me. But what am I saying? In that period of time, that I was fighting for the Enugu Akanebem Airport to be rebuilt, the runway to be rebuilt, I don't care, and I have no apologies. The elected officials from Enugu, one of them was the chairman of, I think, the House Committee on Aviation, and I called him out multiple times. If he's from Enugu and he's chairman committee on aviation, he needs to be giving us update on what's happening on this airport. But after that, the airport was commissioned, and I reached out to interview him. And my contact told me that he said no. You know why he said no? He said, wasn't I the one that was insulting him on air? I said, well, one thing I never do is to insult, but to lay the fact bare, I don't care. If you don't want to speak to me, I must keep saying it the way my conscience would tell me that by the time I hit my head on the pillow, that I'm going to sleep without bothering that I have done my duty that I've created to do on earth. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. Okay. Let me say, if you're watching, please, you can like the video and share it so that more people will see that. Electricity, you are next.
And just to help, just to help, it is quite, we've been here for over 3 hours, getting to 4, and not many of you have liked this stream. Come on now, waiting. Just like, we know they charge money, just like, no matter wherever you're watching from, just like, share with others. You know, can we give 30 seconds, just like, share. Make sure you share on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on YouTube, everywhere, just share. It doesn't take you, you know. Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
All right. So, electricity, you go.
Yeah, thank you. Let me use your title this time around to address you, Mazi Ezeoke. Forefather has said some things from my mind. Firstly, even though if you didn't take offense, I don't know if you did, I would like to apologize on behalf of Pansat. Some of his comments were a little bit insulting to everyone on this panel, is those who have heard their views and who have gone. You asked him a question which he could not answer. What do we do next? That is actually most surprising thing. But I would like to buttress the point you made, which is the middle ground. Where do we find the middle ground? When you were responding to Olumide, I was laughing because we were practically saying some of things in my mind that which governor have risen up and said, I want to develop my state, and someone and the federal government came against that governor. Nobody. None of them have come up. The middle ground is the Constitution. That is the middle ground. So whether you like the Constitution or you don't like the Constitution, you disagree or you don't disagree, the middle ground is the Constitution. Now, I'm going to throw Rudolph under the bus. Rudolph, I hope you don't mind. I'll throw you under the bus, but you laugh over it at the end of the day. Don't worry about that. So the middle ground is the Constitution. Nothing else again. Now, I'm getting sick and tired of those who are coming on here saying, they stole our mandate, they stole our mandate. I can argue here that no mandate was stolen, or no mandate has been stolen, because the matter is in court. It will ascend to the Supreme Court. And even if Peter Obi loses the case, it still doesn't mean that the mandate has been stolen, because Peter Obi himself said, I must be president, if not today, tomorrow. Therefore, it is insulting to hear one side says that where can we find such a person like Peter Obi? He's actually selling himself short, meaning that he's not a transparent man. He can never be an honest man, because he cannot say people like forefathers or Rudolph or CM are not honest people or transparent people, and so cannot ascend above that ladder of Peter Obi. That is rubbish. So the middle ground is the Constitution, Section 68, 69, 110. I've said it earlier before, which I have told Rudolph several times that we need to push this thing on his channel. That is why I'm throwing him under the bus. He has not listened to me enough. Maybe when I say it in your presence, he's going to listen. When the people come together to this middle ground called the Constitution, those who wants to start the Yoruba nation, like you rightly said, who wants to fly the flag of Yoruba nation, let them go and flag it. Let them go and develop their region and make us Nigerians jealous and say, wow, these people are very intelligent. This IPOB, this Ijaw nation, this Yoruba nation, they're very intelligent. You see, they've built their region. We better go and learn from them. We better take visa and go there. They've done no such things, and they come on the platform talking some gibberish as far as I am concerned. So until we all, I keep saying this to tomorrow, I said this 6 years ago, I said this 6 years ago, not until Nigerians start to implement the provisions of the Constitution, we are not going to see any meaningful change. And I'm saying it again the 2nd of July, 2023. It ain't going to happen. Take it to the market. Take it to God in heaven. God will tell you the same thing. Go back to your Constitution.
And I agree with you. Until people like you also get back to the grassroots and start mobilizing, then things will not change.
All right. Thank you.
Well, I have started. Sorry. So no, Rudolph, 1 second. I have started. I sent the video to Rudolph. Rudolph have refused blatantly. With due respect. Blatantly.
Rudolph,
I have started, to be honest.
No, nobody.
I have started my campaign.
Rudolph, where is CM?
Okay,
Yeah.
can I?
You have to throw me under the bus today. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Let me hear from Peter. Peter, so Peter, after Peter, Peter, go on.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you. Thank you,
No.
Electricity. I think just a quick.
After Peter, then you go.
Sorry.
Peter, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody, to your everybody's ideas, and I've also been very happy because I've been watching from backside all along. I just want to throw in this today, like Mr. Electricity said, he's talking about constitution. I will agree with that one as well. But my take here is this: one thing I'm looking at in Edo State, we see Obaseki now, who is looking for money everywhere. You know, if a penny drop in the night, Obaseki is going to get a torchlight to look for it. That is the big problem we are facing there in Edo State. I got a good media that want to polish everything he's doing to make it look good, but it's after all the money, not the job. What I'm trying to talk about is this: accountability is the key to all of this we are saying here. Now, the finance, whether the federal government gave them money, whether they raise money through taxes, I'm not key to hear from the media saying that, oh, this is the money that was given to this man. This is the portfolio of this minister. How did this pay? This is what happened in other countries that developed. They must talk about the money. They follow every penny. The one they know you're going to chop, they will not talk about that one. But the one that should go to the field, they talk about that one. That is how people account to say, okay, they'll follow us with this. We eat this money. Don't touch that one. Touch this one. There's no place in the world that they don't eat money. So what are we doing about this one? This is what I want to talk about.
All right. Peter, we can't hear you anymore unless it's from my.
Oh yeah, I finished. That is my my code. I'm asking question. What is this about that we don't see anything from the media talking about the budget, like for road? This is the budget we have this year. So we don't hear that from the media. We don't hear that from the public that this is the budget for road from Edo State. Then so that can be held accountable. The one that we eat, they can eat that one. So, but the one that will go for 2 mile, we will know that go for 2 mile because we see this from Oshomole do this, Oshomole did that, Oshomole did that. Did he bring his money to do it?
Thank you very much.
So none of this government bring their money to work.
Thank you.
So I'm asking, the media are not there to hold them accountable for what they got and how they got it.
I think we should move fast now. I mean, let's not spend more than 1 minute in our questioning. Now, the answer to your question is Rudolph should take note. Do more reporting on budgeting. But there is a platform that already does that. If you go to Twitter, check Budget IT.
Of course.
You know, that's where they do the budget breakdown by states and by sections, or rather sectors. You know, the moment the budget is approved. So that's my source of data that I print out, PDF them and share them with the traditional rulers within my locality to hold their sons to account. But when their sons come with Remy Martins and co, they forget to ask them this question that I play of them, because me, I don't come with any Remy Martin. So, but we'll improve. We'll get there one day.
All right. Thank you. Let me. Are you done?
I have a question. Is it okay?
No, it's not okay.
No, CM. I think CM.
CM is
okay. Yeah.
We are rounding up anyway.
We are rounding up. So straight to the question. Mazi Ezeoke, given your experience, particularly this election season, what do you think is really wrong with our leadership recruitment? This is a personal experience I want you to share.
Yeah, I think I said it before. Nigerians, honestly, you know, I think because of years of mental rape and the military hangover. Nigerians are afraid of people of intellect, people that can really do. Because if not, I see no reason why the system and the structure doesn't allow people, because look across board. It's only in some states, some very few minute states in the southeast and south, in one, a couple of states in the southwest, that you see such. But if not, in most times, if you have your resources and you have some level of street credibility, voila, you're a leader, and you are sure of winning an election. As long as as long as you have boys who can ballot snatch and maim and bring others down, then that's it. Then you're there. So if you ask me, my honest opinion is that somewhat appears that Nigerians are afraid of people who can actually bring accountability. Yet, or I put it the other way, they love their oppressors. Those that will really come up to oppress them are those. Because during the Anambra state election, when Obiano was doing his second term, this guy, Chudi Ofodire, that wrote that critical book then.
Biafra and the future of Biafra and
Exactly.
Nigeria.
He made a statement that I will never forget. Chudi said that when he went, because I think then he was campaigning under under that party that UPP. God bless you. So Chudi Ofodire was campaigning under UPP with Oster Chidoka.
Yes.
He said something that shocked me. That when we was trying to canvass for the vote of the people, he goes into a place with only his car. That's he can, the one that he can afford. The community will be laughing. Is it this man that want to govern us? Now nobody is looking at ideas, but because he did not come with an avalanche of escorts and those that would oppress and flog them, move back, flogging our mothers and our fathers, they never took him serious. And at the end of the day, he went nowhere. And I believe that is a very clear case of where and what, in the words of Osibanjo, brought us where we were.
Thank you.
No, where we were, where we. Anyway, whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me just take 2 more questions. I think. Are you okay with that, Mazi?
Yes, go ahead. Then we can round up. Thank you.
Okay. Ike, and then Olumide.
Okay. Thank you, Mazi, for all you do. Thank God for the grace upon your life, and I pray that you continue to give you the grace and the strength.
Amen.
Everybody has spoken everything. I've had everything from you, and the only thing, information I want to ask from you, if it's something you can share on the platform. I've not had for a very long time about Ndekato and Aisha Yusuf. I know Aisha was in the US studying, but she used to have a program on YouTube. But for a long time, I've not had these 2 ladies. Are they still with the obedient movement, or?
Yeah, I can answer the question quickly. Aisha is in the US and Aisha is doing well. Aisha is still part and parcel of the obedient movement. The only reason why you may not have heard from Aisha is her channel on YouTube was taken down. During the protests, there was a video that was published where Nasarawa women went topless, and YouTube classified that video as nudity. It affected me myself because that day one of my staff members was actually streaming live. So I think we got a community strike that took us out for about a week, but obviously we were able to come on. Now, even Dr. Mo, that same video affected him as well. Now, Ndekato is here. We speak regularly. I spoke to her sometime last week, and she's there. She's part of the obedient movement. Tanko Yanusa, we're all there. The obedient movement is actually stronger than we started because now everybody from across board, we know each other and we have each other's numbers and we have each other's back. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Olumide.
Okay, thank you again for giving me the opportunity. But Rodolph, I just want to show my own displeasure with giving Hansard enough time to air bigotry on air and without you interrupting or correcting him, except for when Mazi, Ezeoke did that. So for me, I'm personally upset that you allowed him to air bigotry against other ethnic groups in Nigeria, because Obi didn't vote for himself, neither did only Igbos vote for him. And it was very clear as a Yoruba man that we know the election was rigged, even though it is left for the court to prove that. So that I'm bringing to your point that it was unfair to allow him to go on and on, even when you put me backstage when I wanted to ask my own questions, follow-up questions to Mazi. So that I just thought I'd let you know that.
Okay, thank
I'm a moderator. But Mazi, I want to say that as a follow-up question, I want to thank you for everything that you contributed and you've talked about in the program. I agree with most of your assertion on the fact that Nigerians are not, with the laws that are on ground, if they put some of them into effect, maybe some changes would have been seen in the lives of the people. But deliberately, the politicians are not doing anything, even with the laws that are on ground, even as imperfect as it is. But there are some of us who are saying, there are some of us who have looked at those laws, and we are looking into that. We have looked at it, and we have seen that in the future, whether we like it or not, it is going to be a problem for that country, as it is.
Like which law? Can we be specific? Like which law?
Like some of those things in the concurrent list, like security, like electricity. They pulled it out now. It's a new thing. They pulled it out now. But there's the security. You understand? There are a few things there that is causing problems. And it is easy to say that the governors can go build bridges, and they've not stopped them from building bridges. But they can also argue from their own point, who pays for that? And also, I want to.
Of course, you build a bridge, you tow it.
But who pays for that?
You tow it now. When you tow it, you recover money.
From the people again. That's one. Then two. The issue of Nnamdi Kanu. I think we all need to be. I'm a Yoruba man. I've watched events, and I'm speaking objectively. You understand? I don't know what most people, Igbo people think. But for people to call him a criminal, I think it is very. I think he's a prisoner of conscience, and I think it is very, very bad that even some people can call him, because this man, governors collecting millions of naira in security votes every month, 250 million naira every month, which is even open now, could not defend their people. How many people did they Bibiagu rescue from headers, killer headers? And this guy set up the ESN, whether it was an outlaw group or not, he saved lives. You understand? He saved lives. Now, whether some of them are criminal people, the only way the sit-at-home order can end and can bring peace is for the government to sit down and negotiate with him. And this is somebody who, unlike somebody from the South, as Harido Kubo, to collect contracts and collect money to sell his people off. This guy has refused to be paid off and be bribed, because all he's speaking for, whether you don't like his method or not, this guy is a hero to most Igbo people and to some of us who are not even Igbos. You understand? And we would wish that some of our leaders will be like him. You understand? And whether you like it or not, I agree with you that the constitution as it is, they have not made it work. Maybe if the starting point would have been to allow people to elect their leaders free and fair, they can make those changes that they want, but they have not allowed that to happen. They will keep electing criminals who will not even make things work. Despite that, we still disagree with the constitution as it is, that it wasn't written by we the people, it was a fraudulent document. I will hand it there.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Mazi is okay.
Well, I mean, I think Olumide didn't ask questions. He made statements that I largely agree with. So, and he said he didn't caution the other person, and but the bottom line remains: we can't keep going round all these things. I agree with assertions. And that's
right. My last question for you. So you've been in Nigeria, and I think it was Spencer that mentioned that. I know we didn't talk about that, and I saw videos of you also on protesting. So how has that been for you? Did that? Are you friends with the security agencies? Are you free? Are you concerned?
They are free. Some of them might be watching, and I need to get out at some point to go and visit Buhari in London. So I don't want them to be waiting for me at the port of exit. So the thing is, at some point we were accused of calling for interim government. At some point we were accused of insurrection. And at some point at the protest ground at the Unity Fountain, someone was sent, sadly, by the now ruling party with a knife to harm either myself or Dr. Moore. But to the glory of God, the individual was picked up by the bodyguards that we had, that is the bouncers, and they handed them over to the DSS. And I can tell you now that since that time, because the initial questioning, he confessed where he came from and who paid him to do what, but the knife was taken away from him. And that happened at Unity Fountain. Afterwards, till now, if I tell you where DSS has taken that case and what has happened with it, but I believe Nigeria has happened to that case. That is my honest assessment. But, being at the protest ground, many people disagreed with that. But, you can beat a child and tell a child how that child will cry. And that brings me now to the topic of this question. The topic of this show today. The topic of this show is what changes has Peter Obi brought to the Nigerian political space. And I piggyback to this topic to make the following assertion. Why you saw that protest, and to the point that Asari Dokubo had to go and bring about 300 boys from the Niger Delta to Abuja to come and mount a counter protest, is as a result of that change that Peter has brought to the Nigerian political space. And that change is simple. Peter has been able to get into the psyche of the average Nigerians across the regions. I do not buy into the narrative and the idea that Peter is a Southeast candidate and every other person hates the Southeast. I do not buy into that narrative because I was and I am a living witness to the way and manner people voted. Labour Party won the presidential election hands down, even with the rigging, even with shutting down the tunnel of upload. Won hands down. Imagine if that didn't happen. APC will be lucky to get 7% in Lagos State. Those that voted in Lagos State weren't only Igbos, but he showed you that Nigerians were angry and they saw succor in a man who has been able to get into their imagination, to open their minds to the point that people erected billboards. People mounted billboards with their own money. We had coordinators. When we told some political gladiators what we are cooking within the obedient family and the obedient movement, some of you may see sometimes some of the Zoom meetings that sometimes we are streamed on my platform, where people were reporting and working day and night, south, east, south, southwest, everywhere, working day and night, because this man has been able to unlock the pockets of those in the diaspora to tickle their fancy, that they began to have interest in the political happenings back home. and their voices resonated with their people at home. Maybe many of us haven't really asked the question, how and why did Edo State became the headquarters of the obedient movement? Are Edos Igbos too? The answer is clearly no. But because Edo had a lot of their kith and kins in the diaspora who understood that political rape and political, evil at some point has to end, and they lend their voices, call their kith and kin at home, those that they control, to say, we must walk away from this. When they were shouting, Edo no be Lagos, during the time of Oshomole versus Obaseki, people offered them money. They rejected it. The same thing happened at the presidential election, though there was cashless. But even those that had some cash in the field, people, we all saw it on the live streams. We saw how people were counting their votes. Sadly, that these votes, after counting them, Nigeria happened to those votes because of some few political individuals. And it will break my heart knowing that North, South, East, West, they came together as a people to say, enough of this nonsense, enough of this rape without any form of protection. And Nigerians rallied under Peter Obi because they saw in him a man who was genuine, a man who was, empathic. Because sometimes governance, actually, it's about how you feel. Governance is about knowing that a man shows empathy. Something happens here. There was a time I told one of the APC stewards that is for me when I lost total hope on Buhari, when there was a killing, I believe in a remote village in Jos, in Plateau, after Jos. But when the president visited that area, then the former president, he stopped in Jos. He never intended to go to the village where this incident, where lives were lost. He didn't. On one point, we all saw him on national TV, where he sent his transmission, his former IGP to Benue, and the man went to Nasarawa. On the national TV, he told us, I've seen the IG. He's losing weight. I believe he's working so hard. Now, at the same vein, he told us, I sent him to Benue, and he went to Nasarawa, and that's it. No empathy, zero. Were those people killed in Kaduna, in Bauchi, Zamfara, were they Igbos? No. But a leader must show empathy. Even his own people of Katsina State, are they safer now after spending 8 years than they were before? The answer is capital no. But here comes a man. In the history of Nigeria, no political party has ever visited Biu in Borno State. Against all advice, I was part of it. I knew the conversations. The security details told Peter, do not enter this place, they will kill you. He said, no, he will go. If that means his end, so be it. Everybody scrambled. He went to Biu. He's still alive today. My good friend Isaac Balami, beyond Biu, went and drilled boreholes with the obedience for the people of Biu and beyond, a place where there is no presence of government for 128 years in this nation. That is their place before independence, no single presence. But in this election, all this happened because one man rekindled the hope of Nigerians to once more believe in their own nation. We're not talking about, when we talk about these things, it's going to take us a very long time. So my summary of this conversation today is that Peter Obi was able to bring change to the political space. Ozemene Sube, while alive, said onye nwalu nwaanyị okote izizi bụ mongosili ọgbụgba akwụna akwụna. The Nigerian political space has been okotoed, and the akwụna akwụna must continue, if those who understand what I mean. Because these people are now, the eyes of Nigerians are now open. They know that for the first time, with the right electoral body doing the right thing, people now saw and are now seeing it that they have the right and they can change their leaders. In Enugu, I was there when the election happened. I monitored New Haven, and we saw how a former governor and a sitting senator lost his seat, and the people were singing for him, Ozuzigo or Nabago na Nudo. The rest, again, I don't want to say on air. But because they now believe that the system, that's all we ask for. Allow Nigerians to make their choice. You can oppress your people, they will wait for you at the next polling unit. If you make it impossible for them to remove you through recall, they know that the day of reckoning. And we saw it in the election of Assembly and Senate. Many people who the people did not want didn't. I sat down with the Commissioner of Information of Ebonyi State. He told me, he said, Mazi, now, wow, you people are wicked. You removed our drawers and pants, even the boxers all together, because each and every one of them lost their polling unit. That is the anger of the people. When the people say enough is enough, because the elite weren't listening. When you told them that Nigerians are hurting, they thought it was a joke. At some point, they learned the hard way that indeed, and enough a truth, Nigerians were hurting. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. It's been a great pleasure to be on your platform. And I say thank you, everyone. So I think someone is raising their hand now.
No, thank you, Mazi. We end it here. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will continue the conversation. Please like our video and share. Also, can you subscribe to our sister channel, Iroko Post TV, and also subscribe to Dr. Damages if you've not. We take a break. When we come back, we do our outtake.
So sorry, before you go, thank you, Rudolph. I think, while I'm watching, I'm seeing, I think your audience are not paying enough tithe. They need to be, you know, I haven't seen enough tithe here. People,
this is his
you know,
most
come in the
recent
spirit.
album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Njenje.
Continue, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said your audience are not
they're not
paying
like
enough tithe.
Yeah.
So you know, it takes time, energy, finance, resources to run this, and I will encourage all of us to support this platform. Share, please, like, subscribe. That which others are not giving us, Rudolph and co have created that for us, a platform for us to judge and not war. Thank you once more for having me.
Thank you so much, Mazi. Ezeoke. We appreciate you. All right, so we take a break, and when we come back, we continue the conversation. Please like, share, and subscribe. We are stuck at 69,000. People are laughing at us, you know what happened. But we talk about that when we come back during the Sunday school. All right.
Will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Njenje.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. yes. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. President for so long.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's nice Sunday afternoon here in New York City. For those who are just joining us, we had a wonderful conversation with Mazi Ezeoke, who has been covering the election in Nigeria that is never ending. And he will be there maybe till December before we hear from the Supreme Court. All right. So we're, for those who just joined and those that didn't get a chance to ask questions, I think only Ndubisi is always coming in late, but there's nothing we can do about that. Unfortunately, so it's important to know, when we have a guest, we agree on the time the guest is going to spend, and most of the time they overstay because they want to, as much as possible, give chance to everybody, and but somehow we have to stop at one point. All right, let's hear feedback from people. Ndubisi.
Okay.
Ndubisi, after Ndubisi, we'll come to you, Sian. Go ahead, Ndubisi.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi. All right, so Ndubisi, your line is not good. Unfortunately. Try again, Ndubisi. No, we can't hear you. CM, go ahead. Let me see.
Okay, yeah. My feedback will be from what he said. The only thing I wanted to add is that I know everybody likes to say blame the states, that the state should do more, people should develop their place. I agree, because it's from the grassroots. But they must know that by telling states to do more than they are doing now, that is giving them responsibility. And when you give responsibility, you have to also open up windows for resources to them. By this, I'm going to say something like, say this, what is it called? Resource control of devolution. Look at a place like Ogoni. With fanfare in 2016 or thereabout, there was Ogoni cleanup launched everywhere. Till today, nothing is happening. So I feel that if you had said, probably people are afraid that if you do not have crude oil, you won't develop. In the 50s, he used to, when Awolowo was Premier of Western Region, Okpara in the East, Ahmadu Bello in the North, then he saw Sadebe in the West, Midwest. Probably then it used to be 50-50 or thereabout. 50 to state or region, 50 to federal. Why can't we, if we are afraid, say maybe state, mine your resources, do everything. Okay, give us, instead of 50, give us 60, give the federal 60, return 40, or even give the federal 65, return 35, so that all this friction, because that is really what is causing massive corruption. So we agree on a figure, but let the state take charge of their resources. Let me now see why Ogoni people, if they fail to clean their place, then it remains there forever. As simple as that. So that is the formula I feel that should be done. That is because if you are waiting for because Ogoni people may send their chiefs, delegate, they go and beg. Maybe now they will go and beg Tinubu. If Peter Obi is there, they will go and say, remember us. This time, let's control what you have. Just bring a small, we agree on a percentage, such that whatever happens there, we are not interested. Whether your place is erosion reading, or is gully erosion, or is a volcano, it's up to you. All we want is let us get the small percentage. If it's 10, 15, 20, whatever we agree, then with it now you can now develop your place, and it will now open up opportunity that, oh, this area can't even develop, this area can develop. So, but now that we are running on equal federation, if you go to Abuja and maybe the man in Abuja likes your area or the party, he may sort of dish you some favor, while the other one may not be giving or withhold your resource. So that is really what I wanted to put across when Mazi Ezeoke was talking about what states should do, they should do more, and then electricity also said it, but that I don't want it to take my time. I have to hammer to my question, then we can talk about it later. That's all. That is for as for feedback. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Prince Akwachi, you're next.
Yes, but I know it took me all this while in order to get my turn to be able to speak. However, what I am saying in a sense is I pretty much enjoyed the conversation with Mazi. It's okay. However, I also want to appeal to the panelists. None of us is perfect, but however, we are adults, and when we are on a panel, this back and forth, some people using some kind of words, another kind of a thing is very repulsive. I'm not perfect, but calling names or trying to prove, oh, I'm right. None of us is ever gonna be 100% right, and we're here to learn from each other. So what I'm saying in essence is, no matter what we're talking about, things to better Nigeria, and we are all in, probably most of us are in diaspora. We should be showing example to those ones who are not even, where we are. I'm not calling names and all that kind of a thing, but I'm just saying that's what I feel that just transpired, and I'm appealing to everyone to just consider how we talk to ourselves or talk to each other. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Olumide.
Okay, hello. Thank you, Rodolph, for giving me the opportunity. So my own feedback is that I don't even know where to start from. So my own feedback is that I'm not against anybody hearing their views, or I don't want to listen to contrary views. But when some people make statements that are inflammatory, somebody like me will react, because Rudolph, I'm going to hold you responsible to as a moderator, especially with respect to Pansat, when he was making assertion about other ethnic groups. And Peter Obi didn't vote for himself. Other ethnic groups voted for him, so he won some states in the north. So when he's saying that, and it is very clear that, we are waiting for the courts to decide but if you look at it from an ordinary man's point of view, it's clear that there were some infractions there. You understand? So when you come on there to dismiss and say, I mean, Tinubu is not the best of any Yoruba. I mean, it's not the best of, if you want me to hear my own personal view, it's not the best of us. You understand? So that aside, then choose somebody like electricity. I don't have anything against electricity's view or any it doesn't change my own personal view of what I think of the country or their constitution or their laws. It won't even change it, no matter what it says on the program. It won't change any of my views, except there's superior. I haven't seen any superior argument to date that has challenged my own views of the fact that the constitution in that country is nothing but a fraud, and that the society, the least, and I believe for someone like me, is not even proposing what will move the country forward. Okay, fine. You're just saying that we should accept it the way it is and move on. When the people that intentional, when the people that wrote it had intentions, you're not even thinking about their own intentions. It was intentional. And they are saying, move on, move on. That is why you can't hold your elected officers to account. The very least of what can bring change, we are not just saying the constitution, but the very least of what can bring change is a free and fair election. They did the Electoral Act and they didn't allow the Electoral Act to work. If people can change their leaders, knowing that every 4 years, this guy didn't perform, he will go and they will sponsor somebody else who can perform. That is the beginning of change. But people like us are saying that despite that, the constitution, the way it is right now, is intentional. And part of the problem is what CM has stated. It is not federal in character. Even though they say federal in word, it is not federal in character. It is a unitary system. It is upside down. And there are so many things that you can point out that is not bringing progress to that society. And we those of us on the outside are seeing it and we are very upset, not because I want to come back and participate in the election. I want to get a job. I don't even believe personally. I'm not going to come here and boast. I don't believe there's any company in Nigeria can pay me what I earn every year to make me come back to that country. Even if they fix it today and make that law, the constitution, what we want it to be, it will still take time for things to get back to normal, the way they ran that place aground. I'm sorry to say. But
all right, thank you, Olumide. Thank you, I appreciate that. Ike.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My feedback is based on what Ezeoke said concerning the election. The people that stop the vote in the presidential election, it has always been what we say here, like Dr. Ridolph, my stand. When some people come here to say, let's move on, I've always stand here that anybody can decide to move on, but as long as I am concerned, I'm not moving on. Because if there is no consequences of what happened on the 23rd of February, if nobody is held accountable, we're talking somebody is dreaming of 2027. If we let this slide, then it is going to be a child's play what is going to happen in 2027. So I am saying that there must be consequences because these people toyed with the heart and the emotions and the feelings of 200 and something million Nigerians. Few people. The chairman of Inec and your brother, what is his name? What is it? Okoye? Or what is his name?
Festus Okoye.
Festus Okoye. These two people.
You're denying him now.
Okay, well, it has not started. You see, the law of karma is everywhere. It's going to hit everybody. So if two people or few people can toy with the heart, the soul, the spirit, the mind, the intentions and the feelings of 250 million Nigerians, and somebody is telling me that we should move on. No, we're not moving on. So I am standing with everything my brother said here. Honestly speaking, that's why I said I do not have any question, because he answered from every round, and all the panelists, they contributed so much. I learned so much today. I was following, but I really gained a lot. Like what Rudolph used to tell us sometimes, that, you know, let us not think that we're just coming here to waste our time, you know, because he himself, he's learning a lot, and he meet people, and people will tell him, oh, somebody like this, okay, he love, or, you know, so what somebody said. So listen, today was eventful for me, you know, I really enjoyed every one of us. And also I want to ask my brother Limide, you know, I know you have been a long time in this platform. You should know Pansat. You know, you know, sometimes it's difficult to control Pansat, and you know, so I just want you to know that maybe I'm not trying to defend Rudolph, but I don't think that we all know, you know, that sometimes Rudolph allow people to, you know, air their views and say certain things. Doesn't really mean that we, as panelists in this platform, we agree or accept whatever Pansat says. So I'm equally trying to apologize on his behalf. For you know, it's just this is Nigeria. This is who we are, you know. So please, don't take it too hard. You know, we are only in this platform to learn from each other, get used to know each other, you know. So sometimes when we are here, I think we have known each other for more than 50 years or 20 years, but most of us have not met any one of us in person. But see the way we are, just here like a family, you know. So in a family, we have different kinds of people that are born from the same mother and father, but our own ideas are different. So please let us not take it too hard on ourselves. We know that sometimes it can be, you know, it can be funny, but you know, I really enjoyed everybody tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ike. At the end, I will address a few things, but Nigerian, go.
Good evening, everyone.
Rudolph, don't be Inec and respondents that will address at last, that will give us the.
No, because if I say something now, that means at the end, someone else will want to respond. So that will just be the conclusion of this. Go ahead, Nigerian.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Just my little follow up with Mazi. I think I'll let follow him. I just want to plead with everybody, most everybody that come here, both the one that is at the backstage, the one hearing us. If we can a little bit, more the majority of us here, we're living abroad. All these things we try to be bringing, Yoruba man will come, we try to organize him, Hausa man will come. This doesn't mean we live here, we live in a foreign land. With love, all these things we think this one is better than this one. There is nothing that I think they are enjoying the East, that somebody in Yoruba land in the Ibadan is enjoying. Everybody is suffering the same thing, every state. All these 36 states in Nigeria are suffering the same state. No places you can say is the best in Nigeria to go. So we, the people, we don't need to be falling into all this politician hand. Look the way Mazi talk. This is the way everybody saw Obi. Was not with this. I never present himself as one. I think but today, if people are Yoruba still now before because of Obi and fight this one, this thing. Sometimes it pain me. Not in Nigeria, many of us, the way we come to Europe. We come here, we meet somebody else who help us. Then we live a life, we start a life. We even miss one, not Nigeria. Please, I'm just pleading on my own because sometimes this thing pain me. Seeing the way we are abroad, we are even living. We're supposed to be on an example. One woman was talking at this in the Rise News, at least that was last month. And he said we the one that we that live in abroad, we are the worst. We are not even showing an example. We are the one because we have to use one because we have a free Wi-Fi. We just stay on there, be talking nonsense and making people because we know Nigeria are gullible. Please, I'm just pleading on my own. Please, the kind of word we use. Every Dr. Dami say have your say. Somebody may come have his own say. It doesn't mean you have to go with it. If he like, he said no, Nigeria will die. Nigeria will do. God, thank you. Next, It doesn't mean we have to try throw banter. It's so safe. If it's like talk from here till next tomorrow, Tinubu is not going to hear me. It's not going to change anything. It's we that we try, we will bring an example to people. Then when people hear from us here, we see, look there, see Osama, see Yoruba, see Igbo, see Bini, see all of them. They look like one family. Then people that will see will begin to have some change of mind. You understand? If we go out now with the white man do us anything, I will say raise this because we are black. Eh? I thought, okay, what is now we black to black? What would we call that? Igbo man will see Yoruba man become war. People have been living together, married, integrate for many years because of election, because of Benin man is not enjoying what Igbo man is not enjoying. Yoruba man is not enjoying. Hausa man is not enjoying. Go to north, the worst poverty is more there. This man Obasanjo have been a president. There is no road to his own house. Jonathan have been a president. There is no road to his own village. So why is he? I don't think because my brother is there, he will come and benefit anybody. Check Buhari, look at Katsina. Most of them are living in IDP camp. So Yaradua from there. So I never see one place that I can say, this place is better than this place. Even with the Southerner, we even have hope more than the Northerner because we can believe we will travel. We can go and make our own money and live. But the Northerner, they are not even, they even suffer more than us. Please. I'm just begging the name of God. Let us forget all these things with anger. One Yoruba man talk because he will accuse Obi. Everybody will not support one place. All of us cannot have the same brain. All of us cannot think the same. Obi come. He said if you don't vote for me because I'm Igbo, don't vote for me because I'm Christian. He win everybody heart. No politician say it. No Tinubu say it. Even Atiku, we went to North. He said what the Northern need. They don't need Yoruba. They don't need Igbo. But he still come in the south, they still vote for him. People still vote for him, convert for him, do even in the north, in the east, everywhere. Please, these are just political rhetoric. Everybody will convert vote for where. Obi went to church, he talk religious war, no religious war. Oh God, forget that one. Everybody need vote. So if you start to tell the other person, no, he didn't say that, it's fight. Tinubu will go, you go to the east. What did he tell them? He said if you didn't vote, you will get a soak of a sliced bread. That is what it. But all the old stadium, you go there, you have the more crowd than everybody. Than even Obi. So we have to know that these are just during politics. They play all these things, but we just didn't let the thing go again. If you go now, you see Yoruba man, say you become what? If you see the other one, become what? If you talk anywhere, where are you from? Become now. If you see 3 group now, anywhere, even in the bar, the first thing they will be asking you, where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm in Nigeria. Where are you from? You want to know. When you know the next war will start, it's only Yoruba. I'm Igbo. I'm this thing. What will be all those one? What will be all those one? All these ethnic this thing have been there in the north right for many years. Please, please, in the name of God, please. Just for our Christian. We talk to even those anybody. I call Dr. Rudolph because he's Igbo. Maybe Obi is the president. Dr. Rudolph is not going to die. Nigerian man has been crying, no, I'll be cursing you. Please let it become your brother become president. He can never go there. He will not even hear from him. He will not even hear from us. But we will become enemy to our own self. Politicians are there, they are receiving their own salary. They will receive, they will live well. But we will just become enemy to ourselves. Their own children is not there. Please, in the name of God, that is what I just want to beg people. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nigerian man. Number 6 failed.
Yes, thank you. Basically, I just wanted to dwell on the question I asked about development. Because why I asked was for collective survivability of the south and the eastern region, because of the immediate condition that we are in Nigeria. I mean, you cannot change much politically, just like you said, because there's no political will. So but it didn't really dwell on it because I don't know, it was more in the middle. So why can't we down south, the south and the east, the south and the southeastern region form an economic bloc for for integrated development, so that we form a kind of political survival within the Nigerian state. Because the truth of the matter is that there's a lot going on behind the scene as regards to political, acceptability of some regions. So I respect what my brother, the Nigerian man, is saying, but then, that's the truth. You can't just push it aside. But given the present condition that we are now, it would be better if the South try to form. How can we survive within this? Because if we form a good, if we have an integration, we can even bargain better. We can bargain better within the collective. So that's something we should look at.
Yeah. Thank you. I know you were not asking me, but I can tell you that if the Southwest and Southeast cannot get it together on their own, they can come together as Southern Bloc. That's the first thing that should happen. If the Niger Delta cannot come together as one, they can come and negotiate as a bloc of the South. So that's where it should start. But unfortunately, we are not there yet. But hopefully.
Okay, but Dr. Damages, because when I threw my question, I deliberately asked him to divorce historical perspective, because if you look at history, it begins to throw a lot of things that might divide us more. But being futuristic, being optimistic, with the flow of with the resurgence with Obi, how people came together to support a candidate because there was an underlying tune which was hope for tomorrow, and put it basically like it's better to be friends with your neighbor than to go make friends far away. So I know there's no political will in the political cloud. For us as the people, that is the best way to go for us to survive in the nation state called Nigeria. I lived in Lagos a long time. Before now, I know that there's an Igbo problem in Lagos, because I worked in an office where I was the only non-Yoruba, and I was not Igbo. But then I was at some point I began to feel I'm being classed as Igbo because of the politics, the internal politics, and it was so obvious. So I was sitting in my desk one day, I was writing a poem. Because why was I writing that poem? Because he was a very brilliant engineer. My uncle just joined us from school. He just left the university, and he was of two different parentage. His mother was Igbo, his father was Yoruba. So when I removed myself from the situation, sort of view from a prison, I tried to see how does this young man, this is a long time ago. This is a long time ago before this incident. I was like, what in the balance of scale? Where does this young man, what is his place? I tried to write, I wrote, finding yourself in the middle. That's what I titled it. I was like, being of both Igbo and Igbo. So suddenly, he just walked into my office because he comes to me all the time, we discuss, and he just saw the heading. He was like, what am I? He last started, he said, what am I writing? I just started to downplay it and I just put it aside. That is the problem. And with what happened recently in this political, the elections, it would be very foolish to just push it aside. I think people should begin to act with the realities of what they experience and begin to make decisions, personal, collective, and as a community.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Number 6 field. Ifi.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Good evening, everybody. Papudok, I don't really have anything to say, but I wanted to ask the guy, the guy that just left. I think he was here yesterday during yesterday evening. If I'm not mistaken, that's why I wanted to ask him that question. whether he was the one. It's just some sort of controversy, but I would like her. I would like him to address that. He said something about Obi that Nnamdi Kanu said. I'm not sure whether he's the one, but I think he is. I don't know who was here yesterday. How many of you were here yesterday? Man of Prestige, were you here?
I was here. He's the one.
It was him.
Okay. So,
It was him.
Papudoka, we have to be very careful what we say about people. So this guy came yesterday and said something that Nnamdi Kanu said that Obi was caught here. Man of Prestige, help me so that I don't say things in a wrong way. I think he said Obi was caught with other males.
What he said. Let me tell you what. Yeah, that's what he said. But he tried to make it like Nnamdi Kanu said it. If you're gonna infer something and you made it public, that means that's what you're saying. He said Obi is a gay. He's going with men. That's what he said. So we tried to ask him, where did you get it from? Yeah, that's what he said.
So I would have loved to address him one-to-one, personally. But unfortunately, he's gone. Because, see, before you open your mouth to say things, be very careful what you say. Very, very careful. No matter how much we don't like each other. I'm not a fan of Obi. I don't know Obi, neither do I know any of these politicians. But you can't just say that Nnamdi Kanu said that Obi is a gay, and you come out to a public platform and open your mouth and say that. I mean, I just don't get it, because I wanted to confront him in the sense that if Nnamdi Kanu come and say that you are sleeping with your sister, are you going to come out to the public platform and say something like that? So whatever Nnamdi Kanu said, you're going to come out and just, try to damage this man's image just because he's contesting for because he's a politician. I just don't get it. We need to be very, very careful. If he's listening, and then Sam, the guy that lives somewhere in Connecticut, was somewhere in the comment section hailing him, telling him, yeah, oh yes, I'm glad somebody said that. Yes, Obi is gay. I just don't get, what kind of mindset do we have? Where did we get all these things from?
All right.
If you don't have anything to say about somebody, shut the F up.
Thank you, Ife. People, man. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I just want to be brief. What if he said about the Nigerian man? I think it's important if we have to really look deep into some of the people that come to the panel with the things they said, because I believe that the guy is very controversial, and even yesterday he said a lot of unintelligible things, especially with regards to religion, when we were discussing issues with religion, and I had a lot of questions for him as well. So anyway, that's by the way. Talking about the Nigerian issue, we must understand that Nigeria, or rather let me say, Africans are tribal animals, in the sense that we are so ethnocentric. You find that during festivities, like during Christmas, for example, you find a lot of people go back to their, homes, their villages, their tribes, and things like that. And then until we address governance in that direction, this one Nigeria thing would never work. It has never worked, and that is one of the problems. I mean, look at, the way everyone is complaining today, and nothing is coming together for a very long time. So until the country is structured in a way whereby the ethnicity of people are recognized, or like in a way that it should be structured, that governance should be, from the people, like it was in the 60s, where you had regions. And then if we have to structure things like that to accommodate, those the ethnicity of people, then things will begin to work. But when you put everything like this, it will always be Igbo man this, Fulani man this, and all of that. So, but that is who we are, and we have to walk in line with that to get things to work, and that is what I want to say. Well, on the topic that you mentioned about what Peter Obi has brought, into the polity, I believe that Peter Obi shocked everybody with his presidential campaign, and people thought that he was a joker. Like we all know, they thought that the obedient and the P2B campaign was a social media thing. But he came and he changed the demographics and turned everything around. In fact, there was a meeting he had with, was it Oni of Ife? And he was hailing him while he was greeting him. He said, Chief Destructor. And people noticed that. And my take on that was that why was he calling Peter Obi Chief Destructor or something like that, or Disruptor? What was it that Peter Obi came to disrupt? It is their stake, their national cake stake that Peter Obi would wanted to come to disrupt. Because we know that if Peter Obi were to take over governance, everything will change. But every country deserves the kind of leadership they have. Now we have this one. Well, let's see how it plays out. I raise my case for now. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I wasn't here when Mazi, Ezeoke was here, so I would have liked to ask him a question, and I didn't listen to his commentary, but I can get from the narrative that he came here to portray what Obi has done, how he has changed the dynamic of politics in Nigeria. So I wasn't privy. Maybe I will go back and play it again, then I can listen to that. But having said that, in my own opinion, if that's what the topic is today, there's no doubt about it. Whether Obi win from the tribunal or not, Obi has changed, the dynamic politics in Nigeria. And nobody can dispute that part. It has brought awareness to different part of the politics we have. Hopefully it's for the good, and I want him to stay and contest for the next president, if nothing come out from this outcome, whatever is happening in the tribunal, which I don't pay attention, honestly. I'm not even paying attention, not even a minute, because I don't expect anything to happen, judging by Nigerian antecedent. I don't think there's going to be any outcome, but I hope, you just say hope, but hope does not, does not materialize to any kind of result. So we see what happened in that area. But whatever happened, Obi has become somebody to reckon with. And I don't see the way he's behaving. He's that kind of personality. Nothing bother him. He's not going to go away anytime soon. He's going to be there in the next 4 years, in the next 8 years. And eventually, if he doesn't get it from what's going on in the court right now, he's going to get it one day. So he's there to stay forever. But he has changed the political dimension of Nigeria. Everybody's aware of it right now. We know what's going on in Nigeria and whatever is going to happen. So that's all I'm going to say, because I wasn't privy what Mazi Ezeoke, told us here today. So I don't know what he said. But in my own opinion, Obi is the man. To me, he won the election, but we know what happened in Nigeria. So let it be what it may be. That's how I see things. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man of Prestige. Lexi.
I salute everyone. Life goes on. But I want to continue to stress the point that any country in this world that does not want the truth to operate the events that are going on in its life, or to put it in a different way, that condones evil, lies, mago, ojoro, and all these things, which is what is happening today. Such a country cannot go anywhere. We were already in a mess before all these things manifested itself in the election that took place. Now we have seen more than we even thought was happening, and still people are having hope that things will come to some kind of El Dorado. I don't know. I just continue to see that Nigeria is not working. Nigeria has not been working, and I don't see how Nigeria is going to work. In fact, Nigeria that was there before worked. Where we are now, we passed it long time ago. Yes. And yet we are not even making any U-turn. Things are getting worse. People are saying things and things are happening that can hardly bring us together as one. You see, there are certain things that are spiritual. Again, some of you don't want to believe in that kind of thing. You see, Europe, in the Bible, Europe was supposed to be the feet of that Nebuchadnezzar's image that mud and iron and everything could not hold together. Europe can never become one. Even when they try to do their European Union and all these things, it still is not perfectly together. Nigeria cannot be one unless you want to, like somebody here, look, I'm seeing on the screen now, once recommended that the Igbos should be wiped off if they are not careful, after all. And that is in the mind of not just him alone, but others too. Every day we lose innocent lives. I don't want to talk about my own personal family experience. That would be selfish, but I see it happening everywhere. How can you unite with people who are killing you, who don't want to see you, who are burning your houses, who are burning your stores, who are burning your business? What kind of unity is that? I don't know where that kind of unity can come from. Oh, we have to do this gently in this way so that we will build a new nation, a better nation, a new Nigeria. Nothing like that will happen. Not with the way things are and things that's on the ground. So if we keep going round and round talking about unity, talking about building a strong nation, a better Nigeria, things that are happening right under our nose are showing us that we are just deceiving ourselves. Now, these people who are in the judiciary, they listen to our discussions here. They listen to other discussions. People are saying things, and the things we say, eventually, it affects their own thinking. Sometimes they want to test the water, whether they can go away with certain things. And we come here and say, oh no, we have trust in them, they can do this, or we make it look like they are bringing out the best. Let's tell them what bringing out the worst can bring to Nigeria. So we shouldn't, hesitate to say that if they do the wrong thing, which everyone knows, that it's not going to benefit the country. France is burning now for the soul of one African, not even a French person. But for us, we kill hundreds every day. People are being slaughtered by those that government knows or has sent to go and kill for little or no reasons. So as we are saying, let's wait for the judiciary. I am for that, for us to wait for it. But nothing will surprise me if we come up with another result like what Inec did at 4 in the morning. If the judiciary does what they seem to want to be doing by what we are seeing, what can we do? There's a result in everything that goes on, and nobody should mess with either Obi's character. He is the only person that deserves to be called His Excellency in Nigeria today. That excellency they call themselves when they are rotten. Obi is the only one who qualifies for it. And Nnamdi Kanu should be released because he has done nothing to warrant what is happening to him now. The whole country is silent, just watching, nothing. But eventually, we will see the result of all this. The unity you are talking about, I don't see how it's going to come with all this happening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alexi. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. It's a bit disappointing to be hearing what an elder like Lexi is saying. And clearly, these are the kind of elders that I talked about that I didn't want to, I wasn't going to be talking to any grown elder in Nigeria anymore, because this is what they bequeathed us. A nation that is failing on every front. And they inspire division, They inspire lack of accountability. Because look at some of the things he said. He talked about the divisive aspect in terms of others killing others when the entire country is being attacked. He talked about someone that was clearly recorded saying, "Burn the cities when burn something when the Nigerians were fighting each other," and he literally said that person did nothing wrong because he's in a country where if he does anything like that, he will be lucky if he ends up in a black site. So for the kind of stuff this will bequeathed us is why we are where we are. You can't be part of a sailing vessel and want to put hole into that vessel all the time, and you think it's not going to affect you. We like it or not, we are in Nigeria. You carry the passport, you have the constitution. What are you going to make of it? Most of the things we have in this life is we didn't choose them. The Igbo man that you are, you didn't choose it. And you can't just sit here and say, "Oh, this is our lot. Let's just fight not to be what we are." Do the best for what you are. That is what life is all about. You can't keep making excuses that this one is trying to kill us and all that. What are you going to do to counter it? You said that Peter Obi is the only person that deserves to be called His Excellency. But you notice that you are very, very different from him. Very different. Like the other opposite different. He is working with what he's got to do the best for where he's at, where he's from. Why don't we try to be what we admire? You are in Western countries. Why don't you try to be like that? You admire them, you live there, you admire Peter Obi, you don't want to be him. You would rather do the opposite of what he represents. I don't get that logic. There's a level of illogical thinking that we use regularly. And that's why sometimes when I saw the earlier speaker as the guest, I felt like he was one of the most logical speakers I've seen on this channel, because he was saying things I might not agree with him everything, but at least he was logical. But just hear the last submission, it's not logical at all, from top to bottom. So we can't keep doing this thing. We have to put our nation first, because if your nation comes first, guess what happens? Everywhere will do better. Everywhere will do better, we like it or not. Once the nation starts doing better, when the Nollywood does well, did they say, "Oh, it's only Yoruba people that are going to work in Nollywood"? Is it only Yoruba people that are in Afrobeats? Everybody is elevated for it. If an outside man is seen in Nigeria, overseas, maybe if there are very few outside people involved in Afrobeat or Nollywood, but yet he gets the glory too. You are a part of a nation. Make your peace with that and work with what you have. It's just that simple. Thank you.
All right. Let me just say a few things. First of all, I thank everybody who on their own decide to come here every time they're on and to participate. I appreciate all of you and your contributions.
Can I give a quick rebuttal, please?
Who wants to say something?
This is Prince.
Prince Akwati.
Yeah.
To whom?
Just wanted to give a quick rebuttal to to what forefathers just said.
Can you wait? Let me finish, then you can, because he will want to respond to you, and then I'll continue.
No. It's a quick one. It's not something long. Right. I just want him to, there a point where he said people, kind of like, he was saying something about an elder, which is Alexei. And for me, I feel that everyone have a right to express their feeling. It's not that I'm supporting, but for him to say, "Oh, people just come and just say," he has a right to come and say what he wants to say. And it's up to every one of us to take it in, digest it, kind of like process and digest it, take the ones you want to take and work with the one you want to work. But telling him not to come, and say something the way he feels it's not right. That's all I just have to say.
All right, thank you. So now I've forgotten what I wanted to say.
No, I should be the one responding to what that young man chose to say about my comments. He is the same person who recommends the killing of Igbos. On this screen, go back to your records. He is not empathetic
Seriously?
at all.
Are you seriously that I
You
said
have
Igbos should be?
okay.
Maybe you definitely had it wrong then.
You have said things like that, and I just watched you on this screen shaking my head.
You know what? I can assure you, you had it wrong.
Hold on.
By the way, you have to mind your own points. So you knew what I was saying had to do with you. That's why you responded. You should have let it stay there. But you are see, people come to me to ask me why you are on this screen. And they are not Igbos. They are not Igbos. Because you annoy many people out here if you don't know that. It's just now you are beginning to talk about things going smoothly. You have been on this side of the killer government that have been running our country. You have always had excuse for them. You give me the impression that you are either being paid or that you are in an ex-service person. You are defending the killers. Yes, that's the impression I have. So I didn't mention your name, but you came up to talk about what I said because it all came at you. So you know what's happening in your own life, but I'll keep saying what I'm saying. Nigeria is not working. Even this election has brought out more points for those who were on the fence to know that when something drastic needs to happen. When I say there was a country, I say it just like Chinua Achebe did. There was a time things were working right, but today it's people like you in your own way of thinking that see the Igbos in the bad light and continue to be on the side of those who are either killing or criticizing the Igbos. The Igbos have done very well for Nigeria, if you don't know that, in the past. And that's why I still know those who grew up with me that I cannot trade for all these things that come up here. There are people I know.
I don't know why you are making this about the Igbos. It's not about Igbos. It's about the illogical statements that you are making. That's what I criticize, and I wish you went for the.
I need to defend forefather. That's not correct. Let's see. You know, he may call me more of a military man or being on the side of the government, the way he put his narrative. But I've never had him being so descended on the Igbos. This is just my own opinion. I've never had him being against the Igbo. He tend to ally with more of Obi.
Go to the library.
I'm just talking about my opinion. I watched Niger Watch and some other platform, one-man platform that he had been. I'll be very honest. He has been on the southeastern side. I don't know where part he's from. Whether this is just my opinion, so I disagree with you.
Okay.
All right.
You have the right.
Hold on, guys. So, I wish I didn't let who was the first person that Prince Apache to speak. You know. All right. So I was
thought it was my turn.
Which turn? We're not doing turn by turn now. I'm the one who's trying to speak.
It's my turn.
I can't actually see anybody now on my screen. But anyway, thank you guys for always coming here and airing your view. I don't take it for granted. Whoever you are and whatever your view is, I think they are all valid. And I hope you guys will take it. Your view is valid, however you feel about the country. I don't support anybody stopping anybody else from owning their viewpoints, airing their viewpoints. The way I hope this will work, and it's been not perfectly working, is that people will challenge other people's views. When people say things that are not accurate, they challenge it. That way, other people will learn. The people who have those views will learn. Challenge them with facts that are opposite of what they are thinking about. If we do less of these personal attacks, there won't be so much of this kind of rancor that we see every now and then. But I give room. I understand that we are human beings, and it will happen every now and then. Things like this will happen. but it shouldn't be the norm. Now, I want to say something now that I still have someone like Olumide, or everybody really, because I don't think we've said this before. And what I'm trying to say is that there is a difference between what we do on Saturdays, and what we do on Sundays. On Saturdays, what we do is have your say. On Sundays, we have a guest. Typically, we have a guest. And just think about this, any other show, town hall you see on CNN, whatever show where you have a guest and you talk to the guest and then allow people to ask the guest a question. That is the concept. So the idea that, and I think I said this maybe last week, the idea that we have an opportunity to ask a question to a guest is something that I think we should, I take it as a privilege. I go to other shows where I get a chance to ask anybody, maybe somebody I can't get on my show. I take the opportunity and I ask some questions. Someone like Adewale, some of you might know, I got to know him from talking to him on Adeola's show. I asked him a question, and so that's what it is. So it's quite different from have your say. So why I'm saying this is that today I saw some things I didn't know was possible. I didn't know that we were doing that, which was that the attention should be on the guest, not on me, not on the panelists, other people who came in. It's on the guest. So and we try to say before we bring people in, just ask him a question. We know that you have up to 20 questions, but let's make it one so that other people will have the chance. I'm really concerned about everybody getting the chance. But sometimes, people will take it up, start talking to someone else in the panel, but that's not the idea. It's not about me, it's about the guests, So anyway, so I hope we get that right. But the other thing is, being that that's the format, okay, so I also hope that people will know that no matter who is the guest, even if it's you, anybody in this panel today could be a guest tomorrow. We try to give the person some level of respect. You can still ask a critical question. I never tell anybody don't ask any question, but kind of be respectful for the guest. Not because of the person you're looking at, but because of people watching at home and the people who will come in tomorrow. There are people I call on this and say, come on this show. They go and watch the old ones. And they come back. If you call them again, you don't hear from them. They just say, look, maybe there's some things that are not, that they don't like. I'm not begging, we don't begging people to come, but we have to at least do our parts. Make sure that people who come here, we know that this is professionally done. We can't have a guest and then the people in the panel who we brought in will be talking to each other and arguing with each other when the guest is there, Anyway, so that I needed to say that. And there was something that happened when Pansat was here. So we have this issue with trying to fact check people, and also the issue that happened when I wasn't here yesterday that people are just telling me. There's an issue with fact checking people, and I've said that I limited it to, if I'm here, and I think I will talk to some moderators too. As much as possible, we don't want. I think people should be able to, talk about politicians, people in public office, public space, all over the world. You're allowed to criticize them, even call them some names, but there is a limit, and that should be observed. I typically challenge people when if you say something that is really outrageous. What is your source? Do you have a credible source? The reason is that we can't let this forum be somewhere where anybody can just dig up something from anywhere and throw it out there. And it shouldn't be happening. It's not good for the platform. It's not good for you who is saying that. If you cannot prove where credible, I say I maintain credible source where you found what you're about to say, don't say it until you confirm. I get a lot of things from people, hundreds every hour from people. Put this on the show, put this on the show. I can't. whatever video you are seeing at home, I've seen it. Maybe 20 people have sent it to me in the last 1 hour, but I have to verify. Anyway, so, but it's very important. There are people that some people don't like. There are people that some people like. Even the people that some people don't like, some people like them. The point is this: we should be able to have conversation. People should have different viewpoints, but we should respect each other. Okay, I cannot police this platform the way some people want it. And even when I try to do that, there are some people that you will stop. Some people will not like it. There's something that happened today that I think it may be something we can integrate on in what we do on Saturdays, which is we may bring out 10 minutes or 5 minutes to get two people to debate. Maybe this will help. I thought that the ranting will help to get things off the system of people, but I think there should be real debate too between people here because it's needed. I think because people don't have the chance to debate with each other, sometimes they think they have the idea is superior to the other person's idea. So moving forward, we're going to integrate some of these things and trying to make this place a better place for everybody. I want people to live here, feel good about themselves. I've learned something. I had something that is interesting to me, and so we should do that. We integrate that debate, and I'm nominating Pansat, who will be one of our first debaters. He will debate somebody. We'll work out the details. But thank you all for being here and coming here every time. I appreciate that. I totally value the idea that you wake up and decide to spend the time with us on this platform. So I will leave it at that. I can't see anybody on my screen. There's something that happened to my computer. So I will say, who should
Rudolph, I have a question.
Who is speaking? I can't see anybody now.
Okay, Ike, speak.
Ike, go ahead. Okay, I'll log on again. Go ahead, Ike, go ahead. Go on, Ike.
Yeah, before when Prince Akwachi, he gave you an information about Inec. You said you had it. I didn't get what was that when our elder brother was, after he finished speaking, he was telling you something and the news about INEC. What was that?
News about INEC?
Yeah. Prince Akwachi said something. I don't know what he said. The news from INEC or what? I don't know.
Prince Akwachi, did you say anything about INEC?
No, I said don't be what I said when he said, "Oh, I'll give kind of like a speech at the end or a statement. I'll offer a statement." I said, don't be like Inec and the respondents that moved everything when they object to the last submission. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh man, I will not. I will not. Believe you me, I will not say anything derogatory at all.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think my computer is rebooting. Okay. So CM, do you have anything to say?
It's me for.
Did he just call me, or is it CM you called?
I'll be Dr. Damages. I'm supposed to speak.
I'm not sure who Dr. Damage called. Is it me or CM?
No, I called CM, but because my computer is trying to reboot, I can't see any of you. Okay, so who said this is turn?
CM, I think he's disappeared.
Number 6 field.
Number 6 field. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I really like the attitude of Mr. Alexi or Sir Alexi, regardless of the pushback he got from forefathers, the way he handled it, even his own response was very, matured. But I also like forefathers because I don't want it to be everybody's ideas should be challenged. Everybody's ideas, regardless, just like Dr. Tami, regardless of what you say, what your opinions are, they should be pushed back all the time. That is what will help us to aggregate and bring out germane solutions to whatever the peculiar issues that we are tackling. So that's just, and also I respect people that I respect people that show genuine love for their ethnicity and for their people. I don't like hypocrisy. If you don't love your people, you cannot do anything for the greater Nigerians. You must first. That's why I love somebody like CM. If you talk about his people, when it comes forcefully, I love people like that. It is good to always start from a position of selfishness. I'm a negotiator, and that's what I'm telling you. First, start from the position of selfishness. People that just come and want to be all fancy, Nigeria is cool, cool. They can't offer anything tangible. But when you come from a narrow perspective, then we argue, we all spill out our biases, then we are going to converge eventually to something very germane, So I personally love people. I like pushback. I like people, pushing back on one another. So that's just what I wanted to add, Dr. Damages. Thank you always, Dr. Damages. You are doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Crown Faith, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine, yourself.
Good.
Thank you for the privilege of being able to contribute a few words. From my own perspective, just reading from your caption there, what changes has Peter Obi brought to the Nigerian political space?
Yes.
I personally believe that Obi has added what everybody is yearning for. We've always been, as a country, yearned for equity, a sense of belonging. But the country has not functioned like a country for a long time, for the longest time, because the whole idea of citizenship, it operates from an optical illusion perspective. It's very, the Nigerians' thought of citizenship, to me, I feel is an optical illusion. It's very cyclical. It depends on who is in power, which government is in power. But when it comes down to why we are a democratic society, you realize that the government of the people, for the people, by the people, that definition itself has never been accomplished. Now, Obi brought about what everyone has been yearning for. In the last 8 years, I don't think Nigeria has ever been this divided. For what the previous regime make us to understand. The previous regime, the last regime, just made the average citizen understand, know their place. That, a certain demographic of people or a certain tribe have what I will call superiority over everyone else. And that in itself is really false. It's a false narrative because the political elite in the Nigerian space have always utilized either tribal sentiments to divide as a form of distraction to the citizenship, to divert them from focusing on what is the reality, what they should be engaging themselves on. If it is not the tribal sentiment card, they will play the economic, socioeconomic status card. If they don't play that, they will play the religious card. And all of these things pretty much was evident throughout the course of the political campaign. If you look at all the countries in the world that are prosperous, where most people, if they had to choose a second place to live, they will choose any one of those countries, and I can literally tell you, if it's the UK you want to choose, that's in your mind, if it's Canada that is at the forefront of your conscience, or if it's the United States, there's something that makes those societies worth looking at. Now, as far as the Nigerian context is concerned, those things are absent, because who is Nigerian working for? Just like the one of the panelists, Mr. Lexi, has said, is there anything false about what he's saying? Name one part of Nigeria where life is comfortable. Name one part of Nigeria that is safe or that has a better economy. Name one part. And it doesn't matter if it's religion. Name one church, name one religion that gets that has a better advantage than the other religion. These are all instruments that the political elite use to divide the country. At the end of the day, good governance, equity, justice, what makes a country a country? What will make you stand at the doorstep of any other country and say, I'm a proud Nigerian? And they can reciprocate, looking back at what your country is offering you as a citizen, and they can acknowledge, welcome. We don't have that. Unless we just want to fool ourselves and talk from today to tomorrow. If you look at the current administration, and I'll tell you this, and I'm not afraid to say my mind, all those that are surrounded, all those that are made, that are literally at that corridor of power, the potential ministers to be, the existing ones that have been, nominated or elected. Check their background. Those that are surrounding the current president, go and check their background. And all those information are out there in the public domain. You cannot hold a position of the chief of staff when you have a criminal record. Here, okay, whether it's in the United States, for you to hold any job that you can call a professional job, let's not even talk about the public service. Your background speaks a volume. And if you have anything that can be considered a crime in your past, you're not going to get those positions. And if our corridors of power is surrounded by men with shady past and all those kind of stuff, what type of future, what kind of hope are they going to really give the people? Can anything good come out of something rotten? Can anything good? So for me to trust anything that the government is pushing out there, let's start by those who represent those policies and whatnot. And everything that's been pushed out so far, whether it's the student loan program, whether it's the subsidy, the oil subsidy, every decision that has been made so far, let's be realistic. It's not about the people. Okay? It's not about the people. Where is the people in all of this? Where is the people in all of this? And government is all about the people. Whether it's infrastructure that the government is responsible for, whether it's taxation, whether it is social programs, it's all about the people. We are having a community engagement right now. This is what we are having. But I'll tell you, where the Nigerian space is concerned, anything that is remotely related to a voice of dissent or opposition, you suddenly become a target. You're branded. If you're not branded a terrorist, you're branded an agitator. Every productive society has a voice of dissent. The parliament, they're all not having a kumbaya party. Okay? And nobody's horse is God, including the president. They are all public servants. But in the Nigerian space, the president is God. Aside from the Almighty God, the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful God anywhere in the world, with the way the country operates. At whose expense? At the expense of we, the people. Doesn't matter what tribe you're from. So if somebody wants us to go back to what it used to be pre-independence, let's look at that. If you're really thinking about humanity, we've made so many mistakes over the years. Must we wait for another 300 years? Like those whose country have fought bitter wars and today things are working. Must we make the same mistake? Because those are some of the things that people will use as an excuse. Oh, Nigeria is also a 62-year-old democracy, and for that reason we give ourselves a pat on the back. The world is moving. We're at the technology age right now where AI is about to revolutionize the way things work, including how wealth is created. But yet, we have barely come off the ground, and we're still debating certain things that are germane. The country is not working. And if it takes us to go back and say, you know what, let all the Igbos stand back, let all the Yorubas stand back, we can hold ourselves accountable. It doesn't mean that we want to destroy the country. It's easy for me to hold my brother accountable at home. I speak his language. Okay, in Yoruba, they said Orile-Ede, the land that has a language that is common and everything else that makes you one person. Doesn't mean that I don't want to form unity. I don't want to be united in the front as a citizen with an Igbo leader. What's my business if an Igbo man is a president? If the country is working, who cares who my state governor is in Oyo State if everything about Oyo State is working? Who cares about how Ikeja functions when those in charge of the local government are doing their jobs and the residents of Ikeja are getting the benefit of what citizenship should be all about? It's not so in the Nigerian context. And those are the things we ought to be looking at and stop celebrating mediocrity because they can articulate very well. The benefactors of free education have now destroyed our educational system. The benefactors of the healthcare system, just in the year 79 to 83 alone, Jim Wobodo was there, Jakonde was there, Ajashin was there, Bola Ige was there. I don't care about everything else. How did the country function? How did every one of these states function? We had competitive, way of life. An Igbo man is not my problem. The politicians want me to hate the Igbos. Okay, the politicians want me to hate the Fulanese. The politician wants me to hate my next door neighbor so that I cannot hold my counselor accountable for his job. Okay, so let's go back to that. Accountability is it's very simple. It's not complicated. But the Nigerian politics want to redefine what governance should be and how we analyze governance. So I really appreciate your time. I'm very passionate about what I say. If I have offended anyone or ruffled any feathers, my apologies ahead of time. But hey, Nigeria, the one Nigeria idea, it's not working. Let's go back, retrace our steps, whatever it has to take, whether we rename the country. Look, everything that's wrong about our country, we need to visit layer by layer and change them. And nobody should be demonized because they are asking for accountability. Common sense is only common to those who can see it. And the truth, you don't need to defend the truth. It speaks for itself, okay? And in the last 30 days, we have a president who has gone AWOL in a substantial meeting that he's supposed to attend in Paris. Hey, that's what we were told he's going there to do. That's one of the agenda. But he was missing in action. Someone who is supposed to be speaking, he was missing. If his health is an issue, let's be honest. He has a health issue, and let's deal with it. By the end of the day, I'm sorry, if the seat of power is surrounded by men with shady past, I'm not sure I want to put my egg in the same basket to think that anything good can come out of a rotten apple, okay? And hey, a thief is a thief anywhere in the world. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Wow. Thank you so much, Crown Faith. Sometimes why I like to do this is that even though I have first wives, which all of you guys, sometimes new wife will come up and it will be like, wow. So thank you so much for your view. And this is why we do this. We want to hear viewpoints that may not be the same as our own, but enrich us. And we feel better when we end this and we leave. Thank you so much. Electricity, you want to say something? I want to go to life issues. There's someone I've not seen before. Maybe she's been here before, but let me go ahead.
Okay, let me give her the space. I mean,
no, you can go ahead. After you, I will go to her. Go ahead.
Okay. It's on record that I gave the lady space, but Dr. Dame said I should go ahead. So I still remain the gentleman as concerned. Now, all protocol observed, I respect to this particular segment that we are having. It's so easier for us to blame our leaders, and yet the citizens never wants to take responsibility. So it's kind of shocking to me that we're blaming those in the power of corridors. We cite America, we cite other countries. But can we also look at those countries we are citing, how their citizens respond when their leaders misbehave? Do they just sit down and argue the way we argue? Do they not hold their legislators accountable? Let me cite an example here. My first example will be the current situation that happens to Boris Johnson during the COVID. It is the people that cried out, and their legislator, the parliament, took it up because they are representing their constituency. Because their constituents were not happy that law was made, and those who made the law were thinking that they are above the law. People died in the context of that. So today, Boris Johnson was stripped of he resigned as a prime minister. He was stripped of all parliamentary privileges. Do we think we cannot achieve these as Nigerians? We know what to do. All we do is argue, blame ourselves, blame the leader. I've said it to listen, let me tell you this. Now, it's going to shock most of you. In 2024, whenever 2027, I beg your pardon, if things remain the way they are, I will campaign for Bola Tinubu because the people, we the citizens, we fail to do the right thing. You can't blame Bola Tinubu, with due respect. With due respect, nobody should blame him. We all are learned people here. When Bola Tinubu said, if not for him, Buhari will not be president, we use it as a comedy, to sing, to dance, whereby we're supposed to go and meet our legislator and say, listen, this is what this man said. Under the Constitution, that is an alleged gross misconduct. What do? We laugh, we play. We are concerned about Bola Tinubu's health. Under the Constitution, we are supposed to go and meet our legislator, and they're supposed to take it up in the parliament. We are blaming our leaders. We are excusing ourselves from blame. Come on, let's be realistic. That's why I say all protocol observed. We can't continue doing this dance anymore. We can sit down here from now till the kingdom come and talk this thing. It ain't gonna happen. When we are making comparison, using America, France, Germany, this and that, we have to look at how their citizens behave, either in the country or outside the country. For the fact, Mr. Crownfield, you said Nigerian president is like a god. That is incorrect. It is we that make these people God. And it is we that will take that title away. The man is not powerful, for crying out loud. It just made us to believe that they are powerful. But the power belongs to the people. But the people have not exercised that power. It's not God. Neither are the legislators God. We keep arguing that it is difficult to recall a legislator, something we've not tried. We keep looking at this difficulty, this impossible, this helpless. We are so helpless, we can't do nothing about our situation. Oh, Nigeria is not working, this and that, for crying out loud. Have we done? I use the word we, everybody inclusive. What attempt have we made than sitting down here without achieving? I say this with due respect to Rudolph, who owns the channel, without achieving anything. What have we achieved all these years? Oh, our mandate was stolen. Who stole your mandate? Nobody stole anybody's mandate. The matter is in court. So let the court address it. In the meantime, that the court is addressing, what are the people doing? We are sitting down saying, oh, they stole our mandate. Oh, they stole our mandate. Oh, they stole our mandate, doing nothing. Which mandate did they steal? Let's be realistic here. We're all learned. We are all adults here. When we have situation in our life, we address that situation. We look for ways and means to fix that situation. Nigeria is not beyond redemption for those who think the country is beyond redemption. No. And I will close my argument and addressing those in diaspora. And I will cite two instances in the Holy Bible for those of you who believe in the Bible. Even if you don't believe it, you will agree with it. The story of Esther and the story of Nehemiah. These people find themselves in a privileged position, and they had to use that privileged position to save what? To save their nation. We sit in a privileged position, those of us in diaspora. None of us believe we're going to sit down here today talking about Nigeria, because when most of us left, we say, oh, we've forgotten Nigeria, goodbye to Nigeria, that God-forsaken country. Here we have today, we are sitting down talking about Nigeria. But we sit in a privileged position for us to use that position to push whatever message and educate the people back at home in respect to Section 60, Section 1, which none of us have tried. Oh, some say it's been tried before in the context of Dino Melaye. Please, you need to go and listen to Dino Melaye very well. That was power tussle in the parliament there. It got nothing to do with the people. He stepped on toes. They want to get rid of you. Now, the highlight of this is that about Section 68 and Section 110, which they use within themselves. Yet the people coming here crying out, we cannot recall people, we've not tried it. Come on, let's be realistic. We are all learned. We can read and write. Forget about PhD or whatever it is. The Constitution is as simplified for anyone who went to school, primary or secondary school, who can read and write to be able to understand that. Now, Rudolph, you say you want to make a debate. Well, I don't know in what context you want to make that debate. I want to ask you a
question. Who is your legislator? Who is your legislator electricity?
Olumide, with due respect. Olumide. Let me give you a story. You can take this personal.
Hold on.
Earlier when this thing happened.
I can take it.
Please, electricity, please, electricity, please, on my honor, please, electricity, please, on my honor, hold back. Please, electricity, electricity on my behalf, please, on my honor, on my... Yes, please. Okay, it's okay.
I am listening to you. But you see, we need to call a spade a spade. If we don't behave ourselves, then we have to put. We have to put ourselves under checks and balance. This is a public space. And there has to be a level of decorum. I run a channel. I don't tolerate nonsense on my.
No. I'm serious. Who's your legislator?
Okay,
it's a simple question. You answer him.
Rudolph, did you mute me?
Yeah, I muted everybody because this is getting out of hand. Olumide.
I'm not hearing you, Rudolph.
Yes, Rudolph.
You can hear Olumide, please. I don't enjoy removing people, so you guys know it's not one of the things.
No, Rudolph, I'm just trying.
No, wait. No, Olumide, hold on. I think maybe it's your nature, so I'm trying to adjust. No, I'm trying to adjust. What I mean
don't know.
by that
I'm
is
not.
the interruption style.
Communicating.
If you look at what we're doing here, nobody has done interrupted people more than you. I didn't ask you to ask me a question. You didn't ask me, should you talk? Nothing. Sometimes I let it fly, I let it go, but it's not every time that it should be done.
Okay, Mr. Rudolph, respect.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
okay, respect.
Yeah. All right. So where is guy? Okay. Crown Fit, you wanted to say something. I want to go to live issues, but just
you said it's me.
I just wanted to respond to the gentleman. I'm not a unity beggar, and he has made some very blank statement that is very generalized. You don't know my background. You don't know what I do. You don't even have the privilege to know who I am, but it's very convenient for you to throw out words like we're not doing anything. The fact that we are having a community engagement is a positive reflection that we're trying to make and effect change. My question to the gentleman will be for him to share what his ideas are. If you think people are being complacent and all they do is talk, then please provide an input as to what direction you think the citizenship should be leaning towards or what policy we should be addressing. The question about who his representative is germane, is vital. He doesn't know who we are. And I really, really don't take that response with any grain of salt. Okay? We're not just here talking trash. We're trying to effect change. There are millions of Nigerians who will not have the privilege, who don't even have the privilege to be on the panel, but they are listening to everything that we're saying. Some will be catching up 3 days from now, some a year from now. But if the conversation itself reflects a path to a positive change, those type of comments that are coming out of that speaker, that last speaker, is pretty utter rubbish, I'll call it. Okay? So don't just throw out blank statements. It's not. If you want to ask what I do for a living and how have I contributed to the change in the Nigerian space, we can have that conversation on the sideline. Or if there's a general, topic that we can all contribute and let everybody feed into that discussion, then we'll get to hear all our ideas. But for him to come because you have a channel, I'll be interested to go and see what you talk about on your channel and see if I can get anything positive.
Yes.
Is Nigeria working for you? How can we make Nigeria work for us? We're having a reflection, and we cannot throw that out the window. Today, if the president, the prime minister, listen, I don't need the premier. I live in a country where we have provinces. I have never seen my premier in the last 20 years, any of the premiers, but I know where to find them. I know the offices of where my representatives are. Nigerian leaders are not available to the members of their constituents. They're heavily guarded and they're disconnected from we, the people. That in itself is a sign that something is not right about their style of governance. That's one. They're heavily guarded. Regardless, you have to go through protocols for you to even reach a member of your councillor, to reach your city councillor in Lagos. Name any councillor that is readily available to their people. You have to bypass people, and that's not governance. It's not about the people. It's about turn by turn. Everyone wants a piece of their turn, and they want to be a pariah. They want to oppress the people. They want an avenue where they can literally suppress the voice of we, the people. Obi himself, if you look at I'm not an obedient, and then anyone should not think, yeah, this guy talking must be an obedient. I'm not an obedient. I'm not a member of the Labour Party. I'm just looking at Nigeria from the context of, okay, are we heading in the right direction? Who is better to speak for the people? Who amongst all these candidates are saying things that in a political, in an electoral process, are we hearing what should be coming out of those who we think should be in a position of leadership? And if you look at the entire debate from the beginning till the last day that the vote was casted, you realize that everybody was just busy talking, making sound bites. The only person who articulates what he will do to make a change in the life of Nigerians is Peter Obi, and that's it. And if we all agree that is positive, okay, those who believe they can build on it, yeah, let them continue to do their work. But I would go back to the outlet where the things that we are looking for is supposed to come out of. Who are the people at the corridors of power? Who are those surrounding the current president? Okay, the case in the court may last 4 years. Who knows? And it may not. But this is where we are today. What can they give us? What hope? What policy can they prefer that will change Nigeria for good? That will change the land space? Is it the tribal rubbish that they're trying in Lagos? And they're very vocal about it. They're vocal about it. So I'm not a unity beggar, and I'm not going to, subscribe to any of this foolishness. We're all learned people. Yeah, I'm learned. I'm not stupid. And what we're doing here is positive. And thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph, for keeping the outlet for people to voice their opinion. And anyone else who disagrees with you, yeah, voice of dissent is part of the game. But please don't redefine what we should be doing here, because you have not offered anything that I've heard so far. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Beyond what I'm supposed to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for indulging me.
You are sucked in, and we hope that you keep coming, and you'll be part of. Anytime you're free, you can come and air your view. Life issues. Let me come to you. Let's hear from you. Thank you for being patient.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is my first time of being here. I just saw Njenje's feed, and he had this live on, and I was just saying, okay, let me just come in and join. And then I listened to the conversation, and I'm like, okay, let me just listen. And to be frank with you, it is a great progress that we're actually on a platform talking about an election that normally in Nigerian situation, after an election that we know was conducted not well, by now it used to be, oh, let's move on, let's pass on, let's continue. It has happened. That has been the Nigerian syndrome since I was born. For the first time, we are in court, and that court case is being heard, and that court case is strong. That is the progress. For the first time, the youth of Nigeria are actively involved in politics, and they are still there trying to find out, trying to hold our elected or non-elected, representative to, account for whatever they are doing. For the first time, we do have an opposition. Now, the opposition, sadly, they are not the political parties, they are Nigerian citizens. And you know what? We have actually moved as a country. And until we start admitting that, and no matter whatever has happened, Nigeria will never be the same anymore. Let's just get that. And sometimes you come on, life planning. I run my own show, I run my own blog, and I hear people and they throw shade or throw something without actually having a weight or having a deep understanding of things. Someone's talking about Boris Johnson, talking about the people holding him account. Excuse me, which people? I live in the UK. We can talk about Boris Johnson. We have always, listen, I have a son. Even when Boris Johnson was our prime minister, once Boris Johnson come on, we all call him stupid. We all say that guy is crazy. We never had any respect. We know who Boris Johnson is. We all knew he was going to flout the lockdown rules. We all knew parties was going on. Boris Johnson was not held account by the people. He was held account by the laws of the country. Please, let's say it. People just stop and talk and, as if they're making sense. They're not. Boris Johnson, what caught Boris Johnson was the law. He went, they came for him with the law, the ethics of someone in his position. They had to follow the civil servant rules to get him. It has got nothing to do with the British people. We can talk. We always talk. We're already talking about Rishi Sunak. Until he fronts something and he does something, that is what a civilized society work on. The rule of law, those principles as they are set in the Constitution, in the Civil Service Memorandum, this is what happens. It's not talking. And you know what? Yes, we are talking. Are we not even happy that we're talking? Before, it was as if there was a cut or something that held our tongue and we couldn't talk. After election, we just all go in and life continues. So let's give some people some kudos. Let's even say, okay, yeah, we have some other strange voices talking. And yes, we are in court. And yes, we will see the end of, even if it takes us 5 years, Nigerian youth will hold on to these 5 years and we will follow this. And is it not strange that for the first time, the political elite could not actually achieve what they want to achieve? And that is having us have a dementia and forgetting the election and moving on. Is it, for the first time, with everything they have put in our midst, all the ethnicity, all the bigots and everything, we are still saying, no, we are going to stand at, as one voice. And I'm going to say something about, somebody was talking about the recall. Let me tell you something. There was nothing wrong with the Nigerian people when it came to recall. It was about the Constitution. We all know that with the amended Constitution, it is hard for you to cross carpets. It's very hard. We did not have the right Constitution. Recall was hard before the amended Constitution. We cross carpet and gaslight everything without actually, saying the facts. Go back and read the amended Constitution and you will understand that as it is now, it's easier for you to fight for a recall. Nobody could have done that in the old electoral law. It wasn't going to happen. So let's, thank God we're having this conversation. I know most of us are learned, and please do not gaslight what the diasporas are doing. Maybe you left Nigeria. I'm coming. Maybe you left Nigeria and you don't want to go back. You did not care about Nigeria. Don't generalize it. Some of us, even though we left, we have always followed the political arena of Nigeria. Some of us open news agencies. We are still following Nigeria. Some of us are contributing to the quarter. Some of us are being consulted for policies. And even though we've gone, we went because of economic reason or because our life was in danger and we had to run. So don't gaslight us. And I hear when people talk about diasporas, you guys are, yes, we are talking because we have to talk. Some of us are in diaspora, we are meeting people. We are actually knocking on doors, trying to make the voices of our people heard. So please don't gaslight us. It is wrong. And I'm going to say, for the fact that we're having this discussion, few months after an election, with a man that we know, this man has his backbones, this man has so much money that he could do anything he wants to do, but we're still on his neck, we're still pressing him, and he has not had any rest. This man is like, I don't know how he survives. Because Nigeria this is the first time we're even whistleblowing in Nigeria the way we're doing it. So it is a good thing and we should celebrate that. Please don't come and gaslight us. It's not right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Life.
Okay, I had a network issue.
No,
Let me
Rudolph,
clarify
I have to say
myself, if you don't mind,
electricity, please.
if
We
it's
can't stay
okay.
here for you. We others have to say something.
Hold
No,
on.
sorry, I had a network issue. I just need to clarify something. I would like to address Mr. Crownfit. When I said I have a channel and I don't tolerate I uphold decorum. With due respect, I wasn't referring to you.
I won't give you money.
It doesn't matter.
I don't understand. You see, this is the kind of decorum I'm referring to.
Look
when
at that.
somebody is talking, and
that.
Olumide will always interject, and such behavior is what I am referring to. Now, I know you address. I missed some parts. I pick up maybe what I pick up was wrong, as if I was attacking you. I only disagree with your assertion that the Nigerian president walks around like a god. No, it's not. It's not at all. It's bound by rules and regulations. And in respect to the lady that spoke about, it wasn't the people that took away Boris Johnson, it was the law. Some people push the civil service law. That's why the people in the parliament. But that is what you said. You said the parliament are the civil service code. It was a case of misleading the parliament. But nevertheless, the COVID law is applicable to her, but they broke it. And the people were complaining that how can we keep a COVID law and you that made the law, you broke it. If I'm lying, you tell me that I am lying. Most families were there in the court recently in the newspaper crying that their people died and Boris Johnson were having party. I stand to be corrected. It's in the social media.
Can I correct you? Can I correct you? I don't know if you live in the
Please
UK.
do.
I don't know if you live in the UK, but if you live in the UK, it has got nothing to do with the people. And I'm going to repeat it again. It has everything to do with breaking the code of conduct. What are the people? Listen, there have been other people, that have broken. I'm coming. There's been other ministers that have broken the code of conduct, and during the COVID, but nothing happened to them. But it was the magnitude of Boris Johnson misbehavior. And also because he lied under oath. Listen, so you need to get your facts right. If Boris Johnson had broken the code of conduct, and when he was asked, he opened up and said he did it. But he lied under oath and he tried to cover it. So that was a gross misconduct. This country is about honesty. Like the guy that traveled, left his house. I'm coming. That was one of those minutes. He's not the first minister that broke the code of conduct during that time. There were people that left their house, went to other city when they shouldn't. But when they were asked, they raised their hand and they said, okay, I did it for, because of love or because of my family. The British public will forgive. But Boris Johnson lied under oath. So it was about the law. The question is, have we matured in upholding the law in Nigeria? Have we matured in separating the 3 tiers of government? We're still working on it. We haven't gotten there. We are in court, and the assumption is that the legislature is biased already. But in the UK, there is a complete separation of power. The Prime Minister cannot interfere. The Queen cannot interfere. Okay, and until we open our eyes and stop comparing ourselves to advanced country whose set of ways are already determined, established, we lie to ourselves. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Can I throw a question back to you if you don't mind, please?
No, we can't. We have to move on.
Because you say
I will give you the hold on electricity. I will give you the chance to
all right, I'll hold on.
Say something, and then I will say something because you actually mentioned me at the beginning of this this conversation about this. I will say something and that should end it. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Rudolph, is it me?
No, not you. Electricity. No, not you. Electricity. You are. I want you to say.
Do you want me to go ahead? I don't know.
Yeah. Not question. Just make your respond to her, and then I will say something, and we end it there.
I'm not getting you, Rudolph. My network is kind of fluctuating. Anyway, if you're listening to me, I'm not. It's kind of my network is a bit fluctuating here. Here is my argument that I've always been making. Okay, and I believe when I spoke earlier, I said when we are making comparison, we have to also look at how the citizens respond to when their leaders misbehave or broke the law. And I've always argued that a lot depends on our citizens, not our leaders. That has always been my argument, and I'll always stand on that argument. And I'm glad you rightly said that the recall amended was simplified. I hope I'm quoting you right. But you see, that is where our power lies. We've not tapped into that recall. And I've said this over and over again. Until we tapped into that recall. And when I said we diaspora, with due respect, I go to Nigeria every year. Sometimes once, sometimes twice. I was in the election, I voted. And when I said we diaspora sit in a position to help to change the narrative in the country, has to do with taking the media space and educating and enlightening the people down the road. I am not pointing accusing finger on those in diaspora and saying we do nothing. I said we sit in a privileged position. I don't think that is a bad word for me to say, or that I have said. We sit in a privileged position. You were not here earlier when I challenged Rudolph in front of his guests. We sit in a privileged position where we can help to change the narrative, the trajectory of what is going on in the country. So I don't know why someone is going to take offense with that, particularly Mr. Crownfield. Because I wasn't challenging his whatever he thinks I'm challenging. I don't do that. I respect decorum. I anchor on Dr. Rudolph channel. I anchor all of the channel. If I don't see decorum there, I tell people, listen, we call it a day. We have to maintain a degree of decorum. I know what's his name? CM was begging me not to address, or was appealing not to address Olumide because he keeps interjecting. And now that is not a good behavior for anyone, regardless, whether we're on a public space or we're in a private space. When you keep interjecting somebody when it's not your time, it's not an attractive behavior. He can take offense in it if he wants to. At certain time, we need to call out ourselves. If I do something wrong, call me out.
All right, thank you.
My submission at the end of the day is this. We can sit down here and talk, which is our right to. And I understand people are doing things. But if we don't collectively have one voice, Buhari and Tinubu have one voice. They are different ethnicity. Thieves, honor among thieves. They were able to honor the gentleman agreement they have. After you, it is me. But we ourselves, we don't have one voice. We don't have one. We are transparent, we have honor. It's time for us to have one voice. If thieves can have honor among themselves and be able to fulfill an agreement that after you, it's me, That is what happened with the 2023 election. Buhari have to honor that agreement. He have what with Tinubu. It doesn't matter if it's if Peter Obi is an angel. It makes no difference.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So I rest my case there. And to those who feel offended by my comment, well, I don't know if nobody has pointed out my offense to me. So I don't just apologize. I did not address anybody in person. I said all protocol observed. And I referenced to section 68, 69, and 110 of the Constitution. 6 years ago, I said it. Today, again, I'm saying it. We can argue with each other all we want. Until we go back to that section of the Constitution, we ain't going nowhere. Write it down. Take it to the bank. Take it to the market. We ain't going nowhere.
All right.
I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy Show is here to rescue me. But let me say this, and Electricity, I'm happy you are here. Let me just say this. And I told you some of these things in public. What we do here is part of the process, which is to keep the conversation going, share the knowledge. Okay? That's what we're doing here. This is not, we're not here to, we don't have to build a house because we came here. We don't have to accomplish something you are going to see, but we're accomplishing things. We're sharing ideas, and people can run with an idea that came from here. And I've offered you this platform last, I think when I wasn't here, to come here and take an hour and talk to people about your ideas, convince people will sign on to work with you. It's not something to be done on a platform like this. You take it and do what is needed. And I've suggested some things you can do, you know. So we are not, and you can't get everybody to sign up on anything. It doesn't matter what it is, even going to heaven. Some people will not go. If you tell them to sign here, you go to heaven, they will not sign. So it's not about, don't wait for everybody to sign up on whatever you believe in. Get the people who agree with you, and there are people who will agree with you, and you go. You see, you talk about the criminals or the politicians who are stealing money, that they call them thieves and they are doing well, working together. Yeah, they're doing that. You should be able to get your own people who believe in what you are saying. And if you are talking and people are not signing up, then you have to change maybe the way you are talking about it or what you are saying to get people to sign on. The fault is not in people who are not signing on. The fault is, how are you selling this idea? And I've seen that in many Nigerians who come up with great, beautiful ideas about solutions. But the way they market it, they make people not to sign up. And they blame the people for not signing up. If you think you have a wonderful idea, you should be able to sell it. If what you are selling, how you are selling it is not working out, then you change something. But the point is that what we're doing here is important. We are keeping the conversation going. We are learning from each other. We are sharing knowledge, sometimes ignorance. It's okay. We share all of them. And that's part of the process. The other part is, if you want to go and build a church because of what you had here, you go and build a church. If you want to go and build a factory, you go and build a factory, you know? So anyway, all right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Life Issues. Thank you, everybody. I didn't ask Show if he's willing to step in, but I know that Show is here. He will step in, and maybe others will also step in. But I really have to go. On Sundays, I can't put in 6 hours. I can't afford that. But I thank everybody who is here. And on Saturday next week, we're going to have a bishop. A bishop is going to, let me just preview here, but I didn't have the details. But there's a church, Anglican church in the US here, in New Jersey, where they had to fight. They were fighting inside the church. So we're bringing different participants in that fight to come here and talk about what happened in that church. It's something that will shock everybody, that something like this could happen in America. But thank you guys for being here. And next Sunday, we're going to have a new guest that will be interesting. I don't know who that person is for now. Austin, you wanted to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Dr. Damages, I'm supposed to say something.
So
no, hold on.
Dr. Damages, so much thank you for bringing Njenje here. I listened to him when I came out from the church, and the major thing I want us to understand is that it was her name that said this, that two truths can coexist. The way we argue or debate here looks as if what the other person said is just utter rubbish. And that's why we keep getting this forth and back. And when people make genuine point that is different from your own point, it is a welcome idea to accept that and add your own. I was not pleased the way forefathers came to Lacy, because what Lacy said was logical. And when you say what somebody said is illogical, it doesn't come out fine to somebody. You use the word elder brother, and you say it was what he said was logical, but wasn't his own viewpoint. He would have brought his own viewpoint, and also Lacy's point was also standard. And what Cranfit, sorry, was a very logical point. So these are all steps, and you have just made a very rounding point. We're not here to build a house. We're here to create foundations. People can run with any of the ideas we've projected, but people coming here to clamp down other people's idea, thinking that they have the superior idea. I don't think that this is the best platform to create that. One can start a platform of building a one ideal system, and I believe that platform will not have more people. So thank you for bringing Njenje here. And what he did today is one of the things Peter Obi has brought to the Nigerian politics. I know him before now, but the kind of compulsion he gave to the interview today was, where did this guy learn this? And I realized that he has been following Peter Obi for a while now. So you see, politics has to go with mentorship. When you have a right person, cool-headed person as the leader, people coming after him will also project that goodness. Nigeria, we do not know the seed we are sowing with this particular election. It will manifest in the next 15, 20 years if we allow this to stand. And that is the problem we have. We are trying to say, let us move on. If this succeeds, Nigeria will get it wrong in the next 10, 15 years. So I just pray that we have people with good mentality leading our country, standing at the helm of affairs. And you see that people that will come after will go through that methodology and we'll get a better country. So thank you very much. And I love what we have been doing here. Let people not condescend on other people's view. Bring out your view and marry it with other people's view, and it will help us to get going better. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I know Constance, you wanted to say something, but I really have to go. Okay, good. Mr. Shaw, let Constance say something, and then you can go from there. Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate your time.
All right, Rudolph, take care.
All right.
Hello, brothers and sisters, or gentlemen and gentle ladies. I really appreciate all of you guys. I'm happy that we are having this conversation. But I really enjoy that Cranfit's argument today. What he said today, I really enjoyed it. And what Mr. Lexi said, I'm also happy with what Mr. Lexi said. The country called Nigeria, it's not only nobody has enjoyed that country. And nobody is working for. It's working for nobody. And if I should borrow what Mr. Lexi said, I don't think that country will work for anybody. That country will not. I have traveled to many, not that I have traveled to so many countries, but I have been to many countries. I lived in many countries. Both third world, first world, and second world, I've lived. And all the places I've lived, nowhere that behaves like Nigeria. Nowhere. That is the problem. So if somebody talking about Nigeria moving forward and so on, moving ahead, and it's gonna be difficult. I lived in Singapore, I lived in Malaysia, I lived in Namibia, I lived in Japan. Okay, and all these places, very, very different from Malaysia was a third world country, like Malaysia, Singapore was a third world country. But when we were there about 20 years ago, it was very, very, everything was moving good, fine. Namibia, the same thing. When you look at Namibia, at a time, Namibia, they have three strong tribes, three big tribes. And the biggest tribe was Ovambu, Herero, and the Damara. Avambu we are ruling. Avambu are ruled maybe 2 or 3, 4 times, you know, since the independence. And later on, they give it to another tribe. They have no population. But they say, let these people try and see how the country will move forward. And they voted for that man. And the man is ruling up till now. But in Nigeria, they say such thing cannot happen. For example, let's say, if somebody from Benin will rule Nigeria and Nigeria becomes a great country, why not allow that Benin man to rule Nigeria? But in Nigeria, I say no. Only one people will be ruling, or no, only 2 people, only 2 tribes will be ruling. How do you think that country move forward? Today, Igbos are hated. But then they forget that why Buhari hated Igbos was because Igbos refused to vote for Buhari. Not that Igbos are more wise or clever, but Igbos see that nothing will come out from Buhari's regime. And at the end of the day, nothing came out from that Buhari regime. The same thing happened now in Tinubu's regime. Igbos don't want to vote for Tinubu because they know that nothing will come out from Tinubu. And other tribes are keeping quiet. They decide to go for Tinubu. Not that they decide to go for Tinubu. The thing that made Tinubu to come in there was like Femi, I think Femi, yeah, he said they have alliance now with the North. The South and the East, we are trying to have this, we are having this alliance before. They are going for this, what they call it, they wanted to secede and so on and so forth. They are calling for rejigging the country, changing the constitution, which will help the country. The North said they don't want the constitution to be changed. They said they don't want the constitution to be changed. To restructure the country, the North said they don't want the country to be restructured. But the East and the West were going this. And now the West, they said it's like sabotage what they are doing with the East and went to the North to have this power. Not that the whole West is in support of this power. The whole West are not in support of them. Those that are educated in the West, they don't want this to be like this. But because of the criminals in the West, they went and they joined with the criminals in the North. And now, where is the country going, heading to? It's still heading to back to square one. And the country, which Buhari had destroyed the country, it has taken us more than 100 years back. And how do you move forward? Do you move forward by, in the sense that Nigeria for now, look at the killings in Nigeria. The killings in Nigeria are happening because, one, we don't have immigration system, no immigration policy. All of us are in abroad. People take your passports, they take your citizenship, they take everything. When you come in, you are stamped, and the immigration see what everything about you. Your data is in your data. They have your data. But today, who are those killing Nigerians? People from Nigeria, people from Chad. They're the one killing Nigerians, not Nigerians itself. Yorubas don't kill Yorubas. Igbos don't kill Igbos. When during the last 20 years or 30 years, we were staying with the Hausas are in Igbo land. Hausas are Yoruba land. Nobody kills each other. But when Buhari came in with this Sharia issue and this Islamic issue, they opened the border for those people from the north, from the Sahara Desert to come in. The Nigerians and the Chadians. And that's the people killing us today. And why the Afenifere, the other groups are calling for, let the Obi and so on rule, is because they know that even if Tinubu goes there, it's still going to be the same story.
Okay.
You can't have the same killing. The West, the Muslims are the head of this military, the army. They were there when Buhari was there, and these killings were going on. And this man came again and put a northerner there. How do you think that a Muslim can stop this killing? No, the Muslims, that man there can never stop this killing.
What's the
because
solution?
They know why this killing is going on. They know.
What's your proposed solution?
My proposed solution.
If you have one, I mean, I don't expect you don't have to have one, but what do you think?
Honestly speaking, for me, with the way the country is not about Tinubu, not that Tinubu came in now. No, the country is so corrupt before, and now when Buhari came in, it became more corrupt.
Solution.
And since that it became more corrupt, it will be very, very difficult with Tinubu himself there. Tinubu is a corrupt man. For him to make the country with the people who surrounded himself with, like Senate President, Bajabi
So there's
Amila,
no
all those
solution.
kind of people. Huh?
So there's no solution.
Well, for me, the solution I can have is this: if we can have regional government,
Okay.
or if the country can secede, people should go their way. And because, if example, let me say now, for example, now,
30 seconds, please. You've been on for about 7 minutes.
if there's a do the work country today, they do the worst never allow somebody like Tinubu to rule.
Okay.
If there's what they call it, if there's Arawa today, Arawa would have not allowed Buhari to rule because they know that Buhari will not do anything for them. And if in the East, Easterners will never allow somebody like Okorocha and so people to come and do to take decisions in their own, or like this governor of Imo State, who say now is the governor of what, you know. So those people will not allow those kind of people to rule. If, for example, let's say you have Eastern State today, we will know who are going to rule us. We will hold them accountable. But in Nigeria today, if an Igbo man, if like say Okorocha do something today, you can't hold him accountable.
All right.
You can't, because when he goes back to Abuja,
it's
already gone.
Thank you, Constance. Just something to point out. When you were talking about that the Southerners and the Westerners and the Northerners, that the criminals in the West have an agreement with the criminals in the North. I'd just like to remind you, the criminals in the East are part of it. You've just mentioned a few of their names at the end. It's the criminals from all the regions that are messing Nigeria up. So it's a collective. So West, East, North, everybody, all the criminals, they formed an alliance. And that's why I think electricity is saying that we, the people, should form an alliance. But electricity tonight, people didn't have it easy on my brother. I don't know. I felt a bit, bad when everyone was going in on him. But anyway, who's next?
It's me, sure.
What do you mean I shouldn't spoon feed in pants out? Log off. Take a break. What's the problem? Take a break. Sometimes you speak sense. Sometimes you come and you just type absolute nonsense. I'm not in the mood for all this nonsense tonight. Log off. Go out, get some fresh air, do something else, have fun. Everything you breathe, you sleep, Yoruba man, that's the headache you have. My brother, take a break. Go out, get fresh air. It's good for you. Go and do something else.
Sure, like that's the conversation.
It's like a fly constantly in your air. Just go somewhere else.
Sure, that's the conversation.
Yeah, I keep an eye on it. I've seen him in the past. He talks a lot of nonsense.
You keep advising us not to go there.
No. I keep an eye on it. I need to keep an eye on it. He has a problem with anybody that's a Yoruba man. I mean, imagine the cheek of this man saying Fela Kuti is not a Yoruba man, but Seun Kuti is a Yoruba man. We need to start GoFundMe for Pansat. The man needs help. But on to better things. Who's next?
Should I go? It's me.
Ike.
Bob,
Uncle Ike, please take the floor.
Sure. I think maybe you were on the backstage when electricity.
I listened to everything. I've been here all day.
Sorry?
I said I've been here all day. I listened to everything. I've listened to everything. I've been on YouTube.
I just want to speak for myself.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I do not come to this platform to talk and waste my time. Talking about the narrative is telling us to change the narrative. It is the narrative that we have changed that have brought the political climate in Nigeria today. So for electricity to say that people come here to sit down and talk without an action, I felt insulted, because he don't know what each and every one of us has done toward this 2023 election. Each and every one of us has contributed in so many ways to make a better Nigeria, to make this Nigeria possible. And we're still doing it. And for somebody to think that I come to this platform to waste my time, to talk and talk. Me and my family were on vacation. I'm not supposed to be on this platform. I am thousands and thousands and thousands miles away from my station. But I still make out that my wife is sleeping. But I still make out of time from the hotel to sneak out to come and join this platform to listen and to gain the knowledge. And somebody will tell me that I come to this platform to waste my time. We only come here to talk and talk, no action. Is it not this narrative that we have decided to change that has brought the political tsunami that we can see in Nigeria, that the Nigerian youth are working on, what is going on in Nigeria. So I feel that he's not supposed to say that, because he doesn't know what each and every one of us are doing to make sure that we have a better Nigeria. Most of us, we have not met ourselves physically. Some of you who live in the US might have met each other. But I don't live in the US. I don't live in London. I live far away from wherever you don't even think about. But what I do, even since after the election, I know what I am doing. Encouraging people to register to belong to a political party, young Nigerians. It's not only from the East, from the people that I know during my school days, and those that I met when I was in Nigeria doing business. I am spending my resources and time and energy trying to encourage Nigerian youth to get involved. Time has come when people will just stay by and say, oh no, it doesn't concern me. I'm not a politician. So for somebody to come here to tell me that I come here to waste my time, I mean, that is unacceptable. And because we want a better Nigeria, most of you who are living in the US today, or some of you who are living in Britain, you have British Nigerian passport, you have American and Nigerian passport. I still use Nigerian passport for how many years that I've been traveling. Do you know what I go through in every immigration point with green passport? Do you know what I pass through? That all my children and my grandchildren, they all have a Dutch passport. But at my age, I'm still traveling with Nigerian passport. Do you know what I go through? I am on vacation right now. Right now, I'm in Netherlands. But 2 weeks ago, we were in Cyprus with my family. And when I get to immigration, when I presented my green passport with all the passport of my family, they didn't look at the European passport. They just, everybody, she hold my passport. You know, the question he asked me, when he opened my passport, he said, do you have a visa? I said, you are holding my passport and you are asking me if I have a visa. And when she saw my visa, she asked me, is this visa original? Is my visa original? And I asked her, are you talking to me? He said, yes. You asking me if my visa is original? He said, yes.
Sorry,
I said, okay, can I speak to a senior officer of immigration? He said, no, because you need to know. I said, listen, if you don't call me somebody that is senior, I am going to sue the whole immigration officer in Cyprus. I am going to sue this organization. Do you know the insult most Nigerians go through with green passport? And I said, I'm going to shake this airport today until I see a senior immigration officer. Until her colleague said, hey, don't cause a scene here. I said, when she wants to stamp my passport, she wants to give it to me. I said, I am not going to take this passport until I am want to see the senior immigration officer here before I take my passport. And when they saw that I am not ready to move, the line was, they were creating a very big line. A senior officer has to come. And I said, ask this your staff what she told me. And I said, if you don't tender an apology to me, I am going to sue this immigration in Cyprus. The senior officer took my passport, took me and the lady, we went to his office. And he apologized to me and asked the lady to apologize. So is it all Nigerians that can go through that? How many Nigerians that know that this is what they can do? But that is an insult. This is what I go through. It is only in this platform. Ask Rudolph. I told him that this year I am going to change. I'm going to take the Dutch passport because the insult is becoming too much with a green passport. I have a visa, 5 years Schengen visa in my passport. But every immigration point you pass through, your passport is withheld because you're Nigeria. This is what we go through. And while in Cyprus, The hotel, me and my family were saying, I saw uncountable Nigerians. Do you know what is going on? That most of these Nigerians deny that they are Nigerians. Some of them are claiming to be Cameroon. Some of them are claiming to be Congo. Some of them are claiming to be Cote d'Ivoire. After 2 days, I was able to go around the hotel, and I organized all those Africans that I saw in that hotel. And I have one-on-one conversation with them. These are the same people, Nigerian politicians are saying, since the time I've been a young man, that you are the leaders of tomorrow. The same people that have been telling me that we are the leaders of tomorrow. At 60 years, the same people are still in that political power. They have driven away Nigerians outside Nigeria. Young Nigerians who are supposed to be leaders of tomorrow, working in Cyprus, working dirty jobs that the people of the citizen cannot do. And somebody is telling me that I am not doing enough. So somebody is sitting there telling me that we come to this platform, we come here to sit and talk and no action. What an insult.
Uncle Ike, I think I used to feel offended as well until I, got over it, because every time people come and say, "Oh, we just meet every weekend and we talk and we rant and nothing comes of it," I like the way Rudolph has put it a few times. Rudolph has, he has advised people many times to say, "My platform is not to bring solution to Nigeria directly. The platform is for people to come together. If you find people of like minds, form a group outside of this platform. Let it outgrow this platform. Go and discuss ideas." Some people would go with Section 68 and 110. Some people will go and take up placards. Some people go and take up whatever they want to take up. But Rudolph has made it clear, this platform is for people to come and have their say. Like if he said yesterday, for her it's therapy. For some people it's therapy. I think I said it last week or 2 weeks ago that some of us just want to come here and rant every weekend. It makes us feel better about things. So I don't think it's in people's place to come and tell us, "Oh, you just come here and rant every weekend." If that's what I want, that's what I want. If you want to take it a step further, take it a step further, and we will thank you for it. But not to tell people that, "Oh, let's not waste time just saying the same thing over and over and again." And like Rudolph said, some of the messaging might be putting people off. I think it was the day I hosted the show 2 weeks ago where we were meant to give electricity, case in point, an hour slot for him to discuss 68 and 110. Like I said, I've not gone back to watch it. I'm not sure if he actually went ahead. I think he said there was an internet issue, and I found out later on that him and Kene had some issues. Maybe that was what led to him not discussing it. But it would be good for electricity if he's still listening to, I'm sure Rudolph would oblige him. Come speak to us about the Section 68 and 110. Tell us what exactly is in there. How can we use it? How easy would it be to use in Nigeria? Now, when you talk about this Section 68 and 110, remember, we're talking about Nigeria, not civilized society where, you can recall people easily. So come speak to us about it. Some people will buy into this idea and some people will never buy into it. So the messaging also helps. But the minute you come with, "Oh, we can't come here and start wasting time every weekend, let's do something," you've already lost so many people because they feel insulted, So
Sure. Sorry, I know this is Paul supposed to talk now, but just to weigh in because electricity is not here. For me, we've listened to electricity for a while now, and we've followed this pattern of reasoning. I don't think the way he came off was what he meant. The way Mr. Ike is understanding him, I don't think that was what he meant. What he said, like when he talks about this, we must do something. He has, I have engaged him on that. He said he's talking to a particular audience, those of us in diaspora. So, Uncle Ike, please don't feel offended that he said that. He didn't literally mean that we are wasting our time. Please, I'm just saying on behalf of him. Thank you. Paul,
thank you, Augustine. Paul, it's your turn.
Yeah, electricity keeps saying that, and I think I like what electricity is doing,
Yeah.
Just speak, because I myself, I try to say that too in a different way. Like what I said, the five of us here now, maybe the five of us have our different professions that we have. There'll be a time where every one of us should come and talk about our industries. How is the government helping our industry? How can the government improve our industry? Or how can we pick out all the flux in that industry? You understand? So electricity take passion on what he's saying. You understand? And he keeps saying it, even though sometimes too, I even mock him on that when he says some of that, I say electricity. So now what's the section? Because anything you say, he will laugh and never that thing. So that's just who he is. So he's very, very passionate with what he's doing. Like I said something the other day, forefather is not here. I said forefather is not a politician. He doesn't know politics like we do. Some of us, you understand, we want to call, oh, during Second Republic, forefather is a new kid in the block. So you talk anything politics, forefather take you straight to security. And it's this area of strength. He will just bring everything, turn it, turn it, turn it. It's going straight to security. Meanwhile, some of us will be calling Senator Alhaji Dankwanso, Ibrahim. No, forefather will just go straight to security. So, electricity is very, very passionate with those sections. He used to be fighting about electricity. That's why he named himself Electricity.
Okay.
But after they passed that bill, the president signed that bill, you understand, the exclusive list and everything, he moved from electricity completely now to the legislative arm of the government. So talking about all these things, I don't see any big deal. It can be problem. Sometimes we see things in a different perspective. And I will use America to convince some of us. I've lived in a red state. Precisely, I will still call myself to some extent. The state of Arizona now is what we call purple. It's turning blue, but it's a red state. But still, the House is still red. But the governor right now is a blue state. Is blue. The governor is Democrat, but the House is Republican. You understand? It's more of a Republican than even a Democrat. Even when we have a governor, the two senators are Democrat, but more of the state. But what am I saying in terms of that? You go from state line, you go to a red state that the ideology is completely different from a blue state. Guess what? You still see development in a red state, like you will see good development in a blue state. You understand? So if we have 36 states in Nigeria and we have that different ideology in terms of tribe, race, religion, how come religion cannot better the state of Sokoto? How come tribe cannot better the state of Sokoto? Because it's a Sokoto man that is the governor of Sokoto State. How come this thing cannot benefit? How come, for example, how come Catholic and the Pentecostal cannot benefit the state of Anambra? They are the majority there. How come they can't juxtapose this religion into their culture to better the state of Anambra? How come we can't do all these things? Because when 1999 came, guess what? Every governors that come from the 36 states, they turn out to be maybe indigenous of that state. They turn out to be people from that state, the legislative arm, good percentage. Even though if you are not a true son of that land, you probably live a longer time in that state that state have become one of your own. How come we can't use this material? You know, like I said, Democrat, Republican, two different ideology, but one thing work, development. They are giving back to the people. So what I see in excess of it, love of a nation, love of a state, love of a city is not there. The only love I see we have is the love of my siblings. You understand? And it's too minute, it's too macro or micro. I don't even know what English to quantify it. And this is the biggest problem. I get mad with my siblings every day, but I give them second, third, and fourth chance. But will I give that other people that I felt that can do well that same chance? When we give love of our cities, of our state chances and try to do things, I think with that way we can be able to take our country for where the country is going. It's not working very well. I have a friend, I used to buy school chairs, desks, computers, and the likes. I have a friend who did this, trying to turn it to another business. You know what he did? He partnered with a big school and said he want to work with the school. Instead of for him to set up his own IT organization to start teaching kids about computer, but they like, he partnered with a secondary school and levy the secondary school per one child 30,000. Now he don't need to rent a place. He don't need to do anything. So he just tutor the children, give them state-of-the-art facilities, laptop, desktop, everything. Tutor the children computer. Bring the right teachers that will teach these kids. Guess what? 30,000. The school is taking 18,000 because the school have the structure. The school have the students. He have the knowledge and he brought the computer, the IT department, make everything very well. Guess what? The improvement was enormous. Then a situation, one of the ways to convince parents, they give these kids the laptop to do their homework at home. So which means kids in Nigeria can take school laptop and go home and use. The parents see the passion, see what their children are doing and never that thing. Guess what? 6 months, 9 months, the school kick the guy out, want to take everything to themselves. They kick the guy out. So this is Nigeria. So the guy just felt bad. But you don't need to feel bad. We can still maybe try to give other people that same chances again. Try to sell that idea. In as much as we blame the school, but guess what? You did not do good paperwork. We do not understand the power of lawyer. We do not understand how to bind documents together. You know, when you bind documents together called gentleman agreement, you are going to court to go lose. You understand? So this is the problem. That's my take for now.
Sure, please. I want to go into sleep, please. It's late over here. I want to go and sleep. Please.
Okay. 1 second. All right, Uncle Ike. All right.
I want to thank you for everybody on the platform, and it's already morning here. So please.
Sorry.
Good night
Right.
and good morning to everybody.
Have a good night, sir. Olumide, I keep removing you because you're driving. Don't worry. I put you
And
back
no, I'm on a Bluetooth. I'm on a Bluetooth.
It doesn't matter. As long as you're driving, it's quite different when I'm in charge.
No,
Don't worry. Once I see that you're not driving, I'll put you back.
Please.
They'll give you point, Olumide. They'll give you point.
Don't worry, Augustine, it's your turn. You were local. Electricity, you go after electricity, you go after Augustine. Augustine local.
Yeah, it is my turn. Somebody said that. I think I saw it on OK Bakasi's his Twitter page. I don't know. He said that nobody should ask him for money because it is our turn to suffer. It's everybody's turn. And that's, by the way, the first thing I wanted to say is maybe I heard Ike speak. Really, the point is this: they used to make this statement that the old man is blamed for not talking, while the young man is blamed for not listening. I think one thing is this: sometimes when we say something over and over and over again, those who are involved, they need to do. They will somehow get bored and they need to do something. If you don't talk, then nothing will be done. So I feel that it is wise for us to keep on talking and talking. Like one thing I love about the TV's presentation today was when they showed the bad roads in Anambra. Trust me, I loved it so much in such a way that the government should know that this kind of thing is happening. And the more you embarrass them, they used to say that if you don't embarrass the rashes on the backside of the fat woman, it will never disappear. So it therefore means you need to embarrass them for them to get angry and leave. So that's the whole thing. But I came that time to talk about something, but Njenje TV was talking about Mazi, was talking about some other things about Peter Obi. Something strange today happened. Thank God Forefathers is around. I just
I'm
came
still
up.
thinking about those rashes. I don't know where that came from, but still.
So the point that
you know why? Because Forefather can't see it in Chat GPT. That's why he's still thinking.
So I came out from church today. There is this woman who is my very good friend. It's an old age woman. I used to call her grandmama because her name is the same like my mother's name. So she ran to me and asked me, "How you doing?" I said, "I'm fine." "Is your mommy okay?" I said, "She's okay." "Is anything happening?" I said, "In Nigeria?" I said, "No, nothing is happening." He said that he heard that all the generals are resigning. That he saw it and he was very scared that something is going wrong. I said, "No, it's just that sometimes when you appoint a junior officer as chief of staff, those above him will surely resign." So he said that is very worrying because if you retire generals like that, things may go wrong. The way she was speaking, she was a little bit frightened. So when I went home, I started thinking.
I am too.
I started thinking that if this, she's an old woman, 70, 80s, that, they are a little bit literate, so they read very wide. So I said that what we're saying here yesterday is so much important. Think of when there is an enemy. This is the best time to strike, because the generals are no longer there. If you see this woman, she was frightened, and she was asking me whether my people are fine and everybody's okay.
This is
And
red bait
I
for
had to
forefathers.
evaluate
It's gonna
everything,
attack.
her countenance and the rest, and say, look, this is what corruption causes to Nigeria. And I just felt in a way that if somebody hates Nigeria, this is now when it is they are at their weakest, when these people are living. Because before you train more people to be intelligent enough to form this defense mechanism, trust me, if those who used to see movies will say it is enough for you to strike and destroy everything. And I feel that we should try to do better, because I was just reasoning too many things. We should try to do better when it comes to appointments. If we know we need to make appointments, we get to generals. Generals should not just leave all at a time. And that made me think of what I think forefathers was the one saying that forefathers and CM complaining why all the generals should leave at the same time. It got me so much thinking and know that, look, people are watching you. And if you have enemies, trust me, when you are at your most weakest, that's when they give you a deadly punch. But anyhow, the only thing is that Tango say United States is not our enemy for now. But trust me, this thing today taught me a very big lesson that, look, we should not, corruption one day it will destroy Nigeria. I will tell you the truth. Corruption one day it could destroy Nigeria.
I agree with you, Augustine. You know, the changes they made, it was too much too soon, which
Because
leaves
it
us
was so
vulnerable.
fast.
Yes.
And as I said, I tried to evaluate the woman. She was very frightened, as if my family is in danger. And the way she spoke, I had to sit down and reason much and say, look, what we are doing is not right.
I'll give you an example, which is it's not on the same scale, but I'll give you an example of how people try to protect, you know, their institution. So I used to work in a hospital in the UK 2005, yes. I worked there for about 3 years. While I was working there were two different departments that won the lottery in the space of 3 months. So the medical records department, they won the lotto jackpot, was about £2 million, and about 20 of them were in the syndicate. So they all got about, how much is that now? Whatever, they got 50K each or thereabout. Then another department won, the call center. The call center won, where people would normally call to book appointments and all of that, in the space of maybe 3 months. And they all played at the W.H. Smith, the bookshop that's within the hospital. That's where they play the syndicate every month. So when the second department won, the whole hospital heard about it again, and everybody thought, hold on, if they won and they got about 50K each, this other department won, they got about 100K each. So every department started playing. The hospital had to come out to say departments were not allowed to play, because I was younger and I was like, sorry, who are these people? I was fresh from Nigeria. Like, I beg, look at just 100K. Maybe I will even go back and not bother with this UK. Jokes apart. So the explanation was, my team leader not sat me down, but during lunch said, imagine if our department win. Look at the job we do. My department was 80% Africans, and she's Jamaican. She said, imagine if we won. I can bet you that everybody in this department will not turn up the next day. And that will mess things up for the hospital so bad. So they looked at it from the point of, we can't afford for this department to lose 80% of its workforce overnight. And they made plans to stop that. Of course, people still played outside without letting them know. So for a whole country to decide to say all the generals in one sweep to go, I don't know what they're thinking. I hope nothing bad comes of it. But I think, who's next now? Oh, electricity. Sorry, yes. I'm sure you came to say something.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually was listening at the background, so when I heard me being discussed, I said I need to come in and clarify. I've always been one person to say, to protect the integrity of Rudolph Channel, and when I see people say things, and it will be I have to uphold the same standard to which I expect people to do, because the integrity of his channel is very important. So in clarifying myself, beside Rudolph Vision, most of us come here to talk about Nigeria because we want good for the country and not bad. And when I said we are wasting our time, I mean, you know in what context. I'm referring to the context of the Constitution. And the last thing I'll do is to jeopardize anyone's livelihood or say something that is going to jeopardize anyone's livelihood or means of this thing. So in providing clarification to that effect, I want to give my if my statement was is misunderstood, sorry, it's taken out of context. But there are some things I stand by, and I will always stand by, and which is for the country to move ahead to be better. The people must hold their legislators accountable. I know the other lady said, "Oh, it was a ministerial code of conduct that was why they removed Boris Johnson." Fair enough. Somebody has to implement or enforce that law, and people died during the COVID, and they felt no. And the legislator, or the parliamentarian, as they call them, they all have constituency. They come from somewhere, and they listen to their people. You all will agree with me that our legislators flout the law or break the law every day. And because they are not held accountable, and nothing happens there. Now, Show made reference to, it's not on the show. I don't know. Has he hand over to you, for father? Okay.
Yeah,
Show,
I wanted to add something to what you were saying. See, while you are in the process of making up for potential wrongdoings and all the rest of it. Hold on now. Let me add something. You know, earlier on you said something to Lumide about women and how his woman will perceive him and stuff like that. Do you think that is holding up to the standard of this in Dr. Damages? Is it something that you think that's the standard anyway? Because I would have thought that, you know, given that, one of your major projects is something that I fully support. And but while you are talking about, standards, I would have thought that when you were referring to somebody and the woman around him, stuff like that, is below the standard of what Dr. Damage sets. So I don't know whether you want to address that.
Yes, I will address it, but I don't think that was what that was not the comment. That was a concern, but I will address it. Okay, take for example, a few minutes ago, he was driving and he came on the show. Despite the fact that show removed him once, he still came on the show, and that's a behavior that, for crying out loud, should not be coming from somebody like him. Earlier, everybody was talking, nobody interjected, but he always interjects. That is not an attractive behavior. I stand by that has got nothing to do with the integrity of Dr. Damage show at all. That behavior is unacceptable, and that behavior is what I was referring to as maintaining decorum at all times, regardless. So this is a public space. He's fond of interjecting. Is fond of only him has to talk and nobody should talk again. It's not a good behavior. It's not attractive behavior.
It's unattractive, but associating with a woman is the part of it that seems a bit odd.
Listen. Last time, if he had to leave the channel because of Olumide, at several times, if he cautioned him, let other people talk. Now, if you look at that with let's say for argument's sake, if we find him interesting or find him attractive, that can put her off. Let's call a spade, for crying out loud. It's got nothing to do.
See, the point I'm making is that, let's say I was having some disagreements with you, then I brought up women around you. It sounds like I'm talking to you personally instead of addressing your behavior. directly. You see what I mean?
But
So
Father,
that is what I'm looking
Father,
at.
you can use something to make a sentence. He used it to make a sentence. That's it.
Every insult is a sentence, Paul. Yeah, Paul, you have come with your juju talk again. Every insult is a sentence. What kind of thing is that?
Father, hold on 1 second. Father, hold on 1 second. Kenneth said to you that you are targeting him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember that? Now,
yes, I did.
He can come and argue that it's as a result of your behavior he made that statement. And I said, no, Kenneth, when you use that comment, what you're saying, I actually wrote, I made a formal complaint to Dr. Damage about that comment. That listen, I believe is what he's saying is that you are biased towards him. That is why. So if your moderator or your panelists are alleging that the moderator is biased, I don't know. Like I said, I have to respect the integrity of this channel, and I'm always careful what I say. So I'm going to write to Dr. Damage, and in respect to my comment that we are wasting our time or whatever it is, I'm going to give my apology and gracefully bow out of this channel finally. And I want to say it's been a pleasure being on a panelist with you guys. I have to respect integrity and uphold it. And I will not go against what the standard that they have set. So if it's taken out of context, that is not what I meant. What I meant is that until we come to that point to start to hold our leaders, the people has to hold them accountable, then we ain't gonna go nowhere. We are wasting. That's why I said we are wasting our time.
So are you buying out? You said you are bowing out of this channel.
Oh yeah.
Are you saying right now
I buy
or
out,
permanently?
I buy out permanently. I may change my mind in the future, but like I said, the integrity of the channel.
Let me finish the point I'm making, please. If you are bowing out of this because of a
you
little
won't bow.
fracas,
Where is your bow and arrow when they take bow? If you not get bow and arrow to bow, you not they bow anything. No. You must present bow and arrow before you bow.
We are talking about integrity, of someone's channel. It could be his livelihood, and I wouldn't want to be that person to drive people away or to push people away.
So fight the fight of integrity for here.
Oh no, the discussion was very productive when the what's his name, Mazi Ezeoke was here earlier. It was very productive.
Mama Hecho, let me finish the conversation I was trying to have with this
very productive. We agree on a lot of things.
Can I finish the point I was making? Can I just finish the point I was making? It doesn't to come out publicly and say, okay, I'm not going to come to this channel because I did something wrong. Sounds odd. You see what I mean? And because nobody is asking you to leave, and and also if whatever conversation you are having here, I don't think is anything close to some of the heated conversations people have here. For you to leave for that, then if you want to actually deal with issues in the country, you are going to find people know anybody that has seen me. They have been through hell on so many channels. And there are channels that I still have settled. I have scores to settle that I'm not going to settle here, and so I'll go and settle it there. But my point is that you always get this our heat. I can assure you, and you are one of those people that I see as bright lights. That's why I often use you. I use you as an example because you actually said you are doing things. You are not just talking. You are actually looking to do things, and I believe in the path that you are walking. So for you to say because you are having, you said one thing or the other and you are bowing, and it just seems out of character for somebody that should be able to accomplish something.
Okay, let me establish myself well. And I want you to take note.
Please.
I said for
electricity.
Okay.
Please. Fine. Please. Just oblige me.
Hold on.
Just oblige me. I know. No, don't worry. You have the floor later. Just oblige me. You see, let's put it this way. Whatever you think you said and people misunderstood you, you've apologized here. That's okay. That's more than enough. We've seen worse. I've been engaged in worse situation here than you. In fact, your own might be 0.01%. Ask anybody. You see, the thing is this, people's perception is different. You see, you've made this simple because you came back to say whatever it is, people misunderstood me. I didn't mean it. That's okay. You've done beyond. I mean, you can't do more than what a human being should do. You're only human. So if you now decide to say because of that, or you start writing to Dr. Damages, pleading. What you've said here, to be honest with you, is more than enough. And Rudolph will tell you this if you mention it in future. That's one. Then secondly, if you leave, what is implying is that of what is then is the significance of your what do you call the apology or whatever the conciliatory, the conciliatory measure that you took when you now have to come back. So you've done it all. I don't really, to be honest with you, you're a gentleman to come back or even sit. I was here when you said all those things, but people's understanding are different. I didn't take it. I don't take it as anything. I listened to what you said. I know. I heard what you said. People's understanding of issues are different. But the fact that everybody's attesting that, okay, some people even stood, somebody said it even behind you that's not what electricity meant. I understood it this way, which is true. So what do you tell the person? So use it to balance all. This is public viewpoint. You didn't say anything so bad. The only thing I wanted to add to you is that in trying to call us to action, when you say in the developed world, this is what they do. We all know that. But you have to know that Nigeria, I wish the rest of, say, 80% of people back home are having the awareness all of us are having. That is the issue. So, and if in Nigeria, if you say the normal practice of abroad is you carry your placard maybe by one bus stop and hold it this way, you don't agree or you write your message. The government or the opposition, we see that you want to pull them down and they start firing gun. Have you asked yourself why Nigeria is the only country I know, somebody can correct me, in which the citizens of the country are holding the flag of the country and singing national anthem of the country, yet the soldiers maintained with the money by the country come and shot them at Lekki toll gate? That's a fact. So that tells you the precarious situation of Nigeria. I know we have to do something, but can we do it incrementally, gradually? The awareness is opening up. Do you know that political awareness? That's why I want Peter Obi to get in. For one thing, people will now know that you don't need money to even win. All you need is go and verify. Tell people that I've been this, go and check if you vote me. Because Peter Obi is going to, like he's won without the real money bag. Somebody said if not for Peter Obi, you see politicians carrying babies and buying roast corn, chopping all this. That one has stopped because everybody took it serious. So we are making progress, but the thing is that given the depth of where we are, it's like we are taking one step when we need to take 10 or 50 at a time. But what do? It's like an awareness. We are starting afresh because the civil education is not there.
Did you just say
The civil
Peter Obi that we are going to see women carrying babies selling corn or something? Did I miss something?
No, what I'm saying is that I said if not for Peter Obi's brand of the electioneering, normally politicians during electioneering season, you see them going to where they are roasting corn. They will buy corn, be eating, feeling as if they are part of the people. You know that, it happens now. We all see this. You see them carrying babies in the market square. Okorocha will go and carry, maybe Atiku will go where they are selling akarans, be doing we see all those things in the past.
And even Sega,
So so that they will endear you exactly. So to tell you, but this time people are saying it's yes.
Olumide, please wait your turn, please.
Okay, so people observe this thing. So electricity, your point is not lost on us. We know what we know where you are headed. It's only that we will say probably make haste a little bit because we are building up. To be honest, I wish everybody is having awareness all of us are having here. Let's say 60% back home are having this. All these things you are saying, recall, all these things, because if you start recall, that person you want to recall, we go and if he can steal money, go to those people you want them to say we are recalling you and bribe them over. And they will say, oh boy, leave the man and cook up story. Because the awareness is that they are yet to understand that the 10,000 or 100,000 he gives you, yeah, that is to change you for the next 100 years. Anyway, let me say the next thing, then I give you away. Sure, let me thank you. Let me thank you. Let me thank you officially. Sure, let me thank you officially for the gift of the book. Of that, I've not received it, but I'm so happy that you yielded to me. Thank you very much. Let me just say it. I mean, so that all of you go be my receipt. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Olumide, you can continue.
I am going to leave now.
Okay. Yeah. Don't leave yet, though. Please. I want to address
Electricity,
your
no electricity. You hold on.
electricity and
no,
ballers.
listen,
The two of you
okay,
are low ballers.
listen,
I want to address your issue.
listen,
Low ballers. When they talk behind my
hold on
back,
one
Abi,
second.
I want to give it to you
Right.
closely now.
One at a time.
I want to start from where I stopped.
Primary school.
I want to pick it up from where I stopped.
I muted the floor to stay. So,
I want to start from where I stopped. You see?
Allow him to talk.
Let's let Olumide talk. Let's let Olumide talk. So that we can squash this. Olumide, hold on. Be nice, okay? Let's try to move on this.
So I
we
want to
can
give
go
it to
ahead.
these two low ballers, but I want to start from where I stopped. You see, I made a very profound statement, especially with regards to where electricity came from, being very I think electricity. See, instead of just you need to be a little bit more matured. Instead of acting, you know what? Instead of just saying, "Oh, I'm gonna leave. I don't want to come again. I don't want to do this or that." You need to listen to other people. You need to listen to other views. You understand? People talk to me too. People talk to me on the platform. Oh, they call me. Oh, you interject a lot. Remove Olumide from the platform. I don't get offended with that because you know what? What I'm trying to do is to make myself to be a little bit more better and not do that. So when people come to your part of the issue and say electricity, you are being insensitive, you're too extreme, you need to kind of resonate, sit down and reflect. The same thing with forefathers too. You guys make blanket statements. You don't profile solutions. You don't profile solutions. When you say remove your legislator, how do you remove the legislator? I want to hear. How? Tell me. Well, that's one.
That's why I say you should be nice. Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Maintain your standards.
Everybody is collect tonight.
Don't interject. Maintain your standards. Okay. So when you say remove the legislator, I want to know how. What is that solution? And then
Constitution.
No, they don't answer for him. Let him answer. Then forefathers. When you say we have to make the country better, we have to do this. What are those specific things that you think should make the country better? I want to hear from you. Don't just come and make general statements and insult people like Lexi because he was trying to air his own opinion and say, "Oh, he created the problem. He this. Tell me what at least he said what the problem is that is making him to speak against what the current situation is and what changes he wanted. So what exactly is the change that you want?
Simple. Security, transparency, and technological revolution. And I can also tell you, yes. So and I can also tell you what electricity stands for.
Right now, you don't think there's anything wrong with the complaints they're complaining about?
I can understand what they are complaining, but what I can't understand is when people say contradictory things, like even within their statement, like saying he admires Peter Obi while advocating things that Peter Obi doesn't stand for at all. His own character, his whole judgment of the situation we face is completely antithetical to what Peter Obi stands for. That is what I can't understand.
People like CM will not agree with you. Okay, that's fine. Mr. Electricity. What is that specific thing to recall the legislator that you want? I mean, how do you propose that should be done?
Okay. I think I've said it over and over again. What I'm doing is awareness campaigning. It's there in 68, 1169. It's repeated in 110. I said we sit in a privileged position, those of us in the diaspora, to educate those back at home, to push, to occupy the media space, because truth be told, our medias in Nigeria, they are not helping matters. They are not discussing issues that actually matters. And you know the issue of electricity and internet data in Nigeria. It's a problem to what? To this information being passed out. Let me give you an example. On my few live shows, I have to give somebody money, okay, to give people to upload their data in Nigeria so that they can come on the show. Now, the reason doing that is to see how the message will be passed on. And even with that, anytime they come on, there's usually a struggle with the internet. So I will have to look for other means to see how this message will be passed on. It's not something I can do. That's just the truth. But like I said, that when I say we're wasting our time, what I meant in that, which I have clarified myself, is that the solution, like you said, I don't prefer solution. No, that is incorrect. The solution is where, like I asked Njenje, what's his name, Mazi Ezeoke, if he knows which constituency did they belong, what's the name of the legislator? You know what he said? He said, electricity, I know where you are going. And so he understands where I am going. And not until the people on the ground, we are able to bring them to that point. Peter Obi started something. It's in court. We only can tap into that movement that it starts so that we don't let it go to waste, because the people are at that point where their spirit has been arose. Okay, because I was there during the election, I saw the enthusiasm. Like I said, I think that woman will be 80 years old in the polling station booth when he said, "My son."
Let's thank this. Can I just thank this person that donated this amount? This is 50 pounds, not dollars, not Canadian dollars, not Australian dollars. Just everybody should know this.
You are causing you are bringing confusion now. You see, you are bringing. You see. Let me. No. You had better stop. You had better. Just it's okay. What you said is enough. People will just come in now. So it's better. Let me.
So I will tell you that
this is British pounds.
I will tell you that
electricity. Don't mind Olumide.
I will be
okay. That's very good. Thank you, Switch.
For the first time, you have been a bit specific. You've been a bit on point for the first time. What I'm trying to say is in that sense is that the obedient movement. I'm not part of the obedient movement. I didn't vote. I didn't believe in their election, but their election opened my eyes in so many ways that the most important thing, apart from that constitution that I think is rubbish, and the people are not ready to want to make change, I can understand, because of the kind of challenge they have in that country where things have been forced on them. But I think one of the most fundamental change that they can make, where they can start from, is where the obedient movement has started from, is to make the election free and fair and make it count. Yeah, at least if they realize, maybe over time, it may be slow, if they allow, if people know they can be voted in and voted out, when they have a choice, maybe that change can be gradual, and I hope that he wins in court. That is my own prayer for him. But please, when you're making suggestions, let's be specific. Let's not make blanket statements, because there are people who are hurt by what is going on. We may not be hurt directly. People like Ike, he doesn't have any other passport except the Nigerian passport. You understand? And I felt his pain, when he was talking about his experiences going. That is where I want us to put ourselves in that position. That is why I differ with you and forefathers. When you guys make your comments sometimes, where it comes as if I'm always, on strife with you guys, because sometimes when I listen to your statements, I begin to think, okay, are we thinking about the people on ground? Are we thinking about people going through these experiences? You understand? Especially with one of your statements earlier on in some of the programs where you talked about that northern lady that was murdered in cold blood because of her religious views, and you said, "Oh, is well, your Bible says, I mean, the Bible that she follows, which you follow, says that we should just let it be and let it go." When in this climb, when things like that happen, we are asking for justice. We are asking that closure
Sorry,
be brought.
who said that they should let it go?
Sorry?
Who said
No,
they should
not
let it
you.
go?
It was electricity who said that. Who said you
Okay.
don't you said
Olumide,
yes?
Olumide, can I clarify my position on that? Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, if we roll the tape backward, that is why I always say I'm very careful, because this is a live show. 50 years from now, it's going to be played backward. If you roll the tape backward, I first of all express my deepest sympathy to the condolence to the family. Is that correct?
That's fine. But that's fine. But don't then further go
Okay,
ahead.
hold on 1 second now. Hold on 1 second.
I think this is
They
the
said
first
she
debate
was
that we're having.
killed as a result of her Christian faith. And I did state that no one should be killed. If you roll the tail back, please, no one should be killed or stoned to death in any shape or form. Even recently, a Muslim man was killed because they said he spoke something against Muhammad. It's on the news recently. So
that's right.
No one should be killed in the sense that of their belief. But, however, I did state that if she is a Christian, okay, going by the tenet of Jesus Christ, that says that if you believe in me, you will face persecution up to death. And I said, so if in that context she's killed by upholding her faith in Christ, she's in a better place, and she's not better than the council who are using bodyguards and bulletproof cars. You need to roll the tape backwards. It's very important. So when I say things I can defend, and you can put a gun on my head. I will tell you, I will stand by what I say.
See, I understand where you're coming from, but what I'm saying
No, you don't. You
people can
don't. Because
misinterpret
you brought
what
it
you are
up. Olumide,
saying.
I allowed you to speak. May I speak, please? Because you brought it up. So I need to clarify myself. So when the tapes can be rolled backward, I'm always conscious of that. It can be rolled backward. Now, I don't mean to offend anybody, and I think this is the first time I've had argument a lot. The last time I had argument with Kenneth, I try not to say anything out of my mouth that is going to cause offense. But like I said, and I stay for record, it's for integrity purpose, integrity of this channel purposes, not for any other thing, not that what I said, which people misconstrued, which I have already taken back and explained myself, I'm referring to the integrity of this channel, which I uphold myself, which Rudolph himself have said that this is an integrity that issues here. So please, with due respect, Olumide, I always prefer solution. Okay, you said I don't prefer solution. No, that is incorrect. I prefer solution. I act towards it, and I believe we all get that.
I think that from what you said, you expressed condolence to the family members, and you also expressed some opinion against the actual act against her. And
Exactly.
but going forward, to add the extra bit that because she's a Christian, she should, turn the other cheek. Maybe that's what he is reading wrong. That maybe that's your opinion, that she should just take it and not try to do something, or in terms of legal accountability for such acts. Because it from some people, they feel like, oh, you're just saying we should take it. Nobody should not be held accountable for doing what they did. Condemn them, but not held accountable.
That is not what I imply. If you have to understand, there are people that are killed every day beside these issues of religious matter. There are people that police kill. There are people that even in the hospitals, because of the bad healthcare system we have.
For me, I just feel personally that making that view that as a Christian you turn the other cheek. I just don't think it's that should come after you've already expressed condolences to the family. I don't think it should come.
because others
that's what I'm trying to highlight. If you have been highlighted that they should be held accountable first before going into the religious system, it would have come across as evil.
Is that it's been politicized. They are using it for politics purposes, and also some church leaders are using it where they are not supposed to use it. You don't politicize it. Yes, they should be held accountable.
My own view is that it is your statement that has politicized it, because that is a country where people are not even accountable in the first place. And then
okay, let's leave it now, because I know you're not going to agree with him. He has explained himself to you.
I'm just going to say that
let's let Mama H.O. has been very patient.
It's just
let's let Mama H.O. talk.
It is views that we differ on. It is views that we differ on. That's all. I don't dislike
thank you
anybody.
once again. This is my final submission, and I appreciate it.
And if it is because of me you are leaving, you don't have to leave, Shao.
They don't leave. You know, it's a deal now. Electricity is a deal. You are not leaving.
Yeah. And this is one of the issues I have. You know, I've been saying this stuff.
Can you give me one minute then? Please take me out.
Mine is 15 seconds. Mine is 15 seconds. This one issue I have, that when the good people just keep bowing out just because they had one issue or the other, I have this kind of messy kind of mentality. It's not going to help. You have to fight. This is why, and no matter how much somebody kicks me in any channel, you see me running away, I won't run away. I'll go back there and face up to it, because in the end, if we keep backing down and backing down, this is why they win. This is why the forces that are at play win. You have to be resilient and fight the battle. And believe me, this is nothing compared to the consequence of true failure. But I'll leave it at that. Paul, please go ahead before my HO goes.
Electricity. My father told me something about Great Britain. I don't think it's a book, it's something, but he just used it to make an analogy, kind of. So he said, what make Britain call themselves Great Britain? He said they are not just being great, but it is the fall and rise of a man makes a man great. So Britain faced it so tough, what the Roman Empire did, the Roman did to them. They fought so many times and they defeat. That's how they come out to become Great Britain. So Electricity, you might fall so many times, but you don't need to be on the floor. You just have to stand up again. People will talk all type of things. I've seen my family, I've seen my friends. They talk so many things. But you know the funny part of it? For them to see what I'm saying, which means they're online watching this, they don't even have the guts to even come online. But they want to tell me what to say and what not to say. You understand?
Have they called you devil before? Have they called you demon? Have they called you APC bull? Abadoba? Have you will hear it all?
Yesterday, if my mother can tell me to reject food from the Muslim people, now that I don't go to church, that I'm a devil. Why are they taking my money? Why did they also reject my money? Because now I'm a devil.
All this time, if I don't use and tell us about container business, may I learn something from you. If I don't use that, hammer me the latest container business from Arizona.
5 minutes from now, make her put some button.
Yeah, let Mama H.O. talk before she comes for me. We don't. She's been very patient.
I'm not getting I go talk because when my line of thought, you cut it off. So continue. I don't know what to say. You cut off my line of thought off, so I hear the floor.
Sorry, I really apologize for that. I apologize for that.
Mama H.O., we talked about mass. Mama H.O., we talked about mass. It's not retirement. Retiring over 100. Is it not generals in the army or something like that? So, what do you think about that? I said anyway, it hasn't been done yet, but there's a move towards it. So yesterday we discussed it, and today it came up again. What do you think? Retiring them? What is it a good idea? How? Why? If you disagree, why do you disagree? If you agree.
How did we get into a general position?
You ask. If you ask me, who I go ask?
Logically, how do they supposed to get into general position? Is that how we got there? Or we just got there because we want to put people into general? Because when we think about having 300 people in general, and I know the higher position in every organization is streamlined. But in Nigeria, how is the other way around? So how do I comment on things that are not done based on merit? Positions that are given to people based on majority of I know you. All the general, how many wars they don't lead people to when they win? Because in US here, before you become a general, you led war, you came out with victory. But in Nigeria, now book promotion that if na even book said some of them qualify, if na degree that they take promote them, did they qualify? So if they really want to make they reduce them to 10, 20, so that are qualified based on doing the right thing a general should do before you get promotion. Every area of our sector is a mess up. No wonder they can use them to deploy people to go to Leke toll gate and payment my children, and nothing is being done. So if they allow me to sack all of them, congratulations to them. Because they are not there doing their job. And here we are in a situation everywhere is messed up. Now we are even begging judiciary to do their work. When by right, the three arms of government were supposed to checkmate each other. But in Nigeria, all of them work together to make the people to suffer. So it's a shame. But one thing I assure our current judiciary is this. If you do not want to redeem your image, provide justice, and my children will help you to redeem your image. Because you think all this suffering, that everybody is suffering. Imagine that young man yesterday saying he received 5,000. He has a wife. He has a child. He has to remain in office so that the money will not be used for transportation. That is where we have taken our country to. And that at 5,000, me and you know, you not reach $50. That is what a grown-up man with a wife and a child is receiving in Nigeria. And one came yesterday, told us, my child came back from school and the child asked us also question. I'm ashamed. I couldn't tell the child. These are the things that when we hear them, we should begin to bother ourselves and think of a solution to this problem. Because it's so painful that little children now come to us. Here we get better. You can't describe where you come from to a child. A child is being humiliated in the school by his mate because of color. And when he comes back home to ask you as a father, shame. Enough will let you talk. And we don't see anything wrong. We they fight over mission, integrity, all this. We should be fighting about the feeling of the children we give birth to here. Because it's coming to a time we will be asking the question the more. We should put ourselves in the shoe of that young man that is receiving 35,000 naira and can't go home because to him 1,000 naira every day so pay transport. So if he calculate 30,000 has gone for transport, he's left with 5,000 naira in a month. Is that for biscuit money for the child? Or not for waiting puff money? I think it's time for us to begin to discuss solution to what we are having in Nigeria than all this electricity Olumide Reef, because it doesn't solve the problem of that man yesterday. Neither does it solve the problem of our brother whose child asked a question about where did he come from, and he couldn't answer it. And that is the state we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Echo. Sorry, Ovi just enter. He never talk. He never greet anybody. Straight away, should remove Ovi. Why should I remove him? What has Ovi? What has he said?
Ovi no wear shirt now.
What have you done?
Ovi go wear shirt.
It's also my
Ovi go wear shirt now. Ovi wear shirt.
Because of
Fred,
Fred always every day. Now my number one fan. It's like Pansard. So
can I ask Mama Echo
what am I wearing?
Just something quick. I just want to quick shout out. I know I'm not sure if Fafada mentioned it. I just saw the super chat from someone called Sweet Switch from the UK. I'm not sure if you've mentioned it.
I made it very clear now that it's pounds. And
Augustine, I'm listening to your question.
Now,
Fred
OJ. Can I ask Mama Echo a question? Then I'll make a comment.
Wait. You said
a child.
Wait. You want to ask her a question and make a comment?
No, I just want to know her side of the story. Maybe I get more about it.
So maybe when it gets to your turn, you can use that time to do that now.
Answer, is that the secret of you looking younger? You are looking younger. You are like 10 years younger before now and during the election.
I'm a young man. I think it's AY's turn to say something.
Can I
That's what I'm thinking. But go on, ask your question.
Mama Echo, you said a child asked the daddy where they are coming from. I'm sure from the context it happened in the Western world, right?
Yes, it was discussed yesterday in the meeting.
Okay, so the daddy was not able to tell the child the country is coming from.
It was a guy that was in there that mentioned it yesterday.
Okay, now why I'm saying this is because generally, no matter how it is, we should always tell our children that this is the country you're coming from, whether you are ashamed of it or not. Now, I will tell you one thing. I always say that for you now, apart from that, we have the racism in the West, we have the bigotry and the religious things in Nigeria. But the point is this: I believe that, as the user says, ideas that fight ideas. I'll give you a simple example. When I started my program, my PhD program here, I was in a class. We were 14 of us. There are some black people. I think we're about 3 of us, and we had the white people as well. So when you start program, they feel as if you may not be as wise as they are. So they used to say, okay, share yourself into groups. Let's do this. And they always prefer to stay in their white section. And we know those things. So there was a day we were asked questions to present. I think people present every week. And it was, I think, the 5th week. When you present, they'll ask you 2 questions. You go present every week. So when it was my own time to present, as I said, me, I'm not the same person. No. When it was my time to present, when I finished presenting, it was standard, more than what they have done. Do you know what the professor did? They asked 2 questions. The professor asked the first 2 questions and I answered it. Do you know the professor did? That the forum is open. Ask as many as you can. They asked me 10 questions and I answered all of them. From that day, they stopped segregating with the black people. So what I want to say is that we need to train our children in such a way that you beat those bigots, religious bigots, social bigots, or maybe some of these white people with the knowledge and the skill. Once they know you can do what they can do, most of them will shut up. From that day, they'll be the one telling you, good morning, how are you doing? So let us fight them with ideas. So if I was in the shoes of that child, I'll tell you, my brother, you came from Nigeria. But there's one thing I want you to do. I will teach you and make you good in such a way that once you beat them in class, they go shut up. And that is how you fight them.
No, you are right, because I did face him when I was in school. When I was to present something, then I think I was dealing with the poverty in Africa. And they were looking at some of the imagery and they were starting to say, hi. I told them, keep your mouth shut. In your system, you have welfare. In your system, coming to school is not a problem. You have where to get money. In your system, when you don't have food, there's what they call food bank. You can go there, get food free, and you don't pay a dime. In your system, there's what they call Section 8. You can tell the government you don't have a husband, and they will ask you to take 5-bedroom flat, and you pay only $25. And even that $25, you get it from TENF. I said, let me tell you the truth. Despite all this that has been put in place for you, majority of you barely complete high school. Is that not true? Majority of you barely work. Is that not true? But where I'm coming from, if they can give what they give to you, 1% of it, I mean 1%, if it's available to my people, you see this picture you are seeing, you will not see it. Can you people go? I say, if you want to doubt it, I need you to travel down for a vacation of 1 month. Some of you that are misbehaving here, you will come back and reset your head because you have everything and you are a nuisance. Majority of you are even educated. I used to think that those who are homeless are those who are not educated. But only to find out that in your system, a doctor can become homeless. A pharmacy can become homeless. A lawyer can become homeless in your system. But where I come from, we don't become homeless with such. So don't ever dare us. We are smart, intelligent, hardworking personality. As I look at your nursing home, majority of the CNA, where are they from? Majority of the nurses, where are they from? So you can't stand what we have stood to even still become who we are today. As I look at me, in your midst with crutches, how many of your people are having crutches? They walk. When I finish that day, they may churn by force. When I want to graduate, one of their professors look at me and said, I'm looking forward to see you in the House of Senate defending a bill. And by the grace of God, I'm working on that bill. So, you're right. We have to be bold enough to teach our children who they really are. Until we do that, our children will be born through for this their society. Because they are struggling with this discrimination in their face in school. That's why when they did the experiment with the baby, the black child preferred the white dog baby because their self-esteem has been taken away from them. So it is the responsibility of parents to know that our children are struggling with all this. So if you are not even discussing it, please take it as a duty to start building our children up for who they are. Black is beauty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And that is quite an interesting topic because from a very young age, many of us have had conditioning. I can tell you I was one of them, to appreciate other cultures more than our own, and other features, physical features more than our own. So this is something that it takes, when it starts from a young age, it takes quite a while to overcome it. And this is why it's very important we try to prevent it from getting there in the first place. And it's a serious problem, and it's still there on the ground today. You know, if you look at our Nigerian space, in the modeling industry, there was a lady that came online was saying that they made them wear foreign hair all the time. that they won't let them wear their natural hair. It's only when there is a day for traditional wear, they will let them wear their natural hair. This is in Nigeria. Nigerians making Nigerians wear foreign people's hair. So this conditioning is something that we have to, because this is where it starts from. Because once you start conceding ground to other people from the way you look, then it goes to religion, then it goes to government. Before you know it, because all our systems are written based on what the colonial and Europeans came to do in Nigeria, and we didn't change many of those things. Even the name of the country we refuse to change. So it's something that is deep, and it's something that we really need to be working on to try to shift away from. AY, thank you for your patience and welcome. I'm sure you've heard a lot for what you are saying. So what do you think?
Thank you.
You can pick anything to talk about.
Well, I met a lot of arguments here. I'm not even sure what you guys were discussing before the arguments.
I think it was the generals that were retired. I think we were talking about, but we talked about it yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we discussed that yesterday, really. So yeah, the only thing I will contribute to, like what Mama Icho just said, and the other Ezeoke. Yeah, what he said, like they were really on point. So, especially Mama Icho, like where we're coming from is a lot, right? So, we used to discuss this, like me and my friends. For example, when we were in university. So I say this: you see Nigerian students graduate coming to foreign country, they're doing well. Really, it's not what we were taught in university. It's just the environment. Like, it's very tough down there. So when we're in university, for example, you have an exam, you don't have light. You have to take candle and go to the hall with heat and everything. You don't have option. You just know, I don't have option. I have to. Maybe your mother, your father, your parents are struggling to even give you money to go to school. I have some of my
classmates. And mosquito noise.
Yeah, I have some of my classmates, to be honest. They were literally eating beans once in a day, no food to eat. Like, we pass through a lot. Nigeria, that is why sometimes I feel sad when I see we fighting ourselves. Oh, I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, I'm Hausa. Nigeria passed through a lot. If we don't come together, nothing will ever change. We pass through a lot. What's percentage of Nigeria that go to, like, those days, real private schools? They will take bus. I always walk to school. Nobody was taking me to school. So what percentage of Nigeria that go to, like, the federal government college? Majority of Nigeria, they pass through this struggle, you know. It's a lot for us, you know, and we are hardworking. We are hardworking people. We are very dedicated. You look at, like, what Mama Icho just said here. When I was in Canada, like, you see, they finish high school, they are celebrating. I'm like, what are they talking about? Oh, I'm graduate from where? High school. Like, in our days, what is high school? High school is like nothing, right? It's like nothing. To be honest, in Nigeria, if you finish high school, they will say, oh, you know, go school, it's not educated. We can't call high school educated. So I usually explain this to them because
it used to be in the old days, when King's College was like Cambridge.
Yeah, but now you finish high school in Nigeria, you want to say no, but where you want to apply for jobs. So even right now, it's where you will know Nigeria are really working, doing a lot. Master's degree in Nigeria is like norm. Do you know the president of Nigeria with master's degray, PhD? Like, it's like norm. Little children,
but Olumide, I mean, AY. Do you know that our system in Nigeria, we bungled it deliberately? Yeah. We did, because, to be honest with you, somebody having a PhD from Nigeria, let's say they are 100, probably those that really put effort might not be more than 10.
It's
to be
not.
honest
It's
with
not.
you.
It's not up to 5. It's not. If I would say
Okay.
5, I
Okay, yeah.
understand this.
Okay, yes, because in the West here, a lecturer cannot say, come and iron my clothes or help me with a car, my something before
They
I
want.
read one before I
Yes.
read one chapter of your thesis. You can't do it here. But in
Yes.
Nigeria, if you are doing a PhD, somebody I know said he want to have a car. I said, but you had, he said no. He said he could use and they run errand for him professor so
Oh
that
yeah.
paddy.
They
That
ask
is
them
no
to
longer
go
this
buy.
thing. So that
Go
you
and
go
buy me
say,
Coca-Cola.
take am. You
Go and
know
buy
that
me.
we messed up our education system because of corruption. Otherwise, in the Western world, bachelor's degree, even like in the UK here, I know of people. Do you know that people that I mean, maybe some people. I mean, Osho is here, Franfara is here. Do you know that all these people that are do like went to college to do 3-year trade like plumbing or mechanic or this, they make money. They own garage. They make money more than a hospital consultant. In the end,
So
yearly. But when you see them, the society makes it that if you cannot go because you want to have a degree, you go and forge result, you go to university and be a dunce and buy your way through. It's better you
so
go and learn something, a handwork, and then become somebody and be proud of it. That is the issue.
So CM, let me add to that. So the reason you see that is in Nigeria we prioritize degree rather
Yes.
than skills. So you come
Skill.
to the West, what they do, they prioritize skills. That's why you see some university students, like engineering students, they will go for internship. They will co-op. They will not go back to university. They will start working because they are able to do the job. Nobody is interested. Oh, it's delivery. It's giving us results. So in Nigeria, for example, if you have a master's degree, for example, oh, they will put you in that position based on you have that degree. It's not supposed to be so. We should prioritize skills, the system. What are you contributing? Like here, you are an engineer, you are sitting running projects. A technician that is working in the field is making more money than you.
Yes.
Because the reason they're doing that is it's just your input. What are you contributing? What are you doing? So also like other trade like mechanic, plumbing, and other stuff, they make money, they live good, everybody respect them. So you go to Nigeria, most of these guys, they don't make money, they see them as non-entity. People look at them like, oh, it's nobody because you don't have a degree. So we need to reorientate and change the system towards prioritizing the skills people have and what they can actually deliver in real time, rather than they have. Some of them actually have forged certificate. They use it to oppress people even in the ministry. So because we don't have proper documentation scrutinizing these people, the people will stay there with fake document and be there for years.
In other words, applied this in education. Most of what we do is theoretical, and when we do the theoretical, there's no prospect for actually applying what you have learned. And in the West, they used to have this problem some time ago. Even if they have a big, strong this in vocational subjects like plumbing, gas fitting, and all the cleaning, even cleaning, and then floor floor. People that floor layers, painters, all of them make money, a whole heap of money. Some of them make more than even an engineer. That is not a joke. Plumbers make more money than engineers here. And
doctors even they make more money than doctors here.
Junior doctors went on strike this year. Junior doctors. When I researched into why they were asking for more money, because I said a lot of them, I work with them, and I realized that I'm not sure for London because I know with the London waiting. So basically, people in London earn a little bit more than people outside London because they factored in your cost of living and all of that. I realized that doctors outside, F1 doctors, year one doctors, they earn as low as £14 an hour. I was shocked.
Yeah, I was shocked to find out.
I called someone to come and look at my dishwasher that stopped working recently. I paid £80 for just coming to my house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Give me your money, please.
Do you understand?
Okay, yeah, okay. You live in London. Mine is 40 pound in the northeast.
Oh, it's
40
80
pound.
pounds. So it's 80
80
pounds.
pounds.
My own is 40 for a call out. Just to call him for a call out.
Then he found
40
out that the
quid.
part was broken. Without bought the part, charged me for everything, and I thought I could have bought a brand new dishwasher. I just did
Yeah,
his job
that's
and
why you
Exactly.
don't repair here.
and doctors are on 14 pounds an hour.
It's
Unbelievable.
true.
Fresh, yeah, what
No, it's
doctors?
true.
14 pounds. I was shocked.
It's true.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
that's
true.
why here you don't repair. Really, you don't.
If I have my way,
is to teach them how to
gentlemen,
apply what they've learned.
Same was to be a plumber
Yes.
part-time.
do you know,
talking about
do you know,
40 pounds per
gentlemen?
hour, this is exactly what I said about love of a nation. If that doctor can be in the US, we'll be making up to 200, 250 per hour.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
A
Okay.
good percentage of them still decide to stay in their country. Love of a nation.
Many of them are going to Australia. They don't like America. You know how the British are.
No, they do sabbatical. They do
You know how
sabbatical
the
in
British
Australia
are.
and New Zealand. They do
No,
sabbatical
actually,
and they come back.
hold on. We are here. See, even the British government is complaining that they are stealing all their stuff. Australia and New Zealand are stealing everything.
They say
from the NHS.
50,000. I read somewhere 50,000 doctors left the UK NHS. 50,000.
I'm telling you,
And
they don't go to the
they
US
should be
because
made.
they don't like the US.
They don't pay now.
They don't.
They look
They
down
don't. They
on
don't go
the
to.
US.
They go to Australia. They go to Australia because of the
Canada.
weather, sunshine,
I've seen a lot
the
in Canada.
country, everything. You see, if I, gentlemen, if I have my way, or to advise Nigeria, you see, polytechnic in Nigeria, I convert them to where you learn how to lay ties, how to do plumbing, how to service a car, service mechanic, how to do welding, how to do carpentry. This is what polytechnic in Nigeria should be about.
But CM, that's how it is before they start making
Yes.
you do all type of physics and chemistry exam to do plumbing work.
So-
now people
so-
now that want to learn skills start doing physics, chemistry again. Then they fail those subjects again. You say, well, you can't go for that.
So
That's another
CM,
problem.
that is how it's supposed to be. Like today, you hear people. I've seen polytechnic graduate students making this. We want HND to be equal to bachelors. I mean, they don't even understand why polytechnic were set up. We need to stay there and let them understand. Let them have the what's it called? The hands-on skills to be able to. If you want to be a mechanic, you finish HND, you should be able to take a car, for example, dismantle and work
Dismantle
on
it and couple it back again. Yes.
If you're an electrical engineer, you can work on transformer. You can do this. Like the university engineer, let's say graduate, you're supposed to know, how to design, how to supervise, how to run. See, I'll tell you, we have graduates from Nigeria. To be honest, even to use an Excel spreadsheet, they cannot. Excel spreadsheet, where I'm just want to emphasize on the importance of skills. If you are an expert in Excel in America, you will earn 6 figures. You are an expert in Excel, send me your resume, you will earn 6 figures. So this kind of skill, people don't know the importance. When we are in university, I remember students like shortcut. That is the other thing. We because we focus on first class 2-1. I'm not saying first class 2-1 is not good, but we should prioritize skills. Let people know how to get things done. Both soft skills, we should prioritize them. Because if people just leave the university, I'm a first class graduate, you don't know anything. Like there is a lot.
And the Nigerian state, that's all they use. That's why in the Nigerian state, everybody's encouraged. Even when you get masters, they'll say go for PhD. You have to keep going.
And they will go and do forgery, and that is why, because in an attempt to measure up, they go and do forgery, buy result, do all this. Otherwise, if you know that when you go to polytechnic, spend 3 years, let's say 3 years, and you learn carpentry, furniture making, not really carpentry, furniture making, to the way it is in IKEA. There's a company they call, I don't know whether it's in US, IKEA. It's a Swedish. Okay, no, it's not really. It's not really IKEA. It's called IKEA. IKEA, I think it's a French. I mean, a Swedish name. IKEA. These people, in fact,
we are in the UK. We call it IKEA in the UK. Don't mind him. All these
Okay,
northern English people.
Yes,
you know, you're calling it IKEA.
So
It's the IKEA. We call it IKEA.
no. It's Sweden. It's Sweden. You see, if you see their, if you see furniture, yes, if you see
Nike.
no.
It's just the same thing.
Is it furniture maker instead of carpentry? What's wrong with carpentry? Carpentry is a very, very big. He forgot our Lord and personal Savior was a carpenter. What kind of stuff is that? Carpentry is just as good as anything else.
I remember saying, okay, before, Father, what you just said.
Just with the hands for head to the one you just quiet.
Please. Okay, quickly. Let me drop this before Forefather comes. Before this, Forefather, what you just said about carpentry and furniture making is like, if you call somebody, you are an animal. The person go say you insulted him. But he say, oh boy, you are a lion. He go say, yeah, I'm a lion. But if if you call somebody, if you call somebody, you are an animal. You say you insulted him. But if you say, oh boy, you are a lion, he say, hey, it's lion, not an animal. So that is the thing. It's language.
Obi wants to say something before he starts jumping up from that mountain.
No, I'm waiting for my turn. I don't want to. I'm
playing nobody get over.
Landlord now. You're landlord. Why are you waiting for turn? You know you can just jump in.
No, I have to. You see, I think. See, that's our problem as a people. Let me start my conversation from there, right? And this is why I want to start my conversation from there, because I think I just a trend going on among all, among all pretty much all the platform. Let me not say all of that. Quite a lot. There's a trend going on. There's a question that is not question, but consciously or consciously, people are beginning to begin to see the problem that is us, right? That is we as a people. Why am I saying that? I think even to Nigeria, we have a conversation along that line. Where is the problem coming from? Education and all that. Very, enlightening conversation between me and even with Mr. James from Gambia. But today, I don't know if you guys are following this guy, Franklin. It's a British guy. It's a guy, Franklin. He posted a question and he had about 40 minutes video. Conversation with himself about it. The video is called so sorry. He said, have you ever just a minute, let me say ever wonder why we lack togetherness as Africans? Right? And he went ahead and make a case against for and all that, but it was coming from the angles of people who are still back home, the way they reason and think, right? What is affecting their train of thought and all that. I think it was paying attention to another platform on Instagram. It didn't read the Instagram. There's a conversation that was going on in the comment section that somebody was like what is pretty much the reality on ground in Nigeria that they're complaining about the cost of living. All of a sudden, things are expensive. And he now responded by saying that that is a trend globally, that if you pay attention globally, that's what is happening. Then, of course, Nigerians jump at him like, blah, 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 blah. So he got hungry. That's what inspired the video that he made on that. And as I said, I'm coming from that angle because I was listening to a conversation between, I don't know if it's a conversation yet, quote unquote, between electricity and Olumide. Right, about what happened, the killing. And electricity started by being politically correct, of course, observing all protocols and what have you. And he expressed his heartfelt condolence to the girl family before he expressed his opinion. And Olumide was not happy. I think Tunanja seconded Olumide's opinion that he should not have go ahead and express opinion after observing all the political and be politically correct. Blah 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 blah, going on and on. And as a traditionalist, I said, we are not having conversation, and that is because it's either we are deceiving ourselves, or again, go back to who are we are as a people, where are we coming from, where we are going. Why am I saying this? The scenario the case that they were going back and forth on, two reality presents itself there. Now, I would say maybe 1.5, right? I'll give you a reason why I say 1.5. One is that what has happened to that girl, it's not the first time, it has happened before. It happened to her. It will happen again. And me and you here agree to that fact that it will happen again. The question is when and who is going to be the victim. That is a reality. We don't want to have a conversation around that, right? We are having a conversation about what, again, electricity said, which I said is a fact. And I said it's our fact because to those of us who don't believe yes, heaven, yes, we are going to heaven. He clearly said that, he quoted Bible, I can't remember the verse that said that, for the fact that along this line, that the fact that the guy died in the name of Christ, she's in a better place. That is a fact that is in the Bible. Unless you, as a Christian, you are denying it. And that is the question, then you are deceiving yourself. If you believe that that is a fact, that's a reality, that should be the only consultation everybody needs. Then we will leave that aside and have the conversation about that reality that it will happen again. Now, what we should be having the conversation around is how do we find a policy or a law that all of us will accept? When I mean all of us, the Muslim, the Christian, the whoever that don't believe in this religion, that we accept if that thing happen again. And that goes ahead to people who are making example of America, it will not happen, other countries that will not happen. But there's other reality. There's other country that is a law that is happening. Right? But the question is that if we want to go the route that to a country whereby it's accepted by there's a law that if anything like that happen, everybody will accept what the court will observe. That's where we want to go there. That should be the conversation. The idea that if she's a Christian, if that's what that's what she died for. We should all be happy for her, especially the Christians. The same thing with the Muslims. Of course, I'm not saying, oh, that is it. Now, what we all object to is the fact that a life has been lost. And that is the question. You are first. Every other thing, secondly. You being a Christian is second. You as a soul exists first. Before you are a Christian, before you are a Muslim, before you are whatever. You are an innocent human being first. Your parents, your family, your environment, you're in society, not influence you to be whatever you are not thinking you are. That's the reality before us. But we don't want to have that conversation. And that's to go back to this. And I think Augustine was trying to make an excellent point. Every country have its own problem, right? Talking about racism. And he was using an example about the video that parent doesn't want to teach their child with her. Again, if you don't tell your child who he or she is, the reality about that environment will tell her who she is. Me and you, where they live for America, if you just say, nah, lie, they lie, go to head down, go to north of Tennessee and all that, you will know who you are immediately. They don't need to tell you, right? Just like our people say, if you don't train your child, guess what? The environment will teach you. In America, if you don't train your child, the prison system will do it for you. So there's some reality, regardless of what we believe. We don't want an innocent person to just die and will not be arguing religious secondary things, which is religious belief. No, somebody is gone.
I think you missed some of the details of what I actually said.
Hold on, as I said.
Okay, I hope you know clearly that we practice two types of constitution law in Nigeria. We practice the Sharia law and the secular law.
Again, that's what I'm saying.
It's there.
And you know why?
I hope you know it's in our constitution.
I am not saying all this, I wish you ignore this thing. But there's something that confess, which is you as a human being, innocent human being. Every other thing is secondary. We are not having a conversation if an innocent human being is gone and justice should be done. That all of us will not accept, regardless of what faith you belong to. If a judgment should pronounce for the fact that innocent person is done, I believe all of us will accept it.
If that is the route we want to take. Now, if that is the route we don't want to take, that's another conversation entirely. But first thing comes first, which is where the Sharia law, whatever, there is a law first that exists in Nigeria before the constitution either had to accept the Sharia law. Right?
The secular constitution supersedes the Sharia law to be fair, in areas where they overlap.
So every other religion, it doesn't. As I said, I'm not accusing anybody. Just that I say, are we actually having a conversation? Because that's what I understand about the two of them. They just go.
It supersedes. If a Muslim commits a crime against the nation, is the Sharia law? Are they going to say, "Oh, we have to try him"? No, you can't. It has to go to the Supreme Court.
But what I'm saying is that in those regions, if it is in our constitution, and a Muslim person choose to accept that is a Muslim, this is where the supersede that you are talking about. If a Muslim person choose to accept is a Muslim, then they follow the Sharia law. But if the person said, I denounce my Islam, that I'm a Christian, that is when they will not use secular law.
No. If so, are you saying Buhari, because it's a Muslim, he doesn't denounce Islam? So if he does something wrong, they will not try him under Nigerian law. They will try him under the secular law, because it's when when it's totally either civil or something that the state cannot handle. That's when maybe they just
now you are talking. Remember that we have state and we have federal issues.
Yeah,
we are talking about issues that fall within the state. You understand? And the state ratified their Sharia law in reference of the so-called secular law.
No, not when it comes to taking of life. I don't think the state gives Sharia law to take life. No, the state doesn't do that.
No,
and that's
the wrong thing. The wrong thing of the Sharia law that people are abusing. The Sharia law does not still allow you to make that jungle justice, that lynching. You understand?
People that are corrupting society, it is said that maybe there is a little bit of a wiggle room there. When you are, the term is corruption. If you are corrupting society, yeah, they don't say jungle justice. They don't call it jungle justice. They said your life could be forfeit.
Yeah, no. The system still need to try you than for you to do that lynching, that jungle justice. It is wrong. The Sharia laws, they still have the Sharia code.
I'm not sure it stated it clearly in the case. I'm not sure it stated, because the way it's stated in the Quran is that if you take somebody's life, they said when the person either is innocent or is innocent or not corrupting, not guilty of corruption, then it's like killing all of humanity. Not guilty of corruption. So in other words, if the person is deemed of being guilty of corruption, their life could be forfeit.
So what we are saying is that why don't you let the long arm of the law take its course? There is a Sharia court. Let the court pass its judgment.
But you see, we are not having a conversation along that line. Instead, we are having a conversation along the emotion, which to me, the Bible don't take care of the emotion.
To be fair, I think you missed the detail of what I said over here. I've not addressed the point you made. So sorry, I was going. See, let me just make a brief one about what you said. What I actually said was that if he wanted to talk about the other side, he should have at least started from the point of view. I was trying to explain why Olumide perceived it that way. He should have started from the point of view that the killing of the girl is wanting to condemn it. You also have to demand justice for those people to be held accountable. Because when you don't say those people should be held accountable, then you go on to say, yeah, it's okay. Our religion said that she should accept this thing. The people will be like, okay, how about people that did it, you get away with it?
This is where
that's how it comes across.
Now I could be wrong. Maybe me too. I'm guilty of it. You are trying to shape his opinion. He has put his own opinion out there. That's fine. Some people will agree with him. You put your own out there. Stop telling him what he should say after or what he should say next. That is not, just say your own, let him say your own. That's the conversation. Because Nigeria are 200 million people. We don't know how many people we are, maybe 9,000. That's 1,000 ideas.
But that's what happened, though. That's exactly what happened. He said his own. And my own opinion is that, no, I'm not criticizing him. My own opinion is that I was trying to let him see why Olumide is acting the way that's the way Olumide perceived it, because that's how I he kind of interpreted it that if you say something like that, you have to remember when you say something, it depends on the person that's listening to you, they are looking at the sequence of which you said something. And if you never even went back to say, okay, let me address the point that these people that killed did this stuff, they need to be held accountable. Then it will not look like you're just saying, so sorry, this person in the past, I'm so sorry about it, but their religion says that this is forgiven and she's going to heaven.
Yes, that is not that's a fact. That's a
But
fact.
you are not looking at the
That's
fact
not
that
even
somebody,
hold
the
on
people
now.
that a lot of
See, that's
people
what I'm
are
saying.
actually
Tonight,
angry. They want justice on this
that's
earth.
why I said. See, that's why I said the way you understand the word he's saying. Okay, it's understandable. The way I understand that guy is very clear, and I believe I am not saying my understanding is wrong or right. Neither do yours. That's what I'm saying. Just let it stand. Don't say, "Oh, it should." No, what he said. What he
don't
said
let
is
it
not even
stand
his
because what he
opinion.
said is not complete. That kind of stuff that leads to war.
Hold on now.
when
You
people
don't
when you say something like you omit a very key
that's
part
why I
that
started.
annoys people, that's the kind of stuff that leads to problems.
That's why I started. I said, unless the Christians are deceiving themselves, they should be happy, right? Yes, justice should be had, but at the same time, it should be a celebration. It's going to a better place. What could be better?
But you have to say justice first.
Hold on, listen.
Or second, it doesn't matter the order.
I think you are angry the fact that he said all that before you even get to justice.
I'm not angry. I'm just highlighting it.
Just it's a two-way. It's a two things here. That's why I said the emotional part, which I said if the Christian actually believe that what they say in the Bible, they should be consoled already by now, right? Yeah, we know that he's shouting for the justice.
I just think if the Christians want to address it in a good case for them, if they want to have good case, if they don't want to follow their religion, the Christian just need to use the law. But if you want to stand in the place of being a Christian
now,
then
the law the law should be what I said. That's why I said we now should now come together and find a way that all of us will accept, not just the Christian. We also it can happen to anybody, right? Because now life go. You understand? Yeah, she's a Christian, but she's human first before she's a Christian. So that's why I say all of us need to now sit down and find a way. What are we all going to accept that if this didn't happen again? Because the reality is going to happen again.
Definitely.
If it happen again, what should we do as a society, as a country, that yes, everybody will say, oh, yeah, yes, we accept.
Push for prosecution.
All of us, regardless of what you believe. Nobody cares what you believe at this point.
You see, Ovie, that's why in a country, to remove a human bias or whatever, depending on who is in power or who it happened under, that's why they say the Constitution. The fact that the Constitution condemns somebody taking another person's life, that's enough deterrent. That's enough. I mean, there's nothing again. You can't stop it. Somebody can always kill somebody. Somebody can always lay ambush and be an armed robber. But the Constitution, what does the Constitution say? Because that is the final say. If the Constitution forbids it and prescribes a punishment, the only thing is that let the law take its course. But in our own case, we fail to even apply the law that we made to safeguard certain things. I think that is the aspect. The aspect I would like to approach what he's doing. We know it will, like you said, I agree it will happen again. Not once, not it will still happen in future. But the thing is because of our inability to apply the Constitution, the government of the what is happening? Sorry. Our inability to apply the Constitution. We've made a law against all this. Then why are we not applying it? Englishman said, if you can't apply any law, if you can't enforce it, don't bother making it. Nigeria has a law against somebody killing somebody. We know. Whether it's on religious ground or on any ground, we know we forbid it as a society. But do we punish it? Do we apply that law when it matures? Otherwise, what happened to Deborah? Forget about religion. Let's say the lady is not a Christian, Muslim, and it's not. It's what is it called? I mean, how do they agnostic or something? But the Constitution will protect the person. All you need to do is police investigate. You are the culprit. It doesn't mean they try you according to the law. That's all. So even in Islamic countries, they will tell you, even if there's some it's not all Islamic law countries use Sharia law. Some still use secular because of investors in their country. When you want to try them, they commit. You use the secular law. You don't go to that because they may not be religious. So our own case is that we fail to even live up to the law we set for ourselves. Nigeria does not permit.
Secular law. We don't use none. We just use connection law is what we use.
So the thing is that we've labored to say, if you kill somebody this way, then okay, when the time comes, apply it now, and we start looking for all those things. That's why it continues happening. Like you said, in US, if you didn't train your child, the prison will train it for you. So the choice is yours. Yes, the choice is yours.
Because this is happened across the length and breadth of Nigeria, right? This is pretty much.
If
I say every day, maybe
your son, your child skips school, skip school.
Everywhere.
Maybe you change your phone number, you did not inform the school. Your child skips school. One day you see yourself in front of your door or what police arrest.
It's also like that. It's also like that here. It's like that here too, Paul. It's like that here.
Let me just add something to it. Nigeria has not hauled people that are taking mob justice to court before. If they hold them after you kill somebody that is guilty as sin, but they brought you up and charged you and put you on TV and say, yeah, you are trying to exert justice by yourself, and you tried them. Next time, maybe other Nigerians will think twice. Because this thing has been going on, and I've never seen any case where they are tried for this behavior. You know, they can't just kill. You can't just take the law into your own hand and get away with it.
Let me this question now to maybe Paul, CM, and Mama. Maybe this is why I carry down to the three of you is. There was a time in Nigerian history, not too long ago, where we say firing squad, right? If you are publicly papa, that's the firing squad. Now, during that time, when they grew up, right? Now, if you now look at the way they carry out mob action now, are you saying that I'm not making case for it? I'm not making this is not making an excuse for the mobbers, right? I'm not making view, but we have to start looking at it holistically. Are you saying now the traumatic effect or what they see growing up, they just felt that maybe not normal during that time, even on a military era, be that this is just a conversation that maybe it could be that from that effect. If you look at it from generation to generation and what we are exposed to, right? The likes of Anini, we hear enough like public firing squads, and it went across the nation like that. Then all of it all didn't stop. Right? Then the next thing they say this woman a winch, bow, they go rush and kill her. They say that guy they fly from Edo for night. Now he fall, no he fly again. Boom, it's gone. Right? They saw that one night. People blasphemy for not boom. It was so it just begins. So if I'm not saying from that, there's a trend. Right? I don't know.
Okay. How funny it is. I was once a corporate about that. Like I've seen a woman who they said that the woman she tied this black wrapper with a red kind of dove. No, dove is a good bird. Hawk or something. Wrapper and everything. They started beating the woman. I was part of it. That is the level of my ignorance. I was part of it. You understand? And they beat the woman, make the woman confess something she didn't do. Only for me now to understand better now. That woman may be going through dementia, maybe going through Alzheimer, old woman. Probably maybe she just walked out of the house that the kids are taking care of him. Maybe her daughter may understand how to take care of the mother. Maybe the daughter left to go get something. Maybe the grandkids left the mom alone. You understand? And they left the woman. When I think all those things, I really, really feel bad. You understand? Somebody asked one very good question here yesterday or 2 days ago. Whether it's in your show or the other show, I can't remember now. He said, where are all the people in Nigeria that have Alzheimer's, that have dementia? Where are all the people that have mental health in Nigeria? Guess what? They are all with us. We just say this Panku too wicked. This Panku too the verse. These brothers have been flogged well. These brothers too get off temper. Oku. We don't even know that mental health is going on.
Or they go say the witch.
Look
or
at
they will
FSK.
say,
You understand? 1 minute it go low, the next minute it will go very high. You
And
understand?
if you look at our old soldiers, those they call old soldiers, those that
Exactly.
actually fought through the civil as old soldiers. A lot of them end up being drunk. They are drunk, all of them be.
So look,
Nobody they
so
understand.
this is the mindset.
Right?
Where is
Maybe
any
now waiting to
hospital
see during
that
all those
take
massacres,
care
all
of
those
people with
killings.
mental health?
PTSD.
You understand?
You
Dementia.
have to remember that life expectancy is 53.
So
Before if life
dementia
expectancy
and
is
left in the
53,
house,
you are not
what
going to
the
live
person
to get dementia or Alzheimer.
the person will be talking anyhow.
No,
If a 70-year-old woman now will say,
Paul,
let me go home, my mama they come, my mama they come.
Paul, I'm trying to give you answer about about why you are not seeing dementia, life, this is Alzheimer's. Because if life expectancy is 53, chances are that before you catch any of those things, you are already checked out. So the ones that make it pass are the ones that tend to do relatively better. To go on to, then you can actually diagnose them. You know that all these elderly people in Nigeria gets actually diagnosed. So yeah, maybe that's why you're not seeing a lot of them. Nigeria is hard.
You know how many suffered in our village, the old people in our village that would
Nobody
label all
will
type of
believe
name.
you.
Is
I'm
that not
telling
what
you, one of my
makes some
brother
of us
where
don't
they
want to
say
go
na
home?
drunk. Soldier. Now,
So how many people have participated in the mob violence in Nigeria? I've never done it. Paul, I sympathize with you, but how did you see? I always felt that was
Let me
wrong.
tell you one funny thing. There is a place, I know you must have heard the name. I don't know whether you've been there. There's a very popular place called Ajegule. You understand? Very popular Ajegule. At a time in the AJ, thank you. In the early 90s, they have what they call the burning land, where they catch thief, they will lead the thief to where they burn the thief. I went to Ajegule. My father sent me to go buy pills for him with my papa. No, to go buy. My father used to use this Jimmy Agbaje JK pharmacies. My dad will tell you, lost the medicine, but if you lost the receipt, you are in trouble, because my dad, knowing fully well, will just go to the next chemist, go buy it. So my dad will say, you can lose the medicine, but don't lose the receipt.
So you must be
He's so concerned not to go buy any fake drugs.
That's smart.
So this burning land, I keep hearing the story. This is how I channel my way from our papa. I go cross boats. Say I want to go see burning land. I go lost medicine and receipt. I find medicine, I not see receipt. Now receipt, my papa beats the living hell. Because my father feel maybe I don't go chemist, go buy it. But what I'm telling you is that the story is that they have burning land. When they catch this thief, what they'll do, they'll break his leg. They'll break one of his legs so that he cannot run away. They'll tie him in his belt. He will be jumping to burning land, where they'll set this thief ablaze. You understand? To the tune of, even though the one that police will rescue, they will go to police station to even want to bribe police for police to give them this person so that they can have justice.
The cause is because the cause of that is because AJ na ghetto na poverty area. So where you can't they steal from poor people? What do you want them to do? Do you understand? That is why their justice is jungle. You go they steal from poor people.
They will come back in
you go rob somebody for ghetto. Oh boy, they can't spare you because now poor people they there now.
Indians are poor too now. You don't see that behavior in India. They were even poorer than Nigeria. I think there is a cultural abdication of the leaders where they feel like let's just leave them. Let's just use it to entertain them. Make them feel like they have power.
We sure see the leaders they suffer from that kind of.
There's a lot of killing in India.
Same trauma too.
In India, it's a lot.
Do they kill when you steal something?
Against women, not stealing, but
I'm tired. This necklacing that we do,
what about the people who rape old people in Brazil?
Justice. No, that one I know. What do you mean? Okay, tell me about it, because I've never seen India jungle justice before.
So
I know about the rape thing.
From rape to religious intolerance.
Rape doesn't count. That's not jungle justice. That's actually criminal behavior.
Rape 70-year-old women.
They rape old women.
That's criminal behavior. But jungle justice, like if the person steals something, then you take the justice into your own hand to go and exact it. That's a bit different, isn't it?
India, they do. India is not. It's worse than Nigeria, in my understanding.
Give me jungle justice now, India. That's what I want to hear.
Even from stealing, they kill. Even Nigeria.
They do that.
Oh
Never seen
yeah,
that.
I saw a
go
video of a
online and
guy.
see.
I mean,
Indians, they do a lot of
Let me see.
damage.
I've never seen
Even
that.
to
it's not.
Nigerians,
Tuna,
even
there's
to black people,
it's
not only
1.4
Nigerians.
billion people. Just put into
Oh
context
yeah.
first. 1.4 billion.
Oh yeah. India beat
Then
Nigeria.
you would think you see a lot of the videos now. That's why I'm a
Yes.
bit
I
curious.
saw a video
Now,
recently of a guy
maybe
who
everybody be
killed
like
a lady
Nigeria, we
in
just
India.
open their internet, border everywhere, everything.
You might be right
They
there. You might be right there. India
are not
have
like
a
that.
mob
Though.
justice
No,
problem.
honestly,
Yeah.
this video of a guy
Indians,
recently
they do a lot of damage.
who took the life of a young lady, apparently made advances to the lady and she refused. And he's, started beating her on the street, like broad daylight, started beating her, and he picked up a stone, like a proper rock, and was throwing it at this lady and stabbing her at the same time. And forefathers, you'll be shocked. People were walking past, like, you walk past somebody telling their child, don't do that again. People were literally walking past while this guy was committing this crime. He was arrested eventually, but he literally did that broad daylight. And they said that's a common occurrence in India where, women are killed by men. Maybe they refuse the advances or they rape them and kill them eventually. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a jungle out there, honestly.
Yeah.
Not every part of it will be bad, of course, but there's some part of the hood in India.
To be fair, you may be right there. I'm just reading something that says India has a mob justice problem. Jana, something that killing isn't just about religion. So, yeah, I guess maybe it's the nature of the jungle justice. Maybe because of women being women spawning men advances or religion or something. But the one I'm a bit curious about is this theft one that we keep doing. Okay. Or I guess the religion one is a strong one too, actually, because that's the one we see quite often in Nigeria happening more recently. So, yeah, I guess you're probably right that India has it. I didn't know about it.
Another very painful one. A woman will just steal phone. The first thing that will come to all the old men is to naked the woman in public. Enjoy free mood.
But what I noticed with these issues, if they want to kill these old women, maybe they said, oh, she's a witch. They look at the family, they see that, oh, maybe the woman, if he has children, they will not try it. I'm telling you.
Yes.
So the thing is, these are actually state crime that's supposed to be like prosecuted by the state.
Correct.
Because we don't have government, this thing go away because you need to show, you need to make some people a scapegoat, like let them be deterrent to other people that we thinking of doing such thing, right? Both the religion and the theft in Lagos that is common, get some people to pay for it. So anybody that is thinking of doing this thing, repeating it, is they gonna be scared to stay away? When you hear thief, you will even disappear from the scene, because even if somebody actually like stealing something, you see him, why are you killing him? It's not sufficient. Like, it's human life. It's not sufficient. You can say, okay, let's hand over him to the police. Let's police do the necessary. So honestly,
I think you are right. It's just that they've not been punished, and many of these things, the issues that happen in Nigeria is because there's lack of accountability where you punish people for doing the wrong thing. Yes. That is where most of our problem is. If you like the corruption that we see in Nigeria, they are not punished. The mob killing, they are not punished. It's crazy, and all the mob justice we've seen in Nigeria, I'm not sure they've held anybody before the court to go and try them for killing people.
And again,
even the election rigging, people are not punished, to be honest. Even when
I don't think we should classify it by saying, oh, this one is strong, this one is strong. If you say, oh, the religion is strong, well, I can do that in the religion. Say, oh, that person insults my God, I don't kill him. Then you come and do your thing, right? It should be all treated the same. As I said, now and
definitely on that one, yes.
First. So when you say one is stronger, one is no.
So all the same happened to me 2001. September 16, 2001. Look at my face. You see a scar in my face here.
Paul. I think Paul is a museum. I think they will need to study you. You've been through a lot. I feel like there's a real. No,
Let's
no,
do like that.
no.
I would
I feel like Paul has a vast array of experience.
No,
And
no.
whenever he wants to talk,
Give
something is
Paul
going to come
20
up.
years. Give Paul 20 years. He will be the new Igbo basis.
So,
Every
so,
event,
so which
every
means,
event, one place responding.
so if Paul is
So you don't make me
if Paul
fear now.
if Paul is a museum, we got to pay ticket to go see him. Then
They gave
we got
the
to
bad
buy
boys,
ticket.
the bad boys.
Two
They
Nigerians
hold
trying to
me.
be politically correct.
I
Just
didn't
say
even
it.
know.
Call it an Agbero. That's it.
I didn't even.
No.
I didn't even know that I was talking to my landlord's daughter. You know, I didn't even know. So the brother was mad. And funny enough, you know, this young bachelor. That's first time that I have my own apartment to my own
Paul
name.
is a museum.
You know, leaving my parents, making that small change. You understand? So they robbed me. You understand? Before you know, they got them arrested like after 3 months. It was terrible. I almost passed out. I almost died. You know, so when they hold them, then they called me. They said they hold these people. They eventually they caught them. They went to rob in one other politician's house, and they caught them. So in the act of confessing, and every other thing, something that they stole from my room that I brought from work, you know, these are airport thing and every other thing. They saw some of those things. That's how they link it to my own place. Then they called me. I went to SARS. My brother, I will never forget that horrible experience. You understand? That thing make me look like I am the one that even buy the guy. When we talk all the stories, the man asked the boy, said, "What is your name?" They've already tried the boy in some other different issues and everything. Then my own story come. It just look like they take the boy's case to another level. Then they ask the boy, say, "You, what is your name?" The boy say, "My name is Ayo." I'm so sorry that I'm using your name. Truly, his name is Ayo. The officer was mad. Said, "Do you know the meaning of Ayo, Ayomide?" The officer was mad. Boom! In his belly. The boy just go.
Really? Yeah, these SARS were wicked, man.
In my front.
They were wicked.
Every one of us, I run from
they
the
are-
house that I paid 1 year plus. I know Greece stayed here.
The difference between Paul and MC Oluomo experience in America. One come America, that's it.
No, I'm just a local champion, you know, young boy, local champion. You know this kind of thing where you say, my papa, they shout, is day. And my small 10 kobo. So I say, make I go somewhere else. You understand? This thing, I ran away from your area because I cannot believe that they're going to come back. When I'm telling you I run away, it's not my making. No, this is something that my parents make me run. Take all my siblings out of our house. All my siblings, we all live even our own family compound. Whether they might come back to our family compound, we ran away. For like 1 year, my siblings couldn't go back to my father's house.
So that Ayo, was he guilty of something?
He was guilty.
Yeah.
The officer that did that, his own name too is Ayo. So the officer felt bad because of the meaning of his name. Because the meaning of his name now, he has brought joy to the family. And you that brought joy to your family, why are you doing this thing? The man just take him out.
Yeah.
In our front.
So that Ayo actually took somebody's life too.
Yes, the officer and the boy, the corporate, both of them, they are Ayo. So
And
just
both of
because
them, so both of them took lives in your story.
No, the officer who take the boy live.
One is legal,
Ayo.
one is illegal.
So he felt
I know
bad.
where he's
But the original Ayo. No, hold it. There are two. The Ayo that is not the police officer. Did he take somebody's life?
He didn't take somebody.
No.
If he takes somebody's life, I'm here. You know.
No, so that Ayo didn't kill anybody, but the
Nothing.
police officer went and killed him.
Yes. Nothing.
Just wasted his life.
Father, you don't even know how SARS operate. How
That's
remember
terrible.
me the other one.
I understand they do these things.
When the one that Marwa brought that time, Operation Sweep, the Operation Sweep,
Yaki, Operation Zaki, Operation Sweep. There is a lot of them.
Father, this small Nissan car, if Arrow arrest people come, the Operation Sweep come.
Yeah.
So Tinubu brought RROS. They will put 5 men in that small booth.
I think in Lagos, isn't it?
Yes.
I think I've been caught by Operation Sweep before, actually. Yeah. No, I think I don't have. It's not a trauma. To be fair, hold on. To be fair, I think it's not a lie. It's not even a lie. It's not something disputed that a lot of Nigerians have lost their life just by being in the wrong place at the wrong time in Nigeria. So yes, I've been caught by that, and I've seen people during the time when they catch you in the evening, then they will take you the next morning and they'll say, you go this way, you go this way. The one guy that I was there, and the guy looks like because he's got a lot of injuries on his body, they separated him, and he was like crying that they are going to kill him because of the way he looks now. And this is Nigeria. This is Nigeria in Lagos where this stuff was happening. I don't know what happened to him eventually, but because they separated me out of the entirety, because they saw me, they probably knew that I don't stand any chance of surviving whatever they want to do to me.
You're already shit in your body.
No, yeah, they just move me to one side because I guess the way you look matters. I think somebody said it earlier on. Was it I that said that if you don't have family members and they see that you're not like somebody that they can get away with whatever they do with you, they will do something with you. And I witnessed that situation where the young man that had a lot of injuries on his body, maybe from other forms of jungle justice or something that he was doing before.
Profiling.
He was like, he knows he's in big trouble now just by being caught by these people. So, and we've had so many cases where they will just take you to the back of the police and take somebody's life like that. For what?
They committed crime or they
Let me weigh into the jungle justice you guys were talking about. I enjoyed the submission, but when I listened to the conversation and the submission all of you made, I also brought it back to the system. If you watch all the countries where you see jungle justice, check how many minutes to get a police if you are in trouble, and check the rule of law of that country. If it is a place that you call police under 5 minutes, you have police in your home. And when you go to court, you are sure to get justice. You will reduce jungle justice. I have been in a crowd where they are committing it. What they will say is that if it gets to the hand of the police, the person will go free. If the police gets this person, they will release this person and they will come back and begin to torment us. So the system has a lot to do to control that. If we have a system where like religion we are talking, you know that religious discrimination is one of the worst crimes in the Western world. If somebody charges you that you discriminated him or her because of his or her religion, it's a very big case. Even in the corporate institutions where you work, if you deny somebody a job because of the person's religion, you're in trouble. So because we don't have a system that is functional, that's why these things keep going. And this is why this conversation is always important, because when we air it, people can begin to look around it. If somebody discriminates you or says something against your religion, you call police or report this person, and this person is being punished. You will see that there will be nothing like jungle justice.
I understand, but still, as human beings, you are not allowed to take life for losing a bunch of banana or losing a few this thing. They didn't kill somebody. I understand armed robbery. If you catch somebody robbing, it's a different thing.
I get your point. From what perspective are you saying this? Because the Christian teaching is different from the Muslim teaching. When I mean the Muslim teaching, I mean the Muslim teaching that nobody has ever said that any set of Christian religion have ever said kill somebody and you go to paradise. So when I mean Muslim teaching is that some people who are Muslims will tell you if you kill an infidel, you will go to paradise. So
it's not true.
No, that's in the context of war. It's like Augustine.
Did you hear the word infidel?
Augustine, hey.
Sorry, did you hear the word I used?
Well, you know they have the Quran and they have the Hadith.
Calm down, Augustine. I need to educate you. You see, yesterday I listened to Ezeoke. People just talk what they don't understand, what they don't know. if you don't, if you are not a medical doctor, you are not a medical doctor. If you have doubt something, look for somebody that have the knowledge and ask. I have friends that are Catholic. I learn a lot from Catholic from them. I have friends that are Pentecostal. I learn a lot of things from them. Listen, in Islam, every life is sacred. You can't take life. You cannot. There is no verse in the Quran that says, kill an infidel. Who is an infidel? First of all, you need to understand Islam recognizes Jews and Christian as people of the book. You need to go read more about what you because people don't know what they are talking about. When you say people of the book, because they consider this religion as Abrahamic religion, they consider them as our brothers. Even the time of the Prophet Muhammad in Medina, the Christian and the Jewish, they were living in that city peacefully. Nobody, you don't harm them.
So,
And
wait.
Let me
Can I come back to what I'm saying? Because you've answered me.
Let me finish. In Islam, your neighbor, they are as important as you. Now, who is your neighbor? The rule of Islam is
40,
your
40,
neighbor
40.
is several houses from your left, several houses from your right. Irrespective of you are a pagan, you are a Christian, you are a Jewish, it doesn't matter. You have to treat people, give them their right. It's very important. So when people say stuff they don't understand, they don't know, it's really sad because one person commit crime in the north, you don't rub it on Muslims. How many how many Muslim countries or other part of Nigeria have you heard somebody is killed because they did this? See, issue of blasphemy people are discussing. Blasphemy in Islam, blasphemy is a serious offense, not against Prophet Muhammad. It's a serious offense against God, against all the prophets. If you go to but that does not mean somebody.
You've corrected me. Can I go back to what I was saying? It just took
Go
the
back.
floor.
I'll go back.
Now the problem you have here is problem of listening. Because I made a premise. I said, no one has ever said, listen to me and get my point before you condemn me. I said, nobody has ever said that a sect in Christian church upholds killing. But some people say, I didn't say it is correct. I didn't say it is wrong. But I said, some people hold this belief that if you kill an infidel, I said some people, I didn't say a Muslim teaching. Some people in Muslim hold this belief. And I have heard many people say it. And it's my opinion I'm submitting. I am not saying Muslim said. I didn't say Quran said. I said some people in Muslim hold this belief that if you kill an infidel, you'll get something in paradise. That was when forefather used the word war. And I said infidel. Once they term you infidel. So if you want to correct me on my principles, on the premise I raised. I didn't use a general term.
I think I've corrected. It's just.
Have you heard what I said before?
I heard you. I heard you.
No, have you heard it from people before?
You are saying so. See. You don't have Muslim friends, or you don't like Muslims? No, it's a simple question. Do you have Muslim friends? Because you see this issue. Wait. See, people are just dogmatic, right? There are people that have the belief, for example, even in Nigeria, I've seen people, let's say a Yoruba man will say, no, I'm not going to make friends with an Igbo. Or you see an Igbo man, no, I don't like other people. You don't do that. See.
That's pansat.
You see, despite if you are a Muslim, you are a Christian, you are a pagan, whatever you worship, the first thing first, humanity. Is humanity. You have to be
hold on though. I think sometimes we have to also balance the discussion with actual data. From what I'm reading here, some part of the Quran actually does allow for this thing. Let me just read this too. I don't know whether you've heard this before. It says they wish you would disbelieve as they disbelieved, so you will be alike. So do not take from amongst them allies until they emigrate for the cause of Allah. But if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them, and take not from amongst them any ally or helper.
Okay. Now I need to tell you, Quran is not a book you just take and you start reading and you understand. No. Now, wait. I need to explain.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just taking a deep breath.
The chapters, the verses you see in the Quran did not come in one form. No. It was in a situation they will reveal a verse, some certain verses in that context. So you need to understand the context that verses was revealed for you to understand what they're talking about.
The context is based on war. I think from what you are saying is one of the reasons why it's okay to take life.
That is why I'm telling you. See, the things you see, they are so difficult. For example, I'll give you an example. In Islam, for example, they say, you steal, they cut your hand. Do you know the condition for you to cut somebody's hand? Do you know the proof you need? You can't even get it. It's hard. It's more difficult. So this stuff you say, they are not on the surface.
So you know that you see you have been struggling with accepting the truth. So the point I have here with you is that is a gaslighting. In Nigeria, what is the percentage of people that have been killed because of religious issue? Where do you have it more? Somebody was killed in Lafayette because he used the book of the Quran wrongly. A teacher was killed in one of our schools because she messed up with the book of the Quran. Somebody is telling you, I'm not taking that position as a Muslim position. I'm telling you that some people believe, and you are here defending the Muslim.
Augustine, wait. I need to ask you this question. Go and study Muslim countries, Muslim dominated countries, non-Muslim dominated country. Tell me how many people have you heard that were killed for these same reasons?
What is he saying?
Plenty.
Okay, let me read another one. Let me read another one. I think let me just read another brief one. Let me read another brief one so you can explain it to me.
See, in my chapel, where I
Augustine, let me just see. You have to present evidence. Let me just read another one for him so he can interpret it.
Place to pray with
recently too, an American was killed. An American was killed recently too because of that.
Let me read another one so that he can interpret it, please. The Surah Al-Mada, chapter 5, verse 32 says, "Because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul or for corruption in the land, it is as if they had slain mankind entirely." So you see the unless part of it is for a soul or corruption
in the land.
What is corruption?
Forefather, wait. I will repeat to you. The verses you see, they are not on the surface. These verses were revealed in some certain situation. However, in Quran, the clear term you need to understand is a soul for a soul. You can't take a soul. Either you believe it or not.
But you are leaving only one part. It's for a soul or corruption. That's the part that disturbs me.
I'm not even addressing the chapter you are dealing with because.
But you have to, though. I thought you were defending the faith. You have to look what they wrote there and explain it to us so we can understand it.
Wait, forefather. For you to address this chapter you are reading, you need to know the context, what they are talking about. It's not ordinary. It's not like kill. No, there is nothing like that.
You want me to read on until you can see the context?
In Islam, for you to even slaughter an animal, you are not even allowed to rough handle an animal to slaughter, talk less of human being. It's haram.
But that still doesn't address corruption. See, you are a smart man. I'm very, very sure. You know, we are in court right now because of "and" statement or statement in the Federal Capital Territory. So let's not do this. You see a statement that says, "So unless it's for a soul or corruption." I even went on to ask, what does it mean by corruption? Corruption means many things. That is the problem. Corruption means many things. You could be spreading falsehood about the prophet. You could be saying, you could be stealing, you could be causing all kinds of problems. And that is deemed corruption. Justice has to be exerted. The question is, how does it say that the justice should be exerted? It could be through the legal system, or you could have jungle justice occur. So this is the problem. It's not very strictly stated.
There is nothing like jungle justice. Jungle justice, so how do you even kill somebody when the person you've not see? You can't do jungle justice in Islam. You can't.
How?
See, for you to no. Even the laws in Islam, for you to execute those laws, these cases you have to take them through the proper channel. They are not as easy. So when you say corruption is vague. What is corruption? What do you term as corruption? Even the what is it called? The first word we are talking about. How do you define it? Who define it? When do you say, okay, this is the limit? See, it's not ordinary. That's what I'm trying. So what you see that is happening is emotions. It's people act out of emotion, out of their ignorance, and you kill a soul. It's punishment. You can't.
AY.
Okay.
So do you agree that some people, in the name of Islam, wrongly, as far as you're concerned, they are wrongly interpreting or representing Islam? Do you agree that there's a problem there's a need for like internal audit?
Sure. I need to tell you this. When people see it's religion, don't say Islam. If you go to the world history of the world, people have used religion to commit atrocities.
We know that now, but we are discussing this one now.
Cases of Christians doing it. I said Islam because we're specifically dealing with
talking history.
Tomorrow, if you turn around and say Christians did something, if you show me, I say, oh yeah, that's really bad.
It's not only Christian, all religion. Wait.
I don't have an issue. I'm not going to defend any religion.
I agree with what you said. Some people they misinterpret and they don't understand.
That's what we're saying.
On AY, the Sokoto issue now, the people who did it, we know the people who did it. The governor, who also seems to support what the people did. Is it that the governor too don't understand Islam too?
See, what I will tell you in Sokoto issue, first of all, I'm not really sure what happened. I know they killed somebody, but I don't know what led to that. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know.
You heard what the governor said.
Deborah, the one that we know, Deborah.
What the governor said, I actually criticized it because I don't expect the governor to come in that form. Because when you do this kind of stuff,
I'm not talking the governor as a governor. I'm talking the governor, the part that he talk as a Muslim, as an Islam person, somebody who practices Islam as a religion.
So the governor, you can't assess the governor as a Muslim in this case. The governor is there are Christians in Sokoto State. The governor is governor of everyone. You need to protect everybody. At this point, Sokoto is not.
So the part that he condemned that nobody should disrespect Prophet Muhammad and that this and that.
Again, I'm not going to hide it to you. I don't know what really happened, but in Islam, this accusing a prophet, Muhammad, Jesus, Abraham, any prophet is blasphemous. This is the truth.
And the sin, the consequences is what?
And what happens with blasphemy?
So here is the question. You need to define blasphemous. somebody has committed this crime.
Let's say they committed it, and by any law they committed it, but they didn't take. They didn't remember. They didn't take a human life.
You defined one. You have defined one.
Wait, let me finish. It's only the court of law, a Sharia court of law, that can determine this person have committed this crime. They can prescribe any punishment accordingly. I'm not a Sharia law. I'm not a lawyer. But this is the point. But that juggle justice.
Sorry, can we go on? Because when people listen to this, it will look as if we are just, we begin to defend the indefensible.
That was why I
make people go to the line that they are a religion.
No. What you said was, to be honest, I've heard you making some statement. You don't make general statement like that. You need to know, learn about what is going on, because you yourself, you are acting out of emotions, maybe because you have hate for some certain group. That's the way I see it. Like yesterday.
I think AY, what you want to understand, this is why I even interjected with what was his name? Sorry about that. Electricity and Olamide was talking about it. There is, I think, when somebody like Augustine comes on and says what he says, yes, it may come across as if he's a little bit, generalizing and judgmental and stuff like that.
Actually, it's not.
Yes, he may come across like that. However, there is an underlying trend or truth to what he's saying. He's saying that people are actually losing their lives because they said something. They said something. They didn't kill anybody or they didn't do anything. They said something, they lose their lives. And in the context of Nigeria, that shouldn't be happening. And if a religion is the reason why it is happening, we have to be asking ourselves, how are we practicing this religion? Like this show said here, there has to be an audit that is going on here.
So
I'm not even going from the point of view of our own people. We're talking about a religion that probably doesn't preach people killing people like that.
Forefather, before now, I made a statement, right? I said, on no account, evil, to be honest, evil is just, I said it because we don't have laws. Even in America, for example, even if you go and shoot somebody, some people cannot come and just kill you. If we have a country that have laws, even if you kill somebody, people see you killing the person, you call the police come pick the person up. You can't kill.
It's funny you said that, because when I spoke on this issue, one of the things I said was that there should have been a law. Sorry, Augustine, let me finish. Because I think the viewers need to understand. Augustine, hold on now. Augustine, hold on. The viewers need to understand, because where this stuff is going. When I commented on this, that's why I agree with what he said. There has to be laws. If people blaspheme or say something to upset some other group with something that they know full well these people don't like to hear, those people should have a recourse to approach the law, even if the secular law, to address it. Just like in the West, you have hate speech law, and because somebody is going against you because you're black or you're Muslim and all the rest, you should have a recourse. In Nigeria, you don't have that recourse. There's no law for that, really. For Islamic discrimination or Christian discrimination, there's no law. So they don't have any other recourse other than the jungle justice you are seeing. So it's a two-way street. This is why when you criticize something, you also have to give those people outlets. You can't just say, okay, stop doing that, but we can insult your prophet all day long and you just have to stomach it like a steam engine. What is that all about? That's torture. So I agree with what AY is saying, but we cannot encourage people to be taking fellow Nigerians' lives because of religion.
We should not encourage it because of any reason at all. Like honestly, like even for example, sometimes the criticism, the problem in Nigeria is just too much. That's why sometimes the issues they just get tired. We should be open to defend what is wrong.
AY, please, can you help me to say what I said? What did I say?
Listen. I'm not a child. People here, they've listened to you, not today, not yesterday. Yesterday, Ekene came. I listened to him. He was like, "Oh, they have one word. They call it hikmah." In my other, I was just tired. What's this guy talking about? Is he okay? Hikmah is just wisdom. It means nothing. It's an Arabic word. It just means wisdom. Like there is nothing you honestly, it's just very laughable. Hikmah is an Arabic word, just the way you have an English word. It's wisdom. Some of you will have Arabic friend. Ask them what is hikmah. Just ask them. If you any of you have Arabic friend, ask them what
I want to get my own straight. What did I say?
No, you know what you said. I think people listen to you. I'm
interested to know what I said.
That was why I tried.
So let me make sure that you understood me.
No, I understand. I'm not gonna repeat it. You can repeat if you want. But everybody is here.
I think you said something about Islam allowing killing infidels or
I
something
don't
like
have
that.
anything against you. I was just trying to correct your view about what you say because it's
no,
not.
But the issue that you didn't even understand. You didn't even understand me. The issue you didn't even listen to me and interjected.
So when you make statement like, for example, you said some people said you can kill if it. No, come on, man. Like we are human. See. The north, you see, one or two persons must have lived in the north here. The north is
was
actually
what I said.
No, I'm just saying my own. Like, it's one of the best places to live in that country. The only issue is their behavior sometimes. It give me headache myself. But ordinarily, people know how the north are peaceful. They can assist you in everything. You can live your life there. But all these crises, you can't live because you are not from Yoruba. I can't live there. I'm not from East. I can't live there. I'm not. Nigeria is Nigeria. If you discriminate me in abroad, I will understand. But Nigeria, don't try it with me. Because to me, like, let us be one and whatever. We cannot all be one religion. We cannot all be one tribe. We have to understand our differences, respect ourselves, and live together as a country. Look at the issue of the election, for example, the issue of the tribe. People come here, make a lot of terrible statements against other tribe. You wonder, these people are human beings. Who is telling you your tribe is more superior than any other tribe? This stuff, they worry me. To me, I want to learn about everybody. I want to learn about your tribe. I want to learn about your religion. I want to learn about everybody, to be honest. That's how my mind is open to learn.
AY, since you are a Muslim, all these things, I like to study some of voices. These type of questions, it brings these things for me to look up information. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it in my own time. So because the context of this stuff was stated was that it says the Quran addresses the conduct of war and armed conflict. The Surah mentions the way you deal with people in war. And this area, there's no qualification to it. And I really hope that you are able to explain it to me, because the way they tried to explain it was that, if a Muslim turns from the religion and wages war against the believers, then they should be, obviously, you have to defend yourself and,
God bless you.
Hold on. That is the context they stated it. But when you read it, that's not what it is telling you. That is what I find concerning. Hold on, let me just tell you now. It says, then they wish you would disbelieve as they disbelieved, so you would be alike. So they want you to change from the way of Allah to become like infidels like they do. So it says, so do not take from amongst them allies until they emigrate for the cause of Allah. In other words, don't take from them allies until they come back to the faith. But if they turn away, not if they wage war, but if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them. And take not from amongst them any ally or helper.
Forefather,
that is what I find concerning.
Wait, I will add to what you just said, right? The reason I will add to what you just said, I just want to discuss one content with you, with what you are discussing now. Because when people make statement, again, Quran is not like the Bible, how you just read it and just be interpreted. No. You see, in all
So
the...
you know how to interpret the Bible.
Wait, hold on.
No, let's let him answer, because I really want to understand
No,
before.
but what he said
I
is wrong
start
about the
saying crazy
interpretation of
stuff.
the Bible.
You calm, Mustin. Calm.
No,
I
what
want
he
to
said is
understand.
wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Let him talk now, please. Let him talk so that we can understand. I truly want to understand
Remember that he
this.
interjected me and I have not finished my line of thought. Remember that?
Don't worry, you are still there. We are four of us. Where are we going?
Oh, Father, since you have opened your mind to understand this, I will explain it to you. First of all, you need to understand there was no war between Muslim and Christians during the prophet. Prophet Muhammad was sent to the Arabia when he from Mecca, the Mecca you see today, the Saudi and the Medina, they were idol worshippers. You need to go read their history. So they were not even see Muslim, they don't consider. I've said to you, they consider the Jewish and the Christian as people of the book. They are not forbidden. That chapter you are reading now, these people were unbeliever, completely idol worshiper. You can go read the history of Saudi Arabia. You see millions of people going there every year. Go and read their history. In fact, they are all barbaric. Like it was idol worshiper committing atrocity before Prophet Muhammad. So there was a lot of struggle. They don't even want to see Muslim. If you will hide to be a Muslim in Saudi as a then. Like the people, just like the struggle of Jesus Christ in Jerusalem, right? The prophet was struggling. His followers, you can't even say you are a Muslim. So is this chapter, they are not referring to Christians or the Jews. No, they were referring to the real unbelievers, the idol worshippers.
Okay. So wherever you see them, you are free to take their lives.
It's not you are free. So if you listen to that, what you read, for example, there was a statement there, right? When they fight you, you defend yourself. See, even the
Sorry, hold on. I'm just trying to correct that. They didn't state that. He said, but if they turn away, not fighting you, if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them, and take not from amongst them any ally or helper.
Start from the beginning, where you started.
Okay, let me start from the beginning again, from the quote. Say, they wish you would disbelieve as they disbelieved, so you would be alike. So do not take from amongst them allies until they emigrate for the cause of Allah. But if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them, and take not from amongst them any ally or helper. I don't know how else to read it. I wish I could find something else on that.
Sorry, can I come in, please? Just a minute.
Go ahead.
I came in because of something that I observed while I was on the background. See, AY, I think it would have been nice if you had allowed Augustine to finish what he was trying to say. You interjected Augustine without actually understanding what Augustine. Hold on. You see, you want to do the same. You see, you want to know. There was nothing to be corrected. See,
don't worry. You get your turn too. You get your turn. Just let him talk.
You are doing the same thing again.
Let's not start arguing with each other.
In my place, right, there's a saying that says that
let's respect this topic. It's a very sensitive topic for a lot of people.
There's a saying that like when you talk too much, right, people see you. Sorry, I'm not referring to you. I'm just trying to recite a saying in my place. When you talk too much, people begin to see you like a drunkard, right? This is it. The topic yesterday was discussed, and I remember vividly what Augustine said on this platform. I can actually go back and track what Augustine said and posted it here. I was the one that made the, you know, my position. I don't hide it, right? But Augustine came here yesterday and criticized, kind of, or rebuked those, you know, trying to bring in religious, a kind of bigotry. I've never, maybe you are the only one that know Augustine to be one that is someone that attack your religion. No, Augustine has never for once attacked anybody's religion. I don't know Augustine. I only met him on this platform. But for you to interject him and also begin to portray a kind of narrative that he has never stood for is uncalled for. This is very, very wrong. Hold on. You called, AY, you will talk. When you are making your comment, right, you called my name, you mentioned me several times, right? You even gave us a definition of kitman. Please, Forefathers is here. Forefathers can help us search for definition of kitman in Quran. And not only that, search for definition of takia in Quran. These are two words that are used interchangeably. Either you say takia or kitman. And this is exactly AY. This is exactly what you are playing out here. It is okay. AY, and I'm coming now. It is okay for Christians, before you even go far, I don't align with any of this. It is okay for Christians to accept any doctrine that is found in Christianity that is not kind of acceptable in today's generation, or any kind of doctrine that is against humanity. It is okay for Christians to accept that. But it is not okay. It is not okay for Muslims to accept that. And that is why they have takia in their doctrine. It is a way to deny publicly what your religion believe on, or your religious doctrine, to deny that in order to portray a false narrative. This is the takia and is in Islam.
To be fair,
Wait,
okay, let me let you go on, since they've been...
Augustine, it was because of, I repeat, it was because of the statement you made. I feel there was misconception. That was why I targeted you. I don't have anything against you. If you feel offended, I'm sorry. But you see, Ekene, I was specifically mentioning you because even yesterday, I've heard you say, wait. I've heard you say things that don't make sense to me.
What are those? Tell us.
Wait. I will not even bother to reply to you. Like, if you're ready to discuss, I will have proper conversation.
I'm ready now.
Like
that was why I signed in.
All I see in you is hatred for people that don't look like you. In terms of tribe, in terms of religion. Honestly, that's all I see. I don't discuss with
people. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
That's who you are. That's all.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Let's try to be stable.
Anything else?
Like I said, this is a sensitive topic. I will mute everybody now.
I don't have
AY, calm down.
Anything else? But that wouldn't stop me from saying what I know.
Hold on now. I'm trying. Hold on. This is a sensitive topic. We have to respect it. I said it earlier on. We can't be responsible here. We are grown-ups. There are a lot of people watching us that feel very, very strong about this topic. So we can't just be responsible and polarize the discussion. We have to get to somewhere. From what I know about takia, I went and looked at the Quran from the context that they talked about. It was about when you are in a situation where you could face your life could be forfeit, you are free to deny to be a Muslim to survive that encounter. That is the only context that they used it. It could be that people have corrupted it and started using it for any and anything. They just lie in the name of Islam. But that is not how it's meant to be used in the way they put it in the Quran.
Forefather, that is what it is. You just said it. There is nothing added to that. You can't, he just pick a word and what a little word, like, that's why I said I will not reply to him, because I see like it's hard to talk to people like this. But if you doubt it, you have Muslim.
Forefathers, let's have this understanding. Forefathers, let's have this understanding, right?
I will say
I will have to help AY here, right? In Islam, this is not coming from me. It is on Google. You can Google it, right? In Islam, taqiyya is a precautionary dissimulation or denial of religious belief and practice. Generally, taqiyya is the action of committing a sinful act, such as feigning unbelief for a pious goal. It is a belief in Quran.
He's saying that they don't believe in Quran for them to survive it. That's what it means.
It is used in Quran just as they use kitman.
Forefather beg.
It is a belief, and that is why forefathers. That was why the recent killing in Kano, in Sokoto, where the governor, instead of the governor to condemn that act of killing, he was trying to kind of justify the killing, the killing, and that was why somebody like El Rufai in Kaduna always justify Boko Haram activities in Kaduna. This is AY. Let me help you here. I grew up among.
Okay, go ahead, but take it easy.
AY. I grew up among Muslims, right? I still have Muslims as friends. We discuss Yoruba Muslim outside Yoruba. We still discuss about religion peacefully without having this kind of mindset that you're having. See, hold on now. Hold on. AY. We still have that discussion. But it is okay for you to come here and say that I hate somebody that is not of my religion, or you don't. You see, when you don't know people, hold on now.
The next day I said to you, because you hate other tribe, I said, why will you be doing that?
How do you come to that conclusion that I hate others?
Make about that tribe.
That's it. What if you are clueless of what I'm saying? Can you go and help yourself and make some research? You cannot be concluding on someone when you are ignorant of everything. You see, I'm not saying that you're not Islam, but you are Islam, but you have limited understanding of Islam.
You're calling him ignorant or not. Let's try to be civil.
But he told me, he said that I hate my people that don't share the same belief with me. What is the meaning of that?
Let's bring the temperature down.
What is bigotry?
We have to get somewhere. If we don't understand each other, how are we going to get somewhere? Because if we keep shouting at each other, we're not going to get anywhere.
That he has no time to understand me. He said it here.
Yeah, he's saying that because of the way he feels that you're going to come across. Because look at now, I was reading
emotion. He has more emotion against objectivity here. Keep emotion aside. Let's have a discussion if you are willing to have a discussion.
Let me tell you something. For me, some of my best friends, if I have issue now, the first person I will call, my closest friend, one of my closest friends is from the East. He's from Anambra.
No, what if I now tell you, why? Based on what you just define me with, what if I just say that you hate Igbos and you hate Christianity? How will you feel?
Well, people listen to us.
No, how will you feel now?
You can say that, now you get your mouth, but people listen to us speak.
I'm not. I said it. What if I say it? How will you feel?
How will I feel?
Yes.
I will not feel bad because I know.
Okay, that's fine. It's okay. Yeah, continue. It's okay.
You can say it. I will not feel anything.
Continue.
But AY though, just to be fair to Augustine, when Augustine said that it is okay, because that was his first comment, which even I thought, okay, that seems a little bit trying to stir the nest. When he said in Islam you are allowed to kill infidels. That is his general trust. Am I mistaken, Augustine?
Now, I said some people hold the belief. Some people.
Okay, that you're allowed to in Islam.
Actually, that was right.
But that is my concern. And that is my concern that this comment I'm reading here, it seems to be highlighting that maybe there is some credibility to that. This is why, from AY, from your explanation, maybe you may want to take a second look at it. Your own explanation is actually saying it is true, saying those people were actually pagans, so it's okay.
So what I'm trying to tell you, right? What I'm trying to tell you, this thing, this is not something you just understand, right? I was trying to explain to you, like during the time of the prophet, the kingdom was, if I were you, I would read the history of Saudi. I see what was going on there, right? See, there are a lot of things you see in the Quran that you cannot do now. For example, you can't go to war now. I said, oh, you want to go? No. You need to understand the context of these messages. It's not you apply it the way you see it from the surface. Who is an infidel? Who is an infidel? That's the first question you ask yourself now.
Anyone that doesn't, you just said it.
Remember, you gave us a definition of Kitman as wisdom. See, you are very wrong on that. Let's understand ourselves. This is what I just find out. Forefathers, right? I typed, do Islam believe in Takia? And this is what it's saying. It says, Takia is of fundamental importance to Islam. Practically every Islamic sect agrees to it and practices it. This is what I'm not the one saying this. So the information is open.
But Kene, did I not just make clear to you that there is nothing technically wrong with Takia? They are saying that you are allowed. Sorry, AY, let me make this clear to Kene so that we don't go back to it again. They are saying that in Islam, the way it is put in the document, in the Quran, I mean, that it says that you are allowed to say that you are not a Muslim when saying it will result in you losing your life.
That is not the end.
No, that is the only context in the Quran.
That is the context in which you understand it. In everything, forefathers see, in everything they do, provided lying. Forefathers, I'm coming now. Forefathers, provided lying, deceit will make them assume the position of power in perpetuity.
No.
That is what it is.
Okay, hold on. Can
you actually need to understand.
See, you are not trying to us to. Let's talk about this. See, those people that I want to separate two things. Hold on. I want to separate two things.
Have you been to Quranic school before? Have you been to Quranic school?
This does not require Quran. This is just common sense. That's what I want to try.
It's not about common sense. Have you been taught by Islamic teacher?
I just let you make your point. The point I'm trying to make is that you have to separate between what is in the Quran from what the followers practice. So people in the Bible, the people are actually having gay marriages now in Christianity, but the Bible stated that. No, the Bible didn't state that. There are things that are happening in this world that is not part of the document itself. Is that not common sense? That's what I'm trying to let you understand, that in the Quran itself, the context that they put it is when your life is at stake. If people corrupted it and start using it for every single thing to acquire power and all the rest, that's a totally different thing. But the point I was making here today was about this one, that the original statement that Augustine made, which I must still say, AY hasn't explained it to me, because if anything, he actually confirmed it by saying those people, if they are like pagans, it's okay. How can it be okay to just seek them out, kill them, and do all those things?
I never said it's okay. I said it was that time, during the time of the prophet, you have a lot of pagans. It was, in fact, it was idol worshippers in Mecca. It was different. See, if you read the history, the prophet had to move out of his own city, Mecca, and leave because of this crisis to different city completely. So it was not because these people were not Christian, they were not Jewish. The city the prophet was living, they had Jewish, they have Christians that were doing business, that were living peacefully. You can't even touch them. So if you don't open your mind to ask questions, to learn, it's just like how I can just pick things from Google and you say them. Like, come on, man. Evil science, will you pick it from Google like that? No.
No. In science, you can actually pick it from Google. You can make research through Google. No, you are wrong on this. You can make research through Google.
Okay.
That's why Google is there.
From Google.
You can make your research through Google. I don't know where you are heading to.
I just said to you, for example.
Yeah.
For example,
forefathers.
You counter everything, but you can't provide us with what you think is the right answer.
The challenge I have
around this topic.
The challenge I have is when it is about me, I wouldn't be open to hear conversation. My premise was open. I didn't quote Bible. I didn't mention Quran. I was very objective in my position. I'm learned when it comes to religion. I know religion. And that was why when I engaged Rudolph yesterday, when he was asking me about some questions, I said, religion is more of emotion. I always avoid going into it because you might hit somebody where the person will lose control. And when that emotion is not treated, it leads to what we are doing today. Look at what happened in Kenya. A pastor is telling people, hundreds of people, to fast to meet Jesus Christ. And these people, do you think that some of them are not professionals? Most of those people are graduates. So when it comes to religion, everyone should be very careful. I have this conversation, Kuka taught me. I have had several of conversations with him. My schoolmates, most of them are from Kavanchan. The people I schooled with, I know how they live in Kavanchan. They are from there. They are Catholic priests, but I know how fearful. One of them that was killed was just 2 years ahead of me in the seminary. That was killed this year. So I know how these people live amongst their people. So when we talk about throwing light, Muslim, I made a comment where I worship here in the US. The Muslims use the same chapel with me. You cannot do it in Nigeria. So what we want to do is throw light to these things. Nobody is hating anybody. So the point I'm trying to go there is that you want to tell me that those innocent students that killed Deborah, they were misled by pastors or preachers of Muslim or Muslim preachers. So you want to tell me that if you don't say something about it, you won't be able to hold those people that are giving them wrong doctrines to you can't hold them accountable to the life of these kids they are destroying. This is where I was going
Augusta, sorry, let me come in. You've actually answered that question. You said religion, there's a lot of emotion that come with religion. It's very true. I also make that statement. See, when people make this kind of decision because, somebody did something, you go and just start killing. So I can tell you, even people that killed the people, the Deborah you're talking about, some people don't even know what happened. They actually said, he said this about the prophet, and they start killing him. Were you there when he said it? What did he actually say? That's why I was telling you, most of this stuff, their emotion. It doesn't mean anybody is putting it to them. Kill, go and kill. When they send this, kill. That's all.
I think it's not. It doesn't stop at emotion, because if you do one thing and nobody told you, you make them pay for it. But some people cover up for them and they get away with what they are doing, and they don't even hide it. They openly execute people publicly, and they cold, and they it's not like emotion. They planned it. It didn't happen immediately. The girl was in I think the girl was detained somewhere. They went there to take the girl out. So this is people that believe in a certain thing, and these are young people that are at school. They were being educated.
That is why I was saying to, like, Nigeria, we don't have.
You guys are even going far. During the 2019 election or 2015 thereabout, Buhari, as a leader of that very country, went to his people, right? And when he was campaigning, you remember what he told them? If they tried to stop them, they should halakasu. Halaka means send them to grave. This is what the president encouraged his people to do. And you are now expecting the governors to condemn such killing when the president is actually encouraging them to continue with that.
Who did he say that
yesterday?
Halakasu then? Who did he say to? Who was he referring to?
The people he was talking to.
Exactly.
I know that. When he was campaigning.
If he was talking to those his own people, who is he saying that they should halakasu?
They should halaka whomever that stopped them from rigging the election for him.
So
Okay, but that's not necessarily based on religion then.
Yes, forefathers. Just few months ago or thereabout, in Pakistan, a cabinet minister, I said it here yesterday, was killed. A cabinet minister in Pakistan was killed. His offense was that.
Let's come down on the K word. I think it's getting a bit.
His offense was that he went against the religious blasphemy law, Islamic blasphemy law that they put in Pakistan, and they killed him, and nothing is done about that.
Again, keep it with the KKK word. We need to calm down.
Sorry about that.
He lost his life or something.
Yeah.
Forefather, see.
No, they took.
Let's condemn. See, AY, it is okay. AY, it is okay for you to assume what I'm not, right? But this is it. The earlier we start calling out these anomalies, the earlier we start calling out this inhumanity to fellow human, the better for us. See, religion is something that will come and go. And we are now we are now taking lives because of religion.
Tell me,
and it's okay for us to come up here and defend
it. I hear you. Can you let AY say what he wants to say?
Look at the description. Tell me this is not a fallacy. Because Buhari is a Muslim. You said he made a statement. Now he's telling the Muslim, kill non-Muslims.
No, that's not what he said. To be fair, I inquired about that. He says no, he's just referring to people that will stop them from voting.
Okay. Now, there is one thing here. You see, even the religion we discuss here, let's say Islam, for example. Some people, some tribe, they mix religion and tribe. You can't, because majority of Hausas did not, they are Muslims, you can't use religious brush to pet them, all of them. Some people might just be acting based on their tribe, based on their own thing, not based on religion. So this is the misconception. It's just like you said, majority of people.
Are you saying that some of those people that attack the lady and the man, they make the acting based on tribe?
Yeah.
No, not those people. It's the Buhari they are specific about.
Oh, the Buhari one doesn't have it. I don't think he has that.
Forefathers, I have a
please
question.
Go ahead.
We have never discussed religion today. Remember that what we've been discussing is jungle justice. Now I have a question. What are the jungle justice history in Nigeria? Let's sift it out. This is the only way we can go about it. What are the jungle justice we've had in Nigeria? I know of marketplace stealing.
We also know about what they did with some women, witchcraft, and people accused of witchcraft, killing their husbands and all kinds of stuff.
Sorry. When you call witchcraft, that witchcraft, remember that Nigeria have not acknowledged witchcraft as a religion. In some part of the world, they see them as a religious practice. Remember that in Nigeria, they've never termed it a religious practice. I worked in Delta State. When I was in Delta State, a son brought out his mother in the marketplace and said the mother is bewitching the children. They lynched that woman in front of the marketplace.
Unbelievable.
So, in Ogwash, in Delta State, I worked there. It happened. So now we have mentioned, we've mentioned market stealing. We've mentioned this witchcraft. Which other one do we have in Nigeria? Somebody should help us.
Religious.
So when we come to religion, have you heard about Christians lynching anybody because of Christian religion?
No, never.
Have any of us heard about
it
that?
It is Islam, Muslim that does that. Let's call it what it is.
You see where my point came from. This is the topic we were discussing, not religion. And this is where I was making emphasis from. So, Ewa, you see that listening to me would have helped us to move. We've stopped.
I've seen Christian does that too.
No, I don't think non-recently, but I'm not so sure that Christians have done this before.
Christian done the Sabbath.
No, Sabbath. What they are doing. Those, not all Sabbath, because I know good Sabbatarians, right? Those are like I don't want to call them juju men, right? But they are just practicing whatever they are not Sabbath. They are just like we have.
Let me ask Kene something now. Kene and Augustine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go to the southeast now, the heart of most of the Christian faith in Nigeria, and start talking about Christ and saying some weird stuff about him being like maybe a pedophile or whatever. Start saying this sort of thing at the heart of the Christian congregation and stuff like that, or where a lot of devout Christians are. You could run a risk if you do that. Say that kind of stuff.
There's a group in Aba. They started the Church of Satan. Nothing happened to them.
Yeah, but you saw what Dr. Damiji said. That he wrote a book where he said why he was disappointed with Jesus, and boom, a lot of negative stuff came at him.
I know of religious intolerance, right? When it comes to the southeast, for example, let me use southeast because of what you asked. Take somebody like Father Mbaka, for example, right? If you go to Father Mbaka's page, his own fan page, and criticize Father Mbaka, his followers are going to attack you online, not with machete, not with arms, online. If you go to that guy is in Southwest, like Brother Ezeoke Obi, for example, on his page and criticize him, his followers are going to attack you. They are not going to take your life, right? Now, when you come to Southeast, generally, if you call yourself a Christian or a pastor, it is okay for you to practice whatever you want to practice, but immediately they confirm that you are taking lives. That will be your end that day. The community will round you up, either get rid of you completely. We call it ostracizing. They will send you out completely, or they will deal just however they want to deal with you. They will do that, and it entails that in my place we don't condone taking of lives. We don't condone that kind of religious deceit or whatever you call it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. However, just like Augustine asks about where jungle justice happened in Southeast, for example, if you steal and they say onyori, criminal, they will round you up. And believe me, in these modern days now, we have begun to kick against that. You don't give jungle justice to anyone. Rather, take that person to police station. For example, there's this. And another one is this. They call them the caste group. We call them Oru, right? Osu. Thank you. That has been abolished in the Southeast because this is inhumanity to human. We have stood up and said no. This is not going to take place in our land. And I want AY, this is my position, but AY is misunderstanding me. I want AY and his people to begin to kick against any religious belief or any form of practice that is against humanity. Let's begin to do that. Why I say that religion will come and go is... Pardon me?
So...
What do you say?
You said you want me to...
Don't use the word your people. It's wrong to use the word your people. The forefather taught me that.
Now, wait. He said... No. Yeah, he said...
Yeah, people are saying now. You
understood the context. I think you understood the context.
I need to tell you something.
Okay.
The world have over 2 billion Muslims.
Okay.
You are not smarter than them. You are not more intelligent than them.
I'm not Muslim either.
Your head will not change anything.
No, I see what you are doing. Hold on.
I know.
What you are doing now, you are not helping your case.
Let him learn.
Wait, forefather. Wait, forefather. This killing you're talking about, I have actually criticized what happened. Now, the question you are not asking yourself, for example, like Augusta rightly said it, the Muslim, they also do jungle justice. When you say the Southwest is over 50% Muslims. How many?
It's not true. Stop quoting numbers. Stop it. It's not true.
So what do you think
it's not true.
of Muslims.
Southwest, the number of Muslims there is not more than 30%. Stop putting wrong statistics.
Okay, let's say
Southwest,
50-50.
yes.
So what does it matter?
Yes.
No, it's not 50. You can't say 50-50.
Hold on.
Okay, let's
They're not more than 30%.
He's a Southwesterner. How are we
Wait,
arguing with him again?
Forefather, I'm also a Southwesterner. So
If I call out wrong practices, that means I'm hating on your religion. See your mindset?
I am born.
You can never grow like this.
AY is born in Kaduna, and I'm born in Lagos, Southwest. Who know the region more than?
Exactly.
Lagos is not the only state in Southwest, Oga Paul.
No, because I cover the place. I party. I make friends with them. What do I mean by that? When you say over 50%, are you saying over 50% in the context of just the Yoruba, or you are saying
Just
the
the
whole
Yorubas.
people who live in Southwest?
Just the Yorubas.
I'm not sure most Yorubas are Muslims.
You are laughable, man. You are very wrong.
Okay, wait.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure it's true, but it's okay.
Here is statement. Let me complete my statement. How many religious? Let me be specific. Muslim jungle justice have you seen in the Southwest?
You know why? You asked me that question, right?
I'm not asking you. I'm asking everybody.
You know why you are not seeing it in Southwest?
If you ask
Southwest religious leaders are more educated. They educate their followers not to do this. It is wrong. That is why you are not seeing it in Southwest. It is wrong. Just the way some doctrines in Christianity, it is not acceptable, and we are not practicing it today.
And
but it is not done in the north.
Then two.
Okay,
you take the answer from me, and I really like that. You really answer it very well. Then two, when you also said so, it is crystal clear that the way the Muslims in Southwest and in the North practice this same religion is different. I can give you one analogy about that. Jehovah's Witness, Celestial Church of Christ. They are both Christians, but their doctrines are different. So, if, for example, if Celestial Church of Christ is doing more, bringing some type of thing that look like more of the Old Testament, too many sacrifice, Jehovah's Witness don't do that.
Okay.
Oga Paul, let me land very well. In the Southwest, you have more of the Sunnis. Just like when you use Jehovah's Witness and all that, you have more of the Sunnis. The Sunnis don't actually believe in some of those harsh doctrines in Islam. They tend to suppress it. They tend to disassociate, from that.
Is not like, I think the Wahhabis are there's difference within the Sunni faith. There are different flavors.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. We answered the question that you asked. Go ahead.
You just think you know. You don't know anything.
Please, teach me now. Teach me. You know. Teach me.
Let me go to my question.
Teach me. You say I don't know. So you have to teach me.
Hold on. AY, before you go ahead, please don't get yourself caught in the emotion of the situation. You are the only Muslim here.
You see,
because you are going after them personally first before you address the point. You are the only Muslim, so you guys try to understand. He's the only one. Not everybody's coming at him.
If you notice me, I'm not saying much. I'm trying not to take it personal.
I know now. If you come after him, he's gonna oil is gonna break loose today.
You made a statement. You said it's because the Muslim in the Southwest are different. Do you also think? Have you been to Muslim country like Dubai, Saudi, all those countries? Do you also think the Muslim in those countries they are different from the Muslim in Nigeria? Not sincerely. Do you think they are also different?
Did you ask me the question? I will answer you.
I'm not talking to you. It's Paul.
Yes, I will say yes. Because
you are an enemy. Nobody is talking to you.
I will say yes because
no, I can't have this
because like I said again, I want to take it from the place of a Christian. From the place of Christian, it breaks down. Sometimes we bring culture into religion. which is not too good. You understand? Which is not too good. So sometimes culture and religion, they are not too good when you put them together. But when you go to a place like Saudi Arabia, let me tell you one funny thing. In Saudi Arabia, I don't know, you must have been in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah.
If you are going into Saudi Arabia, they make you understand to delete your Bible in your phone. If you enter Saudi Arabia, you can't download Bible, no Bible in that country. If you go to Dubai, they have a church in Dubai. So one place can be very extreme, another place cannot be that extreme. Even though in the UAE, you are free to do many things in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but you are not free to do some of those things in Jaja. In
Charger.
You understand? So these are so they are different in terms of extremists and the likes. They are different. That's my answer.
But when you come to Nigeria, when you come to Nigerian's contest now, in the West, in the North, for example, you have Hausa Muslim and Hausa Christian. These Hausa Muslim and Christian should have one tradition, right? Or culture. But when it comes to this extremism or whatever they call it,
I see why Paul is always making.
You found that in the Islamic quarters, not in this Christian quarters. So it has nothing to do with tradition in the North. It has everything to do with religious belief.
Augusta,
okay,
that's what I want us to understand.
Hold on, Augusta. Augusta, hold on. Let's not go round and round. I think the point Kenny made just now seems to be quite coherent. Because one other thing I want to add about the Southwest one was about the fact that their leaders are often of traditional Yoruba and this is tradition, while the northern one generally are tied to the religion. You see what I mean? So that too could inform the way they practice the Islam within that society. So let me finish. Let me add one more point, AY, before you go ahead. Because sometimes because you are not a big fan of Kene, you miss the point he's making. So the point, so the point he's made just now is quite an interesting one. He said in the north, there are also, like in the case of Kaduna, you have Christians, Muslims, but you don't see the Christians in the north, and all of them are technically Hausas, okay, different flavors of Hausa. They don't go after each other. Like you don't see the Christian part doing the same thing as the Muslim part is doing. So
let me answer the question. Okay. Augusta, you said you scored in the north, right?
No, AY. Wait, my answer that I give you. The question.
Wait. Augusta, you scored in the north?
Augustine is the female. Augusta is the female.
Okay, sorry.
It's all right. That's why I kept correcting you.
Augustine, you scored in the north, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to.
No, I say I have most of my classmates.
Yeah, okay, most of your classmates. Oh,
I school in the north, so you can ask me.
You don't have. I can't.
Respond to my answers.
Wait, I needed a Christian, a Christian that is subjective, that have lived in the north. The question I want to ask him, in your sincere judgment, I want to ask the person, do you see the difference in Christian in the north and Christian in the south? I swear to God, I put to you, there is a big difference in the way they approach issue in the north. Go and confirm this.
There is a difference.
You don't answer our question. Then which means you call them Christians in the north and Christians in the south. So which means Muslims in the north is not doing something right.
Because of that's why I'm pulling that
question. AY, come on. You are on any other topic, you are very, very sharp. This one, when they say, you are very sharp, and I don't understand this pretense that they are doing, like you don't know what they are saying here. You know exactly what they are saying.
How come you can't spot difference between Islam in the north and Islam in
and
the south.
in the southwest. So you don't see the same action happening in the southwest, but you see it in the up north.
Because it takes a lot to be a Christian in the north. They are everly bearing the matter.
Careful.
They are
the Christians in the north are always careful.
In the north.
I work in Sokoto. I used to go to Sokoto during Hajj when I was working in the L. I'm a very skinny guy. I am tall. I look like Mala. Very well. You understand? I used to go to Sokoto. If you are a Christian in that region, you are what I call an extremist. You understand? Because many of us as a Christian in the north, you are what I call Ogboni, a secret society. You they hide them. You don't even want to let people to know. Because automatically you have put yourself, you understand, in a bad spot. You understand? So you say you are going to family meeting. Now as fellowship they go do. You understand? This is how tense it can be. So for a Christian to be known, like for example now, like Azam Kuka now, you understand? He's somebody like an
That's what I
extremist.
wanted to ask.
You understand? He's considered somebody like an extremist.
But
And for
Kuka
him to
have
be
lived in
considered to
Sokoto
be an
for more than
extremist,
40 years.
the same level again, some other Islam again, Muslims, who hate him so much, which means he don't even care. But some of us that care that your mama go call you, tell you, say, my pikin, be careful, be careful, be careful. So you understand? So you hide it. You get my point now. So
but AY, you get the point they are all pointing at, and do you acknowledge it?
Yeah, see, I will acknowledge some things. Listen, wait. This topic, we're never ready to discuss. I will give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you a typical example. See,
no. Okay, you've been asking question. Now I want you to answer this question too.
Let me answer the question. That's the question.
Can you just give me?
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
He said he wanted to give us an example. But
what I see with religion, you see all this religion, they are all the same. Correct. What I see here is what I see with religion. When a particular religion dominates an area, and the other religion will struggle to come in. The people from Southeast here that are discussing, do you know this, the fight the Muslims are passing through in the Southeast?
It's a lie. No, AY, come. AY is a lie. See, in the southeast, for example, Christians are Christians. Christianity.
You have to let him talk.
It's a lie. You can't people.
Let him make his case. He hasn't made his case yet.
Now wait. I grew up in the south, right? For example, I'll give you an example. I attended University of Benin.
So when I just repeat what you were saying, go back and
continue what you're saying about the southeast, the Muslims in the southeast. Complete it.
I made the statement. There is the southeast, the Igbos. There is a lot of discrimination.
I didn't get it.
I'm against the Muslims, but the thing is, I don't, because the population of the Christian in the southeast is massive. You struggle in those environments. You might deny it. You that is talking, you know it's true.
AY, let me educate you this. AY, see, AY, listen.
Let me finish.
I'm from Southeast. Let me help you here. Let me help you. Hold on. Let me help you here. When you come to Southeast,
that is not even like somebody that is not.
Hold on now, AY. Christianity. AY. Hold on now.
We're not ready to discuss this issue.
Christianity in Southeast, Christianity and Islam are not the only religion in the Southeast. We have Christianity, we have traditional believers, and we have Islam in the Southeast. Hold on now. Yeah, let me finish. In the Southeast, I have never seen where Christianity tried to subjugate Islam in the Southeast. I have never seen where Christianity tried to subjugate any religion. Hold on.
You are not ready for this discussion. Let me give you an example.
You said something. Can I finish?
Let me give you an example.
Can I finish? It is only in the Southeast. Hold on. I want to throw this challenge to AY. It is only in the Southeast, a state governor, which I don't even agree with, and I'm against that. A state governor in the southeast used the state fund, the state money, to build mosques for the Muslims. It is only in the southeast that has been done. Now tell me, where in the north have you ever seen a Muslim governor use the state fund to build church in the north?
Current vice president, he built churches.
Go and confirm. So,
that is why he's obedient.
Let me address this.
That is why he's obedient.
Even for Obi, for example, I have a friend that is at another denomination of Christians that criticized Peter Obi, what he did with Catholic religion in Anambra State. I have a friend.
What was that?
He's not a Muslim. He's from other
you're jumping so many things.
That criticized
so many things. We have a Anambra. Wait,
go ahead.
You see, in conversation, I like us to be on a line. To answer you the question about the Muslim in the southeast, outside the southeasterners that lived in the north, and through their living in the north, they became Muslim and came back to the southeast. And the northerners and the westerners that are in the southeast that are Muslim, the rest you see, 95% of self-acclaimed Muslims in the southeast are political Muslims. Let me tell you why they are political Muslims. Because they get state percentage of federal money to go to Mecca. Because during the Muslim celebration, the governor gathered them around and used them to do Muslim. We have Muslims here. So most of them that you see, Igbos that are Muslim, that live in the southeast, are political Muslims. Did that put that question right?
You answer the question, finish.
Right, correct.
I'm not even a fan, even as a Muslim. I'm not even a fan of any governor sponsoring people to Mecca or Jerusalem. I'm not a fan.
That's not the topic. He just said it in a
I know what he said.
That's not
I'm
the
not
topic.
even a fan of that.
But what Augustine is saying, I have worked with people who work in ministries and parastatals. You see somebody who work in farm, somebody who work with customs, somebody who work with immigration. And because of my job, we work together when I was working at the airport. You see an Igbo man follow this Alhaji to grow to be in sensitive place. He joined him to go to mosques to go pray.
Igbo man.
He even invite Alhaji. Listen. He even invite Alhaji to come even for naming of his own child. Whatever thing they name the child, whether if your guy go, whether I go name him again, no, it's up to him. But what I'm telling you is that in the southeast, in south, there is mosques there. They give them land, they build mosques, they do everything. That I can tell you.
Which can never be done in the north. In the north, to even give them land to build church is a problem. Yeah. It's a problem.
So there are no churches in the north.
See, I'm from southeast and I grew up in the north. I'm telling you this, I'm not attacking Islam. I don't attack anybody.
They only
do you understand?
When there is
I don't attack anybody. I don't hate any religion. But let's begin to call a spade a spade. Let's begin to point out the evil that is going on in our individual religion. And this is the only way to foster peace in that country. If we try always to defend our religion, whether they are doing something wrong or they are doing something right, believe me, there will never be genuine peace when there is no justice. You have to call those evil out and actually genuinely stop doing it so that there will be peace.
Go ahead.
Take it easy. We are coming to a point. AY, are you not concerned how the Muslims in the north behave? Because you've established that there is a difference.
You are not listening to me. I've made this statement. You are not listening to me. If you were listening,
say it. Maybe we didn't yet.
Wait. I said some people, you see them attaching culture with religion. It becomes a problem. Because of that reason, that's why I was asking you, the Muslim from the southwest, is their behavior different? You say yes. I asked the same question. The Muslim in other countries, Dubai, Saudi, is their behavior different? Somebody say yes. That was the reason I was asking. For me, I move around Nigeria. I know Nigeria. When I'm speaking, I know Nigeria. When I'm saying stuff, I know what I'm talking about. I know the problem I feel we have, the Muslims have in the north, but what I don't understand, I don't know why they do some things they do. Me, I would say no. For example, the killing, you can't explain it to me. Why are you killing somebody? Not only on religion, on everything. I have said it, repeated it here many times. You can't take a soul for, you don't have any reason. Even if you see somebody killing somebody, you can't take a soul because we live in a lawless country. That's why you see all these things happening. I'm not supporting any killer. I'm not supporting any evil. Don't do evil to anybody. Live peacefully and let the country be peaceful. That's my opposition. I make it very clear. But the thing is, don't say stuff you don't understand. Instead, try to ask questions. Try to dig deep. Don't just make absolute statements. For example, now, a Muslim did something in the north, you use the brush, all Muslim. That is a fallacy, for God's sake. Why are you doing that? It's just like, oh, because I see one Igbo man stealing, I say, oh, Igbo are criminal. Or I see a Yoruba man stealing, I say, oh, all Yoruba are criminal. No, you don't do that. That's a fallacy. Fallacy of generalization.
Let's even go back how Islam come to Nigeria. Who is Usman?
I'm not interested in that.
Who is Usman Danfodio? And what is jihad? Who is Usman Danfodio and what is jihad? And how did Usman Danfodio conquer the north? You're talking about, the earlier you begin to condemn this belief or this doctrine in your religion, the better for you. There's no two ways about it. If you like, sugarcoat it all around, the truth is still the truth. Who is Usman Danfodio? How did jihad come into Nigeria? Who brought jihad in Nigeria?
Crime committed by religion. You need to understand, first of all, every religion commits some level of crime. The Christianity you are following, the slave trade in Africa was conducted by the Bible. You don't know?
Oh, okay. Let me help you. Let me help you. AY, you actually need to go back to history because when you're talking about slavery. AY, listen. AY, before the Bible, right? Actually, those people that brought Islam were the first people that transacted slavery with Quran. The same people that brought Islam were the first people that traded slavery with Quran. Yeah, the Arabs. Let me educate you on that. You need to go back to history.
You're the one that.
Let's calm down.
Don't play that card. I will educate you on that.
I don't know your level of education.
I've attained the highest level of education. AY.
Hold on. Now that we have Kene, come on now. Kene, calm down.
No, he's asking my level.
Hold on. Now that we have two Kene surrounding Augustine. Hold on. Yeah. We have one Kene on the left, we have one Kene on the right, and now it's complete. Exactly.
Don't let this slide. He asked for my level of education. I want to educate him now. I want to tell him my level of education.
You don't need to tell him. You know your education. Leave it.
Kene is too ignorant and he's aggressive.
You're going to speak. Just hold on. You're going to speak. See, Kene, I think you went outside the scope where we were talking. Instead of going inside the religion. If you look at
no, he was the one that dragged us there. He dragged us there, so I wanted to help him.
Of the religion. You have to try to separate the practices from the people that are practicing the religion.
He was the one that was going that far, so I wanted to help him with that.
What's in the Quran? I mean, right? People that are practicing. What I find is that so a lot of people practice things that are not even in the Quran. Just like a lot of Christians are doing, churches now are doing gay marriage and all the rest, but even if it's not in the Bible. So we have to understand that we have to learn to separate them.
We're talking about taking of human life here. We're not talking about moral, other moral vices. We're talking about taking of.
Come into it then.
he was talking about culture. No, he was talking about culture, and I've explained this before. In the Southwest, you have Muslims, but you rarely hear or see where they hold on now, forefathers. You never or hardly hear where the Yoruba Muslims take someone's life. But when you come to the north, where you have, I said this before here, where you have Hausas, among the Hausas, you have the Christian and you have the Muslim. But why is it that these are the people that share similar or same culture? But why is it that those of the Islam takes life and the Christians don't? So my point there is, it has nothing to do with their culture there. Just as when you come to the Southwest, they don't do that. Now, my reference to Usman Danfodio, is the fundamental teaching that he brought in the North, which is jihad. The fundamental teaching that Usman Fodio brought to the Muslims in the North, not the Christians in the North, the Muslims in the North, which is jihad.
Yeah. Hold on.
That was where I mentioned him.
Okay, good. So let me just address the point. See, when Usman Fodio came to Nigeria, can I say something? Augustine, can I finish talking, please? Let me just say my piece. I let can I say something? Suddenly you are interrupting me now. Let's try to be civil here. When Usman Fodio came to Nigeria, they said before now, the northern Muslims, the practice of Islam they were practicing was not this stringent. It wasn't this what they call it conservative. That it changed. A northerner was the one saying it here. So it's not the same. The Islam that was here before is not the same as the one that they are practicing now. And so that's something we need to clear. And remember, the Yorubas experienced the wave of the Osman and Fodio system, but yet they are slightly different. You see what I mean? So let's not try to blank. We shouldn't even be going that far.
Forefathers, the Usman and Fodio style of Islam was more brutal than what we have today. Let's call it what it is. It's more brutal than what it is today.
We don't know that.
And that was why, and that was why states like, forefathers, if we really want to go back to history, let's educate this AY here now today.
We've gone to that. I know the story of Usman and Fodio, and I hold on now. I know that he didn't start the problem that started during that period. He wasn't the one that triggered it. They triggered it themselves. The others, people were triggering it, and people, what they call the Talakawas and all the different groups started gathering around him, and they went and did what they did. See, sometimes things happen. It's not necessarily because.
Do you know about Metasine? The story of Metasine?
No, I don't know about that.
What we had then in northern Nigeria was more brutal than what we have in today. And that is why we are still pressing for more education so that we settle down the taking of life.
If it was that brutal, there will be no Christian in the north at all.
You cannot see the hunger.
Yeah, I think Kene, you are going way deeper now. You are doing something else.
AY, you don't expect me to. You don't expect me to talk like.
Sorry, Kene.
No. Forefathers, this guy cannot. No, forefathers, he cannot be using the regulatory terms on me, and you keep muting me. I have to address him. He cannot be using the.
You are talking more than everybody.
He cannot be using the
everybody. You are talking more than everybody. You know that. He has to go. He's talking more than everybody. He just wants to cause an argument. Listen, you have to wait there. When you calm down, you come back in. You can't just keep talking over people continuously. Kenny, welcome. Thank you for your patience. As you can see, this is why I wanted this topic. The moment I left for a moment, Kenny went ballistic and started going after AY and brought Usman and Fodio and brought up everything.
No, you don't say that. It's not
the moment I left, I was watching.
That's what I wanted.
I was watching it here.
No,
I was watching it here. Not telling what I was here to see. I saw what he was doing.
I
saw it. It's not.
I made a comment that led to that.
Okay, what was the comment? What was the comment? Hold on. What was the comment?
What's the comment? You would have asked us.
Okay,
I'm asking now.
Okay, you ask the question.
Okay,
let me
now
tell you.
you ready to?
So,
he said.
AY talk about Christian.
Okay.
Brought colonial era, slavery through Christianity, and Kene tried to correct him that the Islam were the one that did it first. You understand?
No, you were talking about slavery.
Yes.
First. I remember that, and before that, Usman and Fodio has already been in the picture. You see, that is the thing you didn't acknowledge.
That is what
he
I
was already talking about Usman and Fodio before then.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
I was listening to it while I was here.
What led to Usman and Fodio? Let me bring it in. What led to Usman and Fodio was when AY said that what is happening in the north is not religion, it is culture. So that was when he brought Usman and Fodio, who introduced the religion.
I never said what is happening in the north is not religion, it's culture. No, don't quote me on that. I said some people, you see some people, they tell you, that's what I want to repeat. I said you see some people, they say they practice religion, sometimes they mix religion and culture. I never said I not practice religion. I'm not the owner of religion. I can't criticize what people are practicing. Yeah, so
no, you use the analogy. You use the analogy that
I never said
it's not the same in the West. It's not the same outside the country. In the North, because they miss.
It's just like if you tell me. So what you are putting in my mouth, you are telling me the Southwest practice better religion. I did not know. I don't agree. I don't subscribe to
not better religion. In terms of that killing, the Southwest is doing something better in that aspect.
Yes, agree.
It's like you asking me that Jehovah Witness and Celestial, which one is more better Christian? No, I may subscribe certain things that Jehovah Witness do that I like, and I can equally subscribe certain things that the Celestial do that I like. For example, my mother
can I talk?
My father is a Jehovah Witness.
Let them finish,
my default from Jehovah Witness, it made my mother still learn how to read. My mother see the importance of Jehovah Witness, that if you go Jehovah Witness at age 70, first thing first, they'll teach you how to read and write. You understand? So there are things you want to pick from one aspect and the other, but we can't condemn everything. But what brought all these things that we are saying is that we start this thing by mob, lynching. That is, we didn't start, this topic is not topic about religion at all. You understand? So that's exactly what brought it. So
it was from the point of religion. We should not.
Even when we went towards religion, we were doing it quite civilly.
Yes.
And then later on, it started degenerating, and later on, it came back again. But the moment I left, then the whole thing went this thing. We were having a lot of agreement. Then you just took it and started tearing into religion.
That is why I do want to discuss it. That's why I do want to discuss it.
Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
Let's the second Kene.
Yeah, can I? No, I'm being. See, you cannot be beating somebody and you are strangulating at the same time and refusing to cry. Hold on. Can I give me a minute?
See, Kene, nobody will stop you from having your say. So don't always be the first to talk. Let this Kene say something, please.
He will allow me to talk. I've begged him to allow me to talk now.
Are you going to allow him to talk, Kene?
Please, can I just give me a minute? See, I know. Yeah, I know when it comes to this platform, especially.
See, hold on, Kene.
Hold on.
Let me make it clear.
Now, you won't even allow me to talk. Can you allow me to talk?
Are you going to allow me to moderate? You want a country that functions, you don't want to follow rules. What kind of attitude is this?
No, you don't follow rules.
Are we animals?
You are the one that don't follow.
I'm asking you to hold on. He won't follow rules, and he won't let me moderate. I just want to ask the main this in the Kene. That does it make Kene allow him to speak?
Yesterday, look at
now. This one wants to start talking again. What is this? People don't follow any rule.
All of us, we discuss here.
Hold on. See, I wanted to. It's a very simple thing. How are we so rowdy? We are just how many people? We are 4 or 5, and suddenly we're acting as if we are a marketplace full of people that don't know how to control themselves. I just wanted to ask Ikene, does he concede his position for the other Kene to speak? And he wouldn't even let me get the word out. How can I not be able to even ask a simple question like that? I'm not asking to over-moderate. Kene, do you want the other Kene to speak now? Or you just want to you can have your say. Don't feel pressured. Don't feel pressure to concede your position.
No, I don't feel pressured. Yeah, I think it's because of the way the argument was going. Yeah, that was why I said, okay, let me enter the studio. I think Kene may be making some points. Yeah, maybe the way he makes his points, it kind of make it difficult for people to maybe accept or understand what he's trying to convey. Yeah, because when it's come to issue of religion, you know, you need to be a bit diplomatic in the way, you know, you express yourself and convey your points. Because at the end of the day, the issue is that you want to change minds. Yeah, if you want to change minds, I know you want to speak the truth, but the way you speak the truth makes the difference. Yeah, for people to change. I mean, this thing is something maybe that has been enshrined for generations. Yeah, you know, you just saying we are not ready to learn the truth, not ready to learn the truth. That will not change the truth. Yeah, you know, it's through discussion and be a bit diplomatic in expressing ourselves, in letting maybe AY see your point or some other people see your point. You know, that is the way you change minds. You understand that? That's what I'm trying to convey as well. And same thing for AY. I know maybe you might, you know, maybe there's some. I'm not I'm blaming you. Do you understand now? But the way you attack Kene as well kind of make it seem as if maybe Kene is a bigotry and some stuff. I think there is a better way for us to communicate this thing when it's come to religion. Because this thing it's not something that just happened maybe a year ago or 3 years ago, yeah? So for you to change mind, we need to kind of a bit step back, you know, and do it in a civil way so that, you know, we can take a point and say, okay, this is the way we can go forward. And AY can also come to a point and like a middle ground and say, okay, what do we do going forward? I think that should be the approach we should be approaching it from. Yeah, that is why I come to the studio. Yeah,
man, I really appreciate your way of talking. And let me just address the elder Kene, the first Kene. That, you know, you might think that I don't understand where you're coming from. The way you feel towards religion is how I feel about our security and our safety. And sometimes I come across the way you are coming across. I understand your passion. But you, like this Kene said just now, you have to talk to people the way they can hear you. Because I think AY is open to listening to, he acknowledges some points. But when you come across as you are just attacking the religion just like that, then you are going to have everybody put their walls up and everybody just go back to their own tents. That is not going to help anybody. So let's try to keep it civil, please. You know, we are grown-ups here. Our children may be watching us tomorrow, next tomorrow. Please, Kene, you can go ahead.
Okay, before I can say something, can I just add a sentence?
Go ahead, Augustine.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I want you to check on this. You, Pansat, and Ekene, you have the same tonality. And once that tonality comes up, it looks as if it's aggressive or passion. So three of you should watch it. And I want you also, being a moderator, if somebody is aggressive, I will appeal with you, remove the person before becoming aggressive. Because if you, at the center of being aggressive, you remove the person, it looks as if you're disrespecting the person. But like the last time you removed him, you would have removed him before talking. Because the moment you started talking at a point, your voice went high and you removed him. It will look as if you lost control at that point. That just, this is just friendship discussion. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want you to respond.
Okay.
To
you have to try to think about when you.
I appreciate everybody's comment here, but if we remember, just before I joined in, AY had me as his point of discussion. Kennedy's, Kennedat, Kennedy's. And that was actually what triggered me to join. And immediately I joined, I wanted to contribute on the discussion and to also explain to AY what we discussed yesterday. And this was what AY said, if you remember, that he doesn't want to have any conversation with me, that nothing that I will say that will change his mind. He doesn't want to have that discussion that he doesn't even want to understand me. He said it here. That was the first comment he made against me. And now this is it. Forefathers, seriously, maybe you will try to understand some things when we are having a conversation. AY was on that side, calling me names, calling me bigot, calling me all matter of names. And whenever I try to respond to him, you mute me. AY even questioned my level of education. And I wanted to explain to AY the level of education that I've attained. You muted me. You never allow me to speak while AY was busy dishing out derogatory words on me. AY was free to talk, but I wasn't free to talk. That is very, very bad on your own side. I know that most of the times my position always differ from yours. You tend not to allow me to speak here, which is fine, right? But remember, what actually triggered me was because AY was calling me. And you said that my understanding of religion, or the way I speak about religion, is the same way you speak about bad leadership. No, I have no problem with religion. I only have problem with bad governance and taking of lives. That is where I have problem. And you don't expect me to speak like Oga John Aban or Dr. Damages or Augustine, the other Augustine, or even this Augustine, right? We all thank God that this Augustine is explaining. We always have our way or our donations, how we talk, right? The tempo with which we talk doesn't necessarily mean that you are angry. We have people that stammerers, we call them stammerer, right? So these are the things you begin to look. That doesn't necessarily mean that the person is angry, right? But the person is trying to push his words out, maybe forcing it out, right? But you always find it very comfortable to mute me. It is okay for somebody like AY to insult me the way he likes. You cannot mute AY. It is okay for AY to interject, cut in on everybody. It is okay. But it is just okay for me to respond to him. That is injustice. That is injustice. Nobody is a child here. We come here to learn from each other. We come here to have a discussion. But when one put it forth with that he is not ready to understand whatever that I'm saying, he is not ready to hear my own side. But he was busy calling me names before I joined him. Forefathers, you need to really look into this. You always go after me. And this is not the first time. This is not the second time.
Okay, let me add something that you may not have noticed. That whenever I decide to start muting you at all, is because you've already spoken your own turn. It's the turn for some other person to speak. Often, you know what you do? You insist on coming back and interjecting. That is what tends to happen. That's why I try to stop you. And it's very difficult to contain you when you feel like the person is saying something you want to interject and reply to. You refuse. You forget that you just spoke because you were speaking about Osman Afodi and all the rest of it. And then when some other person wants to speak, the moment they say one thing you didn't like, you want to interject. And that is why. It's not because you didn't say something. You spoke. If you go back in time, you find that you spoke most of the time. AY barely gets any chance to get one out. Like you're doing now again.
No, you're having a wrong notion of the way I talk. Whenever I join this platform, I pay attention to everybody. But whenever for example, when I join in, I didn't interject anyone. But if it is comfortable if AY, for example, find it comfortable to always interject me when I'm talking, I always raise the alarm. Forefathers, please mute this guy. But if it is okay for you to leave him to continue to interject me, this is when I begin to interject him as well. This is one thing I want you to really pay attention to.
I don't let him interject you. Nobody can interject you. Look at him now. Nobody. Most people don't interject you. That's why don't interject.
No, he just did now. He just did now.
No, I can do that because I'm the
when you left, I don't know if you were hearing us from the background. Why I mentioned Osman Danfodio, and I was trying to even explain to you why I mentioned Osman Danfodio. You removed me from the conversation. That is very wrong.
He was talking then, and you refused because he says that you have to talk.
You see again. See, forefathers. See, AY was making his statement. Nobody interjected him. And he was comparing Southwest and the Southeast and the North and the North style of Islam and trying to equate it to, hang it with what they call it, culture.
Right, culture.
And I said, no, when it comes to culture, in the Southwest, we have Muslims, Yoruba Muslims, for example. You don't hear such taking of lives in the Southwest. But when it comes to the North, where we have Hausas, you have Christian Hausas and Muslim Hausas. You don't see the taking of life in the Christian quarters, but you see it in the North, in the Muslim quarters. That has nothing to do with culture, because these Hausa, Northern Hausas are supposed to have same culture. But where the problem is the founder of that religion in that North, which is the Ottoman Danfodio. And I asked him a question. And I asked him a question. Who is Ottoman Danfodio? How did he come to the North? And what is jihad? That was the question I asked him.
You want to go back to the tropes that we know that we use in Nigeria a lot.
So what was wrong in asking that question?
He just spoke for how many minutes? But the moment you talk, he wants to interject. And he wants to take over the panel, and he tells that you are the one dictating him. No, you just finished what you were saying. I wanted to say something, and the next minute I want to start saying something, you want to say something over me. When he made the point about these same Hausa people having different religions act differently in terms of the way they treat non-believers or people that offend their religions. After he finished saying that, what did I say? I even went back to magnify the point that you made this point that AY needed to address it. Even AY went on to acknowledge it. Even that was not enough. You still went on. Then you went to Usman and Fodio and brought Usman and Fodio in and started ratcheting up the discussion the moment I left this place. That's what you did. And
no,
when people
that was wrong.
Point, whenever you say something that is accurate, I even take it and amplify it.
If I'm against you. If we cannot move on, I'll simply leave.
It's not rational. It's not being rational about this, because when he says something correct, I always amplify it. But he says I'm going after him.
Forefather,
Trudeau has been patient all this while.
Forefather, there is an anarchy, and the anarchy, if you want to hear me the truth, it started between you and Ikene. Because you yourself too, you are also the same problem too. Plus yourself too, Forefather.
I'm the moderator. There's a bit of a difference here.
Yes.
Point.
But if you also want to moderate and let people just land, or give them minutes.
No, I am allowed to stop people from talking when they don't allow other people to talk. What are you talking about?
No, you don't.
He's not letting me talk. He's not letting AY talk. He's not letting anybody talk.
You yourself don't stop people from talking. You start talking.
No, I wasn't talking. I wasn't making any point. I was telling you to wait. I know when I'm arguing. You see what you are doing here. No, hold on. You see what you are doing here. This is what happens in our country. We want to create anarchy in the name of just we are all Bulgarian. It's nonsense. This is what we are doing. We are going to rewind this video and to play it here so we see what happened. What kind of nonsense is this? I want some other person to talk. This guy won't let me talk, and when I have a go at him, they say, "Oh, you don't want anybody to talk."
So you want me to do that?
Do that. If you want to do that now.
You're a moderator. You should choose.
Father,
I don't like this thing where they just attack the moderator because they feel they can attack the moderator anyhow. It's ridiculous. You can't keep doing this. That's why there's no order in our country, because anybody that they give office, we want to kill them. You don't want any order. Please, AY, go ahead, please.
2 minutes. So I want to make some point, right? So first of all, Kene, the reason I said I was not gonna discuss religion with you or argue with you on anything is because your disposition, the way I see, because what is different, right? When you try to know something, or you assume I just attack it, this is it. This no. Like yesterday, Scribe is here. You know, we left here. We were the last people here yesterday with Forefather. Forefather, were you here? Was it you?
I was here yesterday. Now. We had very enlightening
Even the
conversation without
Biafra
it.
issue, I was asking me questions. We explained.
us
Oh,
talk.
I learned a lot of things from him. There are things you think you know. Some here is the phrase I usually use. I said, "What you think it is different from what it is." You might think you've never been to America. You've never been to America. You don't know how America is. But if you live in America, you know. So you yourself, Ikene, the first day I came to this platform, you argue with people. You stop people. You need to also check. Sincerely, I'm advising you sincerely. Go and check. You need to slow down. Nobody on this platform judge me of what's it called? Interjecting their statement. The only person I did today was Augustine because of what he said, and I sincerely apologize to him. So when you want to we are here to learn about each other, different ethnicity, what's it called, tribe, learning different religion, different. We can learn. We don't have to fight. This is my whole belief. This is my whole belief. Let's be peaceful. We have a moderator. Moderator needs to be respected. It's not your turn. Keep quiet. Be looking. When it's your turn, you ask questions. You discuss. When you finish, you keep quiet. I don't see any reason why we should be fighting. Hey, this one will not let. We see, even if you have different opinion about what I believe, it's fine. I will only try to correct you. Look, when Forefather was reading some verses in the Quran, I didn't want to actually go into that topic. I said, no, this is what it is. But when he brought out another, I said, okay, this is the context. I explained to him, say, oh yeah. He said, I'm not so clear about this. I said, this is what it is. To me, I'm here to learn. I want to learn about people. I want to learn about everybody. But we should not be fighting, targeting, oh, we think we are superior, whatever we are doing. No, there is no need for all that. We can respect ourselves. We can be different and respect each other. It doesn't matter. That's me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
yeah.
AY, like I said here earlier, on this platform, we don't come here to fight. We come here to argue. What actually brings us here is to argue. We actually debate. In debate, you argue in debate. That is argument. But you can debate, you can have argument without being rude, without being condescending, without being insulting or trying to ridicule or insult, the other. We might disagree, but that shouldn't lead to being rude. AY, this is not the first time you are being rude to me. This is not the first time you use condescending words on me. I choose not to call you out on that. So if I should advise you as an older brother,
refer me to another one.
You see, he's just interjected me now. You see now? You see?
No,
this is the same person that actually talked about interjection. When he was talking, nobody talked over him. He just did it now. See, it is okay to come and paint a picture that never existed. We have panelists here. We have the people on the comment section. They watch each and everybody, right? So you don't come here to paint a picture that we know is not true. Right, so this is not the first time you are doing that. Before Forefathers removed me the first time, you were using rude words. You were actually insulting me in a polite way, invariably insulting me. But I choose not to address that. I choose to speak on the topic, and you keep doing that. To an extent, you called me a bigot. You even questioned my level of education. Right? What have you not used? If you should tell yourself the truth now. So if I should advise you as an older brother, right? I will advise you to have an argument, to have exchange with people without being condescending, without looking down, maybe looking down on that person. Because remember, the first thing you told me when I joined was you don't want to have the discussion with me, putting you in a prideful position. more than I do. So you don't have to exchange that way. So what are you, and you're talking about learning. When you already concluded that you don't want to learn, you don't want to share ideas with me, does that put you in that position of learning? Do that put you in the position of exchanging ideas? No. But you are here painting the picture as if you are holier than every other person here. Let's begin to tell ourselves the truth. Nobody is a child here. But one thing I've learned this night is, whenever you use that rude, whenever you're becoming rude to me, I will address you. I will point it out immediately. I will begin to do that.
It's because of
no,
your
it's okay. I will begin to do that.
I said what I said. I'm unapologetic about it. Your behavior. I'm not the only one complaining. People, I don't know. How many people have you not fought with on this platform? People, it's the same thing. Is it me? I've never had any issue with anybody on this platform. Nobody can point to that. Even the statement you just said is not true. Forefather is here most time. When have I ever, apart from today, we have argument? When have I ever said anything or have argument? Just refer me to one. We have the videos. Refer me to the day and the time. I've never argued with you. I always avoid you because of the first day you gave me a very bad orientation about you. So I stay away from people like you. I don't. It's not that I'm disrespecting you. I don't want this kind of things. That's why I stay away from. I know one drama. If I'm not learning from you, why will I have discussion with you? If I can't learn, I'm a student. I'm a student of knowledge. If I can't learn from you, there is no need. I'm not going to have discussion with you.
See, some of the things I've seen here today is very, very unedifying, and some of the stuff I'm hearing in the comment section is just really silly. And some of all these people, they want their country to be good. No matter what, no matter how rubbish I am as a moderator, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but if I ask people to wait, like let some other person talk, or maybe I should say something, allow me to talk. That's why we are here. There has to be some sense of order. Sometimes you may not like the order. You just have to let it happen. There are so many things that happen in other forms of our parts of our lives. When we go into the countries we are all in, sometimes we have to queue. Sometimes we have to do things we don't like. We just have to do it. But this stuff where we just, sometimes Augustine say, Augustine basically starts moderating and somebody won't let me talk. And some people say I'm arrogant. I'm not. What am I supposed to do? Just allow people to just be talking over everybody? Then we start, this discussion degenerates into something that our children will watch and think that we are not grown-ups. We have to be civil here. I don't understand this idea when somebody just says something, let's be civil, then others will just say, oh yeah, you are being arrogant, or you are being dictatorial, or you are having a say. That is the whole point of the show. Sometimes it has different flavors. I am not Dr. Damages. If anybody see the resemblance, I don't know. I can't help you. I am not Dr. Damages. This conversation is supposed to be free-flowing. Is when it gets toxic, that's when I have to be stepping in. I just left for about 2 minutes or so, and the stuff degenerated, and I had to try to bring it back to this thing where we were. And some people are saying, oh, I'm being dictatorial. There's no dictatorial stuff here. This is one of the freest conversations you can have. I just want it to be civil enough because it's a very sensitive topic. It's a very sensitive topic. It's been driving our nation apart forever.
Can I say something?
Please, let me let somebody in. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
I've just waited to address this, then I will go. When you talk, you should also know that you're talking with your fellow human beings and adults. When you read something at the comment section and you're yelling at us, it looks as if you are, because when people look at this, it is those on the platform you are talking to that in condescending manner. And the choice of words you use, thank God Masca was here. He is the only person that I used a word that everybody on the platform said, this is not the right way. And I apologize. So when you use words that looks as if you're talking to genius or kids, I'm not a secondary school student. When I am here, I'm here to put up a discussion. And if it is not favorable, you say it in a polite way. But when you come and you yell at us, it doesn't look decency in my own approach. And when you say I throw in to moderate, sometimes I give it in a smooth way. I don't hush people. So the way you've addressed us this evening is not okay for me, but I'm leaving. So sorry. that have to go. Thank you.
And
First of all, you are making it about us now instead of you to speak for yourself.
Forefather, I have to come in and to some extent I will also
Mr. Paul
verily concur with what Austin said. The way you talk and you quick to say this is what destroy our country and everything. Well, you use the right English. You said our country. You don't say your. At least you didn't say your country. So which means you are also part of it and everything. But the way you talk, I watch this program and I listen. This is my house. I don't hide my house. It's a very big house. I have TV in my room. I have in my bathroom. I have speaker in my bathroom. I have everywhere. As I'm listening, I watch even my big screen on the TV and everything. I go back, I review and everything. I want to encourage you for you to go back between 9 hours, 30 minutes to this time that we stay. And you go listen and also take record of yourself too. You discover that you are part of the barbarians too. Yeah. They're talking millions. They're talking thousands. Okay. You are part of the barbarians too. You understand? Like you keep saying, you say it's sensitive, it's sensitive, it's sensitive. That's why I didn't say much. I ask questions and I don't want the question. I try as much as possible not to make my question personal so that AY will not feel that I'm talking to him being a Muslim. Because I also enjoy AY very well. He did not also talk to us for us not to feel that because we are Christian. And I like it. You understand? Yeah, I see the up and down. Yes, the thing will be tough. Like I read a book by Mehdi Nazan. He just released the book in CNBC. Yeah, it's a British guy that is in America. He said, win every argument. Go and read the book, Win Every Argument. You see how to find points. You know, when I find my point, sometimes I quick to write it down. You understand? I'll use my point. Sometimes I talk, I'll recall. Sometimes I am talking, or somebody interject me with something that, come on, this thing sounds sweet. I'll shut down so that let me hear what the person is saying. I don't need to shut the person down that because of the person want to interject me. But the way the person came in or comes in as at that time, what the person just said, I like the way the word is coming out from the person. I shut down and I start listening and everything. So, Forefather, you want to take it easy. Please, like they say, train the trainer. You might be the moderator. Maybe you that happen to be the moderator too. You also need training. You understand? So don't blame us.
See, you know the beauty of this. I'm enjoying it because the argument now is not about the
training and retraining.
The sensitive topic is about me. Better that way than we are divided as a nation. At least you are united against hating me. That's fine. I prefer that than this discussion degenerate into where he was going.
No, Forefather, I don't hate you. If I hate you, I look forward to just buy some things so that I can help you.
See, I've seen things. Believe in me, I've seen things while I'm online here. And I would rather people come at me than the topic gets out of control.
Sorry.
That's what happened. They came after me instead of me letting the topic get out of control.
Sorry, Forefather, Paul, to be honest with you, when you have a moderator in a program, you need to respect a moderator. This is the honest truth. When moderator says stop, you stop. Even when Rudolph is here, once you ring the bell, you know your time is up. You got to respect the time. So the moderator, the job of the moderator is to coordinate and make sure there is peace, there is no crisis. You know, it's like a leader, you know, when he said, okay, I'm giving you 2 minutes, he's giving you 2 minutes. You need to respect it. Even if you added seconds, it's fine. Yeah. But we need to respect. When he says stop, you stop. I know Forefather, yeah, it's his nature. Sometimes when you piss him off, you know, you also go up a little bit. But the truth is, you can't blame all this issue on forefathers. It was because the way the things were going.
You understand that Forefather also spend a lot of money to buy some very expensive earphone. It's louder than
oh my God. Seriously, that's where you went with this one again. That's where you went with this one.
my only issue was, the way we were. So my complaint is the way we talk. Even when we talk about other tribes, we should chill. For example, if somebody from the north was here when the Kene was making some statement, it's like you are attacking the person. I'm not from the north. I'm a Muslim but I'm not from the north. But the truth is, we need to be cautious of this way there are issues. It's just like when I was asked this question by Bradford today for the host in the morning. He really did justice to the question, because I needed to know some things. Why some things? I know some things, but because of the way he gave his lectures, I needed to ask him questions to go deeper. And he really explained it. I was so appreciative, because me, I want to learn. No, I'm not here to drag knowledge. I want to learn. If I see you can. Forefather, you watch me. If I see, it's like that, I want to learn. If I'm coming here, I want to learn. I don't know it all. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the way we are advising ourselves here, right? Let me start with forefathers, right?
By the way, forefather, did you allow Kenneth to speak, or he hasn't learned the lessons yet?
He didn't even allow AY to speak. He didn't allow AY to speak either.
But two wrongs cannot make it right.
No, he did not allow Paul or AY to speak. So why must my own be different, right? But this is it. AY, we have
because you are obedient.
Moderators. Yeah, thank you.
Because you are obedient.
You see, so we have moderators here. Forefathers is not the only moderator. But when you have people complaining about same thing all the time, we really need to check that. I don't have problem with that, because I understand your type of person, and I don't take it as a bad thing. This is the way you are. Nobody can change it, right? Are you doing something wrong? No, this is just the way you are doing. This is you, right? Just as we have a show here, Show do moderate. We never had this kind of incident with Show. Others do moderate. But this is it. We're talking about learning. AY is talking about he's here to learn. AY is contradicting himself. AY, please, let me advise you. When I join this conversation, the first thing you said to me is that you don't want to have a conversation with me. You don't want to have exchange with me, right? Because you've already built a mindset against me. You've already had that mindset. You don't want to exchange any words with me. You are being selective with your learning, the sort of, where you learn from, right? So you said that nothing would have stopped me from saying, you know why? AY, since you don't want to learn from me, stop mentioning my name. Stop calling me. Because if you call me, I have to respond. But that was the first thing you said to me. And you didn't stop at that. You continue to use rude words, condescending words. Still, I refuse to address it. I think that was the mistake I made. Like I promised you.
But did you remember me? Did you remember that I cautioned him in terms of that? Do you remember that?
No, I did not remember that. I'll be honest with you. Maybe he did, but I did not remember that.
Times. He did many times.
But they will forget all that.
Okay, right? So you agreed that you were being rude to me, you are being condescending, right? And this is one thing I've never done to anybody here. Why you say that I always have issues with people here? No, I always have issues with rude people. If you want to talk as an adult, you talk. But when you want to insult me or insult, being derogatory, this is when I will respond to you. My position already is a problem to so many people. My position as someone that don't tolerate irresponsibility of governance. My position as somebody supporting Peter Obi. My position as somebody calling for secession. My position as somebody supporting what the IPOB are doing has already created that wall against me. I understand that, right? I understand that. But you don't cross that red line of insulting me on this platform. This is when I will have problem with you. But for AY, I particularly refuse to address you. But I think I've learned it this night. Like I promised, whenever you come to that lane, I will have to stop you and address you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's allow Maska. Maska was here yesterday unfortunately, there was a lot of people in front, so he had to leave. I'm sure you've heard of you've seen some of the ruckus going on. It's not easy. I'm doing what I can. Sometimes this is why I don't want to be the moderator sometimes, because you see this type of stuff with our people. They make it very, very hard, and they are not used to people, especially a moderator. See, there are different styles. I've seen some people that claim that they are moderating. They spend 95% of the time talking. They don't moderate. There are different styles of presentation. People, it's not only one style. Some people don't bring people
forefathers.
Yes.
What I would say, actually, I joined. I was listening. I had no intention whatsoever to join the program.
Mascot, forefather did not ask you to speak.
Well,
it's all right. It's all right. Let him
Paul,
he's been patient, to be fair to him.
Paul. Okay, he ran away. Anyway, so forefathers, what I would say, I actually joined simply because I saw things were actually getting out of hand.
Yeah.
So I actually wanted to join in and make sure things are a bit under control, because number one, this is a live event.
Exactly.
That's one. Number two, this is a social media event. It's not like an NTA event where they can do the tape and keep it somewhere. If they like, for the rest of life, nobody will see it. This is something that is going to be in public domain. I'm a big fan of the fact that we as Black people need to be very conscious of our behavior, even the way we interact with each other. It's something that will rub off on how people treat us as a race. I have no doubt in my mind that the world is divided along race lines. Some races are very smart. They deceive you into thinking that, oh no, there's no difference, everybody should be equal, but they are already ahead, they are advantaged. So it's in their own interest for everybody to go back and sleep and let everything remain the way it is. So I really wanted to join, but what I will say, forefather, and you should not be offended, okay? I like your views. I think we share a lot of worldview. But what I would say, my comment, my advice is that when you are the moderator, the problem with being a moderator also is that sometimes it will help not to be very strong about your own views. You're supposed to be seen, but not to be heard. And I think it will be easier on you if you tend to be, like, take Mr. Rudolph. I don't know where Rudolph stands on any issue. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know where he stands. But of course, he's a human being. I know that he must, to have created this platform, there is an objective for him even. He must have a very strong view. But you will never, it will be difficult. I don't know whether you know where he stands on issues, but I don't. And that makes his job easy. So if he is going to stop me, I cannot say, oh, he's bad because he doesn't like my views. Because I don't even know what is his view. So that's just an advice, because I think you're doing a good job. And I think these are just the small perks you will add. And I think also in terms of, how do I put it now? Well, we all come from a beer parlor country. All Nigerians naturally want to talk. That's why MTN, all these networks, they are making a lot of money. I call my mother, we can talk for 1 hour, something that normally should just be 2 minutes. We are all Nigerians. We talk and talk and talk. We talk football, we talk politics, we talk everything. We like to talk. That's why even nothing is happening in the country. So all of us, I think, need to talk a little bit less, listen a little bit more, and more importantly, read much more. So that's my own 2 pence, and I want to greet Mr. Paul also.
Yeah, thank you for that. Listen, I really appreciate especially the part where you say I'm doing very well. but
No,
you saw what this lady said now, that people don't know are quite fiery, and when they are insulted and everything, I'm quiet here. They don't know. I'm really quiet. If I was coming here with the 2 Nigerian name, you are not going to find me taking some of the stuff people are saying. And the truth is, I try to, because the topic you have to be careful. We will become our leaders.
Okay, sorry, Ekene. There's something I also wanted to advise that I forgot. Now that you reminded me, there are tools at your disposal as a moderator. I do appear on television shows. Most of the moderators, and I'm also a very fiery person when it comes to television presenting. People don't like my views. Moderators are always afraid when I'm on the show. So I know some of the things they do. You are talking, they go on a break.
Yeah, that's the trick, isn't it? To calm everything
So
down.
when you have somebody who you are very clear that this person, and that is some of the things that you must learn also. When you are having people that you know that they have a tendency to go overboard, then you have to always be ready to yank the person off. Like, I think it's either Paul or I can't remember who told you, and you have to do it very early and smartly so that it will not be very obvious to the listening public and to even the person, so that he will not feel insulted or offended. So it's not going to be easy on you, sincerely. That's why I said you're doing a very good job. I know it's not easy it's like I don't know how to put it, but it's like to put petrol and combustible items together and still believe that fire will not break out, because that's what you guys are doing. Even when AY was talking, there are things that he said. I wanted to come on the show and responded and technically insult him, but but it's okay. It's all good. Well done. I'm just saying that you need to also take advantage of the technical tools at your disposal to moderate. It's not just to talk to people. You can even pretend that it's a technical glitch. Okay.
Oh God.
Master, what did I say?
Sorry, that one is the tricky one. What he said about taking people off, because I feel like you take people off when things are getting out of control, but they are telling me to do it earlier. That seems like I'm prejudging them. They are not. It hasn't gone out of control. I'm just pulling them out. So that one is tricky for me. I don't know how to do that at the later stage.
You got to watch show the way show do it. So you are talking. Show want to stop you. Show will come by asking you question with what you are saying, but he just shut you down from your line and use another way to answer question to shift your narrative a little bit. I see show do that, and I really, really like it. I enjoy it. It might make you defend yourself well, or it might make you also just mellow down. That is one aspect. Then, I still don't get it why you are in the UK and you moderate like the Americans. You understand? Where Fox is completely Republican and CNN is completely Democrat. You already take side. You understand? You gotta moderate like a British guy.
Sorry, did I take side? What side did I take? Can you tell me?
No, you are very, very. That's exactly what Master is trying to advise you. You also have your own answer. You understand? Don't have your own answer. Neither turn your own answer to like question. Don't let it be an answer like this is the answer. No, let it be a question. You understand?
I get the idea of asking questions, but so far today, I thought I was actually trying to get to somewhere. I highlighted some of the points Kene made, which were actually quite valid points. And I went on because it looks like they were about to forget that point. I raised the point again to AY, and the same thing the other way around too, so that we can get somewhere. Well, and it was going relatively well. AY even asked me to read the passage that I read to him again, because he really wanted to digest it. But then the whole thing started degenerating to point finger and point finger. By the time he gets to that point, nothing we lose the light.
And that is what happened.
I think to add to what Paul was trying to say, right? I think another way to actually bring down the tempo is as soon as you notice that the conversation has begun to degenerate to something else, right? You weigh in. Or when you see that maybe, for example, two people are having like exchange and the other is trying to be rude or trying to be insulting, you weigh in immediately, because knowing if you allow it to continue, the other person must surely respond and it will flame up. I think these are another way to calm it down.
I'll play my jet flash check. You know what? I'll find one video, one very, very relaxing video. Whenever I start to go, this is
I want to
then
say
it takes
something
over the
too.
discussion, something like that.
So what I noticed with Forefather, to be honest with you, Forefather always want to balance issues. He doesn't support anybody. Like this, not today. This is not the first day. What he tried to do is sometimes you will say something, Forefather say, no, what's your proof? No, it's not like this. He's not supporting anybody, but he's just interested in what is right. Like maybe you make general statement about a people. We say, no, you can't say that. That's not correct. If once he doesn't support anybody. Yeah, but I know you guys have some point, but he doesn't support anybody. I've always seen him like try to be objective. Even yesterday, I noticed one thing, right? Some people were asking him, Forefather, where are you from? Are you from Southwest? Are you from Port Harcourt? Are you from here? Forefather said he don't want to answer. And I supported him internally. You know why? Because the moment they know it's from your east or it's from west or whatever, they're gonna use that to assess his judgment. So that is what I noticed. Or they know they want to use that to assess your judgment. So the way he's dealing with issues sometimes, I actually personally like it. Like not supporting anybody, but he will just try to stand with what is right. This is what
and we are not used to that. We are not used to that. This is what people, and we are not used to robust conversations. I've been you heard what the other lady said. We've been on channels where it's so hot. It's unbelievable. But yet in the end, everybody calms down and, just get on with it. We are not used to this sort of tight conversation because that's where the truth truly lies. And we just have to try to get to those points, and people are not used to it. I understand that, people in the chat, viewers, they are not used to this type of conversation. But if you look at it now, Kene is still here, AY is still here, and Paul is still here. Maybe Kene and AY, maybe they may not agree very well today, but they have exchanged ideas. Tomorrow, when they are talking to each other now, they will know where each other stand, and they will go further. The only area I will ask Kene to, when he's talking, is that you have to, what I find with Kene is that he will he will use explosive language and combatant languages, but at the heart of it, it's actually generally a simple question he will try to get to. He will say something very, very aggressive.
How do you define aggression? I just really want to understand how you define aggression.
What I mean aggression is if you wanted to say something like, when you say that something about Northerners, the last time you said something about Northerners, whether they are being a little bit, you wanted to make one statement about Northerners. Then later on, you qualified it, and the way you qualified it made everything so benign. Then because you said it's not all Northerners you are addressing, you are just saying the ones that are doing this. I think something about the leadership or something like that. Those are the ones you are addressing. That was when the whole point just completely died down. But the way you were talking about it before that time, I think you can remember the point we were making here. I was making. The way you were talking about it before that time, it appears as if you are just attacking the entire North. You see what I mean?
Yes, I remember that conversation vividly. But this is it. Whenever I'm discussing about Nigerian political leaders, because this is what actually concerns me, the irresponsible leaders. Honestly, forefathers, I don't care where that person is coming from, whether you are the Southeast, Southwest, North, wherever, provided you are an irresponsible leader, right? Sometimes, like you said, I use explosive word. I really want to. Sometimes you see me, I will kind of pause, trying to get more explosive words to use to qualify them. Do you understand? Yeah. So those are, sometimes when I'm talking about them, I just wish that they are here listening to me talking to, calling them names. That's where, when it comes to them, I really want to use those words that will be painful when they hear you. When those,
okay, let me just point this to you. The mistake is that when you miss the target, when you are targeting the entire North, the danger that poses is very, very serious.
Forefathers, this is it. There is no way I will target the entire North. I have my reasons for that.
Intention. That's not your intention. We know that.
There is no way I will
targeting them by your words until you qualify it.
What forefather is telling you, like sometimes you make that mistake.
Yes, it could be mistake. Like this specific one you just said now. I remember there was a day.
Like it is the northerners that is making the southeast not grow.
No. That is a wrong notion about me. This is it. I live in the north, right? I don't only live in the north. I am an indigenous. You know how you have indigenous certificate, right? I have it as a northerner, right? Not only that, I have relations that are northerners today. They are gone forever. What I mean gone forever is the woman married Hausa and she has children for him, and then they become part of them. Seriously? So invariably I have Hausa. You know how you have the Lagos State Labour Party, mother Igbo and father Yoruba, right? I have them with Hausa. So there's no way, even to today, whenever they come to the north, like Anambra State, for example, when I mean Hausa Muslims, so they come to my house to greet my father. We have good relationship. In short, there was a day, it was offline here. We're having a conversation with Paul about something. Paul, if you remember. And I was telling Paul that I do the same. It's a business, a kind of business, right? My partner, my main customer is an Hausa Muslim. Do you understand? So there's no way I would generalize not. It's like me, calling innocent people names. I'm talking about the bad leaders there. Just as I call out the bad leaders in the southeast. If you know me too well, you know that I don't exonerate anybody. I don't spare anybody. Provided you're a bad leader, I call you names. Yes, I don't. So, for us, it's not me being combative or something. No, it's the way I feel. For example, you don't go. I don't know if you've been to General Hospital, government supposed owned hospital in Nigeria, to see the condition of sick people in the hospital. It makes me cry. So whenever I'm addressing this kind of issue, honestly, sometimes I feel like I can see these people one-on-one to really address them. What is really wrong?
You are saying that we are different. When I told you that our passions, we are similar in that sense. That's why I try to understand you. From the last time, when you used to talk, I used to think that you are just one-track mind. But when we had the last conversation where you qualified it, and I saw that sometimes you can come across as being very, very, stereotypically divisive, but that is not the case if somebody flesh. That's why AY is hearing this now. Tomorrow he's going to look at you with two dimensional. He's going to see that you're not just one dimensional. So this is what is important that people understand. And if we don't let that come out sometimes, I used to think like that too, like AY, like you are just one track mind. You just come across saying one stuff like that. And that's why sometimes it's good for you to, for your own sake, to have that, use that two dimension when you're talking, be a bit more patient, clear it so that people understand where you're coming from. I think you are going to reach more people because some of your criticisms are actually accurate. They may agree with you even in the north, but when you don't make the effort to make it two-dimensional, add texture to it, they are going to mistake that you just hate all of them. And then the division starts, and people like AY will hear you and say, oh, you hate them. You saw what he was saying about you the moment he came in. They didn't like you in the first place. So that is where it's coming from.
See,
we have an understanding of that.
I have a point. One thing I noticed on this platform too. See, for me, the fact that you hate somebody doesn't mean there is nothing good about them. Now, the politics that we are talking, Nigerian leaders. I have this statement. Like the first day I came on this platform, on first or second day, I said something about Tinubu. people say, "Oh, he supported Tinubu." By the time I make another incident, I was discussing about Tinubu. They said, "Oh yeah, but he's against him now." Like, I was just laughing in my mind. I'm not a follower of anybody. Me, I'm from Nigeria. So even the governors will criticize sometimes. I do say this. Some governors have done well, but there is room for improvement. But the fact that you hate the person, you don't want to listen to what he did, you say it's bad, it's evil, it's this. No. I'm not a fan of Wike. Everybody will tell you, in terms of infrastructure, Wike did well for his state.
He didn't do well.
Okay, wait. Let me just finish. If that is your opinion, wait. Somebody like Soludo, because Soludo had issue with Peter Obi, Soludo, everybody in Nigeria knows Soludo is is brilliant. He go and check Soludo record with CBN. He did very good. You give him some credit. But today, he's a governor. People are not interested in what he want to do or what he's doing in Anambra because they hate him. A governor like El-Rufai, in terms of infrastructure, he tried. He did good in Kaduna. But on security, that's where I was having problem with El-Rufai. So some of these governors that have tried, let's give them some credit. When we are criticizing, we should also give credit to those that have done well. We know some dead governors in Nigeria that have done nothing. They are just dead, stealing our money. I'm not saying all of them are still, in my opinion, but at least some are still doing something. Even if you don't like Tinubu, for example, if he do something good, yeah, he did good on here. When you criticize, nobody will say you hate Tinubu. If Peter Obi come, if Peter Obi is not doing well in some area,
you see how KJ does it. That's why I enjoy KJ. Eh? Yeah. Soon Loco will come in. I wish Loco was here today. He's going to. Yeah. So KJ, let's let KJ add something, please. So that KJ, I think KJ, please, let's not get controversial. I don't have the energy today. I'm taking a bit of a beating today. I don't need more. I don't need any more. It's just a bit too much.
You give it to KJ.
Yeah. Oh, you want to know? If you want to say something, you're free to say something. After all, you've been here.
Okay. No, I want KJ to talk. Then I will talk.
Good evening, everybody. Let me take you to a town hall different, like no other. Blue, Olaba.
That is a very good prayer. People when they look for citizenship for America.
Dr. Ruben Abati said,
you get your blue passport.
Dr. Ruben said it is a speaking in tongue that his people will interpret it very soon, and they did interpret it. So maybe that's where I'm getting that from. I've been on transit and I couldn't just come in. But what Kenneth is discussing right now is sometimes, you see, when we come hard on certain people, and sometimes people think that even maybe me, I don't like the North, or I'm always fond of speaking against the system. No, I particularly try to choose my words. And like I said, I'm too close to Northerners to say all Northerners are bad. But I'm also deep in the system, that they are operating, that I can tell you where it's going. Yesterday, I wanted to tell people something. I said, you see, we all undermine something, or rather, we've not looked at that. Let me not say undermine. We've not looked at that thing that is about to come. Tinubu, much as you like him, you see, the truth of the matter is that nobody who is a criminal that doesn't have anything upstairs. Criminality, you have to be intelligent. I mean, give it to them. I'm serious. You know that there are some criminals that they were never caught, and they operated until they died. They were never caught. In fact, there was one I was reading about that was caught when he was 90-something years old. You know, after having done crime for so long, he was never caught. I was moving from continent to continent. You know, so now because they are intelligent, they also have foresight. And let me play a scenario that you know I'm driving at. If peradventure tomorrow the court rules that we need to go for a second election rerun, who is going to take over the governance? Have you ever thought about that?
Me.
Akpabio. Akpabio steps in.
Yeah, it's
now, true. Tinubu has done some good to Akpabio. Is he going to work on the side of people? No, because he didn't get there by the side of people. He got there by the same system putting him there. And so he's going to defend that system and make sure that any which way that system comes back to keep him where he is. These guys are strategic. Sometimes when we come here at this platform and we talk, it's not that, you see, look at all the intellectuals we have here.
Sorry, I missed something. How does Babio get into power again?
He's number 3.
Now, if they go for a rerun,
He's the Senate president now.
the Senate president becomes acting president.
Yeah, they went for a rerun. Wow, okay, that's interesting. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Wow.
And that automatically means that we who pay the piper definitely will dictate the tune. So the system will automatically turn out the people they want them to turn out. Okay, we have reduced our space, Nigerian space, into discussing issues that have to do with tribe. The truth still remains that, and then sometimes I also hear this argument that people put up that Nigerians we are too intermarried, mango that we cannot no longer divide. And they when we do that argument, we forget there used to be a country in West Africa called Senegambia. I don't know if you knew when there was a country called Senegambia. And then they eventually divided, and Gambia it became on its own, and Senegal became their own. Okay? There are many other countries. Slovakia, it used to be
Czechoslovakia
and Slovakia. They all, they divided. Now they have Bosnia. They are all also intermarried. Intermarriage does not stop us from dividing if we have to divide so that there will be peace. Okay? I, speaking to you, I'm from Abia, and I'm married to somebody from Delta. I don't see her different from who I see other people. In my family, we have people who marry Yorubas. We have people who marry Hausas. We have people who marry my elder brother. We're just 2 of us in my family who are men. My elder brother is married to a Edo person. Me, I'm married to a Delta person. My brother is married to an Asian. Me, I'm married to a Shekiri. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I don't see them. I don't see my wife and I begin to think, is this one Igbo? No, you see, tribe doesn't even come to my head until maybe people begin to talk about it. And sometimes, we as Igbos, why do we even discuss with passion the Igbo situation? Because the narrative has been told for so long by other people. It is just now that we're beginning to tell our own story. Not a lot of people know our story. Not a lot of people have, in fact, know the intricacies of what happened. Because even me speaking to you now, I used to think it was Ojukwu who declared war until I had to read, dig. And then my late father and my uncles who fought in the war sat me down and gave me some account. I have an uncle who I'm still begging to write a book.
And I thought I said we should not go to controversial areas. Now
I'm
you
not
want
going
to
there now.
go and light another fire again. You see how all this trouble, you keep bringing all these issues up now. When we start it now, it's not going to end.
Spirit to not bring that up now.
Now let us
just brought it back again now.
Where am I going? Where am I going? Actually, this is where I'm going. Where I'm going is that every tribe in Nigeria have good, bad, and ugly. It will be good for us if we dwell on the good part. It will be good for us to bring out the best hands in those places and bring to government. Because if the government is good, if you go to the market, before they sell to you, they won't ask you which tribe you belong to before they sell you goods. If the government is bad, they won't still ask you because at the same price they're selling to me is what they will sell to you. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. And so even the way they discuss in the national discourse have been reduced to tribe, we should be able to understand whether we can build from that or it be a situation where we have to sit in the Berlin conference and do another division. You understand? Anyway, I just wanted to put in the word before you guys go. So I'm not taking.
I think it is true that the Nigerian government declared a war, but what the Southeast declared was secession and created the Biafran, and this is so. Both sides disagreed, and one side declared war. Just like the British government declared war against Germany when Germany invaded, I think, Poland, if I'm not mistaken. So that is the kind of stuff that happens sometimes. But that said, the idea that I don't know how many times we are going to go through this where we talk about breaking up, not
Listen,
breaking
Father,
up.
I don't want us to go through it. Just take it
don't
as
live here. Don't go
just
there.
throwing out, discuss there. Let us go to the discussion you are having now. Let's forget what I just threw in.
The one that we're having now, we want to run away from it because it's gotten too hot already.
Okay.
And it's only AY that is here, and AY has been taking questions all day.
Okay.
No, me, I'm not even discussing that
If he has a comment, because if he came in when I
Father, it's my turn. I can see all the happy that if he is so
and
happy.
I see she's fighting to hold herself from talking. So
because KJ wants to. KJ,
I was
once
thinking
you go
if you won
region,
lottery, self, the way she's smiling when she came in.
KJ, once you go region,
if
you
you share reach me,
you just give Ify power. You understand? Once you just go call the word region. But like I said, I have my brother that have applied for visa 8 times, didn't get no visa. And my brother cannot go to Southeast, won't go marry one Oyibo get there. You understand? Because they'll still deny a visa. Which kind of thing be this one? I don't agree. That one are visa free.
No, AY. Good evening, guys. No, let's be honest. Paul, Ekene, KJ, let's be honest. Honestly speaking, joke apart. In as much as I was mad at you, Paul, at some point, but the reality, let us be honest with ourselves. Nigeria is not even working for me. Me that is even here safe. I mean, how are we gonna fix Nigeria? And you people keep saying one Nigeria, one. No, AY, this is serious. One Nigeria. How are we gonna achieve this one Nigeria? Why other people are being marginalized? Okay, Paul. No, the other day you were talking about. Okay, where are you? Where am I gonna place you? You know, your tribe. If we decide to go a separate way, I say whichever way you want to belong, go. It doesn't really matter. But honestly speaking, deep, even including you, Paul, this country called Nigeria is not working for you. We remaining together or staying together, it's not gonna work. If we tell ourselves the truth, no matter how much I keep saying it, we try to, patch each other to make it work. It's not gonna work because at some point, some group of people will feel marginalized. If it's not Igbo, it's the South. If it's not South, it's the South. I mean, it cannot. Nigeria is one of the complicated country I've ever seen in my life. It's very complex. So anybody that will come here and tell you they will fix Nigeria is a lie. Nobody will get it right, no matter how much. So that's why I say, why can't they have a regional government? Let's talk about that. For example, in America, where you live now, right? There is nothing like Inspector General of Police, all these nonsense powers we create. It's not, how can somebody be Inspector General of Police for 200 and something million people? Each state has their own police and has their own sheriff. So that's how power is distributed. And also, it's easier for you to reach out to the masses. So the thing about Nigeria is that I don't understand what they are not getting. Okay, let's forget. Let's say, okay, let's stay together. But how can we stay together? And somebody in the Navy or somebody is somewhere in Warri or somewhere in Ogun State will not feel marginalized. No, let us talk about this thing. But if every state will have their own police, police force, do you know what that is gonna do? How are you gonna feel, me as an Igbo and somebody from Kanu or some part of North, we come to Anambra and be commissioner of police? I mean, how am I gonna feel about that? At some point, I'm gonna feel like, no, it's not gonna happen. No, this is not part of us. Can I go to Hausa now and look for a job and get it? Even Warri your place safe. It's even hard for me to find a job in Warri because I'm not from there.
Can I ask you though? Because one thing I know for sure is that
I can explain
can I get a question out? I want to ask a question there. Because here in the UK, we know they have definite areas that feel marginalized. They even call it the North and South divide here in the UK, where I live. And in America, we know that the inner Bible Belt and all those inner states don't feel like the coastal regions are even part of the country. They feel like those who are heathens or whatever they want to call them. So nations have these peculiarities where you have divided people. In America, half of them want to break the country. The Republicans, more than half of them believe in secession right now. as we speak in America.
So in Canada.
Exactly, but they make them work. They make it. Yeah, if you go to Europe, you will see so many separatist groups, including the UK. They have more separatist group in the UK that's like Biafra than in Nigeria.
Forefathers.
So
These
that's
countries
the
you are
point.
talking about.
The point I'm trying to address. Hold on, now that's exactly why I'm getting
They
to.
have electricity.
The point I'm trying to address is that
they have social amenities.
we want to move to those areas. We want to solve those problems. Not why do we always jump to secession when we should be looking at solving this problem? We are wasting a lot of brain energy talking about secession when we should be dedicating it to solving this problem like other people did.
Forefathers for 60-something years. When did we get our independence?
If you have an answer, I have an answer. So for me, sorry, Kene. For me, what if he said it's making some sense? So, but me, here is my fear. Dividing Nigeria, I don't think it's a solution. Human beings, they are greedy. Like when you take cases of history in history, countries that have been divided like that, the problem don't go away. Sudan recently, South Sudan, the moment they cut South Sudan off, you know why they were fighting? Because of the money that were coming from, they started killing themselves. And all of major, like South Sudan is like 90-something% Muslim. Recently, North Sudan is 90-something% Muslims. And South Sudan are Christian. Recently, North Sudan, what do you find? They killing themselves after the country has been divided. Why? Because of power, money, and everything. My fear about Nigeria is even when Nigeria is divided, there will be crisis. For me, the solution is restructuring. Like the point if he made now, for example, somebody from Maiduguri should not come to Edo State and be the commissioner of police. I agree. Let each state have their whole police. The one I fear is the military. We can't have multiple military in the country. It will cause war, real war. So we can have central military for the police, and let's just the leaders, they know this. Let's restructure the country. Each region or each state, whatever they want to do it, create your whole police, have your whole control your resources, give percentage to the federal, to help other states. They know the solution. They don't want to do it. One thing that Peter Obi used to say that I really like, how was he saying it? It's not gonna do like monthly allocation to state. Instead, it's gonna be what you can do. That is how they're gonna assess you, which was a good point. They know the solution, but they don't want to do it. But to me, dividing Nigeria, I fear it's not.
I think that the way the government is doing
it, this is it, right? Nobody is actually outrightly calling for secession, right? The alternate for secession actually come in because of the refusal of some people to do the right thing. And what is that right thing? My sister Ife here is talking about security. And thank God, forefathers always centered on security. Now, it is not just the police, where somebody from the Sokoto will come to Asaba to police people around when he doesn't know anything about Asaba. Shouldn't stop at that. How about having military on the streets of Southeast collecting money? If you refuse to give them money, they shoot you. Your life is gone. Is that how to operate a country? How about having a restructured country where each state would take control of its affairs? The refusal of these people to restructure the country is actually what is necessitating call for secession. Nobody wants to go, but if you want us to live as human beings, as normal human beings, can we put things in order? You said no, we can't put things in order, and you cannot go. And if you cry, they will arrest you and jail you and call you a terrorist. So they will beat you, refuse you to cry, and if you try to cry, they will arrest you and tag you a terrorist. And some of us will clap for them. Hey, yeah, he's a terrorist. And you think these people are going to be happy with that kind of treatment. Somebody is talking about... Sorry.
This is still coming now. I know I always thought the part that if he would say, Paul, it's beyond that. That is true. You know, just trying to bring kind of calm things down. But another way around, the former president, before he left, he did something significant. Buhari. One of the things he did, the exclusive list of power. You understand? Buhari tried to change that. You know, so Buhari tried to change that now. So which means states now can generate their own power. Guess what? National Assembly. Nobody take Buhari to court that, oh, no. The government control, the federal control power completely. Nobody take Buhari to court. So in essence of what I'm saying, just imagine if we now have one good leader that can pick so many things and say, let us take these things out of the exclusive list. You know, we have almost, I think like 52 or thereabout. You understand? Let us take these things out and let states go manage it again. Because if states cannot manage what is in their backyard, because federal would not allow them, and the state knows that if they go to court, the federal government is going to win them one time. But if we have a good leader, that leader on his own will do it. You understand? That leader on his own will do it. That's where it's going to help, because I want to trickle this thing down a little bit. Why do I want to trickle it down? Look at all the states. All the governors are indigenous of their state, if not 90 to 95% of the governors are indigenous of their state. The people who handle the aim of affairs in their state, these are people who come from that state or live in that state for so long that it's somewhere that they see like it has become their own. How come the states are also not working? So there are so many things we want to factor together when we look things like that. But saying we should break away because of we are making case study of during the regional, you understand, in the 60s and every other thing. It worked because of what we are facing then and now. It's quite different. The British just got our independence. Things are just okay for us. We started using some of those things. Corruption is not that bad like it is. And even though the regional actually did very well, it wouldn't have been like that. For example, we from one part of the South, we even fought. That's how they got the Midwest state. Because we were complaining. Nothing was for us. We were complaining. Nothing was for us. They said everything. They built Cocoa House, the first TV station in Ibadan. They built the so-called Obafemi Awolowo University. They built the so-called University of Ibadan. There is nothing in the today Delta State and Edo State. This is how they fought before we even get the so-called Midwest state. And remember, there is a great man that fought for our independence, very young guy, Anthony Enahoro. You understand? They fought, but we didn't get anything. So sometimes we might think that regional government actually work. It didn't work. If we want to practice what we are practicing, maybe we want to practice it completely like the US is practicing it. What Ife is trying to say? Well, I'll concur to that. But if we still go back to regional, I can tell you, from one state to another state again, we're still going to oppress ourselves. People still going to use power connection to still hold that assembly in the region again. It will still be problem. But if we trickle that to state, from state to counties, to the so-called cities, the local government and everything, it's going to work. AY, one thing that makes me say Wike didn't work. So I just want to put all this together before I run. You might see Wike work a lot. But why did Wike work a lot? Guess what? All the local government projects, Wike take all the local government projects, take it to himself, and be commissioning something that does not belong to him. And we started giving him glory. The local government is supposed to be an independent government of its own. The constitution is clear. The local government, other than just say local government and state, you understand, they have that account for the governor to see what is going on, but not to control. But the governors today in Nigeria,
that's what all of them do.
Government. So many of the projects that you are giving to Wike would have been something that will say, oh, this local government is doing well. Oh, that local government is doing well. So now when you hear commission this, originally they wouldn't have been your project.
Okay,
So
Paul, can we say something? Can I
15
say something?
seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds. All what I'm going to say is just 15 seconds. I think that what the Nigerian government is doing, they are transferring stuff out of the exclusive list slowly based on the level of Nigeria's development or their capability to manage removal from that list. That's what seems to be going on.
Okay,
go ahead, please,
I
KJ.
want to start from there, forefather. You see, when a group of individuals arrogate themselves the authority to determine or to be able to decide when a people have come of a level to handle certain responsibility, I think that is going too far, because no man has the prerogative of knowledge. That you are in government doesn't make you the most intelligent man in Nigeria. I mean, if I even go back some years back, people who are in the army were non-entities. They were not people who were making up, were in class, we know who they are, and some of them still know us. I mean, we know them, what they were doing. So now they've come into politics, does not make them the most intelligent. So when they sit behind and say, okay, no, Nigeria is not right for this, Nigeria is not right for, who gave you that authority? You see, this is the issue that we have in Black Africa that kept Africa where it is, because certain individuals give themselves the power to say it all. You see, I don't know how many of you follow that Buhari's government. Buhari wakes up and makes his pronouncement, that is it. It becomes law in Nigeria. Everybody just hands up. The president have said, and I keep saying. So the president just said, if he just wakes up now and says, okay, we shouldn't be wearing shokoto again. We will no longer wear shokoto. People will just be not wearing shokoto because the president has said that. It is not law. There is a law that is governing the nation, and nobody wants to follow that law. That's the issue.
Like one example I saw in Nigeria was their ban on drones in Nigeria. And when I asked the custom official why they banned it, I said, but they allow them in the US, and he said, but the UK government and the Western government, they can manage it. They have the technology and capability to manage it, but the Nigerian government don't. Hence why they put ban on all these things.
See,
and
let me tell you
my point is that you have to try to see from their own point of view.
Hold on.
When the whole thing get out of control now, you are going to still blame them for it.
You see, here is the situation. Here is the situation in Nigeria. And having practiced in Nigeria for a long time, I can say a lot of things about that. I fly drone. I used to fly drone in Abuja. Okay? Now, what is the reason where they were given? And this is not the first time government comes up with certain laws. In the UK and in the US, it's not everywhere that you're allowed to fly drones. There are places that are designated security areas. You don't fly drones there. Okay? Unless you want your drone to be seized or shut down. You don't fly. And then there's a particular level, that is grade of drones that you are allowed to fly in a community. Remember, this is what Abacha did when the cell phone first came out and Nokia was going to come to Nigeria. He stepped on it. He refused that cell phone should come to Nigeria. Because what was the reason? These people are going to use it now to be calling up and down. Communicate. We can no longer have control over communication. Why did they outlaw? I'm just telling you some secret that probably many of people don't know. Why they outlaw SM radios? SM. The military woke up and say, SM radio is what these small radical soldiers used to use to organize school. So let us make it